Chapter 1. Perspectives 789. The system is rebooting. Engines igniting. System charging successful. Commencing traversal. Buzz. Suddenly, my mind went blank, and my body plummeted as if it were on the brink of being torn apart. Amidst a whirlwind of confusion, I jolted awake from what I thought was a dream. A heavy sensation clouded my thoughts, akin to awakening from a long-forgotten past. The vivid images I had just witnessed were of an expansive abyss, with colossal figures towering against the heavens. Yet in the blink of an eye, I found myself back in reality. Finally awake, lying in bed, bewildered, I felt utterly insane. My dreams had morphed into scenes from a game. What had happened to me? Had I traversed time and space from a game into reality? No, that couldn't be right. Memories began to resurface. I had been thoroughly intoxicated with my best friend, a fae, the previous night. And this was indeed a fae's home. As I pondered, a strong scent of perfume wafted into my nostrils. What is this? Why does my room smell of perfume? I sniffed the air, reached beside my pillow, and grasped a smooth, triangular piece of silk. In an instant, I felt as though struck by lightning. This was a woman's garment? Fury surged within me. How could there be a woman's belongings in my room? A fae! A fae, get out here! After shouting twice in anger, a young man entered, his hair damp. Upon seeing the silk in my hand and my accusatory expression, he awkwardly chuckled. Hey, Ali, you're awake? Ha ha! I thought you'd sleep until the afternoon. What is this? This. His face flushed crimson as he suddenly exclaimed, Dude, you're seriously lacking in loyalty. Have you forgotten everything that happened yesterday when you got so drunk? If it weren't for your heartbreak, would I have gone to the bar with you and gotten plastered? Wait, I was dumped. I was utterly confused, unable to recall anything. You've already forgotten? He stepped closer, draping an arm around my shoulder, chuckling. I'm glad to see you've moved past the shadow of your breakup. It seems last night's drinks weren't in vain. Stop deflecting. What is this? I continued to glare at the item in my hand. Ha ha. He smiled awkwardly, saying, Remember, I brought that girl named Kara back last night. And seeing you drunk out of your mind, I thought I'd set up camp right next to you. What the hell? I threw the garment at his face. You seriously did that right next to me? Well, you were so intoxicated that you were completely unaware. Get out. I kicked him out of the room. Ha ha ha. In the room, a carefree laughter echoed from a fae, who exclaimed, By the way, Ali, don't forget the important matter at hand. The server for Fantasy Moon launches at 3 this afternoon. The two of us, in Taihu legend, shall create a splendid epic. Let us not forget our ambition to conquer the world. Is Fantasy Moon launching today? I asked, astonished. Seriously? You didn't sleep through the announcement and lose your wits, did you? He stared at me. Wait, do you still remember who Wang Shiyu is? Wang Shiyu, I fell into contemplation. Come on. He looked exasperated. You just broke up with her the day before yesterday. How could you act as if you've forgotten her already? Your composure is impressive. I must say, haha. I scratched the back of my head. I don't know. After a night of drinking, I had a dream, and it seems I've come to terms with it. What dream? I forgot. Impressive, truly impressive. He grinned. In any case, you've been dismissed from your company, so just stay here with me. With our gaming prowess, we shall surely command the winds and reign supreme in Fantasy Moon, right? I retorted, what do you even know about your own gaming skills? You should seriously work on your gameplay, otherwise, forget about conquering the world. You won't even be able to navigate a doghouse. It's all about the big picture. My strategic vision is solid. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he asked, By the way, have you prepared your gaming helmet? If not, hurry downstairs to the direct sales point. It's 10,000 each. By the way, how is it that someone like you, the chief data analyst at Destiny Group with an annual salary in the millions, has fallen to seek refuge with me? I felt a bit embarrassed. My father froze my bank account and currently penniless. Ungrateful son, haha. I get lost. I'm going to check on the helmet. All right. I dragged a heavy suitcase from beneath the bed, filled primarily with my personal documents. In one corner lay a golden helmet adorned with red pattern sand, exclusive helmet for Destiny Group's latest game, Fantasy Moon. It was said to be the most advanced type and had taken considerable effort to acquire for my sister. Wow. The moment a fae's gaze fell upon the helmet, he seemed utterly petrified, mumbling, Is that the Honor helmet? Gold and red, the Honor helmet, isn't it? A limited edition. It's rumored to be customized for top-tier professional players. Only about 20 to 30 elite players, likely Xiaoyao, Feng Jek, and Song Yao, are qualified to possess one in the entire national server. Indeed, I nodded. This is, without a doubt, an honor helmet. How did you acquire it? He was like a ghost, frantically touching the helmet, nearly drooling. I mean, your skills are decent, but you're nowhere near qualified to own an honor helmet. Do not forget my identity. I was once the chief data analyst of Destiny Group. Yes, it's so difficult to acquire a prestigious helmet through personal channels. He raised his thumb in admiration. You boast so grandly that I almost mistook you for the son of the Destiny Group's CEO. And how do you know I am not? Ha ha ha, get lost. The surname Ouyang belongs to someone else, while yours is Liu. You, my dear son, may wish for such connections, but it is utterly impossible. Ha ha ha, get lost, CNN. Such vulgar words. What offense did your grandmother commit against you? He laughed heartily, then shifted his tone, saying, since you have the helmet, everything is in place, save for the wind of fortune. Since your bank card is frozen, why not stay at my place and be my little brother? I shall treat you to the delights of the world of Phantom Moon. The Taihu legend duo must create a remarkable tale. Who is to say who the little brother is? Come, let's go downstairs for a meal. The pickled fish at the restaurant below is quite good, and the waitress is lovely. Just a moment, I need to freshen up before we head out. Okay. Afei turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, I couldn't help but smile. In my most destitute moments, I still had a good brother willing to take me in. Perhaps my situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. Afei, a local from Suzhou, is named Shi Shangfei. His name has an interesting origin. It is said that on the night before his birth, his mother dreamed of a golden rock soaring into the sky. His grandmother believed that this child would one day achieve great heights and bring glory to the Shi family, hence the name Shi Shangfei. However, his classmates mostly called him Fly, and he often lost his temper over this. Afei is quite the romantic. To what extent, you ask? He is so charming that even when I go downstairs to buy a pack of instant noodles, I encounter several girls with whom he has had affairs. He is so popular that during his short drive to work, his phone can automatically connect to numerous Wi-Fi networks. Yet, despite his flirtatious nature, he is an unwavering brother. That in the afternoon, seated on the sofa in the living room, Afei and I donned our gaming helmets, eagerly awaiting the game to commence at 3 o'clock. The moment I put on the prestigious helmet, a golden ripple blossomed before my eyes, revealing a vast expanse of land. Countless armored cavalry of the human race galloped forth, gathering atop a lofty plateau. Suddenly, my perspective shifted to a bird's-eye view, revealing a multitude of undead legions in a valley below, demonic minotaurs wielding battle axes, skeletal creatures with gaping maws, and necromancers chanting death spells while grasping their staves. The earth trembled as countless undead beings burst forth from the soil, surging like a tide toward the human army. The scene abruptly changed. A silver moon hung high in the sky, exuding an enchanting aura in my ears. A melodious female voice began the opening narration. As the silver moon ascended, countless elements awakened in succession, and magical forces descended upon the continent. Life flourished, leading to the emergence of 5 great races: the human race, the savage tribe, the dragon clan, the elves, and the sea folk. 5 millennia ago, the monarchs of these races convened in a mortal city of Man's Book to forge the legendary covenant of Man's Book, which came to be known as the Pact of the 5 Races. Years later, the gate of blazing flames in the northern part of the continent was forcibly opened, unleashing a formidable army of undead that swept through the northern territories, annihilating the 5 kingdoms of the human race, elves, and savage tribe. This calamity pushed the realms of the 5 races further south. When the silver moon rose once more, the human race embarked on a quest to study magical forces and ancient martial arts, initiating an interminable war between light and darkness, justice and evil. Countless radiant lights fell from the heavens, coalescing into the grand characters of illusory moon in a dance of dragons and phoenixes, followed closely by the countdown to the game's launch appearing before me. I took a deep breath. As a data analyst and developer for Destiny Group, I was initially barred from entering the game. However, this time was different. Having resigned, I could officially enter this game, heralded as a new engine, inheriting the core data of the previous title, Destiny. As a player, in my ears, it felt as if the voice of an old friend echoed. Ollie, when you finally enter Destiny with your talent, you will undoubtedly become a master. I am quite certain of that. Ha ha ha. It was the voice of Han Yixiao that a wave of nostalgia washed over me. Han Yixiao, along with myself and a Fei, had all graduated from the same high school. In our youth, we played games together. I went by the ID, July, Flowing Fire. A Fei was August, Unending, and Han Yixiao was September Garment. The three of us spent our days immersed in games, collectively known as 789, achieving a modest renown in the gaming community at that time. Alas, all of that is now a distant memory. Staring at the distant emblem of the illusory moon, I inhaled deeply. Old Han, I shall uncover the truth and find you. Rest assured, time trickled by, drawing ever closer to the game's launch that, I must admit, the formation of our small group, Tianhu Legend, alongside a Fei felt rather hasty. Most ambitious teams entering Illusory Moon had established corresponding studios well in advance, while we made our decision in a mere fortnight. Nonetheless, despite the rush, I remained confident with my abilities. I would undoubtedly navigate the realms of Illusory Moon with ease. Of that there was no doubt. Chapter 2. Lin Bite at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the exhilarating moment finally arrived. In an instant, my body was enveloped by a beam of sacred light, drawing me into a grand hall. This place was adorned with the fragrance of flowers and the melody of birds, shrouded in an aura of sanctity. Majestic pillars, intricately carved like dragons, soared to the heavens, supporting the weight of the entire edifice. Behind me stood statues of ancient heroes, while a silver moon continued to hang in the sky. In the breeze, a silhouette coalesced into a delicate sprite, an angel with transparent wings, no larger than a palm. Flapping her wings, she hovered before me with a smile, saying, "Welcome, master from another world, to the continent of Illusory Moon. I am your system sprite, and I shall guide you in creating your account. Is that agreeable?" I nodded, smiling at her. "Sprite, you are truly breathtaking." Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she replied, "Thank you for your kind words, master. First, please give me a name, for I will accompany you through all your adventures in the game of Illusory Moon." Very well. As I gazed at her, an interface for character customization suddenly appeared in my mind. To my surprise, I could change the sprite's attire, choosing from options like Archer, Uniform, Heavy Armored Warrior. In Divine Being, I selected a professional outfit, complete with a stack of documents in her arms, resembling a charming receptionist, and confirmed my choice by entering the name Little Secretary. Naming complete. Her face glowed with a bashful blush as she declared, "From this day forth, I shall be known as Little Secretary." "Thank you, master." I felt my face warm. "It's nothing. I shall call you Little Book from now on." "Understood." She nodded. "Little Book is at your service. Now, master, please proceed to the character creation phase. Do you wish to adjust your appearance?" "No need." I shook my head. I was quite confident in my looks. While I couldn't claim to be exceptionally handsome, I certainly wasn't unattractive. The next moment, the system completed the data scan, and my appearance in shorts appeared before me, my features almost identical to my own. Character creation complete. "Now, please name yourself, master." "July Fire," I typed without hesitation, using my usual name. To my relief, it had not been taken, and the application was completed effortlessly. Account creation successful. Little Secretary smiled with dimples. "Please select your local novice village. After confirmation, you may enter the game." All right. Instantly, a list of densely packed novice villages appeared before me, each bearing a unique name. I then called out to the outside world, "Ah Fei, once you've completed your character creation, don't rush into the game. Choose the same novice village as me. Let us enter together. We can level up to level 10 before we choose our professions." "What do you mean by choosing a profession?" "Selecting a career. Haven't you read the early game strategy?" "You fool. I had almost forgotten to look, but with you around, how could I?" Ha ha ha. I glanced over and discovered that there are more than 300 beginner villages available for players in Suzhou and the entire Jiangsu region. Thus, I chose one with a melodious name, Autumn Moon Village. What a poetic name, reminiscent of the verses "When will spring flowers and autumn moon end?" This was to be our starting point. I turned to the outside and said, "Ah Fei, select Autumn Moon Village, and then we can enter the game." "All right. Autumn Moon Village, is it?" "Yes, confirm. It has begun." "Great." In the next moment, I too confirmed my choice of Autumn Moon Village, and then I entered the game. Suddenly, a dazzling display of light filled my vision, and before me appeared a character clad in shorts, standing in a small village adorned with blooming peach blossoms. All around, glimmering specks of light cascaded down as countless players were born into this village. Ali, not far away, a man in shorts waved excitedly at me. It was a Fei. I chuckled and walked over. Fei, you truly resemble a queer fellow. He picked his nose and retorted, as if you're any different. So what now? Do we need to buy equipment and potions to level up? Buy what? Do you have any money? 5 copper coins, damn. That won't buy us anything. I opened my backpack and took a glance. Apart from a novice robe, I was astonished to find 3 additional items, a pitch-black bracelet, a deep red paper, and a resplendent golden manual. What on earth are these? My gaze swept over the items, first landing on the ancient-looking bracelet. As my eyes touched it, its attributes sprang forth: ancient bracelet, unknown, characteristics, unbound. I had no idea what it was. Next, I examined the red paper, which also radiated an air of mystery. Shura's secret scroll, exquisite grade treasure, purpose. Upon use, unlock the hidden race Shura and the corresponding hidden profession. Goodness, my mind exploded with excitement. This was a treasure. No, I must remain calm. I then looked at the third item, the golden manual, which appeared exceptionally sacred. Complete achievement handbook, exquisite grade treasure, description, upon activation. In access to the full achievement system. Buzz. My mind went blank once more. It seemed that something monumental had occurred. A Fei? A wave of anxiety washed over me. What's wrong? What did you receive in your backpack upon spawning? Just a novice robe and 5 copper coins, and then that was it. Why do you ask? Is that all? Yes, what's the matter? In an instant, elation surged within me. Could it be that I was the only one blessed with such fortune? My novice backpack contained 3 treasures that others did not. Could I possibly be the protagonist? The exhilaration was so overwhelming that it felt as though I could hardly breathe. In a low voice, I said, "Ah Fei, it seems I may have triggered a hidden profession. Why don't you venture out to level up on your own? Once you reach level 10, you can choose to become a mage. You'll be able to train alone. I shall first secure my hidden profession and then return to level up alongside you." Wait, what? His astonishment was palpable. Then why hesitate? Go and secure your hidden profession quickly. Our future indulgences may very well depend on you. Indeed, I endeavored to compose myself, retrieving the Shura secret tome from my bag. Upon confirming its use, a blood-red radiance surged from the earth, enveloping me entirely, causing me to vanish from the sight of others, leaving them unaware of even our names as I disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, I felt an overwhelming weight upon my body, as if something was pressing down on me, making it difficult to breathe. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have acquired the hidden race of Shura. Ding. System notification. Please be advised, you are currently in the preliminary awakening state of the Shura bloodline. As you cultivate, your physique will continuously strengthen. I paid little mind to these notifications, resolutely swinging my arms and striving to ascend, freeing myself from the oppressive force. Finally, with a resounding thud, I emerged from the soil into the dimly lit cavern. What? The surroundings were inexplicably eerie, wisps of ghostly flames flickering within the cave. Beside me loomed several mounds, and I realized that I had emerged from one of these graves. Lowering my gaze, I was startled to find my hands had vanished, replaced by skeletal arms, my clothing tattered, and my undergarments completely decayed, exposing my alluring pelvic bones. What on earth? I was momentarily taken aback. Is this what it means to possess the Shura bloodline? How could the initial stage manifest as a skeleton? The contrast was too stark. Was it not said that Shura resembled divine beings? How could I appear in such a grotesque form? Simultaneously, my character interface materialized in the lower right corner, and I waved to open it, revealing my personal status: July Fire, Undead Servant, level, unowned attack, 510 defense, 6 health, 100 critical hit, 0 insight, 94 charm, 0 soul star, 0 contribution, 0 combat power. 23. The statistics were grim and disheartening. Aside from the insight, the rest hardly warranted a glance. Yet, what exactly determined this insight? Was it a measure of intelligence or a gift from the hidden race's bloodline? Thus, I inquired into the external realm. Ah Fei, what is your insight on your personal panel? 25 points. Why do you ask? He replied, nothing much, just focus on leveling up. Sure thing. Poor Ah Fei was blissfully unaware, valiantly battling in the novice village. I took a deep breath, surveying every corner of the cavern, where numerous habitats lay scattered, and several burial mounds appeared to be disturbed, suggesting that restless spirits were on the brink of emerging. A pungent stench pervaded the air, nearly unbearable. Yet, as a member of the undead myself, I had no grounds for disdain towards my kin. The priority now was to decipher how to thrive in such a place. At that moment, a figure, long motionless, slowly turned to face me. Its hollow eyes regarded me with an indescribable gaze. It was another skeleton, yet distinctly unique. Adorned in flowing robes, with silver hair elegantly tied in a bun, one hand resting behind its back, exuding an ethereal aura. It gazed at me with a calm demeanor and spoke. "Little one, you have finally awakened. In this desolate domain, a new essence has finally arrived. You are. Do not concern yourself with my identity." The weight of its gaze intensified as it inquired, "Do you know where this is?" "I do not." I shook my head. "This is the Black Castle, the threshold between death and rebirth, a realm where mere mortals struggle for survival against fate. We are all souls departed. Yet we cling to the unyielding desire to transcend life and death. Your birth in this place signifies that you are chosen by destiny. Whether you can break free from your shackles and achieve a transcendent fate rests solely upon your choices." A grave expression overtook me, and I could not help but utter, "Then, I should address you as senior. I have just arrived and know nothing. I humbly ask for your guidance." With a faint smile, he lifted a weathered bone sword beside him and replied, "No need for such formalities, little one. The gates to otherworldly realms have now opened, and countless warriors are venturing into this world. The continent of Phantom Moon is on the brink of chaos, and amidst such turmoil lies immense opportunity. You possess extraordinary lineage. As long as you forge ahead with courage, you shall undoubtedly find your place in this great upheaval and achieve remarkable renown." I found his stature increasingly impressive, and thus followed him to the mouth of the cavern. "Senior, what is your name?" I have said, "There is no need for such titles." His gaze turned profound as he replied, "If our fates align, you may call me brother." "Very well, brother." I nodded emphatically. "What name do you bear?" "My name is Linbai." With that, he stepped out of the cavern. Suddenly, a tremendous upheaval occurred. A massive shadow descended from the heavens, revealing a colossal foot that emanated a suffocating aura of death, crashing down upon the brother I had just met, before rising once more. On the ground, only a heap of pulverized bones remained. My brother was gone. Chapter 3. A mishap. I was utterly bewildered. Xin Nin, the elder brother I had just recognized. Before I even had the chance to enjoy the delights of life alongside him, he was crushed into a pile of fragments. Stepping out of the cave, I looked up to find that the one who had slain my skeletal companion was none other than a towering undead giant, standing a staggering 10 meters tall, wielding a blood-red battle axe. He strode away into the distance, paying no heed to the fallen skeleton, as if those small bones were mere ants beneath his feet. I stood in silence, gazing at the shattered bones below, murmuring, "Rest in peace, brother." As I surveyed my surroundings, I noted the vast expanse outside the cave. Yet it was shrouded in an atmosphere of death, devoid of any signs of life. Shadows of the undead flitted across the landscape. Skeletons, decaying specter wolves, deathly ironback bears, and other creatures of the morbid realm were plentiful. In the distance, a colossal furnace blazed with a fierce fire, crackling ominously, accompanied by the wails of tormented souls emanating from within. Suddenly, the air around me seemed to congeal, rendering me immobile. Then, a breathtaking figure pierced through the void. A woman clad in a flowing red gown, her hair elegantly styled, approached me in an instant. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue, and her lips, as red as fire, curved into a smile. She leaned closer, her delicate nose brushing against my face, revealing an expression of astonishment. Something was amiss. I had distinctly caught a fleeting whiff of a divine aura. "Was it not you? Who are you?" I stammered, my heart racing uncontrollably in the presence of such beauty. She merely smiled lightly and replied, "If it is not you, then never mind." With that, she turned and vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving no trace behind. Throughout our encounter, I was unable to discern her name, level, or attributes, suggesting her origins were exceedingly remarkable. Just then, I heard the sound of hooves approaching. A skeletal warrior mounted on a bone steed, brandishing a long spear, came into view. He bellowed at me, "You insect! What are you still doing here? The Reincarnation Valley does not harbor idlers. Report to the Soul Furnace at once. Or beware, I shall cleave your head from your shoulders with a single strike." I was taken aback. Why was this creature so ferocious? Raising my gaze, I could discern some data about this NPC. Fire Soul Corpse General, Rare Level Boss, Level. Introduction. The novice battle commander of the Valley of Reincarnation within the Black Castle possesses formidable control over flames. This young adventurer, a fiery soul corpse, typically preys on the weak and fears the strong. If you believe you can conquer him, feel free to try. However, I am utterly incapable of defeating such a foe, especially considering his crimson-hued level, whereas my own character panel displays a level of unawarded status. I remain uncertain about the specifics of this configuration, but it is evident that I stand no chance against this fiery soul commander. One must bow one's head when beneath a low eve. Suddenly, the fiery soul commander glanced at the skeletal remains of his companion nearby and spat disdainfully, exclaiming, "Bah! Worthless wretch, finally perished. You insolent brat, what are you waiting for? Move." Thus, I was ushered towards a colossal furnace, immediately engulfed by an oppressive heat akin to that of a steam bath. Around me, a multitude of skeletons, much like myself, wore expressions of bewilderment, unsure of their next course of action. At that moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and with a resounding crack, thunder cleaved the clouds apart. Following this, a cascade of shattered bones and stone ceiling trapped souls rained down from above, forming a considerable heap. The proceedings had commenced. A grave voice resonated from afar as a black wind coalesced into the silhouette of a middle-aged man, distinct from the surrounding monsters. Clad in a dark robe and wielding a sharp, vibrant sword, he gazed at the rift in the sky and declared, "Individuals from another realm have entered the Lunar Moon continent. The war has begun. According to the agreement between our Black Castle and the Demon Legion, we are responsible for a portion of the soul transformation process. All denizens of the Valley of Reincarnation, commence your duties around the soul refining furnace." "Yes, my lord." The NPCs collectively bowed their heads. In that fleeting moment, I caught sight of the name of this middle-aged figure, Supervisor of the Valley of Reincarnation Zhuang Huaishui, Rare Boss. Level? Description: the Grand Supervisor of the Valley of Reincarnation within the Black Castle, possessing immense power. It is unwise to provoke him lightly. I furrowed my brow. This was indeed a rare boss, far beyond the capabilities of players at this stage. According to the lore of Lunar Moon, the hierarchy of bosses is as follows: Elite, Rare, Unique, Legendary, Primordial, and Abyssal levels. Given that the server had just launched, players across the realm had yet to encounter even an elite boss, let alone a rare one. Consequently, I joined the throng of skeletons, assisting in the transportation of the fallen bodies from the heavens, casting them into the vast furnace known as the Soul Refining Furnace. While laboring, I summoned my sprite secretary. With a flutter, she circled gracefully before perching upon my shoulder, her long snow-white legs elegantly extending as she languidly yawned, saying, "Master, Little Book is on standby. Is there anything that requires my assistance?" I nodded in response. "I have triggered a hidden race and hidden profession. Enlighten me about this place, for I currently possess little understanding." "Yes, master." Her innocent and radiant smile illuminated the surroundings as she began to explain, "Welcome to the Black Castle, a neutral zone inhabited by a collective of the deceased. These souls were once human, unwilling to become adversaries of mankind, thus refraining from joining the armies of the. However, they are powerless against the might of the, which forces them into a state of compromise. This realm, known as the Cycle Valley, serves as a sanctuary where they receive the souls of monsters slain by players. Within the soul refining furnace, these souls are transmuted and reborn, giving rise to new creatures that are dispatched across various maps. Essentially, this place functions as a workshop for monster respawning, and your current task is to assist in its operations." I inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "But how do I level up? How do I grow? I cannot simply continue to transport corpses, can I?" "Of course not," she replied with a gentle shake of her head and a smile. "The Black Castle operates under a unique framework. The map you currently inhabit is called the Cycle Valley, which is merely one of the 5 pavilions surrounding the Black Castle, the others being the Storm Summit, Treasure Pavilion, Universe Pavilion, and Ancient Battlefield. While laboring in the Cycle Valley, you can earn 1 point of contribution to the Black Castle every hour. These contribution points can be exchanged at the Treasure Pavilion and Universe Pavilion for valuable skill books, equipment, and items. In short, the privileges you enjoy in the Black Castle are beyond the reach of other players." "Ah, I see." I nodded in understanding. "By the way," she continued with a light laugh, "now that you have joined the Black Castle and become a member of the Undead, it is time to confirm your growth path. Please select your profession." In the next moment, a screen appeared before me, revealing that I could indeed choose a profession in advance. The 9 principal professions of the game materialized before my eyes: swordsman, paladin, archer, assassin, elementalist, light priest, warlock, brawler, and bard. The initial professions were all combat-oriented. while the warlock straddled the line between combat and support, and the bard leaned entirely towards support. As for my choice, it was clear I would stick with my old profession. Confirming, assassin. Excellent. In an instant, my profession was confirmed as an assassin, albeit a spectral one. I anticipated evolving into a Shura assassin in the future. That prospect was somewhat exciting. If I were merely a skeletal assassin, what difference would there be between me and a lifeless fish? However, after confirming my profession, I found no place to learn skills, so I resumed my work at the soul refining furnace. After diligently toiling for an hour, a notification chimed. Congratulations. Due to your diligent efforts, you have gained 1 point of contribution. Yet, mere contribution points would not suffice. I still required levels. Just then, a flickering alert appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. Storm Summit Battle Countdown. 2:59:59. Storm Summit? I found myself utterly perplexed once again. Beside me, the little secretary blinked her eyes and patiently explained. The Wind and Cloud platform is a battleground where only the most exceptional of the younger generation from the Black Castle can emerge victorious. Master, if one can become the ultimate victor of the Wind and Cloud platform, they will earn the right to be reborn as a boss-level entity on the public map. And upon vanquishing players, they can swiftly accumulate contribution points. A shiver ran down my spine, given my current destitute state. Do you truly believe I can triumph on the Wind and Cloud platform? She chuckled and made a heart shape with her fingers towards me. In Little Book's heart, Master. You are the very best. I laughed heartily. What a considerate little secretary she was. However, did the 3-hour countdown imply that the first boss in the novice village would spawn in 3 hours? This seemed highly probable. Fate had played its hand, and it appeared that I had been reborn into the ranks of NPC monsters. In that case, I shall adapt to the local customs. Not long after, a knock resounded on my helmet as a Fae inquired. I'm heading to the restroom. Want to join? No. What level are you? Level 4. And you dare to go to the restroom at level 4? Haha, I drank too much water at noon. What about you? What level are you? Level 0. Impressive. It seems our legendary Tauhu combination is destined to crash on the very first day of the server. No, stay calm. Keep a level head. So, what shall we eat tonight? Not a penny earned. Let's settle for instant noodles. Okay, since we are to battle on the Wind and Cloud platform, preparations are essential. Besides the secret tome of Azura, I possess 2 innate advantages, which are the other 2 items in my inventory. I retrieved the pitch-black bracelet, and at the moment of confirming its wear, a chime resonated in my ears. Ding. System notification. Once this item is bound, it cannot be dropped or removed. Do you wish to proceed? Cannot be removed? A jolt of anxiety surged through me. This could pose a dilemma. If it turned out to be worthless, I would be left with an account inherently lacking the attributes of a bracelet component, rendering me weaker than others. Yet, the reluctance to leave it unworn gnawed at me. After all, the server had only just launched, and the forums were rife with complaints about low drop rates. Even white gear was scarce, let alone anything else. Having a bracelet with such attributes at this stage would undoubtedly put me ahead. Furthermore, based on my extensive gaming experience, items that required binding and could not be dropped were typically of high quality. I decided to take a gamble. Confirming, I adorned it. At the moment I donned the bracelet, a sound echoed, and a cerulean ripple emanated from its surface. Its ancient and weathered exterior underwent a subtle transformation. Intricate engravings appearing on its surface, glimmering with a bronze hue, and astonishingly, its attributes were revealed. Ancient bracelet, quality, superior defense, 15 strength, 9 characteristics, evolvable special effect, bound to owner. A wave of exhilaration washed over me. I had struck gold. For I had acquired a superior grade piece of equipment, its name shimmering in a deep green hue. How extraordinarily fortunate. In the realm of Huan Yue, equipment is classified by levels. The lowest tiers are gray and white, followed by sturdy and superior grades, both of which are denoted by green names, commonly referred to as green equipment. Progressing further, we encounter rare and ultra-rare grades, represented by blue names, and subsequently, the purple grades of precious, treasure, and the orange categories of extraordinary and legendary equipment. The classification of Huan Yue's gear is strictly dictated by color. At this nascent stage of the game, within the newly opened novice village, a deep blue superior grade item is akin to a divine artifact, especially one with the potential for evolution. What a treasure! In a moment of impulsive delight, I pressed my lips against the bracelet, feeling a surge of bliss. Afterward, I retrieved my third item, the All Achievements Handbook, and endeavored to trigger its effects. Suddenly, a bell chimed in my ears. Ding. System notification. Please note, trigger conditions are not met. Yet, no further details were provided regarding the requirements. With no other recourse, I resumed my labor in the Reincarnation Valley. Thus, after 2 more hours of toil, my contribution score reached 3 points. After indulging in instant noodles, I returned online, and not long after, the familiar chime rang out. Ding. System notification. Please note, the Wind and Cloud platform is about to open. Do you wish to participate? Confirmed. I shall partake. With the ancient bracelet as my safeguard, I fear nothing. Chapter 4. The Wind and Cloud platform. With a swift motion, my form was abruptly extracted, and in the next moment, enveloped by a crimson radiance, I soared skyward, instantaneously breaking free from the Reincarnation Valley. As I glanced back, the vast expanse of the valley unfolded before my eyes, densely populated with at least 10,000 soul-forging furnaces, all ablaze with fervent flames. Countless reconstituted souls ascended into the air, hastening towards various novice villages to coalesce into new creatures. This place was nothing short of a grand workshop for the transformation of souls. In the blink of an eye, my body plummeted straight into the forest on the valley's edge, crashing with a thunderous sound onto a clearing halfway up the mountainside. Not far ahead, a colossal battle platform stood resolute, encircled by totems of death that exuded a palpable aura of slaughter, as if a myriad of warriors could surge forth from the platform at any moment. The Wind and Cloud platform, one of the 5 pavilions of the Black Castle. Not only I, but figures continuously cascaded around me, including ferocious beasts and the deceased, all teleported to the vicinity of the Wind and Cloud platform, each displaying an unmistakable exuberance. At last, the Wind and Cloud platform had opened. Merely 3 paces away, a grotesque figure clad in decaying armor, a monstrous lion, opened its mono-articulate human speech. Above its head, a conspicuous name shimmered, Infernal Lion, its level obscured to me for the moment. This lion appeared exceedingly fierce. Albeit its armor was tattered, and shockingly, it bore no trousers, only a pair of round, wobbling appendages beneath its form. Oh dear, what a disgrace! I sighed, rubbing my forehead. At that moment, not far off, a creature resembling a blob of mucus struggled to rise, its corpulent body laboring in vain to stand. It clenched a fist and murmured, "It is time for our slime clan to rise within the Black Castle. The glory of our ancestor, the Golden Slime, shall be upheld by me." Ugh! Further away, a large-eared rabbit, shrouded in an aura of death, scoffed, "Slimes, do you think you deserve a place on the Wind and Cloud platform?" Humph! A skeletal swordsman, arms crossed, clad in armor with a blade glimmering ominously behind him, sneered, "A bunch of overripe fruits. Do you truly believe you can contend for a spot on the Wind and Cloud platform against genuine undead warriors? Dream on." He cast a cold glance in my direction and added, "Boy, the spot on the Wind and Cloud platform is mine. If you know what's good for you, best be on your way." I frowned, remaining silent. These NPCs were exceedingly arrogant, utterly disregarding the players. Perhaps, in their eyes, I was not even considered a player at all. Just then, a cacophony of wails erupted from the sky, followed by a thick black mist enveloping the Wind and Cloud platform, swiftly coalescing into a visage, a countenance of an elder, adorned with a grand crown and flowing robes, exuding an ethereal aura, albeit marred by the overwhelming presence of death that felt discordant. Bow before the elder. A throng of the deceased knelt in reverence. I hesitated briefly, then followed suit, kneeling on one knee. There is no need for formalities. The elderly figure floating in the air gazed upon us and spoke. "In this confrontation at the Wind and Cloud platform, a singular victor will emerge. This champion shall represent our Black Castle, transforming into a formidable entity of the realm of death, instilling in those brave souls from other worlds the true terror of power. You may now begin your preparations. Shortly, those called upon shall ascend the stage to determine the outcome." "Yes, elder." In the next moment, a preparatory interface unfurled before my eyes, revealing a personal attribute adjustment plan accompanied by a chime. Ding. System notification, young undead. Upon completing your transformation at the Wind and Cloud platform, your overall attributes will surge by 1,000. Furthermore, the level system shall be activated. Now, please select the skills you wish to carry. A radiant light swept across, and my personal panel finally unveiled the leveling system. Once again, the chime resonated. Ding. System notification. Dear player, your personal growth system has been activated. As you possess the Shura bloodline within the Assassin class, your growth attributes are as follows. Strength 1, 0. Agility 1, 3. Stamina 0, 9. Spirit 0, 9. Good luck. Upon witnessing these 4 growth values, my mind momentarily blanked in astonishment. It was no wonder the system sprite claimed that my class and hidden race were a tremendous fortune. Such growth was simply extraordinary, to my knowledge. After the opening of the illusory moon, the highest growth rate among the 4 dimensions belonged to the swordsman, with values only reaching 1, 0, 0, 9, 0, 8, and 0, 8 respectively. The swordsman is renowned for attack and agility, yet their figures pale in comparison to my own 1, 0, and 1, 3 growth rates. Growth, in essence, refers to the increment of attribute points. For instance, an increase in strength enhances attack power, 1. 0 growth means 1 point of strength translates to 1 point of attack power, while a 0. 5 strength growth only equates to 0. 5 points of attack power. Thus, the disparity in attributes is monumental. Before me, my total growth across the 4 dimensions reached an astonishing 4. 1. Undeniably remarkable. Taking a deep breath, I opened my attribute panel. July Fire Flow, Undead Assassin, Level 1 Attack, 1219 Defense, 21 Health, 100 Critical Hit, 0 Insight, 94 Charm, 0 Soul Star, 0 Contribution, 3 Combat Power, 23 originally. My attack power was 510, and my defense stood at 6. The current elevated attributes were thanks to the Ancient Bracelet, which contributed an impressive 9 points of strength and 15 points of defense. Though seemingly modest, once I ascend the Wind and Cloud platform, my attributes will align with the boss, multiplying tenfold. Hence, the enhancements from the Ancient Bracelet will translate to an increase of 90 points in attack power and 150 points in defense. How formidable this is on the very first day of the game's launch. Upon reviewing my attribute points, I found that having attained a new level granted me 5 additional points to allocate. Without a moment's hesitation, I invested all 5 points into increasing my health. Given my stamina growth rate, each point in stamina translates to an impressive 90 points of health, propelling my health bar to a remarkable 550 points. With both offensive and defensive capabilities, coupled with such formidable vitality, I pondered who might dare to challenge me. Before me, a dazzling array of skills materialized, each available for my assassin class. Stealth, B grade in non-combat status. Enter an invisible mode, reducing movement speed by 50, requiring the expenditure of 1 contribution point. Strike, B grade, inflict 120 damage upon the target, causing a stun effect lasting 5 seconds, requiring the expenditure of 1 contribution point. Backstab, B grade, launch an attack from behind the target, dealing up to 250 damage, requiring the expenditure of 1 contribution point. Godslayer Blade, a grade, ignore 30 of the target's defense, dealing 165 damage, requiring the expenditure of 15 contribution points. Hunter S Edge, S grade, execute 3 attacks on the enemy. The first attack S damage correlates with strength, the second with agility, and the third with critical hit rate, requiring the expenditure of 100 contribution points. Infernal Calamity, SSS grade, summon infernal flames to channel through the weapon, unleashing 3 consecutive strikes that ignore a portion of the target's defense, dealing 110, 125, and 150 attack damage respectively, requiring the expenditure of 500 contribution points. In an instant, I was captivated by the dazzling choices before me. The final 3 skills were especially formidable, particularly Infernal Calamity, which glowed a deep crimson, representing the pinnacle of assassin skills at the SSS grade. Alas, the contribution cost was exceedingly high, and these skills could not be learned but merely utilized once, disappearing post-use. Upon inspecting my contribution points, I found a meager total of merely 3, affording me little room for choice. Additionally, the system imposed a restriction on the number of skills, allowing for the selection of only 3. Thus, I resolved to embrace the foundational skills of stealth, strike, and backstab, embodying the essence of a diligent assassin. Upon confirmation, the 3 foundational assassin skills materialized within my skill bar, evoking a sense of familiarity akin to reuniting with an old friend. In that moment, I took a deep breath, feeling my spirit expand. Just as a Fae had remarked, this time, we would venture boldly into the world of Illusory Moon. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth above, and 2 figures were enveloped in brilliance as they ascended the Wind and Cloud platform. One was the fierce lion I had observed earlier, while its opponent was a demonized large-eared rabbit. How foolish of them to invite their own humiliation. The infernal lion roared fiercely, its massive frame suddenly sinking as it transformed into a blazing streak, lunging forward with outstretched claws. With a swift motion, it tore open the chest of the great-eared rabbit, causing blood to gush forth. Another swipe sent the great-eared rabbit flying. In the instant, it soared beyond the wind and cloud platform. It was enveloped in light and returned to the Cycle Valley. 1,230. 1,161. In a single round, the victor was already determined. I could not help but stifle a chuckle. The great-eared rabbit hadn't even had a chance to retaliate. Its health bar was far too short, a fatal flaw. On the wind and cloud platform, the infernal lion regained its full health, gazing down with an air of dominance, proclaiming, "Continue. Let me see who dares to challenge me." At that moment, an unseen radiance enveloped another figure as it ascended the platform, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The infernal lion was simply too formidable. With a swift dual-claw assault, it could obliterate all in its path. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 remained around the wind and cloud platform. The infernal lion and the previously imposing undead swordsman who had insulted us as mere worthless beings. The infernal lion crossed its arms defiantly, standing tall on the platform, its gaze piercing as it addressed the undead swordsman. "I have heard you are a renowned swordsman from the treasure pavilion. Come now, let me witness your true prowess, little scoundrel." Enraged, the undead swordsman charged onto the platform, drawing his sword to unleash a breathtaking wave of fiery sword energy. A heavy strike. The infernal lion bellowed, bracing its resilient arm against the blade, resulting in a resounding impact that dealt 1,252 points of damage, causing a 30 drop in health. This indicated that its health was approximately 4,000 points, lower than mine. In that fleeting moment of parrying the blade, the undead swordsman roared, and his sword unleashed a cascade of golden 6-pointed stars, his signature skill, combo. "Begone!" The infernal lion growled, its body sinking as its claws swept across the undead swordsman's abdomen. In a fluid motion, it maneuvered past and turned to deliver another sweeping strike, sending the undead swordsman crashing onto the platform. Victory! Now, only one opponent remained, and that was I. Chapter 5. The First Arrival. Chapter 6. The encounter with Lou. A gentle breeze swept through the woodland, stirring the rustling leaves. Amidst the footsteps, a party of players emerged in the clearing ahead, predominantly composed of level 79 adventurers. These individuals, yet to choose a profession, remained in the novice state, wielding simple cloth garments and wooden swords, with only a handful adorned in proper gear. At the forefront, a young man brandished a battle axe that shimmered with a white luminescence, his gaze resolute as he strode forward. "Be cautious. We have now entered the bunny forest," he warned, the captain's insignia hovering above his head. "All members, assume a defensive stance. It is rumored that this boss possesses assassin-like abilities, capable of stealthy ambushes. Remain vigilant for his surprise attacks. No one below level 7 is permitted to enter the bunny forest. The rest, follow me as we advance. If we can conquer this bronze ghost general, it will mark the first kill of a boss in this novice village, yielding additional rewards." Beside him, a youth with a face dotted with acne exclaimed, "When the time comes, let's charge in en masse. We must not retreat, even if it means losing a level each. We must employ a numbers strategy to overwhelm the boss. After all, the Bronze Ghost General is merely the lowest tier boss, just an elite level foe, and his health is likely modest, perhaps only 2,000 to 3,000. Indeed, the young man with the battle axe replied with a smile, "Let us not be underestimated. Forward." In the next moment, nearly 20 individuals surged into the forest, swiftly dispatching the level 9 skeleton warriors along their path. I remained concealed among the gnarled branches of an ancient tree, casting a glance into the distance. No other parties had arrived yet, for the time being. It seemed this was the only group present. I resolved to eliminate them first to prevent an overwhelming swarm. Should I find myself trapped in a strategy of sheer numbers, my attributes would likely lead to my demise. Engage. With a surge of intent, I descended from the tree, akin to a withered leaf falling silently from its autumn perch. My bronze dagger, however, divided its assault, striking 2 players squarely in the back. Thud, thud. 672. 599. With those 2 strikes, they were dispatched instantly. At this stage, these players boasted only around 400 to 500 health points without any enhancements, rendering them incapable of enduring my basic attack. As the kills registered, I pressed forward without hesitation. my right dagger slicing through the air, imbued with a chilling aura as I executed a backstab on the young man wielding the battle axe. 1235. Once more. He fell in an instant. What? The acne-ridden youth gasped in shock. The boss just took down our leader. Everyone, charge him. Surround him and take him down to avenge our leader. Let's go. Around us, the throng of players turned and rushed toward me. My gaze darkened. And with a swift flourish of my twin daggers, I executed a rapid succession of 3 strikes upon the 3 players who had just raised their wooden swords. Each blow resulted in an instant kill, leaving them utterly astonished. They had not anticipated such an aggressive onslaught from the boss. At this stage, the attack speed of the players was painfully sluggish, with a preparatory gesture taking at least a second. In contrast, bolstered by boss attributes, my speed was remarkable, allowing me to seize the advantage before my foes could react. Behind me, a player wielding a peachwood sword let out a roar, striking the blade against my bronze armor with a clang. The impact registered a mere 3 points of damage. I could hardly contain my amusement. Their attack failed to penetrate my defenses. It was no surprise, considering my defense value stood at 210, while their attack strength, despite being at level 9, could scarcely exceed 100 points. Thus, their efforts resulted in only a trivial deduction of my health. Emboldened by this revelation, I unleashed a powerful thrust. The brilliance of my daggers sliced through the air, and the young assailant appeared to be torn asunder, his eyes reflecting bewilderment as he gradually sank to his knees, dissipating into a wisp of white light as he returned to the city. My word, this boss is extraordinarily formidable. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Although 4 or 5 of them had closed in to launch their attacks, their combined damage barely registered 100 points, leaving my extensive health bar of 5,500 virtually unscathed. It felt like a realm devoid of opposition. With a swift flick of my daggers, I danced through the throngs of players, my Z-pattern movements allowing me to harvest their lives with relentless efficiency. After claiming the lives of over 10 adversaries, a golden radiance suddenly descended from above. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up. I actually reached level 2. While pursuing my quarry, I opened my personal panel. My attributes were rooted in those of a boss, and with each level gained, my attributes would also enhance. A truly exhilarating prospect. Upon leveling up, my base health, defense, and attack power would all increase, and this time, I allocated all 5 of my attribute points to agility. Agility is the hallmark trait of an assassin. A high agility score not only confers formidable attack power, critical strike potential, and rapid attack speed, but also enhances defense and movement speed. Therefore, investing in agility points is undoubtedly a wise decision. Swiftly completing my enhancements, my attributes have transformed significantly from their previous state. July Flowing Fire, Undead Assassin, Level 2 Attack, 1421 Defense, 22 Health, 650 Critical Hit, 0.05 Insight, 94 Charm, 0 Soul Star, 0 Contribution, 17 Combat Power, 28. My combat prowess has notably increased, along with enhancements in both attack and defense. I inhaled deeply, comparing my current detailed data panel with the earlier one. Indeed, as I had surmised, the agility bonus from Phantom Moon for assassins is remarkably advantageous. Each point in attributes equates to an increase of 0.5 in attack power, 0.2 in defense, and 0.01 in critical hit chance. As my stats ascend, their potency becomes increasingly evident. Presently, these figures magnify tenfold when applied to the boss, implying that higher levels correlate with greater strength. This time, I might truly emerge unscathed. With a swift motion, I slashed my dagger, severing the throat of the last remaining player, who fell to the ground in a gasp of defeat. This once boastful team was utterly annihilated, and I gained an additional 25 points of contribution. Elated, I pondered how best to utilize this contribution within the Black Castle. Knowing this venture would yield far more than merely 25 points, there was much more to come. Once again, I sank into stealth, moving through the forest and settling beneath a towering ancient tree, quietly observing the ebb and flow of passing players, seeking opportunities to strike. They had yet to undertake their class assignments, rendering them incapable of acquiring skills to detect stealth, making this an opportune moment for me. 5 minutes later, I struck again, decimating another group before quickly vanishing into the shadows. Thus, I continued to strike and relocate, as the influx of novice players in Rabbit Forest grew. Yet they remained utterly powerless against me, the first-time boss, effortlessly toying with them. An hour and a half later, As the battle concluded, I melded into the moonlight, crouched within a thicket, panting heavily. In the distance, the ground lay littered with bodies, remnants of a squad of nearly 50. After clearing them all, my health had dwindled to 72, necessitating a period of recuperation. If needed, I would refrain from further engagements. Concurrently, following the relentless slaughters, I had ascended to level 7. With a substantial boost in all attributes. July Flowing Fire, Undead Assassin, level 7 attack, 2734 defense, 25 health, 1150 critical hit, 0. 3 insight, 94 charm, 0 soul star, 0 contribution, 316 combat power, 53. My contribution had soared to an impressive 316, and in that moment, I felt akin to a prosperous lord who had unexpectedly struck gold, filled with ambition and eager to return to the Black Castle for a grand shopping spree. At the very least, I needed to replenish my personal assassin skills. Ali, it seems the excitement is about to unfold. Ha ha ha. Nearby, a Fey let out a gleeful chuckle through his helmet. What is going on? I inquired. He replied with enthusiasm. Do you know? The boss that has respawned in Chioiwa village is an assassin type, elusive and difficult to defeat. Many guilds have mobilized their forces to hunt it down, but they ended up being wiped out instead. It is said that at least several hundred players fell victim to the boss. Oh, impressive. I replied with a wry smile. However, this boss won't last much longer, he said with a tone of resignation. Why is that? I asked. Just now, while I was returning to town to replenish my potions, I saw a group of level 10 players gathering, claiming they were going to settle the score with the boss. These level 10 players have mostly completed their employment quests at the village chief's place and may have already learned their level 10 skills. Just think. Can an elite level boss withstand the relentless onslaught of a horde of level 10 newly employed players? That is true. A sense of foreboding settled in my heart. And I changed the subject. A Fey, what level are you now? I'm at level 8, just a bit away from level 9. Level 10 is not far off either. Damn it. An hour ago, I made a mistake and got killed by a gray wolf, losing a level. It infuriated me. It's all right. This is just the beginning. Losing a level is nothing. Just focus on leveling up. By the way, what is your situation over there? I'm currently training. My hidden class is a bit peculiar. I'll let you know once I figure it out. For now, I can't come to find you. Why can't you come find me? He seemed a bit displeased. What about the Taihu legend we talked about? Are you afraid that if you come to the novice village, everyone will target you? I replied with a hint of exasperation. Perhaps that is true. Damn it. So mysterious. I won't bother with you. I'll focus on leveling up. Once I complete my class, I'll have your back. All right. Good luck. Shortly thereafter, the tranquility of the rabbit forest was shattered. Under the moonlight, a group of players entered the thicket, all at level 10. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a prominent scar across his nose. It was unclear whether it was a deliberate part of his appearance or a natural feature. He was a level 10 paladin, wielding a long sword that radiated a green glow, clad in light green armor. His knees and wrists were adorned with white gear, quite a luxurious ensemble, making him the most well-equipped player I had encountered thus far in Phantom Moon. Above his head, a display of his ID and attributes read, Lu Taixian, Apprentice Paladin, Level 10 Team, Dragon Hidden Mountain. Following closely behind him was a level 10 swordsman named Wang Yozu, also of middle age, holding a white longsword, though his wrist guards appeared to be green. With a stern gaze, he surveyed the forest, stating, Last time, the Bronze Ghost General wiped out the members of the Yunhong Guild right here. It was swift and brutal. They should still be in this vicinity. Humph. Lu Taihan let out a cold laugh, a boss of the assassin type. Quite intriguing. Today I, Lu, shall have a confrontation with him to see whether he is more formidable or if my sturdy jungle tiger sword reigns supreme. Wang Yuzu furrowed his brow. It would be wise for us to exercise caution. Chapter 7. The perfect mission. What is there to fear? Surely, the three of us, seasoned players, can vanquish a level 10 elite boss. Lu Taihan, sword in hand, radiated determination as he proclaimed, Rest assured, you will charge with me to distract it. Leaving no opportunity for the boss to retaliate, the rest shall be handled by our ranged allies. With that, he called out to the nearby thicket, Oldly. What on earth are you dawdling for? Hurry up. The boss may appear at any moment. From the underbrush emerged a corpulent middle-aged man. His figure swathed in ample layers of flesh, the dark gray leather armor clinging precariously to him. Yet, surprisingly, he bore a quiver at his waist and held a battle bow in hand. A so-called agile marksman. Li Laoshuan, apprentice marksman, level 10 affiliated team, Dragon Hidden Mountain. 3 in total. I concealed myself beneath the trees, observing them from a distance, pondering silently. Since my transformation into a boss, I had yet to confront any seasoned players and was uncertain of the damage dealt by skills in Phantom Moon. Thus, for prudence's sake, I resolved to employ my specialty, stealth. My aim was to eliminate the enemy marksman before anything else. I crouched low, transforming into an invisible shadow, silently traversing the grass towards them. Li Laochuan wiped the sweat from his brow, a smile on his face, and remarked, "You two shouldn't rush ahead so fast. The team is getting out of sync. Shall we not wait for the others? They haven't even classed yet. They would merely be cannon fodder. The 3 of us can handle this battle." The paladin, Lu Taihan, replied confidently, "Will be just fine." However, swordsman Wang Yuzu frowned and cautioned, "Let us protect old Li, one in front and one behind. I hear this boss excels at ambushes. If it strikes first, we could be in serious trouble." Just as the paladin's words faded, I suddenly materialized behind Li Laochuan. My bronze dagger shimmered with a fierce light, and the backstab skill erupted behind him with terrifying damage. 1215. Ding. Combat notification. Kill successful. Contribution. 2. Experience points. 300. Ah! Li Laochuan exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock, and before he could react, his health bar was depleted. Gripping his battle bow, he turned to face me, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! This boss is cunning." With that, he fell, his spirit transforming into a beam of white light, soaring back to the novice village. "Goodness!" Wang Yaozu exclaimed in alarm, yet his movements were swift. In a single leap, he was upon me, his sword wreathed in flames, sweeping across my chest in a powerful cleave that was impossible to evade. 104. The damage notification blinked in 3 digits, causing me to flinch slightly. It was evident that players who had classed at level 10 were indeed formidable. "Perish, you scoundrel!" Wang Yuzu let out a low growl, his longsword shimmering with strands of golden hexagram light as a torrent of combo skills surged forth. His attacks were executed with astonishing speed, his movements perfectly synchronized with his strikes, advancing with an overwhelming force that made evasion nearly impossible. This was dire. I instinctively stepped back, and in that fleeting moment, thrust my dagger forward. A piercing strike. Thud. 672. A flash of crimson light swept across, interrupting Wang Yaozu's combo skill, leaving him momentarily dazed, standing there in a state of confusion. Yet, my single strike failed to eliminate him. It must be the green bracers he wore, significantly enhancing his defense and health. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed. Now it was my turn. To the side, the paladin Lu Taixian roared fiercely as he moved. A layer of white radiance enveloped him indeed. It was the paladin's passive skill, resilience, augmenting his health and armor by 20. As the bulkiest class in the early stages, the paladin's advantages were unmistakable. Simultaneously, his sturdy longsword sliced through the air, a swift and punishing strike landing upon my shoulder. 225. Remarkable. I couldn't help but be astonished. A sturdy longsword granted him such formidable offensive power, it was truly terrifying. No, I must eliminate Lu Taixian first. I could deal with Wang Yuzu later. In the midst of our movements, my reflexes were quicker. With a sudden diagonal thrust of my left dagger, I grazed Lu Taixian's arm, while simultaneously pivoting on the grass. Completing a swift turn. Like a falling leaf, I adhered to his form, the 3-5-second cooldown of my backstab now ready. With a whoosh, I plunged directly into Lu Taixian's back. 441. 669. After 2 strikes, Lu Taixian still retained a sliver of health. His total health had exceeded 1,000, indicating his formidable gear. This was troublesome. He charged forward while growling. His attack power is terrifying. He can eliminate me in an instant. Turn around quickly. Try to block. Don't let him backstab again, Wang Yuzu shouted. But it was too late. Evidently, Lu Taixian was a reckless fighter, oblivious to the rules of evading backstab damage. Continuing to dash forward like a madman, I caught up to him and landed a basic attack that depleted his final sliver of health, and he fell. Ding. Combat notification. Kill successful. Contribution. 2. Experience points. 300. Oh well. At the moment of his demise, the Iron Man let out a muffled grunt, his pouch bursting forth with potions and his white knee guards exploding. Yet, before his departure, he wore a look of contentment, relieved that his sword did not shatter. And then he departed this world. With a turn, only one foe remained, and I noted that the contribution for slaying a level 10 player was 2 points, which was quite rewarding. Thus, the last adversary could not be spared either. I'll fight you to the end. Sword fighter Wang Yuzu, sword in hand. His gaze filled with anger and determination, charged forth. Yet, he was no match for me, falling victim to my flurry of piercing backstabs. Ding. Combat notification, kill successful. Contribution points, 2. Experience gained, 300. The melodic chime of the kill reward echoed in my ears, increasingly pleasing to my senses. Alas, the copper coins, potions, and equipment strewn upon the ground remained beyond my reach. Otherwise, I would have profited handsomely. Exhaling softly, I glanced at my health bar, which had diminished slightly. While it was not a grave concern, it served as a stark reminder that even a level 10 player could pose a lethal threat to me. With only 3 opponents earlier, I had managed to hold my ground. But what if there were 5, or even 10? My skills were exclusively single-target attacks. Devoid of any healing abilities or means, ultimately, I was ill-equipped for prolonged engagements. If my adversaries possessed ample experience, my fate would be all but sealed. This was my inaugural venture as a Shura boss, and I had no desire to meet a disastrous end. Henceforth, I would strive to survive in this chaotic world, refraining from drawing attention to myself. Gradually, I sank into a stealth mode, my form melding into the depths of Rabbit Forest, avoiding confrontation with those players. Content to be accompanied only by the gentle breeze and rustling leaves. Minutes later, another throng of players infiltrated the jungle. From a distance, I observed over 30 level 10 players, some even at levels 11 and 12, their expressions grave and alert as they navigated the foliage. This formidable group was not to be trifled with. It was prudent to retreat and refrain from further action. Fortunately, these level 10 players lacked the skills to detect invisible units, rendering them powerless to locate me as they anxiously roamed the Rabbit Forest. Unable to lay a finger on my presence, let alone achieve a kill. Thus, I endured for another 10 minutes. At long last, my 120-minute expedition reached its conclusion, and a soothing chime resonated in my ears. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the mission at the Wind and Cloud platform, earning a total of 322 contribution points. As you did not perish in battle, your contribution points have increased by 50, resulting in a grand total of 483 contribution points for this mission. What a profitable endeavor. With 483 points, I would become the wealthiest skeletal warrior in the Reincarnation Valley. In a flash, enveloped by a stream of white light, I was teleported, traversing mountains and rivers until I was abruptly returned to the Reincarnation Valley. My form underwent a transformation, as I swiftly reverted from the imposing bronze specter back to the diminutive skeletal warrior I once was. This metamorphosis stirred a twinge of discomfort within me. Just as I touched down, a dark storm surged in the distance, crashing towards me with a resounding boom, coalescing into a figure before me. It was the ominous overseer of the Reincarnation Valley, an NPC named Zhuang Huaishui, who regarded me with piercing eyes and spoke with a measured tone. July's scorching flames, I have heard that you have engaged in combat with the heroes of another world, achieving remarkable feats. I was taken aback. I suppose that is accurate? Follow me, he commanded. With a mere wave of his hand, a tempest enveloped my form, rendering me incapable of resistance as I was effortlessly lifted into the air, soaring alongside the black storm conjured by Zhuang Huaishui towards the terminus of the Cycle Valley. We descended upon a mountainside, and upon gazing upward, I was astounded to behold several edifices majestically constructed against the hillside. In stark contrast to the desolation of the Cycle Valley, this side exuded an imposing grandeur. Entering a vast hall, I was immediately struck by the oppressive darkness that pervaded the surroundings. The colossal bronze pillars of the hall emanated a palpable aura of death, while on either side stood formidable skeletal sentinels, armed with long spears and sharp swords, their piercing gazes fixed upon me. Their levels and attributes were concealed, yet it was evident that they were beings of great power, far surpassing my own. Zhuang Huaishui glided to the center seat at the end of the hall, flanked by 2 individuals. One was an elderly man clad in a gray robe, exuding an ethereal presence, while the other, also garbed in gray, bore a sinister glint in his eyes, crackling with electric energy, indicating extraordinary prowess. Very well, Zhuang Huaishui stated coolly, Qiyu Elyohua. You are the inaugural champion following the reawakening of the Wind and Cloud platform, and you have successfully completed the combat mission without tarnishing the reputation of my Black Castle. Today, both my senior brother Ding Heng and junior brother Lei Chong and I are here. You may choose one of us as your master, and we shall impart to you the powers of the Death Rule. Humph. Lei Chang scoffed disdainfully from the side, a mere novice skeletal warrior. Lacking in foundational skills, dares to aspire to be my disciple? I was taken aback, raising my gaze towards Lei Chang. Although I could not discern his level, I could see the accompanying introduction. Elder Steward Lei Chang, rare grade boss, level. Description: one of the elder stewards of the 5 pavilions outside the Black Castle, originally a member of the Demon Clan, adept in the death rule, and immensely powerful. So, he is a demon. His outright rejection of my apprenticeship must stem from a fear of my presence diminishing the average caliber of his disciples. What a farcical notion. Chapter 8. Long cough, cough. Zhuang Huaishui's gaze was icy as he spoke, in the month of July. As the flames of summer blaze, while you have indeed distinguished yourself, and according to the rules of Heiqing, you are qualified to choose an elder as your mentor. However, my disciples must at least reach the realm of body refinement to be eligible. Therefore, I understood all too well that this disdainful figure had no intention of accepting me. At that moment, the elder on my left, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, spoke. In July, as the flames of summer blaze, I am the elder in charge of the Fengyan platform. You must have seen my spiritual form, correct? I nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the enormous visage that had appeared upon the Fengyan platform belonged to this very man. Deacon Elder, Ding Heng, rare level boss, level. Description: one of the deacon elders from the 5 pavilions outside the Black Castle, overseeing the Fengyan platform, wielding the power of the rules of death, with unfathomable cultivation. Then, he intoned gravely, "Do you wish to become my disciple, Ding Heng?" Without hesitation, I nodded in agreement. I do. What more was there to say? This mentor seemed to possess the finest character among the 3 elders. Not only did he not look down upon me, but he also took the initiative to inquire, alleviating the awkwardness I faced. After all, being rejected by everyone would be mortifying for a player. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully become a disciple, obtaining the identity of disciple of the Fengyan platform. In the next moment, with a flick of his sleeve, a jade token gracefully descended into my hand. This is your insignia. From now on, you are officially a member of the Black Castle. There is no need to work at the soul refining furnace. You may focus on self-cultivation. With this token, you have access to all areas of the 5 pavilions outside the Black Castle. My identity has been elevated? I couldn't help but chuckle in delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." "Come, allow me to show you around," he said. Yes. Upon exiting the grand hall and along the mountain path, Ding Heng walked ahead with an air of serenity, his hands clasped behind him. I followed closely, opting not to return to the Reincarnation Valley, but instead ascending the mountain directly. The first landmark we passed was the Fengyan platform, a battleground steeped in an aura of slaughter, still standing resolutely on the mountainside, guarded by a legion of spectral sentinels. As we continued past the Fengyan platform, the stone steps of the mountain path became populated with various death practitioners. There were necromancers wielding long swords and imposing death knights, as well as some hunch ghouls. I wondered what they could possibly cultivate. Additionally, there were a few young individuals who had transcended their death forms, possessing fair skin and striking features that evoked envy. Ding Heng turned to me, his eyes penetrating as if discerning my thoughts. He chuckled, "You impudent boy, there is no need to envy others. The cultivation of the rules of death is a long and arduous journey, and achieving a perfect corporeal form is merely the first step. In time, you too shall grow into your own flesh and blood." I nodded. That's good. That's good. You seem to care quite a bit about appearances, haha. He laughed heartily, which clearly indicated that my master was indeed a commendable person, remarkably open-minded. Shortly thereafter, we came upon a grand and imposing structure on the mountain path, bustling with activity, where numerous death cultivators lingered, men and women, each with their own peculiarities. Ding Heng paused slightly and remarked, "This is the treasure pavilion, the place where all death cultivators in the Black City procure equipment and cultivation materials. You can also exchange your contributions here, so do come more often in the future." "Yes, Master." Let us continue. As we proceeded further, we soon encountered another building by the roadside. Unlike the grandeur and vibrancy of the treasure pavilion, this structure appeared to be a rather ordinary wooden house, its entrance notably desolate. "This is the Qiankuan Pavilion," Ding Heng stated. "An eccentric old fellow resides here, deriving pleasure from corpse refining. There is no need to pay him any heed, nor should you visit in the future." "Old rascal, who are you calling old?" A chilling voice suddenly emanated from within the Qiankuan Pavilion. "What? Would you care to experience the prowess of my latest puppet creation?" Ding Heng. with his hands clasped behind his back, replied, "I have no time for that. Let junior brother Lin entertain himself." With that, he swiftly led me away, continuing until we reached the back mountain. Pointing into the distance, he said, "Young one, take a look over there." I squinted into the distance, my gaze piercing through the clouds to a realm that seemed ethereal. In that valley, a faint sound of clashing swords and spears echoed, as if a great battle had been raging for years without respite. "That is," I exclaimed in astonishment, "the ancient battlefield," Ding Heng remarked casually. "It is the most mysterious place among the 5 pavilions, guarded by a powerful sword cultivator. It is replete with slaughter and peril, yet also abundant with cultivation opportunities. Should you grow into a formidable adept of the death principles, you may venture into the depths of the ancient battlefield to explore." "Oh, well then." Ding Heng's form gradually dissipated into the wind as he said, "I have completed the tour of the outer mountain for you. Now, focus on your cultivation. Should you encounter any troubles, come find me at the Fengyan platform." "Yes, thank you, master." I nodded. Once Ding Heng had vanished, I immediately dashed towards the treasure pavilion on the mountainside. Having earned a substantial amount of contributions during this novice village excursion, I decided to arm myself first. Otherwise, my current state was undeniably awkward, possessing little more than a skeletal frame. With such limited strength, I might not secure first place in the upcoming Fengyan platform competition. The treasure pavilion was teeming with people. The moment I appeared in the form of a small skeleton, it instantly drew the attention of everyone present. "Wow, what is that? How does such a level of death cultivator even qualify to visit the treasure pavilion?" With a hint of disbelief, I observed the insignia of the wind and cloud platform. How could Master Ding Heng possibly select such lowly individuals as disciples? They had yet to even reach the realm of body refinement. How amusing. Taking a deep breath, I straightened my posture, determined not to appear diminished in stature. However, an awkward sound emanated from my chest, almost causing my ribs to fracture. I forced myself onward into the treasure pavilion, casting a disdainful gaze upon the motley collection of NPCs before me. One day, I would surely vanquish them all. Approaching the counter, I was greeted by a servitor with hollowed eyes who respectfully inquired, "Well, what would you like to see?" "I shall browse myself." "Very well." Before me unfolded the inventory of the treasure pavilion, and I promptly sought the requirements for the assassin class. A selection of equipment, materials, and a few skill books materialized before my eyes. First, I would address the need for skill books. Stealth requires 20 contribution points for exchange. Strike requires 20 contribution points for exchange. Backstab requires 20 contribution points for exchange. I purchased all 3 fundamental skills. In the blink of an eye, I expended 60 contribution points, and my inventory now contained 3 verdant skill books. Upon learning them, the icons for these skills appeared in my skill list. At last, I possessed abilities to safeguard myself. Next, it was time to acquire some equipment. Although I could only wear low-tier gear for now, it would still enhance my attributes. Once I ascended the wind and cloud platform, my attributes would multiply tenfold, making even the most unassuming piece of equipment potentially decisive. First, I needed to resolve the weapon issue. With a swift motion, I selected the Assassin's Blade, and a list of available daggers refreshed before me. Blade of the Wilderness. White gear attack power 25, requires level 5. Exchange requires 15 contribution points. Water pattern dagger. Fine grade attack 815, agility 8, requires level 7. Exchange requires 200 contribution points. Heartless dagger. Rare grade attack 2560, agility 20, stamina 18, requires level 25. Exchange requires 5,000 contribution points. Silver Moon Blade. Epic grade attack 145220, agility 80, stamina 78, strength 75, requires level 50, exchange requires 40,000 contribution points. In total, there were 4 daggers available, 1 white, 1 fine-grade green, and the Heartless Dagger, a blue item. Most astonishing was the Silver Moon Blade, a purple dagger with explosive attributes. If any other players were to lay eyes on such a weapon at this stage, they would surely be driven to madness. Of course, that was merely a dream for me. 40,000 contribution points would require the defeat of 20,000 employed players, an utterly impossible feat thus. I settled for the Blade of the Wilderness and the Water Pattern Dagger. Gritting my teeth, I spent 215 contribution points, and in an instant, the 2 daggers were mine. While my appearance still resembled that of a diminutive skeleton, I had gained a certain flair, particularly with the Water Pattern Dagger, which gleamed with a deep green radiance. a clear sign of a novice's high-quality gear. Continuing my quest, I turned my attention to defensive equipment. Within the inventory of leather armor, there were merely 3 items, none of which were suitable for my use. The lowest was a rare-grade leather armor for level 17, which I was utterly unable to equip at my current level. Is this all there is? I inquired. Instantly, the attendant of the treasure pavilion revealed an awkward smile. Indeed, the number of death practitioners venturing outside the city for treasure has been exceedingly scarce of late, and this is all we possess. However, fret not. Once this new generation of formidable warriors matures, our treasure pavilion will be inundated with treasures. Well, it seems we must accept this. I nodded and departed from the treasure pavilion. The moment I stepped outside, the countdown for the wind and cloud platform refreshed in the upper right corner, still indicating 3 hours remaining. According to the timeline, this meant that at 11 p.m. tonight, another wave of bosses would reappear in the novice village. 3 hours, very well. Hey, are you the last champion of the wind and cloud platform, the legendary July Fire? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind me. I turned to see a young man standing on the steps, adorned in an elegant long robe, with 2 red dragon horns protruding from his head, exuding an air of distinction. His name and level materialized within my player's field of vision. Half-Dragon, Long Elan, Elite Boss, Level, 12 Attack, Defense, Health, Skills. Description: Long Elan, a member of the Half-Dragon clan, capable of wielding dragon energy and the laws of death. Enjoys a high reputation among the younger generation in the Black Castle, and is a direct disciple of the esteemed head of the Reincarnation Valley, Zhuang Huaishui. Chapter 9. The White Garment. Upon recognizing that the individual before me was a disciple of Zhuang Huaishui, I immediately sensed impending trouble. It's me. What brings you here? I inquired. Of course, there is a matter at hand, he replied coldly. Last time, the wind and cloud platform opened unexpectedly, and as I was engrossed in seclusion for my cultivation, you fortuitously secured the top position. The next opening of the wind and cloud platform will mark our decisive confrontation. I had anticipated something of great significance, yet I waved my hand dismissively. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. His face flushed with indignation. He had intended to engage in verbal sparring, to assert his dominance, but little did he know that I had no intention of rising to the bait. In truth, was it worthwhile to engage in a war of words with an NPC? It felt like a frivolous waste of time. I would rather delve into the intricacies of the Black Castle mode and uncover its rules. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from the side, and as I turned, I beheld the enraged figure of the Infernal Lion, its face a stormy shade of blue. July Flowing Fire, our battle has merely commenced, it declared. Ah, it's you. Erdan. Long time no see. I chuckled heartily. You, he exclaimed with palpable fury. July Flowing Fire. I shall not rest until we meet again on the wind and cloud platform. Very well, I shall await your return. With that, I departed, wandering along the mountainside, only to discover that the forest was devoid of even a single wild hare. The monsters had been thoroughly eradicated, rendering leveling up here nearly impossible. Suddenly, a knock resonated against my helmet, followed by the voice of a Fae. Ali, why haven't you made your way to the novice village yet? How long will you be in this hidden profession before you can officially take on your role? Well, I have succeeded, but I cannot return to the novice village at the moment, I replied sheepishly. Great. Then I shall have to level up alone, he responded, somewhat exasperated. Have you reached level 10 yet? Yes, I have. His voice brimmed with excitement as he continued. I've acquired 2 level 10 skills, Fireball and Windblade. With the ability to unleash both spells consecutively, I can nearly annihilate monsters of the same level in an instant. Leveling up is swift. And I've joined a party in a safe training area. I should reach level 12 by tonight. Impressive. I found myself feeling a twinge of envy. What level are you currently? Level 7. Damn, such a novice. The world has changed. Even a Fae has started to mock my lack of skill. Is there no longer any semblance of fairness in this realm? With a heart full of discontent, I made my way along the mountain path to the wind and cloud platform. Gazing upon the desolate area, I called out, Master, I seek your counsel. In an instant, the wind swirled, coalescing into the form of Ding Heng. Young one, what troubles you? How might I enhance my strength? Or rather, my level? I asked directly. He hesitated for a moment, seemingly attempting to comprehend the essence of levels, before stating, Follow me. There exists a place on Fongan platform where spiritual energy flourishes. You can absorb the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate yourself and strive for a breakthrough in the condensation realm. Just then, a skeletal guardian of Fengyun platform emerged. Gazing at me coldly, "Come with me." "Thank you," I replied, acknowledging the guide's role with the respect it deserved. Moments later, upon entering the rear mountains of Fengyun platform and navigating around several colossal rocks, I was greeted by a breathtaking sight of ancient trees and vibrant flora. An enchanting scene teeming with life and abundant spiritual energy, far surpassing the dreariness of the outer mountains. At that instant, a small icon labeled cultivation appeared in the lower right corner of my interface. Thus, I seated myself cross-legged upon a flat rock and confirmed my intention to cultivate. A notification chimed, "Cultivation in progress," with a countdown of 60 seconds. After the duration elapsed, another gentle sound followed. "Ding. System notification, condensation successful. You have gained 1,000 experience points." "Oh, I see," I exclaimed, slapping my thigh in realization. It became apparent that besides engaging in battles on Fengyun platform to earn experience by defeating players, there existed this method of meditation for leveling up. Had I known earlier, I would have spared myself much time. With renewed focus, I commenced my repeated cultivation. Before me, dark clouds swirled in the air, coalescing into the form of Ding Heng, who intoned, "The condensation realm is the first step for all cultivators in the mortal realm. Without perceiving the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, one cannot grasp any of the universal laws, whether it be the laws of death, fire, or storms. Ultimately, mastering the condensation realm is essential. Immerse yourself completely. Sense the existence of Qi, and only then can you truly transcend yourself. Do you understand?" I nodded, though I could not fully comprehend his words. However, I sensed a genuine flow of energy within me. I closed my eyes, striving to attune myself to the rhythmic pulse of this energy coursing through my body, embracing and merging with the sensation. Before long, the Qi within me seemed to grow more robust. I even felt my pores naturally open, absorbing the external energy. Upon completing another round of condensation cultivation, a melodious chime resonated in my ears. "Ding. System notification. Condensation successful. Congratulations on triggering a critical hit, gaining 2,000 experience points." A critical hit during cultivation? I was taken aback. It seemed utterly extraordinary. At that moment, a faint smile of satisfaction graced Ding Heng's visage as he remarked, "To have grasped the intricacies of condensation so swiftly, young one, your perceptiveness is truly remarkable. If Zhuang Huaishui and Lei Chong were to discover your astonishing insight, they would surely lament their oversight. I have indeed stumbled upon a treasure." I smiled awkwardly and said, "Master, to be honest, I still do not comprehend what has transpired." "Do not concern yourself. Simply allow your cultivation to unfold naturally." "Very well." Yet, a wave of joy surged within me. Could it be that I garnered such praise from Master Ding Heng due to my 94 points of enlightenment? Is my cultivation within the game truly more efficient than that of the majority? If so, that would be splendid, for it suggests that the attribute of enlightenment holds considerable significance. Thus, I continued to meditate and cultivate my energy, watching my experience points soar. Initially, it took me roughly 10 minutes to trigger a critical hit, but as I grew increasingly proficient, I managed to achieve approximately 45 critical hits within the same time frame. By the time the clock struck 10 in the evening, my level had ascended to 10, with all 15 points allocated to agility. My personal panel now presented a rather impressive sight. July Fire, Undead Assassin, level 10 attack, 4256 defense, 28 health, 1450 critical hit rate, 0. 45 enlightenment, 94 charm, 0 soul star, 0 contribution, 208 combat power, 102 with such attributes. Once I step onto the stormy platform and multiply my power tenfold, my attack will reach 560, and my health will exceed 10,000. It is likely that even Erdan and Long Elan, those formidable practitioners of death, may not stand a chance against me. Should I continue to dominate the stormy platform, my contribution will only increase, allowing me to accumulate advantages that could very well lead me to reign as king among the younger generation of the Black Castle. 3 hours later, the stormy platform reopened. With a flash, I was directly transported to one side of the platform. This time, it was evident that there were significantly more participants in the competition, around 50 individuals. Among them were the Infernal Lion, Erdan, and Long Elan, and it seemed that these two were the most formidable present. First, I selected a skill project. and in an instant, a radiant screen unfurled before my eyes, presenting several skills that danced enticingly before me. Blood-sucking blade, grade A upon activation. 30 of the damage inflicted in battle is converted into my own vitality for a duration of 5 seconds, requiring the expenditure of 5 contribution points. Godlayer Blade, grade A. This skill allows one to ignore 30 of the target's defense, inflicting 165 damage upon them, necessitating the use of 15 contribution points. Hunter S. Edge, grade S. This skill unleashes 3 successive attacks on the enemy. The damage of the first is contingent upon my attack power, the second upon my agility, and the third upon my critical hit rate, demanding the expenditure of 100 contribution points. White Garb, grade S. This skill enables me to enter a stealth state during battle. Upon activation, the first attack on a target deals 200 of true damage, requiring 100 contribution points. Upon reading this, I could not help but inhale deeply, my heart racing with excitement. The emergence of a powerful stealth skill was astonishing. The S-grade White Garb was nothing short of divine. Entering stealth during combat essentially granted me an opportunity to escape the battlefield, and with the activation of this skill, my next strike would deliver a staggering 200 true damage. How overpowering. I glanced at my remaining contribution points, totaling 208. I decided to exchange for 1 White Garb and 1 Hunter S. Edge, leaving just enough to redeem the somewhat lackluster blood-sucking blade. Nevertheless, I would at least possess a recovery skill. With that, I prepared myself for the impending battle. After completing my exchanges, I was left with a meager 3 contribution points. Just as the martial competition on the Storm Cloud platform was about to commence, above, the turbulent winds coalesced into the visage of Ding Heng, who retained his ethereal demeanor. He spoke softly. The assaults from the adventurers of otherworldly realms have grown increasingly ferocious. The final showdown on the Storm Cloud platform must be swift. We must quickly identify the strongest among the younger generation to confront this tempest. Let us begin. Yes, Elder. In the next moment, 2 beams of light swept across the arena, transporting 2 formidable young contenders onto the Storm Cloud platform. One was a wolfman clad in armor, while the other was a decaying undead creature wielding a warhammer. Self-destructive. The undead roared, charging forward. Deathly currents swirled around the warhammer, and with a single strike, the wolfman was sent flying. Moments later, the undead's vitality surged back to fullness, and the second challenger ascended the platform, only to be sent flying with a single blow as well. In this manner, over 40 death cultivators were dispatched with ease, showcasing the extraordinary strength of this undead. My companions, Long Alon and Erdan, exchanged glances, neither of us daring to speak or make the first move, as we awaited the random draw to determine who would face this exceptionally formidable undead creature. Chapter 10. Once again, first boom. A blood-red beam enveloped the area above Erdan's head, causing him to narrow his eyes in astonishment. Is it truly me? On the Phonian platform, the undead corpse wielding a warhammer pointed with a cold smile. The pride of the Infernal Lion clan. Your time has come. Prepare yourself, and I shall show you what true power feels like. Arrogant and ignorant, Erdan roared in fury, leaping onto the stage. With outstretched hands, his claws, imbued with the essence of death, extended menacingly, glimmering with a chilling light. With a low growl, his body sank, akin to a ferocious beast pouncing on its prey, his claws weaving fierce flames in the wind. The undead corpse also let out a deep growl, swinging the warhammer with great force. With a resounding crash, the 2 formidable forces clashed, each exhibiting equal strength. Yet, Erdan's movements were notably more agile, darting through the air like a fleeting shadow, launching a relentless series of attacks. In an instant, the undead corpse found itself on the defensive, suffering blow after blow until its health was entirely depleted, collapsing flat on the stage. I couldn't help but be taken aback. This Erdan had indeed grown significantly. Humph. The Infernal Lion? Long Elan's dragon horn shimmered with a radiant glow, exuding an aura of sanctity, while his gaze reflected a piercing brilliance. Your strength and speed are commendable, but alas, a beast is ultimately just a beast. No matter how powerful your cultivation, you remain merely an avian creature, far removed from the true dragon lineage. A divine existence of a different caliber altogether. On the Phonian platform, Erdan's expression turned icy. Long Alon, what nonsense are you spouting? Were not your dragonkin once a kind of celestial beast at the dawn of creation? As fellow practitioners of the mystical arts, what right do you have to look down upon my Infernal Lion clan? Humph. Long Alon extended his palm and a flying sword appeared in his grasp as he ascended the stage, a look of disdain upon his face. You shall soon discover the vast difference between the infernal lion and the half-dragon lineage. Prepare to embrace defeat. Seeking death, Erdan roared, lunging at his opponent. Thud, thud, thud. Aware of the infernal lion's ferocious attack power, Long Elan retreated several steps, then gripped his sword firmly. An echo of dragon roars surged around him, and he raised the long sword, a spectral dragon claw swirling behind the blade, sweeping towards Erdan with a single strike. Dragon Gale sword technique, sweep. At the moment he unleashed the sword, 5 golden characters erupted on the battlefield, revealing an S-class skill capable of triggering system subtitles. The strike was immensely powerful, producing a thunderous sound as the blade collided with Erdan's claws, resonating like metal clashing. Remarkably, this single blow forced the fiercely attacking Erdan to stagger back. How dare a mere beast challenge the might of a dragon? Long Elan let out a low growl, his sword transforming into a streak of light, aiming directly at the abdomen of the infernal lion, and once again, 5 golden characters burst forth. Dragon Gale, sword technique, thrust. I shall battle you with all my might. The infernal lion, with its dual claws, spiraled menacingly, launching itself forward. However, its fierce strike collided with Long Elan's Dragon Gale sword technique, still causing it to be repelled. Following a resounding crash, I felt a significant loss of vitality, retreating awkwardly as my body thudded against the azure barrier of the wind and cloud platform. Begone! Long Elan commanded in a low voice, once again wielding his sword. The sword energy transformed into a tempest, enveloping the infernal lion and casting it out of the wind and cloud platform. With a thud, the infernal lion crashed to the ground, its pride humbled. I couldn't help but take a deep breath, observing Long Elan on the platform. He appeared rather formidable. Now it's your turn. Long Elan raised his blade towards me, his demeanor haughty. July's fiery flow. During the last opening of the wind and cloud platform, you fortuitously claimed the top spot. This time, it is time for you to relinquish that glory. July's fiery flow. The infernal lion sprang back to its feet, fury evident in its gaze. Long Elan, self-assured in his noble lineage, made me realize that I must defeat him to restore our honor. I nodded calmly. Rest assured, I shall avenge you. Don't call me Second Egg. It retorted, visibly annoyed. In the next moment, a beam of light enveloped me, transporting me directly to the wind and cloud platform. At that instant, Long Elan's detailed statistics appeared before my eyes. Half-Dragon, Long Elan, Elite Boss, Level, 12 Attack, 580720 Defense, 300 Health, 12,000 Skills, Dragon Gale Sword Technique, Death's Wind. Description: Long Elan, a member of the Half-Dragon clan. Adept at harnessing dragon energy and the laws of death, holds a prestigious reputation among the younger generation of the Black Castle. He is the direct disciple of the esteemed master Zhuang Huaishui of the Reincarnation Valley. Gasping at his attributes, I was taken aback. His attack and defense capabilities utterly surpassed mine, with only a slight deficit in health. Moreover, his mastery of the Dragon Gale sword technique, an S-class skill, undoubtedly marked him as a unique talent within the lore of Phantom Moon. Additionally, he possessed the Death's Wind skill, the extent of which remained unknown to me. In contrast, I had a distinct advantage, as anticipated, upon acquiring the 3 assassin skills, Stealth, Strike, and Backstab. These icons glowed with readiness on the wind and cloud platform, indicating their usability. Furthermore, I had access to 3 additional skills, Hunter's Edge, White Garb, and Blood-Sucking Blade, totaling 6 skills at my disposal, while he possessed merely 2 offensive skills. Prepare for battle. Eradicate him, I declared, determined to uphold the honor of the wind and cloud platform. After all, I was a disciple of Ding Heng, the guardian of the platform. If the title were snatched by Long Elan, it would surely tarnish my master's reputation. Shall we begin? Long Elan inquired with a mocking smile. With a nod and a smirk, I felt my body sink momentarily before vanishing into the wind. Humph. Mere trifles, utterly embarrassing. Long Elan suddenly lowered his body, his left hand extending forward like a dragon's claw, pressing against the ground. He resembled a demon dragon lurking for prey, his surrounding dragon energy erupting continuously, intertwined with the essence of death, as he lunged forward, conjuring a storm upon the Fengyun platform. This was indeed the skill known as the Wind of Death. The fierce gale swept forth, inflicting persistent damage. 500, 500, 500. Every second, I endured 500 points of damage. More critically, The expansive reach of the Wind of Death enveloped the entire Fongan platform, shattering my stealth state instantly. Ha ha ha. Nowhere to hide now. Meet your demise. He roared ferociously, his figure charging forth as his longsword transformed into a golden streak of light, directly unleashing the Dragon Esmite sword technique. Hiss. Before the sword aura even reached me, the fabric of my attire was pierced, my ribs shattered, as his sword energy preemptively dealt damage, with a staggering 3,167 points appearing above my head. How ferocious! It was evident that my defense paled in comparison to that of the Inferno Rampant Lion. After all, as an assassin, my survivability was indeed inferior to that of a warrior. So weak, perish. Long Elan's eyes glimmered with unmasked desire and fervor for victory. I observed keenly. As Long Elan's sword pierced my chest, in that fleeting moment of close proximity, I suddenly flicked my dagger, triggering the strike skill. Thud. 1,672. My damage was not insignificant, as I had allocated all my points into agility, ensuring a robust output. At the very instant the strike concluded, I swiftly maneuvered, almost instantaneously appearing behind him, wielding the water-pattern dagger, launching a backstab with a series of 2 consecutive attacks against his resplendent robe. Immediately, 2 damage numbers soared into the air. 1,401. 2,678. My word, the damage from the water-pattern dagger is impressive. Green Gear truly holds its strength. You seek your own demise. Long Elan abruptly turned, his anger palpable, as his longsword thundered forth, unimpeded, striking my chest directly, inflicting a terrifying 5,000 points of damage. July blazing fire. Be cautious. Below the Fongan platform, the Inferno Rampant Lion let out a roar, seemingly more anxious than I was. You have no chance left. Long Elan advanced, a triumphant smile plastered across his face, as his long sword unleashed a fierce wave of sword energy. In that fleeting moment, without hesitation, I shifted my form, activating the white garment skill. In an instant, the tattered cloak behind me transformed into a billowing white cape that swept through the air, and then I vanished into the wind, cloaked in powerful stealth. Long Elan's sword cut through emptiness, his smile freezing on his face. At that moment, how could I possibly grant him the opportunity to retaliate? I glided behind Long Elan as effortlessly as a gentle breeze, inhaled deeply, and wielded my water-pattern dagger, unleashing a ferocious backstab skill aimed at his vulnerable rear. Instantly, the white-clad figure before me flickered once more. This was the effect of the skill enhancement. Upon activation, the first attack on a target would escalate to a staggering 200 of true damage. Given that the level 1 backstab skill itself inflicts 150 damage, the combination resulted in a breathtaking 300 true damage. Boom. 8,426. A single, lethal strike. That solitary backstab obliterated the remaining health of Long Elan, and for a brief moment, disbelief washed over his face as he gradually knelt to the ground, his form swiftly swept away by a chilling gust, expelling him from the Fongan platform. My heavens! Below the Fongan platform, the infernal Mad Lion, fortunate enough not to be dispatched, wore an expression of astonishment. Such formidable power. July blazing fire. What manner of monster are you? I remained silent, my heart overflowing with exhilaration. I was truly unstoppable. Infernal Mad Lion, are you not withdrawing? Amidst the wind, the image of my master, Ding Hung, coalesced upon the Fongan platform. With a graceful gesture, he summoned a wisp of deathly breeze that enveloped Erden's form and propelled it out of the Fongan platform's domain. He then lowered his gaze upon me, his face radiating kindness, and remarked, "Young one, you have indeed not disappointed me. Well done. Prepare to be summoned. The time has come to showcase the strength of the fallen clan." "Yes, master." I nodded earnestly. In the next moment, a resplendent light descended from the heavens, enveloping me from above. My pinnacle moment had arrived once more. Chapter 11. The Spectre of the Spirit Realm. A crimson glow enveloped my form, and in the next instant, I underwent yet another transformation. A layer of scarlet armor encased my ribs, while bracers and gloves unfurled from my arms. The water-pattern dagger in my grasp morphed into a sinuous, dragon-tooth-shaped blade, and a blood-red cloak billowed majestically behind me, shrouding my visage in darkness, veiled by the power of death's dominion, obscuring my features from view. At this moment, I was undeniably striking. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have transformed into Spectre of the Spirit Realm LV-15, Elite Boss. Please select the novice village you wish to descend upon. Naturally, I chose Autumn Moon Village. In the next heartbeat, My form ascended amidst a rumble of thunder, soaring skyward as I became a streak of white light darting across the heavens. I beheld the land below. At the wind and cloud platform, countless soul-refining furnaces were in motion, surrounded by towering mountains. Just beyond the Cycle Valley lay an impressive cluster of edifices, palatial structures rising in grandeur, reminiscent of a dark divine realm. Interconnected like a castle, this was indeed the fabled Black Castle. Having navigated the fringes up to this point, I found myself inexplicably yearning for the Black Castle. Envisioning the day I would step foot within its walls and uncover its secrets. Lost in thought, my form began to plummet, crashing down into a valley devoid of players. Surrounded only by a horde of bewildered corpses, level 15 monsters. I stood as the leader of these undead, a dual dagger-wielding specter of the spirit realm. The horde of corpses emitted unintelligible sounds, seemingly engaged in some form of communication. Silence, your noise is unbearable, I commanded, yet my voice was reduced to an indistinct murmur. Immediately, the horde bowed their heads, silenced. At that moment, a bell tolled above Autumn Moon Village, heralding the long-awaited notification. Ding. System announcement. Attention all players. The Spectre of the Spirit Realm, Elite Boss, has descended upon the Autumn Moon Village, Horde of Corpses map, calling all brave warriors to slay it and rid our kind of this menace. This vast map was known as the Horde of Corpses. I frowned. Opening the map system to survey the Horde of Corpses layout. The sole entrance lay to the east, directly facing Autumn Moon Village. The map was expansive, teeming with reanimating corpses, an atmosphere steeped in dread, with the once lush forest now desolate and lifeless, even the stones stained crimson. Should a throng of players invade this map, I would scarcely find an opportunity to escape. Moreover, due to the limitations imposed by the system, I was bound to this map. Straying beyond its confines would spell disaster. My greatest advantage lay in my class, for as an assassin-type boss, I possessed the ability to stealthily evade. Damn it. Here we go again. Beside me, the exuberant laughter of a Fae echoed. Ali, the novice village has spawned a boss again. This time it's a level 15 elite boss. The Spirit Realm Pursuer, such a cool name. Haha. I chuckled awkwardly and replied, A Fae, are you going? He pondered for a moment and said, The map of Corpse Valley is quite challenging. It's said that the monsters there are level 15. Currently, the players who can venture there are mostly the Sea Army de la Sea Army. I'll see if my friends in the party are willing to join. If they are, we might as well take a shot at it. What if we snag the big dragon? Don't you think so? Indeed. My heart stirred slightly as I said, If you decide to head over, let me know. What is this? You want to go to Corpse Valley for a first kill? Really? Haven T, you always told me that you can't come out now? I'm just asking, but I truly can't team up with you at the moment. All right. I wonder what you're concocting. Haha, you'll find out soon enough. Telling you now seems pointless. Understood, GB Lee. What the CNN? Haha. Are we having a late-night snack later? Perhaps after the Spirit Realm Pursuer is defeated? Sure, let us go for some skewers. Okay. In Corpse Valley, the breeze rustled through, and an eerie atmosphere loomed. A swarm of decaying corpses drifted through the valley, while I lingered stealthily for quite some time. Seated on a large stone, gazing blankly towards the east, awaiting the arrival of the first wave of adventurers. Once they arrived, I could begin to earn my contribution points. Ali, a Fae remarked beside me, Our team has decided to venture into Corpse Valley. Almost all teams from Chiua Village above level 10 have made the same choice. I've even spotted several teams at levels 13 and 14. Their leveling speed is terrifying. It's only the first day, and they're already nearing level 15. Such freaks. I laughed heartily. They possess talent and are willing to grind hard to level up. It's only natural for them to reach higher levels. Unlike you, who treats leveling as a side gig while your main profession in the game is wooing girls, right? If I'm not mistaken, your team must have some beauties, correct? Ha ha ha. You always expose me like this. It's rather amusing. Cough cough. I said earnestly of Fae. We genuinely want to make a mark in Moonlight, so let us invest more effort into the game and less time on the girls. If we actually achieve something in the future but get into trouble because you can't control yourself, do you think you'll be able to uphold the great reputation of our 789? This time, a Fae surprisingly did not retort, his voice carrying a weight of seriousness. Ali, rest assured, with Lao Han gone, you're my only good brother now. I will remember what you said. Good. Then let us work hard. Yes, let us do our best. Not long after, soft rustling sounds emanated from the eastern entrance of the Valley of Corpses. Soon, amidst the night, glimmers of skillful light began to rise. At last, reinforcements had arrived. Clutching my dual daggers, I concealed myself in the shadows of the night and swiftly approached the entrance. I perched upon an ancient tree on the hillside, quietly observing the unfolding events at the valley's mouth. At that moment, a party of approximately 20 individuals emerged at the entrance, diligently dispatching the level 15 undead that had spawned there. Leading the group was a level 13 paladin, wielding a white longsword in his right hand and holding a shield radiating a faint green light in his left. It was indeed a sturdy shield of remarkable quality. Such equipment was exceedingly rare at this stage. Thus, this individual was the captain of the team, his leader's emblem hovering above him. As he swung his sword to slay monsters, he proclaimed with a laugh, "Advance swiftly. I will serve as the tank throughout, and the light priest need only focus on healing me. The rear should maintain steady damage output. This sturdy wilderness shield is truly a marvel. It has reduced my damage taken by at least 50% along the way." Not far behind him, a level 12 elemental mage chuckled, "Boss, this 300 renminbi was well spent, wasn't it?" "Indeed, it truly was." The paladin, beaming with vitality, replied, "This investment is absolutely worthwhile. If we manage to conquer this boss, I will likely be the first to reach level 15 in Autumn Moon Village. We are one step closer to achieving fame and establishing our guild. Let us press forward and locate the boss," he urged. "More players are arriving. Yes, quickly now. Accelerate our pace, clear the undead at the entrance, and carve a path." I observed them from above, confirming that no additional players were approaching from the distance. I resolved to take action. My apprehensions were minimal. Although this group was formidable, they posed little threat to me, especially with the presence of the paladin. I could retreat swiftly at any moment, rendering them incapable of endangering me. With a swift motion, I descended from the tree like a falling leaf, entering stealth mode as I approached my target, the paladin with the sturdy shield. I knew I must eliminate him first before dealing with the others. Otherwise, being ensnared by this level 13 paladin would be quite troublesome. I treaded lightly, minimizing any sound as I stepped upon the decaying leaves, advancing amidst the cacophony of their monster slaying. Seconds later, I was behind the paladin, who was currently employing a smite skill against the monsters. His resilient skill was rapidly dissipating under the relentless assault of the undead. According to the rules of the game, once a passive defensive skill like resilience shatters, it takes several seconds to coalesce anew. Thus, the moment that layer of resilience faltered was precisely my opportunity to strike. Two grotesque corpses relentlessly battered the paladin's sturdy shield with their heads and arms, emitting mournful sounds that mingled with the wind, which carried their hoarse murmurs. To my astonishment, they synchronized their utterances. "Boss, what are you doing? Why haven't you made a move yet?" I retorted with a cry of my own, "Focus on fighting. Stop the chatter." Consequently, they resumed their assault, their bodies crumbling under the relentless onslaught of the opposing archers and mages, limbs and heads nearly flying off. At long last, the resilient surface of the paladin's skin produced a rustling sound, beginning to disintegrate like fine sand. Now was the moment. I shouted fiercely, wielding my water-patterned dagger, executing a sequence of basic attacks and backstabs, unleashing a flurry of damage. 602, 984, 599. In an instant, I dealt over 2,000 points of damage. Despite his fortified shield, even a level 13 player could not withstand such a ferocious barrage, resulting in his immediate demise. To my astonishment, a radiant priest, poised to heal with staff raised, expressed disbelief. The boss's health just plummeted. "This is the boss. He ambushed us." Panic ensued as the spectral sentinels had already arrived. A chorus of frantic shouts erupted. Among them, the vice-captain, now promoted to a swordsman, charged forward with a heavy sword, urging, "Stay calm, charge forward in formation, DPS, focus on output, and we shall annihilate him." The group swiftly regained their composure. At that moment, I surged ahead with astonishing speed, reaching the opposing archers, elemental mages, and the radiant priest in the blink of an eye. The brilliance of my water-patterned dagger flared, triggering the skill hunter's edge. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive strikes. The first dealt damage based on my attack power, the second on my agility, and the third on my critical strike chance. With damage numbers soaring above the heads of the 3 adversaries, 1,704, 2,256, 1,328. In an instant, they were all vanquished, leaving the entire battlefield in awe. Chapter 12. The invincible blade of the hunter. At the very moment the blade of the hunter was unleashed, 4 golden characters gleamed beside me. a hallmark of skills classified as S rank or higher. A resonant roar echoed through the air, proclaiming the blade of the hunter. As skills of such rarity and caliber are expected to exhibit such magnificent effects. Yet, my adversary was rendered utterly dumbstruck. The initial strike inflicted a staggering damage of 1,700, a testament to my formidable attack power, which far surpassed that of players at this stage, making a swift kill a mere formality. The subsequent strike, determined by agility, yielded a remarkable 2,200 damage, as I had invested all my points into agility. This was entirely anticipated. As for my third attack, my critical hit rate was currently less than 1, rendering any significant bonuses negligible, yet the fundamental damage of the blade of the hunter was sufficient to obliterate my foe. Thus, beneath the might of the blade of the hunter, my opponent's defenses crumbled like dry leaves. With a flurry of dual daggers, I plunged into the throng of ranged players before they could even react, my daggers piercing their bodies with a swift hiss, each strike resulting in instant annihilation. Given the advantages of level and attributes, this confrontation devolved into a massacre akin to a tiger among sheep. In the blink of an eye, nearly all of the enemy's ranged players were decimated. A handful of melee fighters remained, relentlessly hacking away at me, managing to chip away 1,000 of my 14,500 health points, a commendable feat, yet the ensuing process of regeneration was imminent. As I pivoted, my gaze fell upon the remaining 5 or 6 heavy-armored players. Though they bore the title of heavy armor, their gear consisted largely of white quality or low-tier sturdy armor, making them woefully fragile. At that moment, my blade of the hunter had completed its cooldown, prompting me to unleash the blood-sucking blade skill, instantly granting me a 30 lifesteal effect, followed by the eruption of my most powerful damage skill, Blade of the Hunter. A deep voice roared through the void, and in an instant, 3 terrifying damage figures soared above the heads of my 3 adversaries, resulting in yet another complete annihilation, while simultaneously restoring nearly 2,000 health points, bringing me back to full vitality. With my daggers dancing through the air, I swiftly dispatched the remaining foes, leaving the valley entrance in a state of eerie silence, littered with corpses, potions, and low-quality equipment. With my daggers sheathed, I sank into the shadows, cloaked in anonymity, concealing my prowess and renown. Upon reviewing my contribution, I had earned 58 points from this battle, along with a substantial amount of experience, filling me with delight. Once more, I returned to perch upon the ancient tree, my dagger glinting ominously, patiently awaiting the next batch of valiant souls to deliver contributions. Approximately 5 minutes later, another group emerged at the valley's mouth. The rustling of leaves filled the air. A pair of gleaming green battle boots crunched over the forest's fallen leaves, leading up to light green knee guards, followed by a light green armor encasing a robust physique. In the right hand, a green longsword gleamed, while the left hand gripped a light green shield. Disheveled short hair emanated an aura of lethality, and a scarred face reflected the steadiness and depth of a seasoned warrior. He has arrived. The captain of the Longyin Mountain team, Captain Lu Taihan, apprentice paladin, level 13 team affiliation, Longyin Mountain. Just a few hours ago, I had just vanquished his team, causing him to plummet from level 10 to level 9. Yet, in the brief span of a few hours, he has remarkably surged back to level 13. Such determination in leveling up is indeed worthy of admiration. Following closely behind Lu Taihan is their vice captain, Wang Yuzu, apprentice swordsman, level 12 team affiliation, Longyin Mountain. This vice captain's equipment is rather shabby, clad in gray and white attire, devoid of any hint of green, making him appear like a struggling farmer in stark contrast to Captain Lu's impressive gear. Lu, have returned. This time, the first kill shall be mine. Lu Taihan gazed fiercely at the Valley of Corpse, his face brimming with martial fervor. Wang Yuzu, slightly disgruntled, rubbed his nose and replied, "You've stripped me of my only 2 sturdy grade pieces of equipment. It seems you were quite determined." Lu Taihan turned to him and said, "Old Wang, what are you worried about? We are well prepared this time. Everyone has reached level 10 and completed their class advancement. Once we defeat the Spirit Realm Patroller, not only sturdy grade equipment, but even deep green excellent grade gear will surely drop. Will there be any shortage of equipment for you then?" Wang Yaozu huffed lightly, saying, "The forum mentioned that a previous team was wiped out here. This Spirit Realm Patroller, like the earlier summoned Bronze Ghost General, is an assassin-type boss. We must be thoroughly prepared before entering the Valley of Corpse. Rest assured," Lu Taihan declared with a grand gesture, "everyone from Longyin Mountain, advance. We must enter the Valley of Corpse and eliminate this Spirit Realm patroller before other teams arrive. I will lead the way. The damage dealers should follow closely. Yes, boss, came the unified response from behind. Among them, the stout archer, still known as Li Laoxuan, was present, alongside a middle-aged elemental mage, honest-looking, named Tang Jisher. Also at level 13, matching Lu Taihan's level. Additionally, a diverse array of ranged and melee fighters rounded out their ranks, bringing their total number to over 20. A formidable force indeed. Boss, a figure materialized from the void in the autumn breeze, revealing an assassin wielding dual daggers, clad in alternating white and green gear. A level 13 assassin named Pan Tubi, whose eyes gleamed with cunning. Boss, as an assassin, I shall refrain from engaging until the boss appears. I will then assist with damage and control. Very well, Lu Taihan nodded. You will be responsible for interrupting with your strikes whenever the boss casts skills. Let us aim to break that flow. Understood. At the rear of the crowd, a level 12 priestess named Zhang Huohua, clutching a light green staff, spoke up. She appeared to be around 30, exuding a lingering charm. With a furrowed brow, she urged, hurry up and eliminate the monsters. Enough with the preparations. There are still many player teams searching for the entrance to the mass grave along the way. We must seize the first kill to avoid nightmares tonight. And I have work tomorrow. All right, we shall heed Huohua's call. Let's go. Wang Yuzu responded. Thus, the group commenced their hunt. In the distance, the area remained desolate, devoid of other players for the moment. I took a deep breath and sprang into action. First, I would eliminate Lu Taihan. He boasted the best equipment in our small team, clad in green armor, and as a paladin, his health likely exceeded 2,000. Nevertheless, he would not withstand my combo skill. Hunt the prey. Utilizing it against him was the right choice. According to the skill's mechanics, once the current target was vanquished, the subsequent attacks would automatically seek out other enemies within range, alleviating concerns of wasted damage. I commanded the horde of corpses before me. Go. Focus your strength on the paladin at the front. A cacophony of moans erupted as the horde nodded and surged toward the distant crowd. How peculiar, Lu Taihan exclaimed. Fending off the relentless assault. Why are these creatures targeting me specifically? What is this madness? Damn it, my resilience is about to crumble. Wang Yaozu frowned. This isn't good. It's exceeding game mechanics. Last time, the Bronze Ghost General was never defeated but merely despawned. I sense something amiss with this boss. Pay attention, everyone. I can detect a faint aura. The Spirit Realm Voyager may have some connection to the Bronze Ghost General. Connection? Nonsense. You're always spouting nonsense, Lu Taihan retorted, cleaving a corpse's head clean off with his sword. As long as he remains a boss, he is meant to be slain by players. The previous teams failed due to their own incompetence. Pantuabe nodded in agreement. The boss makes a valid point. At that moment, Lu Taihan's resilient skill began to crumble like fine sand. The time had come. In an instant, I, already in stealth, unleashed my attack. With a resounding explosion, golden energy erupted around me, and the deep roar of Hunt the Prey echoed from the void, unleashing a devastating cascade of power upon Lu Taihan and his companions. 1939, 2202, 1442. The first strike reduced Lu Taihan to critical health, the second instantaneously eliminated him, while the third struck Wang Yuzu, leaving him also in a precarious state. Damn it! Wang Yuzu exclaimed, watching Lu Taihan's health bar vanish in an instant, his face turning pale. I knew I should have acted sooner. The boss was indeed lying in wait for us. What on earth is this wretched boss? Quickly, focus fire and cut him off. Huohua, heal me. Captain Lu's ineptitude is utterly disgraceful. His skills are incapable of withstanding even the slightest challenge. What an embarrassment for a skill purportedly designed for hunting enemies. Regrettably, the opposing Light Priest's healing capabilities are woefully inadequate. Even combined, a level 1 healing spell can merely restore 300 health points instantaneously. Meanwhile, my water pattern dagger swiftly sliced through Wang Yuzu's chest, inflicting a devastating 1,000 damage and eliminating him in an instant. Alas, the swordsman has also fallen. Pantuabe gritted his teeth and surged forward, unleashing his striking skill. I laughed heartily, deftly sidestepping his attack with my superior agility, causing him to miss. In that moment, my dual daggers erupted in a flurry of strikes, swiftly dispatching Pantuabe as well. Our front line is embarrassingly weak. Li Laoxuan, fervently loosing arrows from his longbow, shouted, How can our leader, clad in all green gear, fail to withstand even a single attack from the boss? What sort of nonsense is this? It hardly seems designed for players. Enough chatter. Charge. The boss is losing health. Urged Tang Jishir, casting spells incessantly from the rear. Yet, it was too late. The fate of our team was sealed after the paladin and swordsman were swiftly eliminated. In the ensuing half-minute, my daggers wrought havoc, culminating in the demise of the Light Priest. The outcome was far grimmer this time, with over 20 members of the opposing team perishing without a single survivor, granting me a commendable 52 points of contribution. Onward. With a swift motion, I vanished into the desolate thicket, remaining vigilant for the approach of distant visitors. Chapter 13. The Dawn Legion at midnight. The carnage in the Valley of Corpse Monsters raged on. In less than an hour, I had annihilated over 10-player squads in collaboration with a horde of decaying creatures. My contribution score had soared to an impressive 405 points, surpassing my previous achievements in such a short span, which was hardly surprising. Not only had my attributes been enhanced, but I also possessed the formidable skill, Hunter's Edge, a powerful area of effect attack. In the deep of night, I opened the Moonlit Fantasy Game forum, only to discover that the novice section had erupted with activity, filled with numerous posts regarding strategies for the Valley of Corpse Monsters BOSS. Trending, an irrational boss design. Is the appearance of the Spirit Realm Patrolman a blunder by the game developers? Posted by Knight of the Temple. Lee Ergo content. It must have caught everyone's attention that among the numerous novice villages across the server, only the Autumn Moon Village's boss first kill remains unresolved. Notably, both bosses spawned in Autumn Moon Village are of the assassin type, exhibiting high intelligence, adeptly executing a series of assassination skills before fleeing. The second boss, the Spirit Realm Patrolman, is even more outrageous. Besides the basic assassin skills, it possesses an area attack skill known as Hunter's Edge, delivering 3 consecutive strikes that have already claimed the lives of several high-level players. I must ask, does Destiny Group consider the players' feelings when designing such a boss? Have they ever contemplated the gaming experience of the players? Is this game intended solely to torment us? This post was highlighted in red, attracting thousands of replies, with many garnering over 1,000 likes. Reply: 2,473 likes. Player: Liu Taihan. The Spirit Realm Patrolman can eliminate knights clad in solid gear in an instant. What kind of design is this? Is the game company not intending for players to conquer this boss? I have already filed a complaint. Reply: 2,282 likes. Player: Yi Feiyang. Our team also faced failure in our attempts. We were thoroughly prepared, even bringing along low-level healing potions, yet we had no chance of success. This boss is utterly unreasonable. We have lodged a complaint. Reply: 2019 likes. Player: Xiao Malu. Destiny Group must provide an explanation. A boss capable of stealth and evasion makes it impossible for us players to engage. Shouldn't we, the players of Autumn Moon Village, be entitled to the boss first kill rewards? The forum was filled with a cacophony of criticism, all directed at the design of the Spirit Realm Patrolman. However, amid the uproar, one player's reply stood out, gaining significant traction. Trending, in half an hour, the Dawn team will challenge the Spirit Realm Patrolman in the Valley of Corpse Monsters. We ask those unconfident in their ability to defeat the boss to kindly step aside. The Dawn Ember is here. Posted by Dawn Ember content, as stated. Reply: 992 likes. Player: Who competes with a needle hop? Aha, the legendary team has finally mobilized. This time, victory is assured. Alas, the Dawn Legion has truly stirred the waters, remarked player August, astonished. Indeed, the Dawn Legion specializes in quelling dissent. I am eager to see how long this Spirit Realm Sentinel can endure. Player Pan chuckled, reveling in the spectacle. If the Dawn Legion can vanquish the Spirit Realm Sentinel, it would bring a measure of satisfaction to the people of Chiyoyu Village. Let us rally and eradicate this malevolent force, restoring tranquility to the novice village. Player Dog had declared, laughter punctuating his words. Perplexed, I found myself inquiring, Afei, did you also contribute to the Dawn Legion's thread? He responded with a hearty laugh. It has indeed been brought to the forefront. What precisely is the Dawn Legion? I inquired further. He replied, you have seldom delved into the intricacies of the game. Allow me to enlighten you. The Dawn Legion is an organization within the game, its membership indeterminate, yet they are a ubiquitous presence in nearly all major games. They have finally arrived in Fantasy Moon. Their hallmark is their robust execution and rapid progression, sweeping through the early stages of various games. Don Jin, the founder, remains their esteemed leader. Are they formidable? I probed. They are competent, perhaps a tier slightly above average guilds. While they cannot compete with the elite guilds like Dragon Slayer or Myth, they can hold their own against some first-rate guilds. Overall, they are aggressive in combat, well organized. Though their sustained power may falter, otherwise, they would undoubtedly rank among the top guilds. I exhaled slowly, absorbing this information. I see. Indeed, he added with a smile. With Dawn Jin personally entering Fantasy Moon, it seems the Dawn Legion is poised for a full-scale invasion. If all goes according to plan, the four pillars of Dawn, Jin, Mia, Chun, and Yuan, should also be making their entrance. Jin, Mia, Chun, and Yuan? I echoed, bewildered. Yes. He laughed heartily. These are the four most exceptional members of the Dawn Legion, renowned for their organizational prowess, consistently occupying the upper echelons of the guild. With growing enthusiasm, he declared, initially, I presumed Xiaoyu Village lacked any formidable organizations, but it appears I underestimated the situation. I never anticipated the Dawn Legion would choose to establish themselves here. The Spirit Realm Sentinel is surely doomed. Perhaps not. I retorted with a smile, let us wait and see. By the way, have you ventured to the Valley of Corpse? I stand at the entrance, yet have not entered. Since the Dawn Legion has resolved to confront the boss, our captain advised caution, suggesting we observe first to avoid being wiped out by them if we charge in recklessly. Wise counsel indeed. You may continue to observe, I replied. What about you? Where are you located? I shall come find you. I shall refrain from proceeding. The peril here is too great, and I fear that should you arrive, the Dawn faction may extinguish you with ease. Alas, I shall not venture forth. In the Valley of the Undead, after vanquishing several player squads, I stood silently upon a blood-red high rock, observing the unfolding situation in the valley. As more players joined the fray, the entrance had been entirely breached, with the decaying monsters being swiftly eliminated upon their respawn, no longer posing a threat. Soon, the Dawn Legion would enter, heralding a new tempest. Not far off, a squad of over 10 players abruptly halted. The leader, a level 13 swordsman, furrowed his brow and remarked, the Dawn faction approaches. Let us retreat for now and engage the minor creatures within the valley, assessing whether they possess the capability to defeat the Spirit Realm Patroller. Humph, a sharpshooter. Wielding a dull gray battle bow, interjected, Dawn's leader, Dawn Ember, has already proclaimed his intentions. Should they fail to conquer the Spirit Realm Patroller? It would indeed be comical. One must wonder how they will hold their heads high thereafter. Rest assured, the swordsman replied nonchalantly, with Dawn Ember personally leading the charge. I doubt there exists a boss he cannot conquer. Watch closely. A spectacle is imminent, and we shall soon see if the Spirit Realm Patroller dares to engage. Just then, a throng of densely packed players approached from the distance, all high-level, their emerald-hued gear shimmering. Almost every individual donned 3 or more pieces of sturdy equipment, and at the forefront stood a swordsman grasping a dark green longsword, the fabled leader of the Dawn Legion, Dawn Ember, apprentice swordsman, level 16, affiliation, Dawn. At last, they have arrived. Dawn Ember's gaze was icy as he strode at the head of his group, quietly commanding. The last known coordinates of the Spirit Realm Patroller were in this vicinity. Its pattern of appearance has always been to engage in battle before shifting locations, albeit within a limited range. Thus, it must be nearby. Prepare for combat. Heavy infantry, follow my lead. Groups 1 through 4 will rotate in succession. Once the first group is entirely defeated, the second shall advance without hesitation, ensuring the boss is deprived of any opportunity to recover or heal. Understood, leader. The team nodded in unison. Beside Dawn Ember stood a composed paladin, clad in verdant armor, his shield a deep green, presumably of high-quality craftsmanship. He scrutinized the surroundings, stating, the ranged team shall enter the battlefield sequentially. The light priests will divide into 4 squads. Maintain distance. The boss is capable of stealth attacks, and we must not underestimate it. His name was Dawn Dust, another high-ranking member of the Dawn Legion. Not far behind him, a figure emerged from the void, a high-level assassin, brandishing a dark green dagger, wearing a faint smile as he declared, allow me to scout the battlefield first. With that, he vanished once more. Dawn Extinction, the premier assassin of the Dawn Guild, appeared to be a formidable character indeed. At the rear of the queue, a strikingly beautiful young woman in her early 20s clutched a verdant staff, a beacon of light for the Dawn Priests. The 4 pillars of the Dawn Legion had finally assembled. Along the road, unrelated players paused to observe, their gazes openly reflecting admiration and awe. The Dawn Legion represents the pinnacle of aspiration for many, Joining such an esteemed group demands a significant sacrifice. It requires not only exceptional skill but also unwavering obedience to command, a feat beyond the reach of many. However, once one becomes a member of the Dawn, they gain considerable advantages in terms of equipment, skills, and leveling resources. Even in training grounds, protection is assured. And the mere display of the Dawn emblem above one's head often commands respect from others, even leading to leniency from monsters, an unimaginable prospect for solo players. The factions within the game have consistently adhered to the primal law of the jungle, where the strong prevail over the weak. It seems that the Spirit Realm patrollers are unlikely to escape their fate. Indeed, the Dawn Legion has mobilized at least 100 members, each adorned with remarkably high-quality gear. Sturdy green equipment is commonplace among them. With such caliber, even 10 Spirit Realm patrollers would likely prove insufficient. It is evident now, the first kill belongs to the Dawn, and for us, it has become a matter of little consequence. Chapter 14. The white garb shocks the world. Gazing down upon the valley that was soon to become a battlefield, I remained silent and undetected. Under the command of Dawn's Edge, the long-range players of the Dawn Legion were divided into 4 groups, maintaining a considerable distance from one another. This arrangement implied that even if I were to stealthily ambush one group, I would still be exposed to the firepower of the other 3. Such a large guild organization indeed excelled in player versus player combat, and with the presence of figures like Dawn's Ember, my situation was decidedly precarious. In truth, I could easily remain concealed in a secluded corner of the Valley of Fallen Bodies for another half hour while in stealth, which would result in my immediate teleportation back to the Wind and Cloud platform, earning me a substantial amount of contribution points. However, how could I endure such an affront? The Dawn Legion, emboldened by their strength, had already overstepped their bounds. If I were to tolerate this today, I might as well abandon any hope of engaging in this boss mode in the future. No, I must initiate the battle. Drawing a deep breath, I silently leapt from the high cliff, advancing stealthily towards the position of Dawn's Ember and his companions. My primary target was obviously Dawn's Ember. Eliminating him would not only demoralize the Dawn Legion, but also eliminate a formidable rival. It was imperative that I proceed. Rustling underfoot, the supple wild grass emitted nearly inaudible sounds, anathema to stealth, especially when facing a skilled opponent, as such sounds could betray one's position. Fortunately, the wind in the valley was fierce, completely overshadowing the faint noise of my footsteps. Dawn's Ember stood at the forefront of the crowd, sword in hand, his gaze coldly scanning the area to the side, seemingly sensing something amiss. This caused me to pause, holding my breath for nearly 10 seconds until I confirmed that he had not detected my presence, allowing me to continue my advance. He may have an inkling of my approach. Dawn's Ember furrowed his brow and said, "If I am taken down, do not panic. The front line should close in on the boss while the back line disperses to deal damage. In the early stages, the boss is unlikely to unleash area of effect damage beyond his reach. He can only kill us one by one, and we hold a definitive numerical advantage." "Understood, boss." The group replied in unison with nods of affirmation. At this moment, I had maneuvered to within approximately 5 meters behind Dawn's Ember. This individual was astute and seemed to suspect something, yet he remained oblivious to my impending assault. It was time to strike. Dawn's Ember's health and defense were undoubtedly superior to that of players like Lu Tai Han, and given his higher level, I realized that relying solely on the initial damage of my skill, Hunter's Edge, might not suffice to eliminate him. Thus, I would need to employ a backstab for additional damage. Gritting my teeth, I made my move. Whoosh! The water-patterned dagger transformed into a gleaming arc, erupting with backstab damage right behind Dawn's Ember. 1,447. As anticipated, I did not eliminate him. His health bar still hovered at nearly 40. Yet, in the next instant, a surge of immense power coursed through me, triggering my sole S-rank skill, accompanied by the deep, resonant roar of Hunter's Edge echoing in the void. Simultaneously, the 4 golden characters of Hunt the Enemy's Blade resonated around me. With remarkable speed, Dawn's Ash reacted instantly. Just as he suffered a backstab, he swiftly shifted to the right, his longsword radiating a golden hexagram, preparing for a combo skill. However, with my advantage in agility, I was swifter. In the fleeting moment before he could unleash his combo, I closed in. The first strike of Hunt the Enemy's Blade plunged forcefully into his throat, causing a torrential downpour of blood as I dealt a staggering 1,300 damage, leading to Dawn's Ash collapsing with a pained gasp, slain. Immediately, the second and third strikes of Hunt the Enemy's Blade fell upon a swordsman and an assassin, each dispatched in an instant. Here they come, Dawn's Dust roared, charging forward with his sword raised, commanding, "First team, rally with me. Surround the boss. The remaining squads stand by for action, and be swift." In an instant, over a dozen heavily armored players encircled us. Without hesitation, I surged forward with incredible speed, my dagger slicing through the air, delivering a lethal blow to an elemental mage. Swiftly pivoting to lunge at a level 13 light priestess, my dagger piercing her chest with a basic attack, instantly eliminating her. "Attack," Dawn's fate commanded, clutching her emerald staff. Her teeth clenched. Suddenly, a barrage of ranged skills emerged from all directions, fiery fireballs, sharp wind blades, and arrows from archers whistled through the air, plunging me into a veritable inferno. Damage numbers soared above my head, ranging from 50200, and the rate at which my health plummeted was alarming. This was untenable. I silently cursed, wielding my dagger to reap more Dawn members before swiftly turning my attention toward the paladin Dawn's Dust and the surrounding heavily armored players. Calculating my energy reserves, I activated the skill Bloodblade, granting me a 30 lifesteal for a few seconds. Simultaneously, the 12-second cooldown of Hunt the Enemy's Blade had expired. In an instant, I lunged before Dawn's Dust. Just as he raised his shield to defend, my water-patterned dagger pierced lightly, creating a spark against his chest armor, rendering his defense futile. At that moment, an S-class skill erupted, accompanied by a deep, resonant roar from the void. Hunt the Enemy's Blade. 921. 1457. 1882. The total damage from a basic attack, combined with the first two strikes of Hunt the Enemy's Blade, barely managed to eliminate Dawn's Dust, the level 15 paladin, whose health must have exceeded 3,000 points. Truly terrifying. Simultaneously, the third strike of Hunt the Enemy's Blade, along with another basic attack, dispatched a swordsman beside Dawn's Dust. Just as they fell, a renewed onslaught of magic and arrows surged from all directions. White robes. A fleeting glimpse of a white cloak vanished behind me, and in the next instant, I disappeared into the biting winds. I swiftly veered to the right, evading all harm, as sounds of crackling magic and arrows missing their mark echoed behind me, the word miss resonating like a chorus. What? A squad leader from the Dawn Legion nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. How is this possible? Is he invisible in battle? By heavens! What manner of boss is this, capable of such maneuvers? Without hesitation, Dawn Yuan brandished her staff and soared forward, commanding, "All mages, unleash your spells and reveal his position." What if he is heavily concealed? Can he truly evade all damage? Strike over there, and there, in an instant. The air was thick with the chaotic display of fireballs and wind blades, accompanied by the whistling of arrows slicing through the air. It felt as though lethal rays were converging from all directions around me, with a few arrows whizzing perilously close to my face. A familiar burst of fire illuminated the open ground ahead, emanating from a stealthy assassin, Dawn Mia. Amidst the crossfire, he executed a strike, though it missed its target, causing beads of cold sweat to form on my brow. The members of Dawn were extraordinarily formidable, exhibiting an exceptional mastery over space and positioning. On the opposite side, Dawn Yuan clenched her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes aflame with fury. "That way, use a skill to strike." She pointed directly at my current position. I hastily retreated. But it was too late. A fire arrow from a sharpshooter erupted right beside me. Boom. 112. Although the damage was modest, it shattered my invisibility. "Take him down." A high-health paladin charged forward. I frowned. Truly, they were courting death. The first attack following my transformation dealt 200 real damage. Was he truly seeking his demise? In the blink of an eye, I sidestepped the paladin's sword of retribution, and my water-patterned dagger became a glimmering arc that sliced through his throat, blood erupting forth like a torrential rain. 3,986. Under such circumstances, even a basic attack could secure a kill. After claiming my victim, I did not linger but dashed towards several isolated Dawn players nearby, sweeping my dagger across them, reducing them to lifeless corpses. However, I soon faced a barrage of ranged attacks, and even my tattered cloak caught sparks from fireballs, nearly igniting, while my health plummeted to a precarious 55. This state was quite dire. Surround him, eliminate him. Dawn Mia, now wielding his dagger, refrained from engaging in close combat, opting instead to direct his team, a judicious choice on his part. If he were to fall, the Dawn's 4 pillars of strength would be reduced to 1, dealing a catastrophic blow to their morale. All around me, the Dawn legionnaires encircled, ready to strike. In less than 5 minutes, my vitality dwindled to a mere 25. Even while continuously utilizing the blood-sucking blade to siphon life force from my foes. Had it not been for this, I would have surely succumbed long ago. He is beyond saving. Behind me, Dawnbreaker loomed like a shadow, persistently directing a legion of players to mount relentless assaults. All I could do was flit through the valley, evading the onslaught from rival factions. Foes surrounded me from all directions, as numerous forces emerged besides Dawnbreaker. Our comrades from the Flame Slayers have arrived. Dawnbreaker, we are here to aid you. A throng of warriors appeared atop the hill. It is everyone's duty to vanquish the Spirit Realm Patrol. Our Winter Thunder Guild shall not shirk our responsibility. Meanwhile, another group surged into the valley. Charge forth, Brothers of the Dragon Alliance. Join me as we slay the boss and secure the first kill. In an instant, numerous player squads openly vied for the boss, resulting in a chaotic storm of spells and arrows raining down upon us. The white robes offered little protection as my health plummeted alarmingly. It was evident that I could not endure much longer. With merely 10 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the Wind and Cloud trial, it was clear that achieving a flawless mission was no longer within reach. With determination, I shouted into the fray, "Faye, where are you? Haven't you entered the valley yet?" "I'm here, but I can't get close to the Spirit Realm Patrol. Those ruffians from the Dragon Alliance are blocking our advance. They are insufferably overbearing. Give me your coordinates." What do you intend to do? If I give them to you, you must follow through. The location is Graveyard of the Dead, 2782, 8731. For now, we remain stationary, as my squad just fell victim to a PK, leaving only myself and a marksman. Do you have a return to City Scroll? By chance, I purchased one when I last returned. What are your plans? Prepare for a bountiful harvest. I laughed heartily, while Faye remained bewildered, unaware of the impending events. Chapter 15. A bountiful harvest. With a swift and sinister flourish, blood splattered across the battlefield, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. At this moment, although my health was rapidly depleting, my formidable attributes granted me a distinct advantage over the players. Coupled with a speed that far surpassed theirs, I carved a path through the so-called Dragon Alliance, heading directly for the coordinates that Faye had provided. As I calculated my dwindling health, I burst through the encirclement of the Dragon Alliance with only 2 remaining. The players I encountered had all been dispatched, and the Dawn faction had yet to arrive. Ahead lay an expanse of desolate wilderness, where beneath a vibrant red maple tree stood 2 figures, a bewildered Faye and a visibly anxious archer. "Attack!" I called out to Faye outside. "A boss is right in front of you. Why aren't you striking?" "Attack!" "I will. But how did you know the boss was before me?" He stammered. "Just do it," I urged. "All right." Faye hastily brandished his staff, unleashing fireballs and wind blades, while the archer, retreating, drew his bow to fire explosive arrows and regular shots. My health continued to dwindle, reaching a precarious 1. "Damn it, you, retreat quickly before you get taken out," the archer exclaimed in disbelief. Faye hurriedly fell back, casting fireballs as panic etched his features. I chuckled, sensing the palpable fear radiating from their gazes. They undoubtedly viewed me as a harbinger of doom. Indeed, in the eyes of the players at this stage, I was a figure of terror. With a resounding crash, explosive arrows struck my chest, and as my health teetered on the brink of collapse, I surged forward with renewed vigor. In one swift motion, I drew my dagger, and with a flash of brilliance, I executed a thrusting strike that eliminated Faye's companion, the archer. The archer's scream sent a chill down Faye's spine, momentarily freezing him in place. "Stop dawdling. Attack now," I shouted. He resumed his assault. With earnest gravity, I advised, "Once we defeat the boss, seize all the loot immediately and use a recall scroll to return to town. Do not let anyone else claim it." "Understood." At that moment, I noticed figures approaching from several dozen meters away. Members of Dawn, Dragon Alliance, and Flame Slayers were converging from all directions, and they seemed to have spotted Faye casting spells on the boss. Their expressions turned a shade of green with envy. Who is that level 11 noob mage? Is he trying to solo the boss? Are we to be mere pawns in his game? Get him. The boss belongs to us. He has no right to claim the first kill. However, they all miscalculated. In the next moment, a fireball struck, depleting my last remaining health. I made no attempt to resist, merely brandishing my dagger erratically before Faye, although I had the means to vanquish him in an instant. I forcefully suppressed my murderous intent. In the moment of my demise, my body transformed into a constellation of shimmering light, soaring skyward, as a melodious chime filled the air. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player August Unending for successfully slaying Spirit Realm Patroller, Elite Boss, achieving the first kill in Autumn Moon Village, and receiving rewards. Level 2. Charisma 1, 10 gold, along with an additional reward. Starfire Staff, fine grade. This time, a face struck it rich. As for me, I found myself soaring back to the Black Castle, landing with a thud upon the wind and cloud platform. Above me loomed the benevolent visage of my master, Ding Hung Yunyan, who stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "Little one, although your trial on the wind and cloud platform has ultimately failed, your performance has been nothing short of remarkable, upholding the honor of my Black Castle. Strive harder next time. Go forth and train." "Yes, thank you, master." I nodded and swiftly logged off. Removing my helmet, I inhaled the fresh air, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Afei, too, logged off, yanking off his helmet with an exuberant expression, laughing boisterously. Damn, 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 damn. I looked at him in bewilderment, after uttering that crude phrase 4 times. "What exactly do you mean?" "Ha ha ha, you must be that Spirit Realm Patroller, right?" He playfully punched me, though it was light. I laughed heartily. "Turns out you're not so dim after all. What is the story?" "It's a long tale, but in short, I've taken on a hidden class. And the background of this class is that of the opposing faction of players, allowing me to spawn as a boss in the wild and battle against players." Well, he inhaled deeply, his eyes brightening as he grinned. "Doesn't that mean we can infinitely spawn bosses and farm gear using this method?" "Principally, yes, but I'm uncertain if there will be any changes moving forward." Observing his excitement, I smiled. "You haven't told me yet. What did I drop for you earlier? Did you manage to pick it all up?" "Yes, I did. Let us have a look together." He settled back onto the sofa, clutching his gaming helmet, and pressed the top button, exclaiming, "Charming little elf, present to me the spoils of my recent boss conquest." Ugh. Upon hearing the name he bestowed upon the system sprite, I couldn't suppress a wave of nausea. The projection device atop the gaming helmet operated seamlessly, casting the detailed images of 5 spoils into the air. Among them was a dark green warbell, a green robe, a pair of boots, a ring, and a pale crimson skill book, each displaying its attributes in turn. Wild Bow, fine grade, attack, 1529 agility, 10 required level, 15, Prophet's Robe, fine grade, type, cloth armor defense, 12 spirit, 12 required level, 15, Valiant Boots, solid grade, type, plate armor defense, 18 strength, 7 required level, 15 spirit realm ring, fine grade, strength, 13 additional. Increases the damage of heavy slash by 15 required level, 15. 3 fine grade items? I exclaimed in astonishment. This is a windfall. Afei declared excitedly. Currently, the market price for fine grade equipment is at least 500. This level 15 gear could fetch around 1,000. Yes, don't block it. Let me see the attributes of the skill book. Oh. He hastily moved his fingers away from the projection device, revealing the details of the Crimson skill book before our eyes. Bloodsucking Blade, A-class skill book upon activation. It converts 30 of the damage dealt into health for 5 seconds. Required profession, assassin. Required level, 20. Could it be? A wave of concern washed over me. I distinctly remember that this skill book was not among the spoils I carried. Does that mean the skills I possess in my boss form can drop as loot? Instantly, I felt invigorated. So, does that imply that the White Garment and Hunter's Edge could also drop? In that moment, it felt as though the door to a new world had swung wide open. Every time I ascended the wind and cloud platform, the skills I selected were merely temporary, vanishing upon leaving. If I could devise a way to obtain both the White Garment and Hunter's Edge, I could permanently possess those skills. With this thought, my heart raced wildly, akin to the fluttering of a love-struck heart, filled with excitement and joy. Beside me, Afei, brimming with ambition, said, "Ali, the fact that these items can drop is primarily due to your efforts. What do you propose we do with this batch of spoils?" I pondered briefly and replied, "I can make use of the Bloodsucking Blade skill book, store it in the warehouse for now, and later we can find a way for me to acquire it. As for the rest, you can wear the Prophet's Robe yourself, keep it, and sell the rest. Let us put them up for auction in the Novice Village while the excitement lasts." Agreed. After a moment's thought, he suggested, "Next time you reincarnate as a boss, I'll simply toss the Bloodsucking Blade skill book to you. You can pick it up yourself. Wouldn't that work?" "No, it won't." I shook my head with a wry smile. "The system has restrictions. I can't retrieve items from the ground." In astonishment, he furrowed his brow and said, "Let's find a way later. For now, I'll log on and list the spoils at the auction house. We should head downstairs for a late-night snack soon to celebrate with some barbecue and beer, all right? Sounds good. Huh, wait for me. Moments later. At the foot of the apartment building, the weather in August still held a hint of warmth, though it was already past midnight. And the streets were far quieter than during the day. Not far from where we stood, a late-night food stall was bustling with patrons. Primarily inebriated men and heavily made-up women. Once seated, Afei lowered his voice and remarked, "The beauties from the club have come out to feast tonight." "What does that have to do with you?" I chuckled. He promptly waved to the vendor. "Hey, we're ready to order." Before long, we had ordered an abundance of barbecue and a few bottles of beer. Clinking our glasses together, Afei exclaimed, "Here's to our legendary endeavors in Taihu, cheers." I felt a refreshing sense of liberation compared to the stifling atmosphere of the Destiny Group, where I toiled endlessly to scrutinize data anomalies. This moment felt like the life I genuinely cherished. As we indulged in our meal, a group of students, likely from the nearby university, approached and took a seat nearby, engaging in animated conversation. What on earth is this? Even the forces of Dawn, Dragon Alliance, and Flame Severance have been mobilized. And yet a nameless brat managed to take down the Spirit Realm Patrol. Indeed, that kid is just an 11-level mage. What qualifications does he have? According to the system announcement, he even acquired a fine-grade Starfire staff. What incredible luck. Exactly, it's infuriating. We worked all night and ended up with nothing. That mage named August Wu Yuan is just unbelievable. Beside me, Afei seemed increasingly restless, a look of displeasure etched on his face. Chapter 16. The Edge of the Hunter Mother. What do you intend to do? I cast a fleeting glance at him. Beat them up. What else could I possibly do? He widened his eyes. Are we from the 789 group to be humiliated like this? Winning leads to imprisonment. Losing leads to hospitalization, I replied nonchalantly. He fumed, and after a brief pause, rubbed his nose. You actually make a rather compelling point. I chuckled heartily. Well, I merely jested with you. Moreover, if we were to follow the lucrative path we agreed upon, you shall undoubtedly face a fair share of criticism. Who would relish witnessing a fledgling mage like you snatching kills left and right? Regardless, you are destined to become the focal point. And that is the price you must pay. Exercise caution when venturing out to level up. Damn. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Though I consider my skills to be quite formidable, how can one stand against a multitude? What if I am besieged? Will I still be able to revert to a player after this? Logically, one should be able to, yet I harbored no certainty. I was currently following my master in pursuit of enlightenment, and the game's narrative was rather intriguing, imparting a profound sense of realism. Naturally, otherwise, Phantom Moon would not have monopolized the market, having captured over 70% of it even during the initial helmet presale. Stop overthinking and let us proceed, I urged. At that moment, several students behind us were still engaged in casual chatter. Among them, a student with a center-parted hairstyle, while savoring skewers, remarked with a laugh. Speaking of which, the boss in our novice village is indeed peculiar. My high school classmates from Yangzhou and Huayan never encountered such a scenario. Their novice village boss was typically slain within 30 minutes of respawn. Yet, ours seems to massacre players almost every time. Quite mysterious, isn't it? Indeed, replied a student with a face marked by acne, as he tilted his head back to down a glass of beer. Even the Dawn players were unable to contend with this Spirit Realm Patrol. According to witnesses, both Dawn's Jean and Dawn's Qin were eliminated in an instant. It was terrifying. Who are those two? They are the founders of the Dawn Legion, and Jin's prowess is merely a hair's breadth away from the top-tier players in the national server. He could even spar with the likes of Xian Yuan Feng and El Chunyang from the Myth Guild. Yet, when confronted by the Spirit Realm Patrol, they were dispatched as easily as slaughtering pigs. I've heard that combat videos of their demise have already been uploaded online. The center-parted student nodded. Exactly. I've heard that the Spirit Realm Patrol possesses a skill that is outrageously powerful, called Edge of the Hunter. Many have lodged complaints to the Phantom Moon officials about this skill, claiming it is not merely the Edge of the Hunter, but rather the Edge of the Hunter Mother. I inadvertently spewed my beer, drawing the attention of several students. Afei quickly donned a smile. No worries, my brother just choked. Haha. A few students chuckled, and the boy with acne continued, Indeed. It's the Blade of the Huntress. I've seen many discussions on the forum where people claim that this Spectral Warden is extraordinarily powerful, wandering with 2 daggers. He is not merely a warden. He is akin to the Harbingers of Doom from the Dawn, Dragon Alliance, and other strategy groups. truly terrifying. Crude. Yes, it is rather crude, yet it holds a modicum of truth. That abysmal skill certainly aligns more closely with the title blade of the Huntress. To be frank, if it weren't for the overwhelming number of corpses in the valley, I would suspect that this boss could wipe out the Dawn Legion strategy group entirely. Even Dawn's demise and Dawn's fate wouldn't stand a chance. Quite so. The boy with the cinder-parted hairstyle pursed his lips and said, Dawn's fate, that girl. Remarkable. I encountered her once in the novice village. She is stunningly beautiful. In our entire vocational academy, we cannot find a woman of such caliber. The acne-ridden boy scoffed. Dawn's fate can only be regarded as a great beauty, certainly not a top-tier one. If we are to discuss the most exquisite beauties playing Phantom Moon, it must be Lin Shi. After Lin Wana retired, she became the acknowledged #1 beauty in the national server, and one of the strongest candidates for the elite ranks, possessing both beauty and strength. Alas, I've heard she's been getting close to Feng Song Hai from Wind and Fire Mountain lately. They might already be romantically involved. What a pity. What a pity indeed. Even if she weren't close to Feng Song Hai, it wouldn't concern you in the slightest. Exactly. She wouldn't spare you a second glance. Come on, you lot can't speak like normal people. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, head back and rest. We have professional classes in the morning. Don't forget, I am both your class monitor and dorm leader. Ha ha ha, you wield such authority, Bao Ren. If you remain in power for a few more years, you might not even regard the department head. As I munched on the roasted buns, I listened to the conversation among the players behind me. It is always beneficial to learn more about the personalities within the game. While eating, I inquired, Fei, do you know this Lin Shi? I know her. She doesn't know me. Fei grinned. Come on, she is one of the strongest candidates for the elite ranks, one of the best swordsmen in the national server. She once challenged Li Xiaoyao. Who am I compared to her? However, Lao Han must know her since he has sparred with her. And what was the outcome? I asked. Less than a 30 win rate, he replied. I couldn't help but be astonished. Although I am the chief data analyst for Destiny Group, I spend most of my time immersed in system data, knowing little about the prominent figures in the game. However, due to my good relationship with Han Yishao, I paid some attention to him. In the later stages of Destiny, Han Yishao served in the Myth Guild and was one of the few elite players under Fanggu Quebec. I never expected his chances against Lin Shi to be below 30. What? You don't know Lin Shi? Fei countered. I've heard of her, but I don't know much. I chuckled and remarked, it matters not. They have already ascended to the status of formidable candidates in the elite ranks, while we are merely humble legends of Taihu, unlikely to intersect and not in need of understanding one another. Indeed, came the response. Fei grinned. Such women possess lofty aspirations, rendering acquaintance unnecessary. Yes, let us focus on our present circumstances. You must swiftly elevate your level and augment your magical damage, enabling you to dispatch foes more swiftly next time, while also enhancing your self-preservation capabilities. I shall diligently manage my hidden profession, ensuring that we can at least secure sustenance within the game. Of course, he replied confidently. Just from today's sales, we have nearly enough to sustain us for a week. Once my level increases, our earnings will only multiply. By the way, Ali, are you truly without a single coin to your name? Indeed, I nodded, retrieving my phone to open WeChat wallet. See, I have only 100 yuan left. This is my final reserve. What about your car? That sleek Wider 8 of yours, isn't it impressive? It's parked at home. Why leave it there? Drive it out. If you won't, I can take it for a spin. It's a splendid tool for attracting admirers. No, I waved my hand dismissively. Since I resigned, I haven't spoken to my father. If I return home to drive it, I will surely face a tirade. He doesn't wish to see me, nor do I wish to see him. It's best we remain apart. I don't understand you, he frowned. After all these years, from childhood to now, I've never seen you in financial straits. Yet, I and Lao Han have never discerned what your family does. You don't harbor some illustrious background, do you? What illustrious background could I possibly have? I replied, exasperated. Do I appear to be the son of some prominent figure? Not at all. He shook his head, laughing heartily. Forget it. Until you find a job, I shall support you. You'll need to, as I have no immediate plans to seek employment. Damn. By the way, how is your financial situation? Barely manageable. Last year, my father's factory was shut down, and this year he is merely dabbling in stocks, losing hundreds of thousands. Now, aside from my job, he sends me 10,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Well, a wealthy second generation. Wealthy? I drive a second-hand BYD worth over 100,000, while you flaunt a 2 million vehicle. Who is the real wealthy one here? Look at you, getting all defensive. I might just lend you my car for a while. At least for half a year. Sure, I have 3 other cars anyway. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, satiated and refreshed, Afei inquired, "Are we logging back in?" "No, I'll take a shower and sleep. Tomorrow, I must rise early to strive once more." "All right." As I lay in bed after my nightly routine, sleep eluded me. The echoes of the game's system notifications reverberated in my ears, as if I were bewitched. Although I am one of the designers of Phantom Moon, experiencing it firsthand allowed me to truly appreciate its immense allure. It is no wonder that it swept through the entire simulation gaming market upon its release. Thus, I tossed and turned until I finally succumbed to slumber at 3 in the morning. The following day, I awakened groggily to find that it was already past 9 o'clock. The blinding sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, and despite my efforts to pull them shut, the stubborn drapes in Afei's home resisted. Having aged and warped significantly in the middle, the door creaked open, and Afei stepped in, placing a plastic bag on the table. "Still not up? I brought you breakfast, a serving of soybean milk and a crispy pancake. Hurry and log in. Our team has already contacted me to level up," he urged. "Don't forget to store your spare equipment in the warehouse. You wouldn't want to be PK'd," he added. "I know," I retorted, rising to wash up, have breakfast, and log in. With a swift motion, my character materialized on the wind and cloud platform, still resembling a diminutive skeleton. However, after a massacre in the Valley of Corpse, my level had risen to 13, entirely through the elimination of players. Heaven knows how many I vanquished yesterday. All I could recall was a tumult of blood and chaos. Chapter 17, The Verdant Armor of the Jungle Master, I called out, and moments later, billowing clouds coalesced in the air, forming the ethereal figure of Ding Hong, who hovered gracefully above, smiling as he inquired, "Young one, do you seek me for something?" "There are matters I wish to discuss with you," I replied. "Speak freely," he encouraged. I settled onto the ground at the Fengyun platform and continued, "I find myself at a loss for words, but, Master, the form I currently inhabit is not my true self, and there are numerous things I cannot accomplish in my present identity. Thus, I seek guidance on how I might return to my former self." My words were delicately phrased. Should I have referenced my previous identity as a human player, Ding Hong, as an NPC, might have struggled to comprehend. "I see," he responded, seemingly grasping my intent. "In this world, each individual dwells within a realm of true self and substitute. If you wish to reclaim your authentic self, you must engage in relentless cultivation. In other words, if you can cultivate to reach your primordial spirit and separate a primordial body from it, this body shall embody the identity you speak of." "Primordial spirit?" I queried. "Indeed." He nodded. "Once your mental fortitude is sufficiently robust, you will awaken your primordial spirit, allowing you to separate a primordial body. However, you must first traverse through the realms of chi condensation and body refinement. At present, you cannot even reshape your physical form, let alone awaken your primordial spirit. Then it follows that I ought to continue my chi condensation training?" "Yes," he affirmed. "Only through cultivation can you continually encounter the principles of death, thereby awakening the true power that is rightfully yours." "Understood. Thank you, Master. It appears that my development within the Black Castle will temporarily rely solely on cultivation, a stark contrast to other players. However, before I delve into further training, there remains a task to complete, a visit to the Treasure Pavilion. Following the battle in the Valley of Corpses, I had accrued nearly 900 contribution points, and it was high time to indulge in some luxuries. Who knows what marvelous discoveries await. Armed with my dagger, I traversed the mountain path toward the Treasure Pavilion. In the early morning, the trails were shrouded in mist, and the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air. Drops of dew fell from the leaves with a gentle patter, while the morning light pierced through the clouds, casting beams of radiance upon the mountains that housed the Black Castle. Looking up, I beheld a panorama of enchanting mountains and valleys beneath a sea of clouds, ancient trees soaring into the sky, and a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloping the surroundings, evoking the essence of a celestial paradise. Though most beings in this realm were death cultivators, the principles of nature and the spiritual essence permeated the atmosphere, exuding an undeniable elegance. Upon entering the Treasure Pavilion, I was immediately met with the curious gazes of those around me, men and women alike, each regarding me with peculiar expressions and hushed whispers. It is said that Master Ding Heng of the Fengyun platform has taken the July flowing fire under his wing. Indeed, It is surprising that after decades of not accepting disciples, Master Ding Heng would choose such a lowly cultivator this time. It would be erroneous to assert otherwise. It is said that the July fire, representing the foray of the wind and cloud platform, inflicted significant injuries upon those otherworldly powerhouses of the human race. A feat that could be described as annihilating countless foes, potentially earning rewards in the process. I beg to differ. Any one of our young luminaries from the Black Castle would yield the same outcome. Those human beings are hardly formidable. They are merely a collection of mediocrity. Disregarding their unfriendly gazes, I approached the counter directly, dismissing the attendant's greeting and opting to explore myself. During this period, it appeared that the treasures within the treasure pavilion had undergone considerable updates. Soon enough, my eyes were drawn to a verdant leather armor, and I found myself unable to look away. Jungle green armor. Excellent quality. Type: leather armor defense. 23 agility. 11 required level. 15 contribution requirement. 500 in exquisite leather armor. Undoubtedly among the pinnacle of equipment at this stage. With an increase of 23 in defense and 11 in agility, it possessed the precious attributes I desperately needed. Once acquired, my survivability and output capabilities would undergo a metamorphosis, though the required level was rather high, and the contribution demand reached a staggering 500 points, which was quite disheartening. After several moments of hesitation, I ultimately steeled myself and made the purchase. With a satisfying thud, the jungle green armor landed in my hands, and my contribution points diminished by 500, leaving me with a mere 392 points, which I could not utilize further. These points would have to wait until the next engagement at the wind and cloud platform for skill exchanges. Having stowed the jungle green armor in my pack, I departed. As there was nothing else to pique my interest, the remaining treasures were either beyond my financial reach or simply unworthy of my attention. Upon returning to the secluded area behind the sect, I re-entered the space abundant with spiritual energy, settling into a meditative posture to continue my cultivation. Through repeated cycles of breathing and refining my energy, I steadily accrued experience. Thus, my training persisted until approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon, accompanied by a melodious chime. I achieved my second level up, finally reaching level 15. Upon allocating my attribute points to agility, I donned the jungle green armor, and my attributes surged significantly. July Fire, Undead Assassin, level 15 attack, 5474 defense, 58 health, 1950 critical hit rate, 0, 81 comprehension, 94 charm, 0 soul star, 0 contribution, 392 combat power, 138 such attributes, with a tenfold enhancement to the boss's statistics, are already quite formidable. 740 in attack power, 580 in defense, and nearly 20,000 in health, complemented by exceptionally powerful skills, would allow me to sweep through vast swathes of adversaries. However, there remains a lingering awareness that my ability to vanquish Dawn's ashes and Dawn's extinction is solely attributed to the amplification of my attributes. In terms of my current attributes, they are woefully inadequate. I would struggle even against players of lesser caliber, perhaps failing to best someone like Lu Taihan. My equipment is pathetically scant, merely 2 daggers and a piece of chest armor, while the rest of my body is entirely bare. As a Shura, the avenues for acquiring equipment are excessively limited and disheartening. Taking a deep breath, I resumed my training. Before long, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside, and 2 skeletal guardians wielding blood-red polearms emerged from the rear mountain of the wind and cloud platform. "What brings you here?" A beam of light descended from above, transforming into the visage of my master, Ding Heng. "Elder," the skeletal guardians replied respectfully, "we are from the realm of reincarnation, dispatched by our superior's command to summon July Flowing Fire to participate in the cleansing of the soul refining furnaces." Ding Heng raised an eyebrow. "Is it necessary for July Flowing Fire to engage in such menial and laborious tasks?" "The elder may not be aware," the skeletal guardian continued, "that the furnaces in question are not ordinary soul refining furnaces, but rather a dozen golden ones located at the center. The workload has been immense in recent days, with many formidable beings trapped within the furnaces, causing several of the golden furnaces to become clogged with ash, to the point of near dysfunction. Ordinary young cultivators lack the ability to clear them, which is why we have come to request the assistance of esteemed disciples." Another skeletal guardian added respectfully, "Elder, aside from July Flowing Fire, most young experts from the 5 pavilions will also participate in this endeavor. This matter concerns the entire Black Castle. not merely the realm of reincarnation. Ding Heng furrowed his brow, glanced at me, and said, "Young one, you should go. The task at the Golden Soul refining furnaces may present you with unforeseen opportunities." I nodded, "Yes, master." In the realm of reincarnation, thousands of soul refining furnaces buzzed ominously, incinerating remnants of unknown origin. Countless souls wailed in agony as they transformed, ultimately coalescing into new soul data that scattered like a meteor shower across the continent. July flowing fire. From a distance, a familiar figure waved at me, brandishing a chilling sword, enveloped in a shroud of deathly energy. Little Mischief? I laughed heartily. "It's been ages. Could you perhaps choose a different name?" He replied, slightly exasperated. "Little Mischief sounds rather pleasant. Get lost." I chuckled. At that moment, a booming voice resonated from behind, akin to the roar of a beast king, causing my ears to ring. Ha ha ha. What a coincidence. I didn't expect everyone to be here. The infernal Mad Lion had also arrived, escorted by the two skeletal guardians. "Erdan, you're here too," I greeted warmly. The infernal lion wore an expression of despair, exclaiming, "If it were not for the fact that you are stronger than I, you would already be a lifeless corpse." Just then, a tremendous aura descended from the heavens, rendering us unable to move. Following this, a formidable figure gracefully descended, clad in a black robe that revealed a glimmer of armor beneath. It was none other than the esteemed head of the cycle of rebirth, Zhuang Huaishui. His countenance was icy as he declared, "All the young elites are gathered here. Now, let us commence our tasks. Each of you shall be assigned a golden soul refining furnace, and it is imperative that you purge any debris within. Begin your work immediately." "Yes, Director." The group of specters responded in unison, nodding fervently. "Be cautious," Zhuang Huaishui added, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Each golden soul refining furnace harbors lingering remnants of souls, which can be exceedingly perilous. Stay vigilant and do not underestimate them." As he spoke, he gestured toward a massive furnace at the center, stating, "July Luhua, you are the foremost among the wind and cloud platform, and a direct disciple of Elder Ding Hong. You shall be responsible for cleansing this furnace." I furrowed my brow and instinctively touched my forehead, only to find it was entirely skeletal, devoid of any eyebrows, rendering any expression futile. I couldn't help but chuckle. However, Zhuang Huaishui had always harbored animosity toward me, and assigning me to clean the largest furnace could not bode well. "Be careful," the infernal lion whispered. "The last time you defeated Long Alon on the wind and cloud platform, he was the director's favored disciple. He may seek revenge." I felt a twinge of gratitude, replying, "Thank you for the warning, Erdan. Bah, I am a descendant of the ancient sacred beast clan, the infernal lion. You should not," before he could finish. I leaped into the extinguished soul refining furnace. "Wait for me to finish, you rascal July Luhua." Chapter 18. My love for work. Upon stepping into the soul refining furnace, a cloud of dust enveloped me, fortunately, as a mere skeletal figure. My respiratory system had long since deteriorated, rendering me immune to the noxious fumes. I raised my hand to brush away the debris, revealing that within this golden furnace lay a realm of its own, far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. 16 colossal golden pillars spanned the nearly 30-meter-high interior of the furnace, glowing a fiery crimson as they gradually cooled. Beneath these pillars lay a mountain of shattered remnants, from which wisps of malevolent energy rose, inducing a chilling sense of dread. With a clang, the small door in the furnace wall sealed shut behind me, isolating me from the outside world. I could hear the voice of Zhuang Huaishui echoing, to prevent the unnecessary loss of lingering souls within the golden furnace. "You must face this challenge alone. This is the trial imposed by the Black Castle. Strive diligently and emerge alive." I furrowed my brow. The situation seemed somewhat dire. Nevertheless, I set my worries aside and commenced my task. Approaching the remnants, I reached out to grasp a fragment of bone, and instantly, a prompt appeared on my interface, asking if I wished to proceed with the cleanup. Without hesitation, I confirmed the action. In an instant, the bone disintegrated in my grasp, transforming into motes of light that ascended to the top of the furnace, subsequently vanishing. So this is how the process works, I realized with a sense of clarity. However, just as I prepared to cleanse the second fragment, a low growl erupted from the remains, followed by a spray of crimson light. Above the bones, a ghoul-like residual spirit coalesced, towering at half my height, and bellowed, "You dare to provoke me? You seek death." In a flash, I spun around, brandishing my twin daggers. As the spectral entity lunged towards me, I deftly maneuvered my water-patterned dagger, landing a precise strike that froze its momentum mid-leap, reducing its health by nearly one-third. Fortunately, the creature's strength appeared to be manageable. As it passed by, I executed a backstab, eliminating it in an instant. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on defeating Lingering Soul. You have gained 1,800 experience points and 8 contribution points. What? Was it truly that simple? My heart surged with exhilaration. 1,800 experience points were a bountiful reward. Nearly double what I would typically earn from a minute of meditative training. Even more gratifying was the acquisition of 8 contribution points. What a lucrative endeavor. Overjoyed, I noted this newfound method of earning contribution points. As the remnants of the defeated soul transformed into light and ascended, the furnace fully absorbed and refined them. I pressed on, diligently clearing the debris at the furnace's base. Nearly half of the remnants harbored lingering souls, which had prevented their refinement and contributed to the accumulation within the golden furnace. It seemed my master had made the right call in summoning me to cleanse the soul-refining furnace. 10 minutes later, as I grasped a leg bone measuring an impressive 2 meters in length, a thunderous roar erupted above me, causing the entire bone to vibrate with an ominous hum. An endless surge of malevolent energy surged forth, coalescing into the form of a colossal blood-red wolf, standing an imposing 3 meters tall, its body hunched, and its eyes glimmering with a crimson hue, coldly fixated upon me. Little one, are you courting death? A chilling voice echoed in my ear. With a rustling sound, I stumbled back several steps, creating distance, and in that instant, I transitioned into stealth mode, my gaze fixed solemnly upon the giant wolf. I could sense the overwhelming aura radiating from it. It was undeniably a formidable adversary. In the next moment, its attributes materialized before me. Blood Origin Wolf, Elite Boss, Level 15 Attack, for 20, 550 Defense, 200 Health, 15, 000 Skills, Bite, Blood Devour, Charge. Description. The Blood Origin Wolf, a native beast of the blood-colored kingdom, possesses an extraordinarily fierce hunting ability. It has repeatedly encroached upon the territories of the Xianyuan Empire, continually eroding the domains of the Black Castle and the Demonic Legion. Is this the final showdown with a boss? I was momentarily taken aback, realizing I was far from prepared. My current equipment and attributes could only be described as meager. The Blood Origin Wolf's attack, defense, and health vastly outmatched my own. How could I possibly contend with it? Roar. Come forth and face your demise. The Blood Origin Wolf growled ominously. At that moment, outside the soul-refining furnace, a tremulous voice exclaimed, "This is dire." Within the ancient soul-refining furnace where July Flowing Fire resides, the remnant soul of a ferocious beast has awakened. It appears to be a Blood Origin Wolf. Supervisor, open the furnace door immediately, or July Flowing Fire will be in grave danger. He is the pride of the Storm Summit. Do not open it. Zhuang Huaishui's voice was grave. This is a trial of life and death. If July Flowing Fire cannot overcome this challenge, then he is unworthy of being the pride of the Storm Summit. But there are no buts. Do you dare defy my orders? Subordinate, would not dare. Clenching my teeth, it became apparent that waiting for external assistance was futile. I murmured, Master, I am in danger. Can you hear me? Do not struggle. The Blood Origin Wolf interjected, its expression fierce, its jaws moving as it spoke in human language. This is an ancient soul-refining furnace. The old codgers who forged it inscribed a mystical array that allows sounds from the outside to penetrate. Yet those outside will never hear the voices within. Thus, they will never hear the tragic wails of the souls trapped inside, nor will they hear your cries for help. Do you understand? A chill ran down my spine. Was I truly destined to perish here? No, I must fight. Moments later, I stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the Blood Origin Wolf. My dagger gleamed with cold light as I struck fiercely at its raised tail, unleashing a burst of damage. 224, 387. In the fleeting moment of impact, a wave of dread washed over me. How could I, with merely 74 points of attack, possibly breach the boss's formidable 200 points of defense? Logically, the damage inflicted should have been in the realm of double digits, as there was no true damage to speak of. With a fierce roar, the Blood Origin Wolf abruptly pivoted, its razor-sharp claws lunging towards me. I deftly sidestepped, leveraging my agility gained from a full allocation to speed, narrowly evading the strike, which grazed my nose and left a faint sting. The foul aura was palpable. The Blood Origin Wolf bellowed, its fur bristling, eyes ablaze with fury. Damn it, come here. I shall crush every bone in your body. No sooner had the words left its mouth than it opened its gaping maw, a crimson attack trajectory enveloping me, a skill known as Blood Devour. In that instant, my movements became instinctual. My body sank low as I rolled along the ground, executing a maneuver with unmatched agility. The very space behind me shattered under the force of the Blood Devour, and had I remained there, a grim fate would surely have awaited me. With a swift flick of my wrist, my dagger was raised, and I seized the opportunity. My precise control over the distance allowed me to execute my thrusting skill, stunning the Blood Origin Wolf in place. In a flash, I darted behind it, delivering a series of backstab strikes that whittled down a significant portion of its health. It seemed I might indeed have the chance to slay this boss. First, my attack was not feeble, and second, despite the Blood Origin Wolf's high level, it appeared to be hampered by certain limitations within the game's mechanics, rendering its attack sluggish. The precursor to Blood Devour lasted at least a second, while its lunging and biting skills required approximately 0.7 seconds, both of which I could deftly evade. More importantly, its movement seemed constrained, halting when it could have pursued me. This made sense. Otherwise, it would have been an insurmountable challenge. Energized by this realization, I felt a surge of excitement. The rewards for single-handedly defeating an elite boss would surely be substantial. Thus, I continued to roll and evade the damage of Blood Devour, repeatedly employing my thrusting skill to inflict damage, engaging in a fierce back and forth with the Blood Origin Wolf for nearly 5 minutes. Finally, after executing my last series of thrusting and backstab attacks, the wolf emitted a deep, incredulous roar as its massive form dissipated into thin air. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on defeating Residual Soul, earning 120,000 experience points and a contribution of 300 points. Such a generous bounty. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. Confirming the figure once more, it was indeed 300 points. Unable to contain my elation, I erupted into laughter. Although the boss-level Residual Soul did not drop any equipment or charm items, the contribution points were more than sufficient. After all, I could utilize these points to procure gear and skill books, which was fundamentally equivalent. Thus, I continued my arduous battle within the ancient soul-refining furnace, filled with a sense of contentment. After half an hour, while clearing away a small pile of ash, I discerned a glimmer amidst the soot. Hastily brushing aside the remnants, I discovered a pair of resplendent green leggings before my eyes. Could it be equipment? Upon picking it up for closer inspection, indeed it was. Veil of Mist knee pads, sturdy grade, type, leather armor defense, 16 strength, 8 required level, 15 attribute, enshrouded in malevolent aura. What does attribute signify? I paused, and as my fingers grazed the surface, a chime echoed in my ears. Ding! System notification. Please be advised, this equipment is enveloped in malevolent aura. Do you wish to confirm the removal of the aura? Once the aura is dispelled, the equipment will be usable. Could such a phenomenon exist? Elated, I hastily confirmed. And immediately, a wisp of lingering soul ascended from the ashes, transforming into a hunched specter before me, who sneered, "Wretch, how dare you disturb my cultivation?" Without uttering a word, I unleashed a flurry of attacks with my water-patterned dagger. 3 seconds later, with a combination of strikes, basic attacks, and a backstab, I vanquished it. At that moment, the true visage of the Veil of Mist knee pads was revealed, radiating a verdant glow. A sturdy grade piece of equipment quite commendable, enhancing my defense by 16 points and attack power by 8 points, making it formidable indeed. With a snap, I donned the knee pads, now adorned with 2 daggers, a chest plate, a pair of bracers, and these knee pads. My ensemble was gradually taking shape. An overwhelming sense of ambition surged within me. Chapter 19. The Unveiling of All Achievements. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have reached level 16. I have leveled up. My time spent working in this ancient soul-refining furnace has not been overly long, yet the acquisition of experience points has proven to be quite substantial, making this advancement inevitable. Upon ascending to level 16, I allocated all my attribute points to agility. The higher my agility, the greater my offensive capabilities, attack speed, and defense. While my evasion ability would likewise see a corresponding enhancement, it is imperative to focus entirely on agility. As for the 5 points added to vitality at level 1, they do not significantly impact my overall survival, thus I deem that investment worthwhile. However, at that very moment, as I opened my inventory, I noticed that the 3rd treasure I had acquired in Phantom Moon was now radiating with golden light, seemingly having been activated. I promptly retrieved the All Achievements manual and observed that it was now shimmering with brilliance, markedly different from before. I immediately confirmed its usage, and in the next instant, a celestial curtain appeared before my eyes, transforming into a vast, abyss-like expanse of clouds, both sacred and resplendent. Simultaneously, an ancient voice echoed in my ears. Do you confirm the activation of the All Achievements system? Confirmed. A chime resonated in the air. Ding. System notification. The All Achievements system has been successfully activated. The first achievement challenge is Killing Intent. After the player has eliminated over 1,000 opponents, an achievement reward will be granted. Eliminate 1,000 players? I was momentarily taken aback. This task is indeed manageable, especially considering my ability to challenge on the Wind and Cloud platform. However, what could the achievement reward possibly be? This prospect ignited a sense of anticipation within me, and for a fleeting moment, I felt somewhat euphoric. This All Achievements manual is undoubtedly a treasure, akin to bestowing upon myself an entire achievement system, an object of desire coveted by countless players, yet seldom attained. No need to rush. Let us focus on leveling up. Thus, I resumed my relentless struggle within this ancient soul-refining furnace. Around 4 in the afternoon, I had cleared over 80% of the ashes within the furnace, leaving merely a small pile remaining. My level had risen to 17, and I felt remarkably formidable. At this juncture, a Faye's voice rang out from outside. How is it going over there? Are you progressing well? Level 17. Damn, how am I still only level 15? Perhaps you're too slow to keep up? Slow? Am I lacking in skill? Ha ha ha. By the way, Ali, let us go eat soon. How about we have sour fish? The beautiful waitress at the restaurant downstairs must be missing me. Missing you. I pondered for a moment, forcing myself to refrain from uttering any profanities, and replied, shall we head downstairs for dinner at 6:30? Let us make it earlier. His tone turned grave as he continued. I've heard that players from the novice village are already reaching level 20 and leaving. The first level 20 player from Chiyue village will soon appear. Likely to be Donzash. Donzash? Even after dropping a level, can he level up so swiftly? Do not underestimate the pace at which these individuals level up their teams. Numerous substitute players feed them experience by reducing monsters to a sliver of health, allowing one player to deliver the final blow. Such extreme grinding methods are not uncommon in the Dawn Legion. It's rather peculiar. I furrowed my brow and remarked with a smile, let us descend for dinner at 6 o'clock. Perhaps the Fengyun stage is about to commence. Upon glancing at the upper right corner of the interface, I saw that it had indeed appeared, now open. The Fengyun stage will commence in 3 hours. I might have to revisit Chiyue village. Why do I say might? Are you not the inevitable choice for the boss? He looked astonished. Such fortune is rare. I replied with a hint of annoyance. In this narrative, there are many prodigies competing for the title of the foremost among the younger generation. If I were not sufficiently strong, I likely would not have had my turn in the previous 2 instances. In any case, I planned to log off at 6 for dinner, to expedite matters and not delay my tasks. Thus, I toiled away until nearly 6 o'clock, leveling up to level 18 and raising my contribution points to 1625, quite a profitable endeavor. Suddenly, the furnace door creaked open, and a skeletal guardian stared at me, astonished. His voice trembled slightly. July flowing fire, you actually. I offered a faint smile. Did you not expect me to be alive? Indeed. At this moment, not far behind him, Zhuang Huaishui let out a cold laugh. To have endured until now is commendable. I remained silently indifferent. Then Erdan, Xiao Jian, and other elite youths from the Black Castle emerged from the soul-refining furnace, accompanied by many unfamiliar faces, all exuding an air of superiority and disdain. Among them was Long Yilan, who had notably improved since our last encounter, yet his gaze bore a murderous intent when directed at me. Supervisor. An aged undead approached, clutching a scroll. There are over a dozen newcomers who have not emerged. They have perished within the soul-refining furnace. What shall we do? Should we retrieve their bodies? Why bother with retrieval? Zhuang Huaishui replied with a sneer. Let their souls be obliterated within the furnace as well. If they cannot even pass the trivial trials of the soul-refining furnace, they are unworthy to bear the banner of Black City. Understood, my lord. Moreover, Zhuang Huaishui continued, have the rankings of contributions obtained by all disciples within the soul-refining furnace been released? Is Long Yilan in first place? Let me check. The aged undead leafed through the scroll. Long Yilan's score is remarkably high, reaching 874 points. Humph, that can only be deemed normal. Zhuang Huaishui mused as he stroked his beard. Surpassing 800 points, he should have claimed the top spot, correct? No, he is only in second place. In the distance, the triumphant smile on Long Yilan's face instantly froze. What? Zhuang Huaishui was taken aback. Who is in first place? In the realm of the aging undead, July's Blazing Fire claimed the top position, amassing an impressive contribution score of 1233 points. Zhuang Huaishui gritted his teeth, refraining from further comments. I stifled a laugh and swiftly departed from the cycle of rebirth, returning to the Fengyun platform before logging off. My substantial contribution primarily stemmed from the points earned by slaying the Blood Origin Wolf boss. Otherwise, my contribution would scarcely surpass that of Long Yilan. That fellow's Dragon Gale sword technique is indeed formidable, possessing a certain merit that should not be underestimated. Upon logging off, I descended with a fei to dine. In a quaint little restaurant downstairs, a waitress held the menu, attentively listening to our orders and jotting them down meticulously. 1 pot of pickled fish, medium size. A serving of mapo tofu, a portion of kung pao chicken, and 2 bottles of beer, please. Make it quick. We need to level up after we eat. A fei ordered swiftly. The waitress smiled, responding, All right, I'll hurry to the kitchen. By the way, beautiful, do you play Huanyu? A fei inquired. No, the waitress blushed slightly, replying, I'm working here for my aunt. I don't have the funds for a gaming helmet. However, many around me are playing. And once I save enough, I would love to give it a try. Oh, I see, a fei chuckled. How about we exchange WeChat? When you get into the game, I can help you level up. I'm a super elemental mage. With a swift kick under the table, I nudged him. Stop flirting. Tell her to hurry with the food. I have matters to attend to online. You scoundrel, why are you so lacking in romance? He retorted. I rolled my eyes and earnestly advised the waitress, don't add him on WeChat. He is a notorious heartbreaker with a multitude of girlfriends. Just go and expedite our meal. The waitress chuckled softly and nodded. Sure, I'll make sure they prepare the dishes promptly. Watching her graceful figure depart, a fei couldn't help but lament. What a pure girl. Why do you have to interfere? Do you wish to pursue her? If so, be my guest. After all, you're my brother. Just treat me to a meal. Dream on. I shot him a glare. It's precisely because she is so innocent that I don't want to see her fall prey to a scoundrel like you. Is this how you treat your brother? He complained, visibly annoyed. Enough of that. Did you sell yesterday's equipment? How much did you earn? Haha, quite a bit. The wild bow sold for 1,250 renminbi. The courageous boots for 520 renminbi, and the spirit realm ring fetched the highest price at 1,550 renminbi. I sold everything this morning, and thankfully I did. By tonight, those items would have depreciated by at least 30. The prices in the novice village are astonishing. That is to be expected. People buy these items to level up, and once they reach higher levels, they no longer need them. No matter how expensive transitional gear is, its value is limited. Selling all this is indeed a significant profit for us. Indeed, he nodded slightly. Skill books are indeed more marketable, as they are permanent. It is said that the A-grade skill books in the novice village have skyrocketed to over 5,000 each. It is truly alarming. They will always be available. So it matters not. By the way, what is our plan for tonight? Let us wait until I secure first place on the Wind and Cloud platform. Then after the refresh, I will provide you with the coordinates. Just arrive in an hour and a half. It is best if you come alone, stay hidden, and avoid being killed. I will seek you out when my health is low. Also, do not make it too obvious. I fear your teammates may sense something amiss. If they report us, we may both face sanctions from the Destiny Group, which is quite strict in such matters. Got it. He furrowed his brow, asking, Can you maintain your health? What if you get killed? Rest assured, if I do not wish to be killed, no one can take my life. Impressive. He gave a thumbs up in genuine admiration. Not long after, the dishes were served. The cuisine at this restaurant downstairs was indeed delightful, and the waitstaff were quite appealing. It is no wonder that Ah Fei has been resolutely dining here. I too will likely become a regular patron. After hastily finishing my meal, I returned to my residence and went online. Whoosh. My character appeared near the Wind and Cloud platform. Without further ado, I decided to pay a visit to the Treasure Pavilion. With over 1,000 contribution points at my disposal, it was time to indulge. Chapter 20. The Necromancer's Treasure Pavilion. After conversing with the necromantic attendant, a list of treasures materialized before me. I scanned the options, but the skill books predominantly featured were beyond my capability. The assassin class inherently possesses a limited array of skills, and those available to me were even fewer. Thus, I turned my attention to the equipment, recognizing that enhancing the quality of my gear was imperative for a more formidable presence in the wind and cloud arena. Ultimately, my gaze fixated on a pair of deep green battle boots, and I found myself unable to look away. Morning light boots, exquisite level, type, leather armor defense, 26 stamina, 14 required level, 18 contribution points required for exchange, 800. The attributes were remarkably robust, particularly with the addition of 14 points to stamina, significantly bolstering my vitality. However, the required contribution points were rather steep at 800. Yet, upon reflection, contribution points are earned for the purpose of expenditure, and thus I resolved to proceed. With a determined grit of my teeth, I expended 800 contribution points. And the morning light boots were now mine, which I promptly donned. In the next moment, the subsequent challenge in the wind and cloud arena commenced. Whoosh! My body was swiftly enveloped and transported to the arena, where a radiant glow coalesced before me, forming a skill interface available for exchange. Instantly, my spirits lifted, for it appeared that new skills were now at my disposal. Godslayer Blade. A grade ignores 30 of the target's defense, dealing 165 damage to the target. Requires 15 contribution points for selection. Hunter's Edge. S grade launches 3 attacks on the enemy. The damage of the first attack is based on attack power, the second on agility, and the third on critical hits. Requires 100 contribution points for selection. White Garb. S grade enters a stealth state during combat. Upon activation, the first attack on the target inflicts 200 of true damage. Requires 100 contribution points for selection. Whispering Shadows. SSS grade utilizes shadow powers to unleash a Whispering Shadows attack within a range of 4,040 yards, inflicting multiple damages on targets within the area, with damage reliant on the user's agility. Racial Requirement. Azura. Requires 500 contribution points for selection. Whispering Shadows. A thrill coursed through me, leaving me momentarily breathless. This was an authentic area of effect skill, with damage contingent upon agility and exclusively available to players of the Azura bloodline. Was it not tailor-made for me? In an instant, my heart raced, and excitement surged within me, grateful that I had refrained from excessive expenditure of contribution points, as I still possessed 825 points. Otherwise, I might have missed this opportunity to acquire Whispering Shadows in the Wind and Cloud Arena. After thorough contemplation, I expended 500 contribution points to acquire Whispering Shadows. Subsequently, I exchanged for both Hunter's Edge and White Garb, and in a flash, 3 formidable skills appeared in my skill bar. Coupled with my existing skills of Stealth, Strike, and Backstab, I had truly begun to embody the essence of a master assassin. At that moment, I heard the voice of the Infernal Lion nearby. July Flowing Fire. You have arrived as well. Ah, of course. Are you still coming, Erdan? I chuckled softly. Your chances are rather slim. As a prominent member of the younger generation of the Infernal Mad Lion clan, how could I possibly refrain from attending? Even if I were to falter against you, I would undoubtedly give it my all. His eyes glimmered with pride, and he lowered his voice, saying, however, this time you may find victory more elusive. For Zhuang Huaishui has dispatched an exceptional disciple whose strength surpasses even that of Long Alan. He shall become your direct rival. Who is it? He has already arrived. The Infernal Mad Lion turned, facing the right side alongside me. Approaching was a figure cloaked in shadow, wielding a staff. His sinister visage emerged as he pulled back his cloak, revealing a fearsome countenance. Though he had cultivated a human form, his pallor was ghastly, etched with twisted lines of death, and his gaze burned with intensity and defiance. Are you the one known as July Fire? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. Yes. And you are? Xiaobu Hui, disciple of Elder Zhuang Huaishui. I have come expressly to teach you a lesson. We shall meet on the Fengyan platform shortly, where I will demonstrate that the realm of reincarnation is no place for your recklessness. Very well. I nodded with a smile. See you on the Fengyan platform. Not far away, Long Alan approached, his expression somewhat grim, and he clasped his hands in greeting, senior brother Xia. Yet, Xiaobu Hui regarded him coldly. You worthless fool. Unable even to surpass a low-level undead lacking the most basic cultivation, you have greatly disappointed our sect. You, who possess a portion of dragon blood, are truly pathetic. Long Alan, a paragon of his generation, found himself at a loss for words under such scathing rebuke. Shortly thereafter, dark clouds gathered in the sky, coalescing into the form of Master Ding Hong, still radiating an ethereal presence as he stroked his beard and smiled gently. Today, we have an increased assembly. Splendid. Let us commence the challenges. Brother, allow me to go first. Long Alan leapt onto the Fongan platform. Humph. Suit yourself. Xiaobuhui, clutching his staff, stood coldly to the side, resembling a block of ice planted firmly in place. The infernal mad lion murmured, Xiaobuhui wields the elemental power of death. His spells could rival the younger generation of the Black Castle. If you encounter him, exercise caution. Understood. Meanwhile, on the Fongan platform, a young undead was swiftly dispatched by Long Alan with a single strike of his sword. Although I no longer regarded Long Alan with much awe, it seemed that to the other undead, this half-dragon death cultivator still held considerable prowess. As for Xiaobuhui, he had not cast a single glance at Long Alan since the beginning. Soon after, the crowd around the Fongan platform dwindled, leaving only a few spectators. Long Alan, sword in hand and tall figure poised on the platform, remarked, "Is this all the capability you outsiders of the 5 pavilions possess?" Humph, that Long Alan. Not far away. The audacious little brat, clutching a fierce sword, rushed onto the wind and cloud platform with fervor, declaring in a low voice, Long Alan, do not be so arrogant. I shook my head. The infernal lion also shook his head, arms crossed in disbelief. Moments later, after the little brat had depleted approximately 70 of Long Alan's health, he was upended by a surge of sword energy and swept away by the howling wind, leaving behind a cry of unwilling anger. This fellow, despite his repeated defeats, still displayed commendable courage. It was now my turn. The infernal lion leapt onto the wind and cloud platform, an aura of primal ferocity emanating from him. With a low growl, he transformed into a blazing streak of light, charging towards Long Alan. However, he too proved no match for Long Alan. Just as he reduced Long Alan's health to a mere 15, he was defeated and swept away by the tempest. His strength slightly surpassed that of the little brat. Yet still limited, it was evident that the ultimate reliance lay upon me. Now it's your turn, July Flowing Fire. On the platform, Long Alan sneered, saying, this time, I shall avenge my previous humiliation, and there will be no need for Brother Xiaobuhui to intervene. Is that so? With a languid stride, I approached the platform. At the moment I stepped onto it, a beam of light pierced through my being, infusing me with formidable power, causing my stats to skyrocket tenfold. July Flowing Fire, Undead Assassin, level, 18 attack, 640900 defense, 1030 health, 24100 critical, 0. 96 perception, 94 charm, 0 soul stars, 0 contribution, 125 combat power, 1690 and attack power of 900 is already sufficient for an assassin. With high agility and formidable penetration capabilities, 900 attack power can significantly breach defenses of the same value. This is a hidden attribute of the profession, one that the officials will not explain. It simply is the accepted norm. Furthermore, through my deliberate accumulation of equipment, my defense has reached 103 points. Upon stepping onto the wind and cloud platform, it transformed into a terrifying 1030 points, rendering it nearly impossible for the average person to breach my defenses. This, indeed, was my greatest advantage on the wind and cloud platform. Come forth, you scoundrel! Long Alan roared in fury, thrusting his sword with the dragon gangsword technique. Yet, his movements were painfully slow. His class, that of a swordsman, belongs to the high agility category, but compared to my fully agile Shura assassin, he was far outmatched. In the blink of an eye, his blade missed its mark. With a swift motion, I descended from above, delivering a devastating strike that left Long Alan momentarily stunned. A damaged figure of 1347 soared into view as I darted past him, appearing at his rear. The water-patterned dagger erupted with a chilling storm. My basic attack delivering astonishing damage. 1,100. 1994. Long Alan, taken aback, barely had time to turn around before I unleashed my remaining energy for a final killing blow. Enemy Hunter's Edge. 1872. 2,670. 1,505. The blade of the hunter is indeed formidable. In an instant, it reduced Long Alan's health to less than 20. His vitality was already low, and now he was completely berserk, roaring as he charged at me with his sword. This time, I had little to fear. I brandished my dagger and engaged him head-on. My dagger's basic attack dealt a damage of 1,000, while his sword only inflicted 700 upon me. And I was also at a defensive disadvantage. Down you go. You are far from my match. With a swift motion, my water-patterned dagger sliced through Long Alan's throat, and he let out a wretched cry before transforming into a wisp of starlight, drifting away to the realm of reincarnation. It's your turn now. I pointed my dagger downward and said with a smile, Xia Buhui, it's just the two of us left. Humph. Xia Buhui offered a faint smile. Prepare to meet your end, you ignorant and arrogant fool. With a flick of his staff, he surged up to the wind and cloud platform at a speed uncharacteristic of a mage. I quickly retreated, my form sinking as I entered a stealth state. Since I was an assassin targeting a mage, I naturally intended to utilize stealth to close the distance and deliver a damaging blow. Otherwise, it would be a significant loss. Just as I was hidden, Xia Buhui's gaze turned icy as he looked ahead. With a gentle wave of his staff, he called out to the empty space. Guide the souls. Instantly, wisps of lingering souls erupted from the black gem at the tip of his staff, seemingly imbued with a will of their own, rushing toward me. What a surprising tactic. Startled, I hurriedly accelerated, but midway, I was struck by the souls, shattering my invisibility. Chapter 21. The sound of wind and crane with an uncontrollable laugh. Xia Buhui unleashed a surge of ghostly energy, raising her staff and directing a powerful soul strike. In a moment of urgency, I hastily maneuvered across the ground, narrowly evading the damage from the soul impact. With a swift motion, I brandished my dagger and leapt forward, capitalizing on my superior speed to close in on Xia Buhui. Do you truly think you can kill me? She asked with a slight smile, her lips curling into a menacing grin as she incanted a spell. Instantly, a torrent of deathly power erupted from within her, coalescing around her into a ring of ghastly pale bones, forming a protective shield. Bone prison. She roared, summoning a shield akin to a magical barrier. My gaze hardened. There was no need for hesitation. Since she had resorted to a shield ability, it was time to resolve this matter decisively. In a swift movement, I appeared behind her, dual daggers whirling as I unleashed a backstab attack. The shield's resilience crumbled by over 70, and I followed up with a vicious strike, with a series of swift thrusts. The radiant daggers sliced through the air, the first strike shattering the bone prison, while the subsequent blows struck true against Xia Buhui. 3,282. 1902. Her defenses were alarmingly feeble, far inferior to Long Elan's. Furthermore, as a necromancer, her constitution was inherently fragile, her health bar a mere fraction of what one would expect from a boss. In just 2 attacks, her health plummeted to 50, suggesting her total health was just over 10,000, a rather unimpressive figure for a supposed boss. You seek death. Xia Buhui retreated, shaking her staff as she bellowed, grasp of the soul. At once, I found myself immobilized. The ground beneath me erupted as a blood-red hand emerged, gripping me with ferocious strength. The pain was excruciating. 8,094. No wonder Xia Buhui was so arrogant. Her spells could nearly obliterate a foe in an instant. However, the grasp of the soul was a one-time attack, lacking any follow-up damage, while my health stood at a formidable 20,000. It would not be so easy to vanquish me. The battle had only just commenced. Prepare to witness the true power of death. With a sinister grin, she waved her staff, causing a massive purple starburst to explode beneath her feet. Small 6-pointed stars materialized on the ground, each conjuring the image of a skeleton, some wielding bone spears, others brandishing bone swords, charging forward with palpable menace. Necromantic summoning, prepare to perish. She cackled, revealing her lethal trump card. In an instant, over 30 skeletal soldiers materialized atop the Fengyun platform. Though their levels were relatively low and hardly worthy of concern, these skeletal warriors could easily entangle me, allowing Xia Buhui to launch spells from a distance, securing his position of invincibility. At this juncture, any discerning observer could discern my absolute disadvantage. However, no one could anticipate that I had just temporarily exchanged for a skill, Fengxing Heliyue, within the Fengyun platform system. This ability could potentially deliver a tremendous surprise to Xia Buhui. Suddenly, I extended my hand, my gaze fixed upon Xia Buhui. A smile gracing my lips. How premature your triumph seems. A deep golden text erupted beside me, transforming into 4 resplendent characters, accompanied by a resonant system roar echoing through the void. Fengxing Heliyue. At the moment of activating the skill, a tremor coursed through my spirit, as a formidable power began to surge from within me, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening from the depths of the earth. A pair of eyes opened deep within my heart, their gaze sending shivers of despair, shock, and ruthlessness coursing through me. Was this the latent power of the Azura bloodline concealed within? Boom, boom, boom. In the air, the silhouettes of numerous cranes danced, while a tempest raged upon the earth. The sharp cries of the cranes filled my ears, delivering superlative destruction within a 40-yard radius through relentless assaults. In an instant, all 30 skeletal soldiers summoned by Xia Buhui were reduced to mere ash, and even Xia Buhui himself found his health plummeting under the onslaught of Fengxing Heuyui. With a soft thud, his health bar depleted entirely, he slowly knelt upon the ground. Disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? How could this be? Whoosh! A fierce wind whisked Xia Buhui's form away, returning him to the realm of reincarnation. I couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. Once again, I had claimed the top position. In the air, the image of my master, Ding Heng, reappeared, his expression benevolent as he gazed at me, exclaiming, I knew it. How could my disciple, Ding Heng, ever lose to the disciple of Zhuang Huaishui? Well done. Now, prepare to face the trials of the Fengyun platform. Yes, master. No sooner had I spoken than a surging power began to awaken within me, my form transforming, growing larger until I stood nearly 3 meters tall. My muscles swelled, and my visage altered, with my nose and mouth extending forward, while my ears rapidly elongated. To my astonishment, golden fur sprouted all over my body. Glancing down, I realized this was the head of a dogman. What in the world? In the next moment, a system prompt appeared, allowing me to select a novice village. Without hesitation, I chose Choyue Village, and in an instant, my form was enveloped in an irresistible radiant light, soaring straight towards Choyue Village. Once more, I returned to the novice village. Boom! A dog-headed boss wielding twin blades and bearing a fierce countenance emerged on the map outside Choyue Village, exuding an imposing aura. Subsequently, a system alert reverberated in the air. Ding! System announcement. Attention, players. The Golden Knoll, elite boss, has descended upon the map of Tenlipu in Choyue Village, bearing treasures. All brave warriors are summoned to vanquish it and eliminate the monsters threatening our humanity. Looking at myself, I have transformed into a LV-20 Knoll boss. Resplendent in gold, resembling a wealthy magnate from the Middle East, wielding dual curved blades akin to scythes. My attributes remain unchanged, and my skills, including the whispers of the wind and the edge of the hunter, are intact. This time, a grand slaughter awaits. I immersed myself and vanished from the map, perching upon a crooked old tree to await visitors in silence. Moments later, a hint of mischief struck me, and I brought up the detailed description of the edge of the hunter's skill, altering its voice prompt to Mother S Edge. Let us see how this goes. I raised my hands, unleashing a flurry of 3 explosive strikes with my dual daggers, the sound reverberating through the forest, scattering leaves in disarray. Simultaneously, a low, raspy voice echoed from the void. Mother S Edge. Perfect, has another one been born? From the nearby sofa, I heard a Fei S voice. That Golden Knoll must be your transformation, right? Indeed, this new form is quite hideous, ha ha ha. He wore a serious expression. So now we can justifiably call you Dog Departed? Get lost. Ha ha. After a moment of laughter, he spoke earnestly. Our captain has issued orders for us to move towards Tenlipu as well. Be cautious. This time it won't be so simple. As many top players have already reached level 20, especially those from Dawn. They are eager for revenge. With players like Dawn S Ash and Dawn S Annihilation also at level 20, having learned several skills at that level, significantly boosting their strength. Defeating them may not be as easy for you. No worries, I have also leveled up. Oh, that's good. See you at Tenlipu. Just then, the system announcement's bell had barely faded when players began to emerge from the jungle. Not far away, a group of players relentlessly battled the newly spawned level 20 gnolls in the forest, advancing steadily. There appeared to be around 30 of them, with levels ranging from 15 to 18, none exceeding level 18, forming a mid-tier team. Even a Fei would likely be considered exceptional among them. Russell, an 18-level swordsman, led the way, frowning. We've entered Tenlipu. It's teeming with gnolls. The Golden Knoll must have respawned here, so everyone be careful. This is the 3rd boss to spawn in Choyue Village and likely the final one we'll encounter during our time in the Novice Village. We must seize this opportunity. Indeed. Behind me, a level 17 archer chuckled. The last Spirit Realm patrol reportedly yielded several high-tier exquisite items. This time, we can only expect even greater treasures, predominantly level 20 exquisite gear. With that, once we ascend to level 20, we shall be well prepared for the challenges of level 40. Seizing the moment, he encouraged, let us embrace this opportunity, everyone. The captain of the swordsmen spoke in a grave tone. When the battle commences, all must heed my commands. This is a rare chance for our team to hone our execution and cooperation. Take it seriously. Those who do not follow orders will be sent to the reserve team for a leisurely retirement. Understood, boss. A chorus of agreement rang out. I perched atop a tree, listening to their conversation, and chuckled softly, yet unexpectedly let out a loud bark. Damn it! I cursed inwardly, leaping from the tree. The instant I emerged from stealth, I summoned the skill Wind and Crane Cry, awakening the power within me. A flurry of cranes danced above the densely packed group, and a tempest raged forth. Wind and Crane Cry. Golden characters erupted from the branches. In an instant, the opposing group was thrown into disarray. Boss, quick, give us orders. What should we do? Someone shouted. The swordsman captain, fleeing for his life, yelled back, What orders? Just run. Get out of the danger zone. At that moment, I had closed the distance, confronting the swordsman captain face to face. He looked at me, his voice trembling. Golden dog-head demon. Die. I barked. The blade of the hunter activated instantly, not only erupting for golden characters around me, but also unleashing a hoarse and oppressive sound that reverberated through the air, driving everyone into a frenzy. Drink. Blade of the Hunter. Chapter 22. The King of the Dog-Headed Men with a resounding thud. The blade gleamed as I unleashed a trio of swift strikes. The first blow dispatched the nearly defeated captain of the swordsmen in an instant, followed by the second and third strikes, which similarly felled another adversary each. In the blink of an eye, I plunged into the fray, barking wildly. And wielding my twin daggers with fervor, I swiftly eliminated the 30-odd members of the squad that had just ventured into the 10-mile slope. My contribution soared by an astounding 112 points. What a delight! With each ascent in player level, the contributions and experience points accrued from my kills also surged, making every trial at the Stormwind platform a sumptuous feast. I crouched low and leapt up an ancient tree, perching myself upon a branch. Though I could not fathom how a dog could climb a tree, I had managed to do so. Before long, several more groups of players intruded upon the jungle. Yet without exception, they met the same swift demise at my hands. For the duration of these 2 hours, the 10-mile slope was my domain. None dared to trespass. At that moment, a Faye's voice echoed from outside. I might be a bit late. What happened? I inquired. Our squad was piked. By whom? Such audacity. I paused, taken aback. The Dragon Hidden Mountain Guild. Oh, it's that lot led by Lu Taihan and Wang Yaozua, you know them? We've clashed a few times. How did you manage to provoke them? I asked. He sighed. Our sharpshooter got a bit too bold. Upon spotting the Dragon Hidden Mountain squad, he remarked that he hadn't anticipated so many middle-aged players partaking in Phantom Moon, which incited Lu Taihan's wrath, prompting him to initiate a PK. Thankfully, I managed to escape quickly. Otherwise, I might have been eliminated as well. How brazen of them. I furrowed my brow. No worries. I shall avenge you shortly. All right. Before long, another group entered the 10-mile slopes woodland. And it was none other than the Dragon Hidden Mountain members who had earlier driven a Fae and his companions away. Clearly, this time their levels were even higher. Lu Taihan, wielding a blade and shield, took the lead, his stubble appearing mottled in the morning light, his gaze set with determination. His gear seemed substantially upgraded, adorned almost entirely in green, and he stood at level 19, tantalizingly close to reaching level 20, a true leveling aficionado. This is the coordinate, they reported, Lu Taihan remarked, his gaze icy. With dawn upon us and the blazing flame and other guilds still gathering, we must enter first and eliminate this golden dog-headed demon. Beside him, Wang Yaozu, now wielding a pale green longsword, had finally upgraded his weapon. He cautiously voiced, Captain Lu, are you certain we can swiftly vanquish an elite-level boss? Furthermore, I've heard, this golden dog-headed demon is notoriously tricky, possessing the skill hunt master, or rather, hunting blade. Quite suspicious indeed. What are you afraid of? Lu Taihan looked down from a lofty height and said, a level 20 elite boss has at most 20,000 health points. I have heard that the people from Haidao Village and Liexia Village finished the battle in just 30 seconds, and they were all small teams that took it down directly. Once the boss appears, we shall rush forward and overwhelm it. No one should falter. Let the front line absorb the damage. I refuse to believe that our combined output cannot vanquish it. From the shadows, a figure emerged from the void, the stealthy assassin Pan Tuabe. He nodded with a smile. I concur with the leader. His words hold merit. The sharpshooter Li Laoxuan added, all right, maintain formation and do not let the boss ambush us. Since we possess the edge of a hunter, we must spread out a bit, akin to the tactical maneuvers of the Dawn team. This might indeed lead to the boss's downfall. What do you mean by might? Lu Taihan raised an eyebrow. I, Lu, have come here with the intention of defeating it without fail. At that moment, I had descended from the tree, stealthily treading upon the grass until I stood behind Lu Taihan. Just as he finished speaking, I launched a direct backstab attack. Boom. 1,120. 1,764. Such resilience. It didn't even perish. Could it be that he has maxed out his health points? Ah, he's coming. Lu Taihan hastily retreated, hastily stuffing a health potion into his mouth, his expression changing dramatically as he shouted, "Charge forward and surround him. Hua, hurry and heal me." Behind, the light priest was rapidly casting healing spells. Meanwhile, at least 20 ranged players surged forward. It seemed that the Dragon Hidden Mountain team had assembled its elite. With everyone combined, they surpassed 50 in number, which was fortuitous as it meant additional contribution points for me. In the next instant, I dashed towards the ranged team, while their melee players swarmed from all directions. My position resembled a vortex, drawing the entire Dragon Hidden Mountain Guild towards me, precisely the outcome I sought. In that fleeting moment, just as Wang Yuzu's sword combo was about to strike my head, I activated my skill, White Guard. Swish. A streak of white glided through the air, and my figure vanished into the foliage, swiftly moving sideways. As I turned, I directed my dagger towards the congregation of opponents and unleashed the skill, Wind and Crane Cry. Boom, boom, boom. The cranes danced chaotically in the air, unleashing storms that rampaged through the crowd. The damage from these storms was overwhelmingly potent, decimating foes in an instant. They could not withstand it. Not only the ranged players, but even Lu Taihan, who had regained some health, let out a whimper and fell. The damage from Wind and Crane Cry was beyond their imagination. As the winds of chaos subsided, I swiftly retraced my steps, plunging into the throng to harvest my foes with relentless precision. In less than a minute, the battle reached its conclusion, leaving the members of the Longyin Mountain Guild sprawled uniformly across the jungle, not a single one spared. Even the assassins were tracked down and dispatched. At present, my level grants me an undeniable advantage, augmented by the hidden bonuses from the boss, rendering any assassin who ventures within 50 yards of me utterly visible, without the slightest chance of evasion. Taking a deep breath, I leapt onto an adjacent ancient tree, perching on a gnarled branch to gaze into the distance, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the next wave of allies. In this moment, my contribution points surged from a mere 100 to an impressive 900. If fortune favors me, I might return to Feng'an Terrace with as much as 2,000 contribution points. Having captured the demise of Lu Taihan and Wang Yuzu in screenshots, I promptly sent them to a Fei via WeChat. His expression brightened instantly as he exclaimed, "What a relief. This time, I feel much better. Ollie, you're incredible." The sheer number of Long and Mountain Guild members seemed insurmountable to us solitary players, yet you dispatched them as easily as one would a chicken. Merely a trivial task. I chuckled. Do you know when Dawn will arrive? I'm waiting for them. It won't be long now, in just a few minutes. Dawn's ashes will lead a group into Shirley Slope. However, you must tread carefully. The Dawn Legion boasts at least 10 players above level 20. Initially, they planned to leave the novice village, but upon learning that the newly spawned boss also employs the enemy hunting spear, they recognized it was you, and decided to stay to avenge their defeat. Understood. I shall devise a strategy to contend with them. As I perched upon the tree, I fell into contemplation. Alone, I feared I would be unable to confront the hundreds of the Dawn Legion, especially as their ranks had grown stronger and better equipped since our last encounter. The monsters in the vast map of the novice village now possessed a chance to drop sturdy and superior green gear. Thus they could very well arm themselves to the teeth for vengeance. Hence, it was imperative to harness every available resource. In the next moment, I emerged from stealth, calling out to the densely packed goblin horde in the clearing. You all, come here and heed my command. Regrettably, the sound that emerged was a cacophony of barks. To my surprise, the goblins indeed approached, each brandishing a crossbow and barking in response. It was rather vexing. They seemed to comprehend my words, yet I could not decipher theirs. Nevertheless, witnessing their enthusiastic tail-wagging and subservient bows indicated their allegiance. After all, I am the Golden Goblin King, their sovereign. I extended my hand towards the adjacent forest and spoke in a low voice. You all shall take cover in the nearby woods. When I give the signal to attack, you will strike. Until then, no one is permitted to move. Otherwise, I shall turn you into a stew for my dogs. In an instant, the goblins erupted into a cacophony of barks, surging like a tidal wave into the dense thicket. Remarkable indeed. A surge of elation coursed through me. The number of goblins in this vicinity must surely exceed 1,000. Although a level 20 goblin would pose no threat to a level 20 player, indeed. Even 3 might struggle to prevail against 1. What if 1,000 goblins charge together? The impact would surely be vastly different. More crucially, I would be the true harbinger of destruction. These goblins need only serve as a distraction. The gentle breeze rustled through the forest, creating a symphony of whispers. At that moment, the atmosphere of the 10-mile slope seemed to freeze, poised on the brink of an unprecedented battle. Moments later, they arrived. A group of Dawn players emerged from the outer forest of the 10-mile slope. Shortly thereafter, the figure of Dawn Zesh appeared, now at level 21. Radiating a deep green luminescence, undoubtedly clad in a complete set of superior-grade equipment, and high level at that. Beside him were Dawn's Destruction, Dawn's Dust, and Dawn's Fate. All at level 20 and equipped with skills befitting their level. Their prowess should not be underestimated. Just a few minutes prior, the Dragon Hidden Mountain team had been decimated here. Dawn's Fate gazed into the distance, her beautiful eyes reflecting tranquility as she remarked, "This time, we must not underestimate our foes. I suspect that the bosses of Autumn Moon Village share a singular, cunning AI, exhibiting a deceitfulness akin to that of an incredibly sly assassin. This sensation is most unsettling." This time, however, things were different. Dawn Zesh was enveloped in a faint aura of sword intent, a result of the level 20 skill, Sword Path Enlightenment, enhancing his sword damage by 25. He turned to Dawn's Fate and calmly asserted, "This time, we have a level 20 charging swordsman among us. I am eager to see how an assassin-type boss contends with a swordsman possessing the charge skill." The formation was established, and we entered a state of readiness. "Yes, Captain." Chapter 23, The Legend of the Dog God. An open clearing in the woods. I slightly lowered my body, enveloped in a faint, shadowy luminescence, rendering me invisible to the group of players before me. Silently, I approached the core players of Dawn, wielding my dual blades. A swift glance confirmed their levels and classes. As Dawn Jean had remarked, there were indeed 5 warriors among them, each surpassing level 20. These formidable swordsmen had mastered the skills of swift strike and charge, posing a significant threat to me. Thus, I resolved to launch a powerful surprise attack. Eliminating these swordsmen was imperative, for entanglement with them would spell danger. Taking a deep breath, I stealthily positioned myself near Dawn Jean. Meanwhile, the other elite swordsmen and paladins had spread out, maintaining a distance of at least 20 yards from him. They had been intimidated by the Hunter's Edge, fully aware of the need to avoid this perilous range. As long as they remained at a sufficient distance, the Hunter's Edge could only target one individual, transforming from an area of effect skill into a singular strike. No matter. Once I revealed myself, they would undoubtedly concentrate their fire upon me, achieving a similar effect. Suddenly, Dawn Jean furrowed his brow, straining to hear the footsteps beside him. His alertness was astonishing. He uttered a low warning. "Not good, he is here." "What?" Before Dawn Mia could react, I had already struck. I unleashed a standard attack, delivering a backstab with my dual blades, instantly depleting Dawn Jin's health bar, though a sliver remained. "Damn it," he exclaimed, his aura brimming with sword energy as he activated the swift strike skill. His speed surged, and he dashed forward several paces, swiftly turning to lock onto my position and executing the charge skill, surrounded by a whirlwind of energy, hurtling toward me like a bolt of lightning. Here it comes. The charge. I could almost hear the pounding of my own heart. Sliding forward, I utilized the assassin's agility to sidestep diagonally, effortlessly evading Dawn Jean's intended strike. In a fluid motion, my dagger spun and glided past his shoulder, draining the last vestige of his health, thus completing the kill. From all directions, figures rushed toward me, including several level 20 swordsmen utilizing their charge skills. They were upon me. In a flash, I took decisive action. My white cloak billowed as I activated my skill. Vanishing into the wind, I swiftly retreated several steps, leaving my previous position vacant, which was immediately filled by a multitude of level 20 swordsmen, their missed attacks soaring into the air in a spectacular display. With a sudden flourish, I brandished my dagger, awakening an immensely powerful ancient force within me. Instantly, I unleashed the skill of wind and crane upon the position where the Dawn heavy infantry players were charging. This marked the first strike following my transformation, boasting a staggering 200 true damage bonus. In an instant, the open ground before me was filled with anguished cries as 5 level 20 swordsmen and 3 level 20 paladins, along with a throng of players below level 20, fell in unison, unable to withstand such a blow. Even Dawn Dust was vanquished in that moment. My personal panel surged with contributions, and my experience bar climbed rapidly. What an exhilarating sensation. In the distance, a Dawn swordsman, wielding a battle blade, turned pale in disbelief. Had our elite team been wiped out in an instant? At that very moment, a chilling gust swept behind me, an assassin's ambush. As a seasoned assassin myself, I instinctively pivoted, my golden cloak billowing as I turned to face the assailant, causing their backstab skill to miss. The attacker was none other than Dawn Dust, acclaimed as one of the 4 pillars of Dawn and the foremost assassin of the Dawn Legion. In the split second that the backstab missed, Dawn Dust reacted with remarkable speed, launching a thrust towards me. I too responded swiftly, extending my blade to execute a thrust of my own while retreating. This maneuver granted me the advantage of the boss's attack range, allowing my thrust to stun Dawn Extinction. While his attack failed to reach its target, panic filled his eyes as he found himself in a disoriented state. In that moment, it was too late for words. I shouted and unleashed my Hunter's Edge skill, 3 piercing blades of light blossoming in the air. The first strike effortlessly dispatched Dawn Extinction. The second took down a level 19 paladin, and the third felled a level 19 swordsman, leaving no opportunity wasted. Advance, push forward. Behind the crowd, Dawn Fate clutched her staff, her fair face turning ashen with fury. They had come with great force, only to be met with a crushing blow. This encounter was even worse than the last, having lost the 3 key commanders, Dawn Ash, Dawn Extinction, and Dawn Dust, leaving her as the sole remaining light priest of the 4 pillars. Moreover, my attacks were nearly all lethal, affording her no chance to heal. A profound humiliation indeed. Ahead, a cohort of ranged players from the Dawn Legion commenced their assault. Among them, a level 20 elemental mage unleashed a formidable attack, encasing a 5-yard radius around me in a field of white frost. Instantly, a layer of ice enveloped my armor, significantly slowing my movement. Following that, a rock spike erupted beneath my feet, not only inflicting 300 damage but also pushing my advancing form back slightly. An advanced mage, this was becoming quite troublesome. As the duo executed their acrobatic maneuvers, they relentlessly dispatched the players who dared to approach. Meanwhile, the enemy's ranged attackers began to hone in on me, launching a barrage of spells and arrows that caused my health to plummet at an alarming rate. This predicament was dire. If it persisted, I would undoubtedly succumb within a minute. Thus, I let out a low growl towards the nearby thicket. Are you not going to make your move? In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of barking. Sister Yuan, what is that ruckus? Inquired a strikingly beautiful sorceress. Dawn Yuan furrowed her delicate brows, responding, I do not know. Perhaps it is in pain. Humph, what a foolish creature. I couldn't help but laugh heartily, nearly brought to tears by the antics of these 2 lovely ladies. In the next moment, a chorus of barks erupted from the thicket, and amidst the rustling sounds, a horde of ferocious gnolls surged forth, a veritable tide of them. The sight was nothing short of spectacular. It felt as though I had invoked some summoning spell, calling forth thousands of gnolls to serve me. In an instant, countless gnolls crashed into the ranks of the Dawn Legion's ranged units, tearing and shooting with abandon, fracturing their formation into disarray. Oh no! Dawn Yuan's face drained of color. Quickly, form a defensive line. How could there be monsters charging in here? This is too strange. Paladins and swordsmen, hold the line. We must stop them, or none of our ranged and support will escape. At that moment, the assailants who had been targeting me redirected their focus. The onslaught of gnolls effectively turned the tide, allowing me to unleash a fierce counterattack against the Dawn Legion. Like a reaper among the throngs, I cut through them mercilessly. In less than 5 minutes, of the 200 members of the Dawn Legion, only a mere dozen, including Dawn Yuan, managed to break free, while the rest perished. In the clearing of Tenley Slope, the ground was strewn with glistening gear, copper coins, and potions, evidence of the Dawn Legion's annihilation. Regrettably, I was unable to collect the spoils, which would remain on the public map for 30 minutes, subject to automatic refresh if left unattended. With a swift and agile leap, I ascended an ancient tree, quietly awaiting the next batch of prey, while I commanded the gnoll horde to retreat into the woods. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the void, a novice assassin, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the scattered equipment and potions, his face flushed. By the heavens, I finally managed to guard this place. The Dawn Legion has indeed been wiped out. Look at all that gear. Surely, some of it must be fortified armor. Alas, there exists a superb grade wrist guard, level 20, possibly dropped by the Dawn Legion. Fortune has smiled upon me this time. As I eagerly prepared to collect the equipment, I descended from the heavens, appearing behind him like a judgmental deity. With a gentle flick of my right dagger, I executed a simple backstab upon his unsuspecting back, eliminating him in an instant. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I gazed upon his lifeless body and smiled faintly. Immense wealth is often accompanied by perilous dangers. How can these young souls fail to comprehend such a simple truth? It seems it is up to me to impart this lesson to them. Consequently, the news spread like wildfire, and the forums of Chiyoyue village were inundated with coordinates of the Dawn Legion's demise, along with screenshots of the bounty I had claimed from the fallen assassin. This event was heralded as the treasure of the Dog God, a legacy only attainable by those of great fortune who could inherit the spoils dropped by the Dawn Legion. Naturally, these posts were met with fierce criticism from the members of the Dawn Legion, but to no avail. They had become a quintessential example of failure, forever etched on the pillar of historical disgrace. Ali, nearby, a Fae chuckled softly and remarked, "The people of Chiyoyue village no longer refer to you as the Golden Dog Head Demon. They now call you the Dog God of Shirley Slope. That moniker has a certain flair, doesn't it?" I replied with a hint of annoyance. Dog God of Shirley Slope? It's hardly flattering. Let them call me what they will. By the way, he continued gravely, I have a friend who spotted members of the Dawn Legion in the Novice Village. It seems that they are abandoning their efforts, planning to level up to 20, and then leave the Novice Village for Linchin County. Understood. A Fae, what is your location? To the south of Shirley Slope. I dared not venture in, fearing that you, the Dog God of Shirley Slope, might become so blinded by rage that you would eliminate even me without hesitation. Chapter 24. The Dragon Alliance in a mere half hour. 7 or 8 teams simultaneously assaulted the Dog God treasure at 10 Mile Slope. It all met with inevitable failure. Only a few managed to scavenge some gear before making their hasty retreat, while the majority of players fell victim to my ambush alongside the Goblin Legion, losing even their own equipment in the process. As a result, rather than diminishing, the treasures of the Dog God appeared to proliferate, casting a shimmering glow across the entire clearing of the forest. In a state of stealth, I wielded my dual blades, prowling along the southern edge of 10 Mile Slope. In the distance, amidst the rustling sounds, a group entered the 10 Mile Slope map, but they did not venture far. At the forefront was a level 21 elementalist, brandishing a staff that shimmered with an ethereal light, adorned in a flowing emerald robe that exuded an air of elegance. Around his neck hung a green necklace, and he wore dark green boots, completing his ensemble. Long Yuan Tian, apprentice elementalist, level 21 affiliation, Dragon Alliance. They belong to the Dragon Alliance. I furrowed my brow, remaining concealed in the shadows without making a move. As soon as Long Yuan Tian stepped onto the 10 Mile Slope map, he halted, scrutinizing the path ahead. The spoils from Dawn's raid should have vanished, yet the items dropped by the forces of Zhang Yin still linger. If we charge in now to claim these treasures, our core players in the Dragon Alliance could significantly enhance their gear. That might not be wise, interjected a nearby archer named Long Ruhai, who appeared to be in his mid-20s, looking rather solemn. This golden goblin still possesses the hunter's edge skill, just as Don Yuan mentioned. The series of bosses in Chiyoyu village are exceedingly peculiar. Their skills are strikingly similar, and their AI is remarkably advanced, adept at evasion and escape, as well as assassination, even commanding ordinary monsters. Long Yuan Tian scoffed lightly. Old 3, you are being overly cautious. I know of your infatuation with Don Yuan, but do not treat her words as gospel. Remember, you are a member of the Dragon Alliance. I understand, Long Ruhai replied through clenched teeth. I am aware of my identity. I merely speak objectively. Don Yuan's assessment of the situation is worth our consideration. At present, this so-called Dog God at 10 Mile Slope resembles a cunning dragon guarding its treasure, and I suspect it deliberately allows players to claim dropped gear as bait. That is utterly implausible, Long Yuan Tian retorted. Though One Yu claims to be an upgraded version of Tian Ming, and the NPC AI system has undergone a complete overhaul. If a boss were truly that intelligent, what would be left for the players? It would merely turn into a game where players are manipulated at the whims of the boss, wouldn't it? Long Ruhai gave a bitter laugh. Boss, do you truly believe that the players in Chiyoyu village haven't been toyed with by the 3 successive bosses? Long Yuan Tian paused momentarily, gesturing dismissively as he declared. There is no need to overthink it. Prepare for an assault. The first team will accompany me to conquer the Dog God at Shirley Slope, while the rest must swiftly clear the battlefield and collect all the equipment and items dropped by the Slaughter Guild and other factions. We cannot leave empty-handed. Returning without gains would surely invite scorn from the players in the Sunan region. Understood, came the chorus of responses. Soon after, the Dragon Alliance's team officially entered Shirley Slope, dividing into two groups, the front team tasked with locating the boss, and the rear team responsible for clearing the battlefield. Their strategy was commendably devised, and I swiftly returned to the wooded area at the center of Shirley Slope. Taking a deep breath, I checked the countdown. Less than 30 minutes remained until the conclusion of the Fengyan platform trial. I resolved to engage in one final bout of slaughter, maximizing my points while also depleting some of my health to prepare for the impending decisive strike from a Fey. In the open ground of the jungle, I issued commands to a group of goblins. Their sole mission was to intercept the two teams of the Dragon Alliance, dividing them in half. My objective was to reap the front team, and after neutralizing them, I would turn my attention to the rear team, ensuring that the members of the Dragon Alliance did not approach the treasure area. In truth, I could have allowed a Fey to enter the treasure zone for a thorough looting spree, but his level was too low, and his equipment mediocre. He would likely struggle against those goblins, and should he fall, it could jeopardize our plan to defeat the boss, so I chose to avoid that risk. Before long, the Dragon Alliance made their entrance. Long Yuan Tian led the way, wielding a gleaming staff, his brow furrowed as he instructed, heavy armor at the front, ranged units in the back. We must learn from the lessons of Dawn. Establish a fortified line on the flanks to guard against the goblin horde. All players above level 20, spread out. You are the main force against the boss, and must not be overwhelmed by the hunter's edge. Yes, boss. The group responded in unison. At that moment, I had already infiltrated the throng, dual blades pulsating with deathly energy. Taking a deep breath, I struck. With a low growl, my backstab skill landed squarely on Long Yuan Tian's back. 2,788. Instantaneous demise. I then charged forward a few steps, delivering a devastating blow to a level 20 archer, eliminating him in a heartbeat, and simultaneously claiming two more victims among nearby players with my subsequent strikes. Just then, the heavy armor players from the opposing side lunged towards me, and with a swift motion, I unleashed a storm of golden letters that erupted around me. Boom. The sound of cranes echoed through the void, as tendrils of dark gold storms ravaged the crowd, mercilessly slaughtering the oncoming players. I dashed towards the other side, enduring the onslaught of numerous attackers, as my dual blades danced through the air, continuously harvesting the lives of Dragon Alliance players. To my astonishment, I discovered that the strength of the Dragon Alliance was far from the legendary prowess I had anticipated. The players of Qiuyue Village had always believed that the Dragon Alliance was on par with the Dawn Legion, both being the pinnacle forces within Qiuyue Village. And in the broader context of the national server, they were considered a mid-tier guild. However, after engaging in actual combat, it became evident that while individual prowess among the Dragon Alliance players could be commendable, their cooperation was lamentably lacking. Their command and execution were significantly inferior to that of the Dawn Legion, resulting in far less pressure compared to what I faced from them. Consequently, after a bloodbath, the 100-member front line of the Dragon Alliance was entirely obliterated, with scarcely any survivors, save for a few elusive assassins. Seizing the victory, I pressed southward, continuing my assault on the Dragon Alliance's second team. Following yet another fierce battle, I annihilated their second group as well. From start to finish, the members of the Dragon Alliance never even grazed the treasures, being utterly vanquished, and the battlefield they occupied transformed into the next treasure trove, glimmering with equipment and potions awaiting the system's refresh. As I observed the scene, the sound of blood dripping from the blade of my dagger onto the grass made me frown. At that moment, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for the harsh gaming experience I was inflicting upon the Dragon Alliance players. However, after a moment of introspection, I swiftly dismissed the thought. Why should I concern myself with their gaming experience? As long as mine was satisfactory, that sufficed. Glancing at the time, I noted that less than 10 minutes remained before the conclusion of the Fengyan platform trial. I communicated to Ah Fei, "All right, that's enough. You can head to Shirley Slope now. My health is quite low." "Okay, I'm on my way. By the way, everyone else in our squad has returned to the city. I'm the only one left. Be careful not to be taken out by the goblins. Don't worry, my gear is solid enough to handle them. Just send me the coordinates, and I'll be there." "Sure, it's Shirley Slope, 2782-29, right at the southern edge. Did you buy the return scroll?" "Yes, I got 3. "Great, I'll head over now. My health is at 5, but it should recover to about 10 soon. With your magical damage, you should be able to take them down in 2 minutes." "All right." I stealthily approached the designated coordinates, moving silently. From a distance, amidst the rustling sounds, Afe emerged from a thicket, his health also at 5, looking ashen. Damn. Are those goblin crossbows that powerful? They nearly blew me apart. What a waste. I stepped out from the shadows. Instantly, Afe, upon seeing my crimson name, was startled. What the? Ali? Yes, let us get to work. Don't heal up. Time is of the essence. Okay. He unleashed a flurry of wind blade followed by fireball spells, while I stood firm, my gaze vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Within several dozen yards, there were no players in sight. Not even stealthy assassins could evade my notice, ensuring that our exploits in this area would remain undiscovered, providing us with a sense of security. In the midst of ennui, I cast a glance at the spoils of this trial at Fengyan platform, and my heart swelled with joy upon surveying my contribution points, an impressive total of 3,789. I had vanquished numerous high-level players adorned with exquisite gear, which accounted for my substantial contribution. Moreover, this was achieved even while sacrificing a life for Afe. Had I returned to the Black Castle in a state of survival, my contribution could have soared by an additional 50. However, such a pursuit seemed unnecessary, for the equipment I possessed should not go to waste. More importantly, I yearned for the skills such as Hunter's Edge and Whispers of the Wind, which could only be obtained through off-phase drops. While the Treasure Pavilion offered a plethora of skill books redeemable with contribution points, none matched the prowess of Hunter's Edge or Whispers of the Wind. Thus, I was left with no choice but to resort to extraordinary means to obtain them. As I monitored my health bar, I found myself murmuring incessantly, "Drop Hunter's Edge. Drop Hunter's Edge. How splendid it would be to acquire Whispers of the Wind as well. Or perhaps a white robe. Acquiring a white robe would suffice." Ultimately, 2 minutes later, darkness enveloped me, and I was returned to the Fengyan platform by off-phase fireball spell. "What did you obtain?" I inquired eagerly. Afe, appearing rather exasperated, replied, "No skill books dropped. Instead, I received 4 pieces of exquisite gear, and the experience was overwhelming. I ascended to level 20 in one go. Haha. I can now return to the city to learn skills at this level. Indeed, both Frost Domain and Rock Spike are formidable skills. Let us hurry back to the city." Oh wait, I suddenly recalled something and asked, "Did the system announce your defeat of the boss?" "Yes, it did. Be cautious. You may soon find yourself the target of many." Understood. Chapter 25, The Master of the Blood Pool with a Swift Motion. The figure manifested upon the Fengyan platform, the visage of the golden canine demon gradually fading to reveal my former skeletal form. Taking a deep breath, I acknowledged the fatigue that lingered after 2 hours of relentless combat. In the air, a gentle mist coalesced into the likeness of my master, Ding Hong, who gazed upon me with kind and benevolent eyes, exclaiming, "Little one, you have successfully completed the trial of the Fengyan platform and returned with honor. You have not disappointed your master. You are now sufficiently formidable and must strive to transcend the Qi condensation realm. I shall create a space abundant in spiritual energy for your physical refinement. Endeavor with diligence." "Oh, thank you, master." I nodded, filled with joy, while simultaneously noticing the achievement system glowing brightly. Upon inspection, I found that I had completed the achievement of defeating 1,000 players. Just as I clicked to claim my reward, a melodious chime resonated in my ears. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on completing the first achievement of the achievement system, Killing Intent. You have earned the reward, 120 minutes of training in the Earthvein Spring. Earthvein Spring? I was momentarily taken aback and confirmed the notification. In the next instant, an incredibly warm white light enveloped my being, transporting me directly from the Fengyan platform. As I opened my eyes, I discovered myself submerged in a pool of clear spring water. Here, the light was dim, and upon looking up, I beheld strands of grayish-white silk cascading from above, flowing gently like streams descending from the heavens. Above these streams, mist billowed, and rich spiritual energy transformed into a vibrant rainbow, flowing freely. The moment I inhaled for the first time, the sensation was unparalleled, enveloping me in a profound sense of comfort. I promptly settled into a meditative posture, breathing deeply. After a minute, a chime sounded in my ears. Ding. System notification. Qi condensation successful. Congratulations on triggering a critical strike, earning 8,000 experience points. This experience point gain is quite extraordinary. My spirit trembled as I recognized that these 120 minutes were indeed a divine opportunity for leveling up. I quickly sat upright, focusing intently as I continued to breathe deeply, gradually relaxing my mind. I instinctively began to sense the energy I was drawing into my body. It was a remarkably enchanting experience. Unlike ordinary breathing, each inhalation in the game allowed me to perceive the power coursing through my veins. This ethereal energy, though intangible, was distinctly felt as it circulated within my body before settling in my lower abdomen. That place is the Dantian? A smile involuntarily crossed my lips. In the development of Huanyu, I had only participated in the technical coding, with no involvement in the planning stages. However, it is evident that this game has been crafted exceptionally well. The sensation of cultivating within the game feels astonishingly real, as if the fantastical elements of cultivation have been materialized, allowing players to become authentic participants in this immersive backdrop, experiencing the exhilarating waves of energy firsthand. Thus, I continuously amassed experience points, and after an hour, I had ascended to level 20. Beyond the frenzied upgrades, within my personal panel, the golden progress bar of the Qi condensation realm surged dramatically, soaring from a mere 25 to an impressive 75. If all goes as anticipated, after another hour of cultivation, I shall transcend the Qi condensation realm. In the Black Castle, the practice of cultivation adheres to a certain set of principles for those who cultivate the laws of death. The first stage is Qi condensation, followed by body refinement. It seems I have embarked upon this very path, an odd sensation, yet one that evokes a sense of imminent immersion. In the blink of an hour has nearly elapsed, and my cultivation in the vein of the earth is coming to a close. At that moment, I felt a sensation of fullness in my abdomen, as if my breath had reached saturation. In an instant, a sharp cracking sound resonated, and warmth enveloped my abdomen. Ding! System notification, congratulations. You have broken through the Qi condensation realm and have officially entered the body refinement realm. A breakthrough. I furrowed my brows. Although my character's statistics seemed unchanged, I felt an undeniable increase in strength, as if my very limbs were infused with newfound power. The cultivation session concluded. A chime resonated in my ears, and almost instantly, my form was transported away, standing beneath an expansive sky, where a colossal vortex ascended into the heavens. Surrounded by swirling clouds, an ancient and dignified voice echoed in my ears. Ding! System notification. The first phase of the achievement system has concluded. The second phase, Transcendence, has officially commenced. Achieved the highest level in the entire server. Immediately, I was transported to the achievement system space. Returning to the Fengyan platform, utterly bewildered. Was I to strive for the highest level in the entire server? The challenge seemed daunting. Above the Fengyan platform, clouds coalesced, forming the visage of Ding Heng, who gazed intently at me and remarked, "Have you triggered a unique opportunity? How is it that you managed to break through the Qi condensation realm in such a brief span? Moreover, you have even opened a sea of Qi, the power of which is unparalleled among your peers." I was taken aback. I am not entirely certain. He stroked his beard with a smile and said, "Fear not. If you choose not to speak, my master will not press you. Prepare yourself, for I shall soon lead you to a place of great fortune. This will mark the beginning of your journey in the body refinement realm. Once you achieve perfection in this realm, you shall attain a flawless physique, unlike the rather meager form you possess at present." He glanced at my ribcage and prominent hip bones, his gaze tinged with a hint of sympathy. I offered an awkward smile. "Very well, master, I shall heed your guidance. Let us proceed." As the clouds descended, they coalesced into Ding Heng's true form, and he began to walk ahead, with me trailing closely behind. The master and his disciple traversed the valley, and ahead lay a magnificent cluster of edifices built against the mountains, enshrouded in mist. This architectural marvel resembled an ancient divine realm, evoking a sense of yearning. Yet, the ominous clouds hovering above the peaks cast an air of death, adding an unsettling aura to the scene. "Is that the Black Castle?" I inquired, astonished. "Indeed, it is." Ding Heng, with one hand casually placed behind his back, strode ahead, casting a glance back at me with a smile. "What is the matter?" I furrowed my brow. "Master, I am but a lowly undead with minimal cultivation. According to the rules, I seem ineligible to enter the Black City, do I not?" "Correct." He chuckled softly and continued. "Only those whose physical cultivation reaches perfection are permitted entry into the Black Castle. However, you are considered an exception. I have already submitted a request to the Lord of the Castle, and you have been granted the opportunity to train in the Blood Pool." "The Blood Pool?" "Precisely." Ding Heng nodded with a smile, explaining, whether it be the Wind and Cloud platform, the Cycle of Reincarnation, or the Treasure Pavilion, the Qianquan Pavilion. In the ancient battlefield, they all belong to the Outer Five Pavilions. The purpose of the Outer Five Pavilions is to safeguard the periphery of the Black Castle, while the Blood Pool is part of the internal forces of the castle, classified alongside the left camp and right camp as the inner three departments, forming one of the core powers of the Blood Castle. I nodded, somewhat enlightened yet still puzzled. Ding Heng smiled gently. As you grow stronger, you will gradually comprehend all of this. Although you are not currently qualified to enter the Blood Pool for training, your outstanding performance on the Wind and Cloud platform has drawn significant attention. Thus, both the Lord of the Castle and Lady Yunyu have granted you this singular opportunity to train in the Blood Pool. Cherish it. Yes, Master. Though I was still somewhat bewildered, I nodded in agreement. Following a broad avenue, we approached the Black Castle directly. Ahead, a deep black fortress connected the structures of the Black Castle, isolating them from the outside world. Just before the grand entrance, a blood-red veil flickered into view, leaving me speechless. Ding Heng observed my reaction and smiled faintly. This is the protective barrier of the mountains. Do not attempt to breach it, for with your current cultivation, you would likely be pulverized by the backlash of its power in an instant. I gasped in astonishment. I am Ding Heng, here to bring my disciple to the Blood Pool for training. Please open a corner of the barrier. He stepped forward and spoke in a firm tone. Instantly, a small section of the barrier before us began to dissipate, revealing a narrow passage. Upon entering, we beheld an elder descending from the sky, holding a gleaming talisman to control the barrier. He smiled and remarked, Elder Ding, it is a rare occasion for you to visit from the outer mountains. What sort of disciple has earned such esteem from you? His gaze fell upon me, making me feel as though I were being scrutinized, leaving me quite uncomfortable. Enough. Ding Heng chuckled. Elder Luo, there is no need to tease this old man. I shall take my disciple to the Blood Pool, and upon our return, I will trouble you once more. It is no trouble at all. It is my duty. If one wishes to avoid the Blood Pool, it is prudent to speak little. The master of the Blood Pool has been furious these past few days due to unsuccessful attempts at forging, and one must be cautious not to provoke her. We, as elders and stewards, cannot afford to offend such an esteemed ancestor. Ding Heng smiled pleasantly. Thank you for the warning. Come along, little one. Yes, master. With a flick of his robe, an irresistible force enveloped my body, propelling me forward. In the blink of an eye, we soared several miles, and before us, a crimson mist rose, merging with the sky. We had arrived at the Blood Pool. Ding Heng led the way, stating, The Blood Pool is a reservoir of the essence that nourishes the Black Castle. Both practitioners of the laws of death and those of other disciplines can draw upon the immense power contained herein. As you have just stepped into the realm of body refinement, this is the perfect place for you to absorb the vital essence necessary for reshaping your physical form. Come, I shall guide you. Oh. The master and disciple proceeded along the stone-paved steps, walking straight ahead. On either side, blood-red pools bubbled and churned, emanating an indescribable vitality. Each pool was distinctly separated. Their forms irregular and incompatible. Some were rife with the aura of death, others reeked of flames, while still others were infused with various chaotic energies. Above the Blood Pool, turbulent currents swirled, concealing an endless peril. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, a stunning beauty clad in a flowing red gown, her starry eyes shimmering like water and her lips as fiery as the flames. The alluring curves of her figure, accentuated by the gown, were enough to leave one parched for breath. She appeared somewhat familiar, landing directly between Ding Heng and me. Her delicate nose inhaling deeply, confusion evident in her enchanting gaze. Another little creature? Why, has that irksome aura vanished in an instant? Ding Heng, taken aback, turned and smiled. Ding Heng of Fengyan platform, pays respects to Lady Yunyu. Humph, old man Ding. She crossed her arms, a proud smile gracing her lips. What brings you to bring this little skeleton here? This is July Flowing Fire, my disciple, here to cultivate. Is he truly the pride of the Fengyan platform? Yunyu turned her gaze towards me once more, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She lazily remarked, I wouldn't have guessed. I opened my mouth to retort but found myself at a loss for words. I recalled our first encounter when I had just arrived at the Black Castle. I sensed that this woman was not to be trifled with. Anyone bold enough to address Master Ding as old man surely held a status far exceeding his own. Chapter 26. Annihilation level target. The young lady stood with her hands on her slender waist, her delicate form suspended in midair as she gazed down upon me. Have you truly made remarkable contributions in battle against the human adventurers, bringing honor to my Black Castle? I was momentarily taken aback. I suppose that might be the case. A smile graced her lips as she delicately beckoned with her finger. Come with me. I shall lead you into the blood pool for your training. Master Ding, you may return to the wind and cloud platform. I will handle matters here. Thank you. Lady Yunyu. Ding Heng clasped his fists in gratitude, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished into the wind. Let us proceed. Yunyu gracefully descended, her bare feet unshod as she stepped into a swirl of sanguine energy, leaving distinct footprints in her wake. I followed closely behind her, venturing deeper into the blood pool. On either side of the path, the pools exuded a vibrant aura of spiritual energy, yet a chilling, deathly essence enveloped us, manifesting as lingering vengeful spirits that sent shivers down my spine. Hiss, hiss, hiss. To my left, within one of the blood pools, a spectral warrior wielding a battle knife stood in the crimson waters, his eyes radiating a menacing, murderous intent. He was imbued with the power of deathly loss, currently inhaling the deathly aura from the pool with an insatiable appetite, his body vibrating intensely as his energy surged, intensifying the ferocity in his gaze. From a distance, I could hardly believe my eyes. He was a rare-level boss of level 65, a formidable being capable of dropping orange equipment, far surpassing the current progression of the server. As we continued onward, to my right, a massive rock jutted from another blood pool. Perched atop this rock sat a youth, eyes closed in meditation, surrounded by tumultuous blood waters that crashed against the stone like roaring waves. At times, the waters would congeal into ghastly forms, and at others, into demonic apparitions. Yet the boy remained utterly still, his being suffused with a powerful aura of death, steadfastly resisting the encroaching energies of the blood pool. Another astonishing sight, a rare-level boss of level 70. They were not alone. At least dozens of others were training within the blood pool, each far more formidable than I. This mere little skeleton. Any one of them could easily decimate a novice village. Humph. Yunyu observed this with a calm smile. There is no need to envy them. As Master Ding's disciple, if you diligently follow his training, one day you too shall become one of them, a valiant warrior within the Black Castle. I nodded. That would be best. At that moment, Yunyu halted, gesturing toward a blood pool approximately 40 square feet in size. The deathly aura within this pool is not excessively potent. It shall not overwhelm your frail form. Go forth, and today, train your physique here. Very well, thank you. My lady. I mimicked the speech of characters from the game. Yunyu chuckled lightly before turning and vanishing into the wind. Gazing upon the ever-churning pool of sanguine death that lay ahead, I inhaled deeply and descended with my double-edged blade in hand. As my feet made contact with the crimson waters, tendrils of blood seemed to awaken with a life of their own, entwining around my legs and creeping upward along my bones. The palpable aura of mortality that enveloped me was nearly suffocating. With a steady breath, I ventured further, the pool now rising to my waist, resembling a descent into a fiery abyss where searing pain coursed through my entire being. The lethal energy from the blood pool surged around me, coalescing into a dense fog filled with the echoes of decay, despair, and wrathful lamentations. In that moment, visible veins and textures began to materialize around my skeletal form, engaged in a profound process of bodily refinement. Ding! A system notification chimed. Caution. Reshaping the body is in progress. Do not move during this process. So it begins. A surge of excitement coursed through me. Once my body was reshaped, I would be able to cultivate my primordial spirit. With the spirit in hand, I could separate another identity of my human self, much like a typical player, allowing me to negotiate with a Fae and reclaim what rightfully belonged to me, thereby continually enhancing my Azura identity, ultimately obliterating all foes and becoming invincible. Yet, only a few minutes had passed, just as a layer of sanguine texture and intricate veins had formed upon my arms and chest. A resounding heartbeat erupted from deep within my chest, reminiscent of a robust heart brimming with life. Almost immediately, my body seemed to reject this transformation, erupting in a violent explosion that shattered the deathly essence of the blood pool into oblivion. How could this be? In the air, the ethereal figure of Yunyu appeared, standing gracefully in the wind, her skirt billowing, her beautiful eyes reflecting astonishment as she observed me. You are indeed repelling the deathly energy of the blood pool. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through me, nearly toppling me into the blood pool. Looking down, I saw that the reshaped flesh had disintegrated into mere fragments, leaving only my bones, which now appeared more luminous and imbued with a faint sanctity, as if they were incompatible with the aura of the blood pool. Yunyu's starry gaze scrutinized me, oscillating between contemplation and nods of acknowledgement. After a prolonged moment, she waved her sleeve, drawing me from the blood pool, forcing the sanguine energy back while leaving me, disheveled, at the pool's edge. A torrent of expletives surged within me. Had not my master spoken of immense fortunes here? I had nearly lost my life. It seemed my initial judgment had not been mistaken. Yunyu gracefully descended before me, extending a delicate, onion-like finger to poke at my breastbone, smiling as she remarked, "Little one, you indeed possess remarkable bloodlines. Since your body is incompatible with the laws of death, it appears the first layer of the blood pool is no longer suitable for your cultivation. Come, follow me." She then resumed her lead. I furrowed my brow. Although it was evidently a segment of a game-esque narrative, there were no system prompts, which left me feeling rather anxious and uncertain about the authenticity of the events unfolding. Ahead of us, a fiery redstone staircase led down into the depths. Yunyu walked in front, gracefully parting the barrier with a wave of her hand, guiding me as we descended the staircase. Suddenly, a fierce wind rushed towards us, nearly overwhelming. As we continued onward, the world ahead abruptly expanded, as if we had stepped into an underground realm. Looking up, I beheld swirling layers of rock, interspersed throughout the heavens, emanating a vivid crimson aura. These must be the structures connecting to the blood pool above, I thought. Noticing my bewilderment, Yunyu offered no explanation, simply advancing forward and once more waving her hand to dismantle another barrier. Instantly, a gust of wind surged forth. The moment the barrier dissipated, the once barren cavern was suddenly filled with a vast sea of fiery red, the heat palpable, and the atmosphere saturated with an overwhelming essence of spiritual energy. "We have arrived," Yunyu said with a serene smile. "Your bloodline cannot cultivate the power of Death rules, yet this Earth Spirit Pool should nourish your physique." "Earth Spirit Pool?" I replied, utterly perplexed. "Indeed," she nodded. "The power of the blood pool derives from the death and decay that permeates the world, predominantly sourced from below. However, apart from these forces, the essence of the earth is the most precious source of cultivation, whether one belongs to the undead, humans, or any other beings. The essence of life originates from the earth. Thus, this Earth Spirit Pool serves as the purest source of power, capable of nurturing your body regardless of your bloodline, allowing you to embark on the path of physical refinement." I inhaled deeply. "Thank you, Lady Yunyu. Cultivate diligently. I shall take my leave," she replied, gracefully vanishing into the cavern. I gazed at the Earth Spirit Pool, took a deep breath, and cautiously stepped forward. As my feet entered the Spirit Pool, I felt a gentle yet formidable force seep into my body. Strands of fiery red earth essence enveloped my legs, swiftly ascending until I was entirely shrouded in its embrace. As if crystallized. Ding. System prompt. Please note, reforming physique is in progress. During this process, do not move. This time, it should succeed, right? Before my eyes, a lengthy progress bar for physical refinement appeared, advancing slowly, indicating it would take at least an hour or more. "Ali?" A voice from the outside called. "What are you doing? Shall we go out for a late-night snack soon? I'll talk later. I'm in a game and cannot be disturbed, okay? Let me know when you're free." "Sure." Shortly thereafter, a tingling sensation coursed through every bone in my body. This transformation progressed smoothly, as the essence of the earth continually reshaped my corporeal form. Veins and flesh burgeoned upon my pristine white bones, rendering my figure reminiscent of a medical dissection, a sight that might appear alarming, yet I found it amusing. Moments later, strands of vibrant crimson earth essence rapidly crystallized around my physical form, enveloping me like a cocoon, rendering me immobile while my body was swiftly reconstructed. A pulsating heart emerged, soon to be cloaked in flesh and skin. Layer by layer, a luminous white epidermis formed upon my exterior. As I glanced at my hands, I discovered that I had finally acquired a pair of human palms. The sensation was profoundly gratifying. The progress bar neared completion. However, at that very moment, a hissing sound erupted from outside, and I beheld a streak of lightning piercing through the crystalline formation before me. Blinding radiance seared my eyes, and upon closer inspection, I noticed a youth had appeared in the air, wielding a sword that shimmered with electric light. With a swift motion, he thrust his blade straight at me, transforming into a flash of lightning aimed directly at my brow. Instantly, a vehement warning resonated in my ears. "Ding. System notification. Please be advised, an annihilation-level target has appeared." Annihilation-level target. My spirit trembled. It seemed that grave trouble was at hand. Chapter 27. Blade of serpent bone, the essence of the earth crystallized around me, began to shatter incessantly as the thunderous sword aura pierced through it with an invincible force. Now merely an inch away from my brow. At that moment, the crystal could no longer withstand the pressure. With a thunderous explosion, the ice shattered, granting me freedom as I stumbled back several steps, sending ripples through the pool of water. My right hand wielded the water-patterned dagger, which I raised in a desperate block. Sparks flew as the dull force of the opponent's blade struck with tremendous weight, rendering my defense ineffective. I was still propelled backward, losing 842 points of vitality, leaving me with scarcely any remaining. What? The youth, gripping his sword with lightning encircling him, resembled a divine warrior descending from the heavens. His gaze held a hint of skepticism as he proclaimed, "A mere body-refining realm cultivator dares to withstand my strike?" I retreated rapidly, and only then did I notice the name hovering above him. Thunder Spirit, Growth Type Boss, Level. Description: Thunder Spirit. A proud scion of humanity born with the thunder, was murdered in his youth and resurrected in the realm of reincarnation. He became one of the strongest disciples under Zhuang Huaishui's tutelage. A disciple of Zhuang Huaishui? I furrowed my brow. Do you intend to kill me? With a calm smile and confidence in his eyes, he replied, "Do you truly believe someone like you is worthy to seize the Fengyan platform? Do you think you merit training in the Earth Spirit Pool? Ha ha ha. You must have slipped in unnoticed by Lord Yunyu, little one. You have already violated the rules of Black City. 1,000 deaths would be insufficient." "Nonsense," I retorted coldly. "It was Lord Yunyu who brought me here. Do you think I would believe that? Prepare to die." He soared towards me again, his sword descending from above. I realized that if I took this hit directly, I would surely perish, as my health was below 30. Thus, in the instant the Thunder Spirit's sword fell, I relied on my exceptional agility to swiftly evade, causing him to miss entirely. Simultaneously, I executed a strike, stunning him with a resounding impact. Seeking death, his recovery was astonishingly rapid. He sprang back to consciousness from the stun in the blink of an eye, roaring as he lunged forward with a kick. With a thunderous crash, as my dual daggers crossed in a defensive stance, it felt as if I had collided with a mountain. The reverberation sent me reeling, crashing against the stone wall behind me, causing dust to cascade down. After enduring that kick, my health plummeted to a mere 51 points. One more hit and I would surely fall. Die. Thunder Spirit howled, his blade slicing through the air with such speed that evasion was impossible. Arrogance! In the midst of my despair, a radiant white palm descended from the heavens, striking down and sending Lei Ling's sword flying with a resounding thud. Following this, Yun Yu's figure fell from above, her hand raised, and an invisible force grasped Lei Ling by the neck, suspending him in midair. With an icy glare, she spoke. "To think you would attempt murder on my territory? Lei Ling, do you hold my blood pool in such low regard?" "Yun, Master Yun," Lei Ling exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. "This brat secretly infiltrated the Earth Spirit Pool to cultivate, siphoning off our underground spiritual energy from the Black Castle. I acted for the sake of Black City. What crime have I committed?" "He was brought here by me," Yunyu replied, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Begone. I spare your life this time for Zhuang Huaishui's sake, but do not set foot in the blood pool again, or there will be no mercy." With that, Yunyu abruptly raised her hand, forcefully casting Lei Ling away, breaking through layers of barriers. The anguished cries of Lei Ling echoed from outside. The strength of the throw was overwhelming. "Are you all right?" She glanced at me. "I'm fine," I shook my head. My mind's still in disarray. Since my physical form has been completely reshaped, it is time to leave the blood pool. Your cultivation this time has concluded. Understood. Upon exiting the blood pool and returning to the Fengyan platform, I was still plagued by numerous doubts. Thus, I summoned the System Fairy, and in the next moment, her charming figure appeared before me. "Master, it has been a while since you summoned me. What can I assist you with today?" I spoke solemnly. "What does annihilation level target mean?" "Annihilation level target?" She hesitated, then bit her red lip. "Master, is someone trying to kill you?" "What do you mean?" I was utterly perplexed. She elaborated. "Master, you are a player who has acquired a hidden race, possessing a formidable Azura bloodline, and have become a member of the Black Castle. For you, the Black Castle serves as a vast narrative backdrop and your foundation in the game. Here, unlike ordinary players, you embody your own character. The term annihilation level target indicates that if you are killed by such a target, your character will be completely erased." Erased? A chill crept through me, and I felt a wave of dread wash over me. If that were the case, it was no mere loss of level. It would mean the forcible deletion of my account. All the efforts I had invested in this account would be rendered futile. This was too ruthless. That Lei Ling is a disciple of Zhuang Huaishui. Does he truly wish to annihilate me? Damn it. I clenched my fists tightly. The system fairy, gritting her silver teeth, urged, Master, you must persevere. The backdrop of the Black Castle is not only filled with opportunities, but also fraught with dangers. You must survive to achieve greater growth. Understood. I nodded with a smile. Shishu, you are truly kind to me. It feels as though you are no ordinary system fairy. Her delicate face flushed with color. The master treats me well, and naturally, I shall reciprocate with kindness. Ahem. After conversing with her for a while, I summoned her back, and she returned to the Fengyan platform. Upon arriving at the platform, I spoke in a low voice. Master, are you there? Yes, came the reply. Ding Heng's form materialized above the Fengyan platform, and he inquired, Little one, what is it that you seek from me? Just now, while I was reshaping my body in the Earth Spirit Pool, someone attempted to kill me. Who was it? Lei Ling. Ding Heng frowned and remarked, It seems that it must have been Lord Yin Yu who intervened, allowing you to escape that peril. With your current strength, you would not have been able to evade Lei Ling's attack. Indeed, it appears that those from the cycle of reincarnation have indeed set their sights on you. He clasped his hands behind his back and continued, However, as your master, I can only offer counsel and cannot take action. The rules of Black City dictate that it is a realm of the survival of the fittest. Only by becoming sufficiently strong can you deter them from targeting you. Therefore, until a master-level expert takes action against you, I must remain an observer. Do you understand? I understand. I felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, Ding Heng pondered my words and suddenly said, Wait, did you just mention that Lord Yin Yu brought you to the Earth Spirit Pool? Yes, what of it? Excellent. He appeared exceedingly pleased and exclaimed, Originally, I sought only the opportunity to cultivate in the blood pool. But I did not anticipate that Lord Yin Yu would escort you to the Earth Spirit Pool. This pool gathers the purest essence of the earth. A superb catalyst for cultivating the essence of life, far surpassing the blood pool. It seems that after your bodily transformation, your strength will undoubtedly exceed that of your peers. In any case, train diligently, do not disappoint your master. Yes, master. I nodded, glancing at myself from an inverted perspective. I was no longer in skeletal form but had reshaped my body, my skin shimmering. My appearance bore a slight resemblance to my real-life self, with a blood-red symbol etched upon my brow, possibly a mark of the Shura clan. All in all, I looked quite presentable now. After bidding farewell to my master, I resolved to acquire some equipment. The treasure pavilion bustled with activity. When I re-entered, I was no longer the center of attention. My attire blended seamlessly with that of the young death cultivators. Yet, some still recognized my ID and, tapping me lightly on the shoulder from behind, laughed heartily. July flowing fire, you've entered the body refinement realm so swiftly. I immediately recognized the voice. Erdan, do take care when you pat me next time. I rubbed my shoulder and smiled. This time, he was not upset and chuckled, saying, by the way, I heard not long ago that the distinguished disciple Lei Ling from the cycle of reincarnation ambushed you in the blood pool and nearly killed you? Yes. What nonsense. It's true? He clenched his fist and exclaimed, how utterly reckless. This group of scoundrels is rife with jealousy and envy. That Zhuang Huaishui, in particular, presents a facade of virtue, yet he is nothing more than a cunning old rogue with a heart full of malice. You must exercise caution. Understood. Thank you. I nodded with a smile before turning to converse with the attendants of the treasure pavilion, where I commenced the selection of equipment. At this moment, I had reached level 21, granting me access to a wider array of gear. Moreover, I had yet to utilize the over 3,000 contribution points earned from the last Fengyan platform trial, and I was eager to indulge myself this time. A fleeting glance at the equipment list caught my attention, fixating on a particular short dagger that seemed to be the only item radiating a hue beyond mere green. Serpent's Bone Dagger. Rare. Attack. 2845 agility, 18 stamina, 16 required level, 20 contribution points required for exchange, 1800 blue equipment. It was indeed the fabled blue gear. My heart surged with joy, and I could hardly contain my racing pulse. At this stage, players had no opportunity to encounter blue equipment, as it was exclusively dropped by rare-level monsters. None had been sighted thus far, and no mention of any blue items had appeared on the forums. Yet here I was, gazing upon one in the treasure pavilion. What serendipity! Suppressing my exhilaration, I proceeded to exchange the item, deducting 1,800 contribution points. With a soft thud, the softly glowing serpent's bone dagger found its place in my inventory. At that moment, my emotions were beyond articulation, while players across the server pursued sturdy green gear. I had already acquired a blue dagger. Equipping it immediately, my attack power and combat prowess surged dramatically. July's Fiery Flow, Undead Assassin, level 21 attack, 93133 defense, 108 health, 2870 critical hit, 121 insight, 94 charm, 0 soul stars, 0 contribution points, 1989 combat power, 234. I continued my exploration, eager to discover more treasures. Shortly thereafter, my gaze fell upon a deep green helmet. Although its color was somewhat discordant, its attributes were undeniably valuable. Forest Hide Helm, Fine, Type, Leather Armor Defense, 25 Stamina, 15 required level, 20 contribution points required for exchange, 400 Chapter 28, Stepping into the Trap, a green helmet. Though simple, significantly enhances my current survival capabilities. With a swift motion, I exchanged it for the leather helmet from the forest and equipped it immediately. Now adorned in leather armor, blending shades of green and blue, I exuded an air of expertise. If my equipment yesterday paled in comparison to most players today, my gear could easily vanquish a multitude of foes. Even absent the attributes granted by a boss, I could likely hold my own against players of the Dawnfire caliber. With my equipment largely sorted, I turned my attention to my skills. Presently, my repertoire consisted solely of the basic skills: stealth, strike, and backstab. To be candid, it was rather meager, hardly befitting a player of a hidden profession. Thus, I delved into the treasure trove skill section, and a radiant array of skill books unfolded before me, ranging from green to purple. However, most were out of reach, demanding contributions in the thousands, some exceeding 100,000. Who could possibly bear such a burden? Ultimately, my gaze fell upon a light blue skill book. This was the one. Bludgeon, A-class skill usable in stealth mode, consuming 50 energy points to deliver a crushing blow to the target, rendering them stunned for 12 seconds. Required level, 20. Contribution needed, 200 points. I exchanged it instantly and learned the skill, adding another entry to my skill bar. Just as I was about to close the inventory list, I noticed a book tucked away in the corner, another skill available to assassins. Haste, A-class skill consuming 10 energy points. Grants a 50 increase in movement speed for 7 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Required level, 20. Contribution needed, 200 points. I exchanged for this as well and learned it. With both bludgeon and the speed skill acquired, my character had become significantly more formidable. Nightfall. Around 11 o'clock, the streets were relatively deserted as a fae, and I meandered like two wayward souls, eventually settling at a barbecue stall. We ordered a hearty selection of food, each accompanied by a bottle of beer, before engaging in conversation. "How are things on your end?" a fae inquired. "I'm progressing through the storyline," I replied after taking a sip of my drink. "The planning for Phantom Moon is rather intense. The narrative seems entirely open-ended. I nearly met my demise at the hands of an NPC. Should I have perished, it would have meant utter obliteration." "Obliteration?" He looked utterly bewildered. "Yes. My account would be deleted, along with my hidden race and class." "Good grief, that's ruthless." His expression was one of shock. "Ali, you truly need to step up your game. We're relying on your hidden profession for our indulgences. If you get wiped out, everything will be over." "I'll do my best." After casting a sidelong glance at him, I asked, "What about you? What level are you at?" "I'm approaching level 21. He chuckled. "Indeed, after reaching level 20. The pace of advancement has significantly accelerated. Moreover, I have arrived at Lynchon County, where the resources for leveling up far surpass those of the novice village. When you descend again, remember to select Lynchon County. For now, the future remains uncertain. We shall see. Well, drink up and eat plenty." As the clock struck past midnight, the two of us, somewhat unsteady, returned to our lodgings. Sleep eluded us, so we decided to log back in and play a while longer before resting. Faye set off to level up, while I continued to familiarize myself with everything in the Black Castle. I needed to swiftly discover an efficient method for leveling up, otherwise the second achievement in the achievement system would remain a burden, which would be quite unfortunate. With a whoosh, my character appeared beside the Fengyan platform. At the very moment of my arrival, a bell chimed in my ear. Ding. System notification. Please proceed immediately to the realm of reincarnation to participate in the cleansing of the soul furnace. Here we go again. I laughed heartily. This was a fortuitous opportunity for leveling and rapidly accruing contribution points, a chance not to be missed. Thus, I quickly gathered my belongings and prepared to set forth. Just then, the figure of my master, Ding Heng, coalesced in the wind. Young one, remember to exercise caution in the realm of reincarnation. Alternatively, I could simply decline the request for you. Would you prefer that? No need. I shook my head. Master, I will return alive. Very well, go forth. In the realm of reincarnation, towering undead giants maneuvered enormous soul furnaces through the forest. They were responsible for relocating the furnaces, which followed the scattered bones falling from the sky. My task marker pointed to several golden soul furnaces at the center, relics from a bygone era. You follow me? A fiery soul corpse stepped forward and said, the supervisor has been awaiting your arrival. All right. I trailed behind him, journeying deep into the realm of reincarnation for nearly 10 minutes, until we reached the innermost depths, a thicket where an ancient golden soul furnace stood. Seemingly just having ceased its operations, the walls radiating intense heat. July flames. Zhuang Huaishui stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor exuding pride. You remain the top of the Fengyan platform from last time. Hence this venerable golden soul furnace is still yours to cleanse. Proceed. That furnace has not been tended to in quite some time. At this hour of the night, it was rather peculiar that I was the only one summoned to cleanse the soul furnace. Something felt off. However, I was already here, so I would observe their intentions before making any judgments. Even if it were a trap, I had no choice but to enter. The progression of the narrative demanded it. Should I refuse, I might miss something significant. Therefore, with a determined leap, I drew my dagger and stepped through the furnace door, which clanged shut behind me. Ahead, the remnants in the furnace accumulated like a mountain, wisps of lingering souls swirling among the bones. One needn't ponder the arduous nature of the task at hand. Yet it mattered little. My attributes were formidable, and having entered the so-called body-refining realm, I should be unfazed by such menial labor. Stepping forward, I diligently collected the remnants, clearing the area. Suddenly, 2 crimson ghouls lunged at me with ferocious roars. Stealth. A swift strike. In a heartbeat, my dagger sliced through the air, incapacitating one ghoul, while I swiftly turned to unleash a thrusting skill upon the other. With a deft maneuver, I executed a series of backstabs, dispatching it in an instant, before returning to deal with the first ghoul. The fluidity of my actions made battling 2 adversaries seem almost effortless. This time, the workload was substantial. Approximately an hour later, the mountain of remnants had been reduced by more than half, leaving only a small pile. At that moment, I ascended to level 22. My contribution soaring by 1,500 points, a remarkable gain. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I noticed, almost unconsciously, that the furnace's temperature had risen considerably. It felt as though something was amiss. Suddenly alert, I dashed forward and kicked open a cover at the furnace's base, only to be met with a torrent of flames erupting forth. Unbeknownst to me, the furnace had begun its operation. Zhuang Huaishui. A chill gripped my heart. Was this meant to incinerate me? In a panic, I leaped, navigating the internal grooves of the furnace towards its apex. At that moment, a figure materialized above me, a sinister grin gracing their lips as the words annihilation level target materialized above their head. They declared, July's scorching fire, you have defied me time and again. This time, let you be reduced to ash within the soul-refining furnace. With a thud, a heavy lid descended, and despite my utmost effort, I was unable to budge it even slightly. The furnace's dozens of spouts erupted with flames, enveloping the interior in a searing heat. Was I truly to perish within? Gritting my teeth, a sense of bitterness welled within me. After all my struggles to carve out a foothold in the Black Castle, was everything to be lost so easily? Should I be consumed by these flames, it would be an erasure, for it was Zhuang Huaishui who orchestrated this calamity. Should I be obliterated, all would vanish. Damn it. Swinging the serpent bone blade, I struck the furnace wall, sparks flying, yet it proved futile. Though the blade was sharp, it could not penetrate the sturdy wall of the furnace. Outside, the laughter of Zhuang Huaishui and another elder echoed, ha ha ha. This ancient golden soul-refining furnace has endured for millennia, forged from primordial dark iron. You, a mere fledgling, think you can shatter the soul-refining furnace? Dream on. Zhuang Huaishui laughed heartily. Elder Su, I am grateful that you have uncovered this soul-refining furnace. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to silently eliminate this bothersome little thing. You're too kind. This July fire has not only provoked the realm of reincarnation, My disciples have also suffered disastrous defeats at his hands on the stormy platform. Humph. This time, he has truly brought this upon himself. Once he is reduced to ashes, that old fellow Ding Hung will have no grounds for seeking retribution. Indeed, ha ha ha. This plan is exceedingly meticulous. This young man is destined to meet his demise. Surely to be burnt to the point of soul scattering. These two wretched beings. Though I was acutely aware that the two outside were merely NPCs, I seethed with rage. Unable to fathom that I would suffer such a crushing defeat at their hands. How utterly vexing. At that moment, the flames within the furnace swirled violently, vaporizing all within. Many remnants were already being slowly melted away. Simultaneously, my equipment began to lose durability, reducing to zero and returning to my inventory. Within mere minutes, my attire was entirely incinerated, and even the dagger in my hand was consumed by the flames and returned to my pack. Curiously, however, I felt no harm. Despite the intense flames causing discomfort, my fair skin radiated a pure glow, seemingly resisting the external inferno. Could it be due to my training in the Goblin Spirit Pool? Or perhaps it is the bloodline of the Azura that grants me the resilience to withstand the scorching flames. Yet, even so, remaining trapped within the furnace would surely lead to my demise. Frustrated, I pounded my fists against the furnace wall, producing a cacophonous sound. Struggle all you want. You little wretch, ha 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 ha, Zhuang Huaishui cackled from outside. Just then, with a resounding crack, a piece of the furnace wall fell away under my relentless assault, as if decades of ash and soot had finally yielded to my blows. Beneath the debris lay an inscription of ancient and obscure characters. What could this be? Chapter 29, Settling Accounts. Lines of text, imbued with an ancient aura, seemed to have existed since time immemorial, slumbering in silence, devoid of any vitality. These characters. I stood upright and extended my hand to touch them. At that moment, I noticed that all my equipment had been utterly consumed by flames, save for this remarkably peculiar ancient bracelet, which still remained. As my fingertips brushed against the fragmentary ancient script, the bracelet suddenly emanated a stream of ethereal light. Before me, the short lines of incomplete ancient text on the furnace wall began to shimmer, resonating harmoniously with the power of the ancient bracelet. Subsequently, these characters leaped forth from the furnace wall, swirling around me like slides in a projection. Astonishingly, the originally sparse lines of text were elaborately completed, materializing before me like an ancient poem. I could even hear the resonant roar of a dragon, as if an ancient behemoth were awakening in the void. Ding. System prompt. Do you confirm the cultivation of the martial art, Dragon Decision, SS grade? Dragon Decision? My mind momentarily went blank. Had I inadvertently triggered a hidden narrative within the furnace wall, granting me the opportunity to cultivate an SS grade skill? How extraordinary. Nevertheless, I confirmed my intention to cultivate and promptly settled into a meditative posture. Surrounded by the blazing furnace fire, my alabaster skin radiated a dazzling glow. As I confirmed my cultivation, my spirit naturally immersed itself in the comprehension of this skill. In an instant, it felt as if every pore of my body had opened, propelling me into a state of transcendence. Those incomprehensible ancient hieroglyphs etched themselves into my mind, and I began to grasp their meanings. This state was peculiar. Though I was engaged in a game, I felt akin to a diligent elementary student striving to decipher classical Chinese texts. My mind felt liberated, my comprehension awakened, transforming into a colossal machine deep within, aiding me in understanding and digesting the power recorded in this ancient script. Thus, I sat in meditation, unaware of how much time had elapsed, when suddenly, a thunderous roar of a dragon surged past my ears. Roar. The earth-shattering force reverberated through my body and soul. As I opened my eyes, I beheld shimmering golden characters that had been suspended in the air, now merging into my being. My mind jolted violently, as if a dragon-shaped seal had been indelibly imprinted deep within my spirit. Skill acquired. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations, you have comprehended and acquired the skill, Dragon Decision LV1, SS grade. Accompanied by a soft chime, a golden dragon emblem appeared in my skill list, representing the Dragon Decision skill. In comparison, skills such as Stealth, Strike, and Backstab appeared dim and feeble, like a genuine aristocrat among a crowd of mere commoners. In a haste, I opened the skill details, eager to understand the essence of Dragon's Decision, and was instantly captivated by its brilliance. Dragon's Decision LV1, SS grade unleashes a fierce strike, summoning a golden draconic force that embodies the might of dragon energy, inflicting 300 attack damage upon targets in a linear range of 10 yards. with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Remarkably, it is an AoE attack, and the skill details suggest it harbors the potency of dragon energy. Could it possibly differ from ordinary skills? Taking a deep breath, I gazed upward at the top of the soul-refining furnace, which was tightly sealed. The voices of Zhuang Huaishui and the others outside had fallen silent, likely having departed. It was time to test if I could make my escape. Thus, I gradually invoked Dragon's Decision, and immediately the prelude of the skill surged forth with a powerful force. Within my meridians, streams of golden dragon energy erupted like a torrent, swirling around my right arm and transforming into an ethereal dragon. When I suddenly extended my fingers towards the furnace's lid and struck with a forceful palm, a resounding dragon roar reverberated throughout the cauldron, followed by a torrent of draconic energy that crashed against the top of the golden soul refining furnace. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed across the mountains and fields, as the might of Dragon's Decision was so immense that it forcefully blasted the lid away. Freedom! I inhaled sharply, transforming into a fleeting shadow as I ascended the furnace wall, grasping the serpent bone blade, becoming a wisp that vanished into the wind. In the next moment, I had entered stealth mode, leaping off the top of the furnace and hurrying back along my path towards the wind and cloud platform. There remained significant risks, and caution was paramount. Around the soul-refining furnace, the area was desolate, devoid of guards. Zhuang Huaishui had likely concluded that I perished within the furnace and had thus departed. He probably never imagined that not only had I survived, but I had also fortuitously acquired a profound skill within the furnace. As I retraced my steps, I pondered the events of the day. Dragon's Decision was a fragmentary skill inscribed on the furnace's walls, and my ability to trigger it was likely due to the ancient bracelet. It was the resonance of the bracelet that enabled me to learn Dragon's Decision. However, why the incomplete text had been completed remained a mystery, one I could not yet unravel, and thus decided to set aside for the time being. At the wind and cloud platform. What? Amidst the swirling clouds, Master Ding Heng's figure suddenly materialized before me, his gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. Zhuang Huaishui truly imprisoned you within the soul-refining furnace. Intending to refine you? He inquired. Indeed, I nodded, but fortune smiled upon me, and I managed to escape. Good, good. His face contorted with rage. You wretched realm of reincarnation dared to harm my soul disciple. Is this a slap in my face? He then bellowed, all those above the body refining realm, gather at the wind and cloud platform. Suddenly, the wind surged behind the Fengyan platform, as figures began to materialize nearby. Among them were elder-level warriors with keen eyes, deathly swordmasters whose gaze glimmered with a sinister light, and a host of death knights mounted on spectral steeds. In an instant, several hundred formidable members of the Fengyan platform had gathered. I was utterly astonished. I had not anticipated that such a seemingly desolate place could muster so many. My master, as one of the esteemed stewards of the 5 external pavilions, indeed possessed substantial influence. Esteemed colleagues, Ding Heng briefly recounted my experiences, stating, "This is the situation. The realm of reincarnation has been excessively oppressive towards our Fengyan platform. I can no longer endure this. We must settle the score with that old rascal, Zhuang Huaishui." A pale-faced elder of the undead, grasping a staff, smiled faintly and remarked, "For too long, the realm of reincarnation has exploited its numbers to bully our disciples. Brother, there is no need for lengthy discourse. We shall simply march forth and eliminate them. Indeed. Let us advance." The Death Knights drew their runic swords, their expressions filled with righteous indignation. "Elder, we cannot allow those scoundrels from the realm of reincarnation to belittle us. This time, they shall learn a harsh lesson." "Absolutely." A colossal undead giant, shouldering a massive cauldron, bellowed like thunder. "Chiyuel Yohua is the sole disciple of the Elder and will be our next steward. Their audacity in attacking him is a blatant attempt to sever our lineage. This is intolerable. I shall fight them to the death." "Excellent." Ding Heng nodded in satisfaction. "Let us proceed to the realm of reincarnation and strike directly at Zhuang Huaishui's lair." "Understood, Elder." At the northern edge of the realm of reincarnation, an expanse of residences lay in succession, serving as the dwelling place for practitioners, as well as the lair of the Grand Steward, Zhuang Huaishui. Ahead, jagged black cliffs formed an imposing barrier, and the outer barrier shimmered with a crimson hue. This was indeed Zhuang Huaishui's domain. Just outside, over a dozen skeletal warriors of the realm of reincarnation confronted the sudden appearance of hundreds of formidable members from the Fengyan platform, their faces pale with trepidation. Elder Ding, one of the deathly guards, stepped forward respectfully, inquiring, "Might I ask what has prompted such an aggressive visit from the Fengyan platform? Spare me your prattle. Summon Zhuang Huaishui." Ding Heng's voice resonated, imbued with immense power that warped the very air around him. "While the steward is currently in seclusion, it may be enough of your nonsense." The undead giant roared suddenly, exerting his strength to hurl the massive cauldron from his shoulder, bellowing, "Zhuang Huaishui, come out and face your reckoning." With a resounding crash, the cauldron struck the barrier outside the lair of the realm of reincarnation, creating a thunderous sound that reverberated painfully in the ears. "You have gone too far." A young skeleton from the realm of reincarnation stepped forward, hissing softly as flames ignited upon his blade, preparing to charge at us. "Die!" Amidst the crowd at the Fengyun platform, an elder extended his hand, and a gust of lethal energy surged forth, instantly reducing the young skeleton to a mere pile of shattered bones. "You!" An elder from the realm of reincarnation stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Elder Ding Heng is one of the presiding elders of the Outer Five Pavilions. "This is an egregious overreach, is it not? Is there not a matter we can discuss amicably?" He reiterated, "I shall say it once more. Summon Zhuang Huaishui forth, or else do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Ding Heng replied coolly, "You." A group of cultivators from the realm of reincarnation seethed in anger, their teeth clenched. Among them, the figure of Long Yilun emerged before the mountain gate, asserting, "Elder, they have come to our doorstep. Shall we simply endure in silence?" "Silence," the elder retorted fiercely. "Do you think we stand a chance before the chief supervisor emerges from seclusion?" At that moment, Ding Heng could no longer contain himself. With a sudden motion, he unleashed a powerful strike, exclaiming, "Zhuang Huaishui, do you wish to continue hiding like a timid turtle?" In an instant, his palm power erupted, forming a colossal white imprint in the air, which he directed towards the cavern of the realm of reincarnation. A thunderous roar ensued, as it shattered a corner of the crimson barrier array. The might of Ding Heng was formidable among the cultivators of the Outer Five Pavilions. He was undoubtedly one of the most formidable. Chapter 30. The winds of change. A thunderous voice reverberated from the cavern, and a crimson cloud surged forth, embodying the formidable figure of Zhuang Huaishui, the leader of the reincarnation realm, accompanied by a cadre of formidable elders, all of whom were of elevated rank and undeniably formidable boss entities, instilling a sense of dread. "At long last, you have chosen to emerge?" Ding Heng remarked with a hint of indifference. "Humph." Zhuang Huaishui scoffed, "With others knocking at my door, do you expect me to remain idle?" "Ding Heng, your audacity knows no bounds. With such a grand display, whom do you intend to intimidate?" "Intimidate? Do you truly believe this is mere intimidation?" Ding Heng replied with a calm smile. "Zhuang Huaishui, I inquire of you, was it not you who imprisoned my disciple, Qiyu Liuhua, within the soul refining furnace with the intent to refine him? What right do you have to interrogate me?" Zhuang Huaishui retorted with a cold laugh. "Ding Heng, we are both elders of the Outer Five Pavilions, standing on equal ground. Am I obliged to respond to your inquiries? Then let us see you answer." Ding Heng commanded with a low growl, unleashing a palm strike that was far mightier than the last, while Zhuang Huaishui met it with his own colossal palm, the clash resulting in a blood-red force that filled the air. Boom! The two palm strikes collided, and Ding Heng's power, like a whirlwind, shattered Zhuang Huaishui's force, the residual might sweeping toward his adversary. Impudent! Two cloaked elders from the reincarnation realm sprang forth behind Zhuang Huaishui, simultaneously striking to disperse Ding Heng's palm imprint. Yet they too were compelled to retreat several steps. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Huaishui's gaze wandered. Brother Ding's cultivation has reached such an impressive level. It is truly admirable. However, relying on sheer numbers, do you not think you are underestimating us from the reincarnation realm? Fight! The skeletal giant behind Ding Heng bellowed. "Why waste words? Smash Zhuang Huaishui's head." "Vile creature!" Zhuang Huaishui rebuked sharply. At that tense moment, a blood-colored paper crane suddenly appeared from afar, gracefully descending between the two factions. As their gazes fell upon the crane, Ding Heng, Zhuang Huaishui, and the assembly of undead elders displayed expressions of reverence. "It is the paper crane of the city lord." The crowd stood in solemnity. Swish! The blood-colored crane erupted in brilliance, transforming into a dashing young man standing amidst the winds, who proclaimed, "The city lord sends word. Qiyu Liuhua was indeed trapped within the soul-refining furnace and nearly slain. He commands the reincarnation realm to investigate the matter and provide an explanation to Fengyan platform." Following this, Both sides are to cease hostilities and refrain from jeopardizing the harmony of the outer 5 pavilions. Understood. Ding Heng nodded. Zhuang Huaishui's face was ashen as he spoke softly. Brother Ding, regarding the matter of July's flame being trapped in the soul refining furnace, I do know a few details. It has now been confirmed that a supervising officer made a grave mistake while guarding the furnace, ultimately putting your beloved disciple in peril. Allow me to provide you with an explanation. With that, he turned and lunged at a fire soul general wielding a crimson rune sword. Sir, you cannot. Silence. Zhuang Huaishui's imposing presence was overwhelming as he struck the top of the fire soul general's head with a palm, speaking sternly. Your negligence will cost you your life as an apology to the Fengyun platform. Boom. Flames erupted from his palm, instantly reducing the fire soul general to mere ash. His methods exceedingly ruthless. We shall depart. Ding Heng smiled faintly, leading me and the others from the Fengyun platform out of the cycle of reincarnation. In midair, the figure of Ding Heng, formed from swirling clouds and mist, looked down upon me with a smile, saying, Young one, after this incident, Zhuang Huaishui will certainly refrain from overly targeting you again, but you must remain vigilant. Individuals like him hold grudges, and while your master has avenged you this time, it has also attracted greater animosity. Proceed with caution in all matters. Understood. Thank you, master. Go and cultivate. Yes. Thus, the narrative of the Black Castle reached a conclusion. With the Fengyun platform not opening in the deep of night, I could finally rest in peace. After removing my helmet and taking a shower, I returned to my room, lying on my bed to peruse a gaming forum. Not long after, a Fei entered, towel drying his hair. He settled in front of the television and asked with a grin, How's your progress? Not bad. I've completed some game quests. What about you? I inquired. He chuckled. I've begun my leveling journey in Linchin County. That area has city-level towns, much more expansive than the novice village maps. And there are numerous leveling grounds nearby with higher-level monsters. However, competition is also fiercer, as players from Jiangsu, Anhui, and Zhejiang have gathered there. Linchin County. I smiled slightly, replying, I will inevitably go there as well. Of course you must. By the way, has the Fengyun platform opened yet? Not yet. It will likely open tomorrow morning. I'm curious to see what follows after the novice village. Understood. He stood up and said, Then get some rest. We'll battle again after waking up tomorrow morning. All right, okay. I covered myself with the blanket and soon fell into a deep slumber. The next day, in the early morning, a gentle rain fell outside. Threads of rain danced across the window pane. Upon opening my eyes, I could see the bustling street filled with the rhythm of life. A Fei and I, like two salted fish, were about to embark on another day of gaming strategy. I woke early, went downstairs to purchase fried dough sticks and soy milk, and after finishing, I logged online. Swish. My character appeared on the Fengyun platform, adorned in a striking ensemble of green and blue. In the upper right corner, a countdown for the platform's activation was already ticking away, with merely 5 minutes remaining. What a close call. I almost missed it. Hastily confirming my participation, I called out, A Fei, the Fengyun platform will commence in 5 minutes. To my surprise, he paused for a moment before replying, All right, got it. I'll quickly purchase some potions and a return scroll, and then I'll be ready to get to work. Ha ha ha, there's no rush. I'll begin leveling up even if I have to respawn to do so. Before long, I noticed an increasing number of death practitioners gathering beside the Fengyun platform. Even Erdan and Xiao Jianjian had arrived, alongside several disciples from the land of reincarnation, including Long Alan and Xiaobohui, all of whom cast resentful glances in my direction, their intentions far from benign. In addition to these formidable competitors, another notable figure stood out, the assassin, Lei Ling, who had previously ambushed me at the Goblin Spring. Clad in deep blue armor and wielding a blade, he stood tall and straight at one side of the Fengyun platform, his demeanor calm and seemingly unconcerned about the competition ahead. Soon, it was time to select skills. With a swift motion, a skill list unfurled before me, appearing much as it had before. God Layer Blade, a grade ignores 30 of the target's defense, dealing 165 damage. Requires 15 contribution points. Hunter's Edge, S grade attacks the enemy 3 times. The first attack is based on attack power, the second on agility, and the third on critical hit chance. Requires 100 contribution points. White Garb, S grade enters stealth during combat. The first attack against the target deals 200 true damage. Requires 100 contribution points. Whispers of the Wind, SSS grade unleashes shadow power. launching a shadow attack within 4,040 yards, causing multiple instances of damage based on the user's agility. Requires the race, Azura, and 500 contribution points. However, this time the system indicated that I could select 4 skills. Without hesitation, I chose all 4 skills at my disposal, not concerned about the contribution points. With the addition of Longju, my expedition was destined for success. After exchanging for the 4 temporary skills, I was left with 1,900 contribution points. And the upcoming trial would surely yield bountiful rewards. The competition on the Fengyun platform was about to commence. Ding. The system prompted. Please note. Due to your attributes exceeding the limit, the boss attributes for this trial will be multiplied by 7. I couldn't help but marvel. Was there really a cap on boss attribute enhancements? Upon reflection, there is indeed nothing particularly strange. My current attributes are significantly more formidable than they were during my last encounter. Should I continue to receive a tenfold enhancement? A single normal attack could nearly obliterate even the most heavily armored foes. This presents numerous inconsistencies, and the system's recent adjustments to attributes aim to pursue a certain degree of balance. Of course, my participation in the Fengyun platform trials as a player is inherently fraught with unfairness and imbalance, but that matters little, as long as I find joy in the experience. That is sufficient. Swoosh. In the wind, the silhouette of my master, Ding Heng, materialized. The challenge on the Fengyun platform is about to commence. All participants, prepare for battle. Yes, Elder. A throng of death cultivators filled with reverence stood ready. During the last battle at the entrance of the Reincarnation Land, Ding Heng's displayed prowess was extraordinary, and his reputation soared among the 5 pavilions like a rocket. Consequently, nearly everyone from the outer 5 pavilions envied my status as Ding Heng's direct disciple. Yet, in truth, my master has yet to impart even a single skill to me. It evokes the sentiment that while the master may lead one to the door, the journey of cultivation is ultimately a personal endeavor. A few seconds later, the challenge commenced. Long Yilan was once again the first to ascend the Fengyun platform. His gaze icy. Let us begin. There is no need to squander any more time. Instantly, everyone was poised and eager. Erdan was the first to charge onto the Fengyun platform. Long Yilan, allow me, the inheritor of the Infernal Lion, to contend with you. This time, Erdan was evidently well prepared, his techniques ferocious. Mere seconds later, he unleashed a powerful strike that sent Long Yilan, the half-dragon heir, hurtling through the air. Unbelievable. Long Yilan's unwilling voice echoed amidst the howling winds, only to be swiftly whisked away. Chapter 31. The Thunder Assassin Erdan. You have grown significantly stronger. I exclaimed from the sidelines, genuinely impressed. Haha, thank you. The Infernal Lion grinned sheepishly on the Fengyun platform, scratching his head. Humph. A disdainful snicker echoed from the crowd as Xia Buhui sneered. It's merely a slight improvement. If it weren't for that fool Long Yilan underestimating his opponent, he wouldn't have faced defeat. Ultimately, he's still a waste, merely a self-aggrandizing descendant of the Infernal Lion clan. Xia Buhui, you wretched necromancer, come up here. The Infernal Lion bellowed in anger. Fine, I'll come up. Yet, mere moments later, the Infernal Lion found his offensive thwarted by a barrage of control skills, and ultimately succumbed to Xia Buhui's soul power, being swept off the Fengyun platform by a gust of wind. Humph. Xia Buhui stood on the Fengyun platform, staff in hand, his gaze cold and disdainful, as if looking down on everyone. In the next moment, a brash challenger rushed onto the stage but was swiftly defeated and sent away by the wind. The necromancer's myriad of control, defense, and offensive techniques proved too much for the others, and soon, every necromancer participating in the trial was vanquished, leaving only Xia Buhui atop the platform, while I and Lei Ling remained below. Humph, a pitiful lot. Lei Ling soared onto the Fengyun platform, his sword ringing with a resounding clang as arcs of lightning surged around him. His eyes sparkled with the brilliance of thunder, fixed intently on Xia Buhui. Senior brother Lei Ling. Xia Buhui furrowed his brow and declared, I concede. You may proceed. Lei Ling smiled lightly. In the next moment, Xia Buhui surrendered and was whisked away by the wind, while Lei Ling pointed the blade of his sword towards me, stating calmly, in the end, our battle in July's blazing fire must continue. Come forth. As you wish. I leaped onto the stage, and the instant my feet touched the platform, I sank into stealth mode. Standing resolutely at the center of the Fengyun platform, Lei Ling, with a piercing gaze, addressed the void, amidst the relentless onslaught of thunder. Do you think you can conceal yourself? It is disappointing to discover that the esteemed disciple of Master Ding Hung possesses such limited prowess. I frowned, slowly approaching. Come out. Lei Ling suddenly roared, and a surge of lightning erupted around him, radiating like roots of a tree, enveloping the entire Fengyan platform. I could not escape its grasp. My body was bombarded by the thunderous assault, causing my stealth to dissipate instantly. With no hesitation, I dashed forward, closing the distance to Lei Ling. He clearly did not anticipate my speed to be so swift. After all, during our last encounter when he sought to eliminate me, I lacked the attributes of a boss. And my agility was far inferior to what it is now. In that fleeting moment when we were face to face, Thunder Spirit drew his sword. The force of his strike was akin to a thunderclap, slicing through the air with a chilling brilliance. With a clang, I swiftly cut to the right, spinning my water-patterned dagger to block his attack, successfully parrying his strike. Simultaneously, my right dagger grazed his throat, triggering the piercing skill. 1882. With an attack power of 900. It was indeed formidable. Under the astonished gaze of Thunder Spirit, I slipped past him, my dagger unleashing a backstab damage from behind. In that instant when both assaults were executed, I consumed the last remnants of my energy, unleashing the Hunter's Edge skill. Bang! The razor-sharp edge nearly pierced through Thunder Spirit's body, yet he was remarkably strong, his attributes surpassing mine by a tier. With a thunderous roar, he swung his sword down upon my shoulder, causing me to stagger backward along with my dagger. Ultimately, with my full agility build, I was at a disadvantage in sheer strength during our frontal clash. Seeking my demise, he lunged with his sword, its brilliance transforming into a streak of lightning, executing the same deadly technique once more. Should I be struck, my health would surely dwindle significantly. In the blink of an eye, I activated my white robe skill. Whoosh! The white cloak fluttered in the wind, and the next moment, I had stepped into the void, evading Thunder Spirit's lethal strike. I let out a low growl. Come forth. Let us battle. Unfortunately, it seemed that his lightning skill also had a cooldown. He swung his sword wildly on the wind cloud platform, yet failed to locate me. After waiting 4 seconds, my energy was sufficient, and I charged forward, closing the distance. My dagger vanished from my right hand, replaced by a hand brimming with surging power. Bang! Dragon's Decision. 14,442. A single palm strike, and he was vanquished. With the white robe activated, my first strike dealt 200 true damage, combined with the 300 damage of Dragon's Decision, rendering it equivalent to 6-fold true damage. It was no surprise that I could eliminate him with a single blow. July's Blazing Fire. I vow not to coexist with you. In the wind, Thunder Spirit's furious roar echoed, yet it sounded so feeble and powerless. In truth, once I acquired the boss attribute enhancement on the wind cloud platform, the proud disciples of Zhuang Huaishui appeared as mere weaklings, easily dispatched. Challenge successful. In the wind, the visage of my master, Ding Heng, materialized once more, smiling. Young one, you have never disappointed me. Next comes the trial following the wind cloud platform. Fight valiantly for the Black Castle, for those kind-hearted souls. Yes, master. In the next moment, a surge of deep blue lightning flickered above my arms, and my form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. My green leather armor was enveloped in deep blue, morphing into a magnificent suit of armor. The daggers in my hands transmuted into 2 short swords radiating with violet lightning, while my face became shrouded in a deep blue cloak, obscuring my features and rendering me the visage of a high-tier assassin. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have transformed into Thunderblade Assassin LV-25, rare level boss. Please choose the town you wish to descend upon. At last, I had become a rare level boss. In this moment, I possessed formidable power and became a treasure bearer capable of dropping blue equipment. Cloaked in shimmering lightning, I stood quietly upon the wind and cloud platform, awaiting the call of destiny. Confirming my choice to descend upon Linshan County, the next instant, my body was enveloped in a brilliant light, soaring skyward, departing the wind and cloud platform and heading towards Linshan County. Moments later, radiant with dazzling brilliance, I coalesced into a heroic form upon the earth. Ding! System announcement. Attention players, Thunderblade Assassin LV-25, rare level boss, has descended upon the Jingjia Forest map in Linshan County, bearing precious treasures. All warriors are encouraged to engage and vanquish the evil for our Xianyuan Empire. I have arrived. I have finally reached the human county town. Rising to my full height, I gripped my short swords tightly, and casually opened the large map. Indeed, the expansive map revealed Linchin County. While Jingjia Forest lay not far to the east of the county, only a 10-minute journey from the city. This positioning was rather concerning for players in Linchin County. Reaching my location would be an effortless endeavor. Taking a deep breath, I gently lowered myself, retreating into the void to observe my surroundings. The freshly spawned monsters were level 25 thorny porcupines, a group of foolish creatures covered in barbed quills. Rummaging through the underbrush in search of tree roots to satiate their hunger, blissfully unaware that death was imminent. I attempted to communicate with them, but these simpletons paid me no heed. It appeared that I was not emerging as the king of wild monsters this time, but rather as a mere airborne creature. Ali, a voice called from beside me. It was a Fae. Is this Thunderblade assassin you? Yes, I replied, furrowing my brow. Has it caused quite a stir? Not too much, he chuckled heartily. Linchin County is a county town, not merely a novice village. There are plenty of public bosses around the maps, some of which respawn every 2 hours. You merely triggered a system announcement, which makes you a bit special, but it won't incite everyone to hunt you down. That's a relief. Otherwise, I would worry about handling the situation. Ha ha ha, you won't believe it. I'm currently at the East Gate Square of Linchin County, and many players are already purchasing potions, preparing to venture out to find you. They are courting their own demise. Ha ha, I must admit, I find your audacious demeanor quite amusing. Prepare yourself and focus on leveling up in the vicinity. I shall notify you when your presence is required. Understood. Exercise caution. As Linchin County is not a novice's haven, the influence of various guilds is intermingled here, and it is certain that a multitude will come to challenge your team. Indeed. I am aware, do not worry. In less than 2 minutes, individuals have already arrived. The sound of footsteps resonates through the forest, comprising 5 members, a swordsman, a brawler, an elemental mage, a warlock, and a light priest, an archetypal leveling party. The team's average level is 23, with the swordsman leading at level 24. Bearing the insignia of a captain, his expression grave as he declares, "This is the place. We have entered the Jingjia Forest." Behind him, the brawler, a female player clad in leather armor with her hands encased in steel gauntlets and sporting a short, adorable hairstyle, remarks, "Brother, the Jingjia Forest is vast. What are the odds we will encounter it? Moreover, even if we do, it is a level 25 rare boss. I worry that we may not be able to defeat it." The swordsman chuckles lightly. How can we know unless we try? The number of players in Linchin County is increasing daily. We have been burning the midnight oil to become among the first to enter this realm. What is our purpose if not to scour the map for resources before the majority of players arrive? Indeed, the warlock says, stroking the head of a hellhound beside her with a smile. It is said that the drop rate of each boss is highest upon its initial defeat. Subsequent respawns yield far less bounty. Precisely. Let us proceed, locate the boss, and dispatch it swiftly. Agreed. Chapter 32. The Gathering of the Super Legion without a moment's hesitation. As soon as the opposing group stepped into my territory, I launched my attack. I soared through the void, swiftly drawing my twin short swords to unleash a series of backstab strikes against their swordsmen. 1,782. 2,671. In an instant, he was vanquished. What transpired? Behind me, the brawler and sorceress had yet to react when I surged forward with explosive speed, triggering the skill Hunting Edge. Instantly, the air reverberated with the voice of Hunting Mother S. Edge as 3 beams pierced through the air, swiftly obliterating both of them in a single blow. This is troublesome. The elemental mage hastily raised his staff, unleashing an ice field skill upon me while shouting, "We cannot win. Little sister, flee." But there was no time to escape. As I raised my hand, a wisp of pale golden light enveloped my feet, activating my sprinting skill and negating the slowing effect of the ice field. I advanced and delivered a powerful strike that eliminated the mage, then swiftly pursued the horrified light priestess, dispatching her with 2 quick strikes. In a heartbeat, the once bustling forest of awakening returned to its former tranquility, with several bodies strewn across the ground, from which 2 pieces of armor dropped. Regrettably, I could not collect them. Otherwise, I would have surely profited handsomely. Have I been too ruthless? Gazing at the body of the light priestess, I mused to myself, then shrugged it off. Equal treatment for all, regardless of gender. Anyone who enters my domain must face demise. I lowered my body, gradually entering stealth mode, my azure silhouette vanishing amidst the trees. Just as I disappeared, I heard footsteps approaching from a distance. This time, there were more of them, around 50 individuals, all between levels 20 and 24. They rushed into the forest, with a paladin clad in green armor leading the charge. The battle has ended. He gazed in astonishment at the 5 corpses on the ground, frowning as he pondered. Was it the players or the boss that did this? It was the boss, a bard player declared, gripping his pipa. I added one of them as a friend when we entered Lynchon County. And he just mentioned that this boss even knows the hunting edge skill. What? The paladin's face paled in shock. Could it be the hunting mother edge boss from Choyue village? Indeed, that boss seemed to possess intelligence. Having altered the system voice of Hunting Edge to mockingly proclaim Hunting Mother edge. Good heavens. The paladin spoke decisively. We cannot remain here. Retreat. The strategy is cancelled. Everyone, exit the Awakening Forest immediately. Let us train in the Wasp Forest instead. We must avoid stirring up trouble here. Withdraw. It must be said that this paladin is undoubtedly an exceptional leader. Upon learning that the boss possessed the Hunter's Edge, he promptly ordered a retreat without hesitation. Truly a remarkable talent. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just as they prepared to withdraw, I had already materialized on their escape route. Since I was here, they might as well experience the terror of the boss. The serpent's bone dagger transformed into a streak of blue brilliance, piercing the back of an assassin player, slaying him instantly. Simultaneously, the water-patterned dagger sliced through the chest of an elemental mage. In that fleeting moment, my figure spun behind the enemy ranks, unleashing a flurry of attacks with unparalleled speed. Within 3 seconds, I executed an astounding 7 strikes, eliminating 5 opponents, my body enveloped in crackling lightnings, creating a terrifying spectacle as electric tendrils danced through the air. Alas, the situation turned dire. A group of players gasped in shock. We must fight back, shouted a swordsman of vice captain rank as he charged forward. Fall back. The paladin captain bellowed, but it was too late to halt the onslaught. With a casual flick, I summoned the power of my bloodline, unleashing a cacophony of wind and thunder. In an instant, the advancing armored players were all annihilated, with several ranged players also meeting a swift demise. In mere moments, I had dispatched over 10 more, and with my relentless harvesting, I unleashed a chaotic flurry of Hunter's Edge strikes, resulting in the enemy team suffering a casualty rate exceeding 50%. Don't approach. Scatter and retreat from the sides. Run. The paladin captain shouted. Consequently, the players began to disperse. With this development, my ability to eliminate further opponents diminished, allowing me only to pursue and dispatch a few stragglers. Watching helplessly as nearly 30 players scattered from the Jingjia Forest. Just 100 meters ahead, a blood-red celestial canopy descended from the sky, enveloping the entire area. This was the map's boundary. While players might be oblivious, my perspective revealed the truth, indicating that it was solely directed at me. At this moment, I resembled a ferocious beast, my movement restricted to the confines of the Jingjia Forest. Despite possessing extraordinary strength, I was not entirely free. In the distance, only the frantic cries of "Run! Hurry! Don't get killed!" echoed through the air as the figures of the players vanished one by one. I lingered in the forest, feeling a twinge of loneliness as they no longer wished to engage with me. However, a glimmer of solace emerged, with the players' levels and equipment improving. The contribution points gained from their defeat had significantly increased. Just moments ago, I had eliminated nearly 30 players, achieving a contribution of 174 points, indicative that slaying players above level 20 yielded an average of 56 contribution points each. The future appears promising. "Ali, you've been on a killing spree in the Jingjia Forest, haven't you?" A face suddenly remarked. "Indeed, what of it?" I replied. "The news has already reached Lynchon County." His voice carried a weighty gravity as he remarked, "The Dawn faction is currently rallying forces at the Eastgate Square, calling upon the players of Lynchon County to join in the extermination of the Thunderblade assassin. Unfortunately, given your current status, I cannot send you the video. Otherwise, you would be able to witness it live." How foolish. "Just record it and send it to me via WeChat. I can watch it synchronously," I retorted. "Oh damn. I completely forgot about that." Just a moment. Shortly thereafter, a game recording was sent over from a Fae. I immediately slipped back into stealth within the jungle and opened the video, revealing a scene from Lynchon County. The square was encircled by buildings with white walls and black tiles, and within it were various NPCs, including potion merchants, blacksmiths, and quest givers. At the very center stood a figure clad in high-grade leather armor, dual daggers in hand, none other than Dawn Dust, one of the 4 pillars of the Dawn Legion. His expression was grave as he surveyed the crowd. It had to be him. Indeed. The AI boss from the modified Hunter's Edge system, the only one in the entire server that could be so audacious. Gritting his teeth, Dawn Dust clenched his fist and declared, "He is openly provoking all players of Phantom Moon. This must be the work of some twisted designer. We have already suffered defeat in Shoyue Village. Now that we have arrived in Linchin County, our resources, levels, and skills have all ascended to a new echelon. It is time to bring this arrogant AI to its knees." Indeed, Dawn Fate blinked her beautiful eyes and added, "We are currently assembling our forces and will set out shortly. We also hope that other teams will join us. Together, we will storm the Jingjia Forest. While the rewards for the boss may be modest, the opportunity for vengeance is monumental." Yes, Dawn Dust's voice was resolute. Back when we were in Shoyue Village, we were all barely at level 10, with most skills at level 1. But this time, it's different. We are now nearing level 25. And our skill proficiency has improved significantly. I believe many have already leveled their skills to level 3. Furthermore, we can purchase higher quality potions in Linchin County. This time, we must slay the Thunderblade Assassin. Absolutely. A multitude of Dawn Legion players raised their weapons in unison, declaring, "Let us eliminate the Thunderblade Assassin and reclaim our honor." Dawn Fate continued to gaze at the onlookers with her doe-like eyes, stating, "Everyone, listen. We, the Dawn faction, are about to gather. Not only from Shoyue Village but also from other novice villages, our members have converged. Currently, the Dawn faction can amass a formidable force of over 500. Please, join us as we tread upon the Jingjia Forest together, shall we?" In response, a middle-aged man in the crowd spoke in a deep voice, "I, Liu, will bring my brothers from Longing Mountain to join you in this endeavor." I was taken aback, nearly laughing aloud. When did Liu Taihan arrive? I hadn't even noticed. Aside from Liu Taihan, numerous team leaders have stepped forward, expressing their willingness to venture into the Awakening Forest alongside us, striving to vanquish the Thunder Assassin in one decisive strike. This poses quite a predicament. I furrowed my brow and spoke. Afei replied solemnly, "It seems that at least 1,000 individuals will enter the Awakening Forest this time, and their unprecedented unity is concerning. What do you believe we should do to ensure the success of our Taihu Legend enterprise? If I manage to eliminate the Thunder Assassin this time, my level will ascend to 25, possibly even allowing me to appear on the prestigious rankings of Linchin County. Let us not rush." I pondered briefly before suggesting, "You should first approach the map of the Awakening Forest, practice alone on the outskirts, and await my signal. When the time is right, I shall come to your location." All right, let's proceed with that plan. Stay cautious and avoid being overwhelmed by the forces of Dawn. Do not worry, they lack the capability. A hearty laugh escaped me as I inhaled deeply. Gradually, I retreated into the void, moving southward toward the Awakening Forest in stealth mode, needing to evade the main force of the enemy. Although my attributes are exceptionally high, confronting a 1,000-strong group as a fragile assassin-type boss with less than 30,000 health would be akin to courting death. By avoiding the main force, I could target the isolated players instead. Chapter 33. What qualities? Nothing more. Shortly, an incessant sound of footsteps echoed from the distant jungle. The Dawn Legion's assault team is on the move. I kindly ask all brothers to clear the way. Thank you. This lightning assassin is none other than the dog god of Shirley Slope from Chiyu Village. Please make way to avoid unnecessary losses. Those brave enough to challenge the rare-level boss, the lightning assassin, are welcome to join us. In the clearing of the woods, a throng of people emerged. The Dawn Legion had arrived in earnest. Their words rang true, for they had mobilized at least 500 individuals. As 500-man squads had already established formations within the forest, paladins and swordsmen led the charge, followed by fist fighters and sorcerers, with mages, light priests, and bards in the rear, poised for ranged support. At this moment, Dawn appeared akin to a well-organized military regiment within the Jingjia Woods. At the forefront of one of the legions stood the leader, Don Jin, his gaze sharp and penetrating as he surveyed the dense thicket ahead. Halt! All personnel. Immediately return to peak equipment. Bards, grant buffs to the front line and ranged units. In an instant, the bards within the crowd unleashed their skills. Battle Hymn. Increases target allies' attack power, defense, and attack speed by 10. Duress Call. Bolsters target allies' spell attack power by 30. Battlefield. Enhances target allies' physical attack power by 30. As a distinctive profession of moonlight, bards are the undisputed kings of buffs, indispensable to any high-end team. It was evident that the Dawn Legion had thoroughly understood this before entering the game. Hence, each team was equipped with a considerable number of bards. achieving a harmonious balance of roles. Before us, this Dawn team could certainly be regarded as one of the most formidable in the national server. Further afield, the figure of Lu Taihan emerged, flanked by a scattered contingent of the Longing Mountain Army, also resembling a 100-man squad, though far less organized than Dawn. Brothers of Longing Mountain, here we stand once more as old adversaries. Let us ally with Dawn and bring down this lightning assassin, avenging our past humiliations. He raised his long sword high, exuding an aura of vengeance. Yes, we shall no longer endure this humiliation, Li Laoxuan declared. Wang Yaozu, scratching his nose, muttered softly. Here we go again, a bunch of fools set on suffering. In the distance, beyond Longing Mountain, various teams of all sizes emerged, stretching endlessly across the western edge of the Jingzhouwoods. This time, the total number of participants undoubtedly exceeded 3,000, a dense mass of individuals. Aha! Behold this assembly. Don Jin could not suppress his exhilaration, pointing his sword forward as he commanded, attack. Advance and trample the entire Jingzhouwoods, leaving no escape for this cunning boss. With that, the atmosphere within the forest instantly transformed into one charged with the spirit of battle. In the void, I touched my nose and quietly departed from the throng, making my way to the periphery, where a scattered team was assembling, evidently there to join the fray. Although their numbers, levels, and equipment were commendable, their organization and execution fell far short of that of the Dawn faction. Thus, they became my target. Suddenly, I leaped forth, my daggers slicing through the air to strike the back of the opposing archer captain, swiftly incapacitating their commander. Alas, he has arrived. A cacophony of cries erupted. Yet I was already brandishing my twin daggers, moving like a fleeting shadow, slashing through 7 or 8 foes in quick succession before raising my hand, summoning the winds with a chilling cry. The piercing sound echoed through the air as a golden tempest ravaged the crowd. The wind's cry was a magnificent skill for team battles, with damage calculations based on agility, and as an assassin fully invested in agility, coupled with the boss's attributes, I was a nightmare for the current players. Following the wind's cry, I charged through the hail of arrows, unleashing a hunter's edge that felled 3 more adversaries. In the next instant, I activated Swift Step, vanishing into the wind and racing away from the crowd. They have fled. How infuriating. The stunned players, once 100 strong, had been decimated to nearly half their number, suffering grievous losses. I traversed the darkness, observing the Dawn Legion rushing toward the fray, unable to suppress a smile. Empowered by my speed, I darted past figures such as Dawn Ember and Dawn Extinction, heading toward another faction behind them. A feint, and they remained oblivious. Ahead, a group of players from Linchin County gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Their captain, a swordsman wielding a dark green longsword, furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "By the heavens, I have roamed these lands for decades and have never encountered such shamelessness or cunning in a boss, striking once and fleeing. No wonder so many wish to lodge complaints." Indeed, it was quite audacious. Fortunately, the Dawn Legion was present. I would leave the ensuing matters to them. With over 500 members, I had faith it could conquer a mere level 25 rare boss. As discussions erupted around me, I glanced at my skill list. Both Swift Step and Wind's Cry had cooled down, their icons glowing anew. Without hesitation, I sprang into action, my figure materializing behind the enemy swordsman captain, my twin daggers shimmering with arcs of blazing blue lightning, becoming a spectral figure of electric wrath. The captain of the opposing team swiftly turned around, executing a decisive strike that sent the crowd into disarray. Under the relentless tempest, many fell, and I seized the opportunity to plunge into the chaos, my dual daggers dancing through the air as I eliminated several high-health players. In a flash, I darted out, my hunting prowess blossoming amidst the ranks of distant attackers. To my astonishment, a group was left utterly bewildered by my onslaught of skills. By the time they regained their senses, I had activated my sprinting ability and vanished like a fleeting shadow, leaving no trace behind. This ambush tactic was exhilarating. I quietly landed atop an ancient tree, surveying the players below, who were scurrying about like ants on a hot skillet. They had just lost nearly half of their numbers, suffering significant losses, while I accumulated nearly 300 contribution points from the fray. Wasn't a grand army meant to engage in battle? Perfectly so. For my tempestuous strikes were best suited to dismantling such regimented assaults. However, the situation was turning dire. In front of the crowd, Lu Taihan, wielding a longsword, rushed towards the core players of the Dawn Legion who had just returned, his brow furrowed. "Dawn Jinx, is this how you strategize? We are like headless flies here. Nearly target practice," he exclaimed. This boss is far from the simple foe you imagine. Don Jinx's face paled slightly as he replied, President Longing, I urge you to choose your words carefully. What unfolds before us is not the fault of the Dawn Legion. The boss moves unseen, possessing inherent advantages in both attributes and skills. What do you expect us to do? All we can do is advance methodically and locate him to eliminate him. Another captain expressed doubt. Jinx, don't you find it strange? This boss seems to be toying with us, flitting between targets. If he continues this strategy, we will soon be depleted. We have no choice. Don Jinx furrowed his brow. Concentrate our forces and sweep through. All ranged players, commence a barrage to flush him out. Otherwise, we will remain passive targets. A barrage? Wang Yuzu interjected. Forgive my candor, but how much mana do our elemental mages possess at this stage? Even with good equipment and high spiritual power, I doubt they can sustain such a barrage. Then we can simply replace the reconnaissance, Don Jinx retorted, casting a cold glance at Wang Yaozu. At this stage, no one has learned the reconnaissance skill, so we must proceed as we are. Do you have any objections? None. Wang Yuzu replied, somewhat disgruntled. As a multitude of adversaries advanced, arrows and spells soared chaotically through the air, with several small fireballs exploding perilously close to me, sending sparks flying in every direction. Fortunately, I remained utterly focused, swiftly evading behind a tree trunk. I observed the 4 legions of the Dawn Legion pass by. My gaze fixed upon their 5th legion. It was time to strike. Descending from above, I executed a familiar tactical maneuver, a basic attack followed by a swift backstab to eliminate their captain, creating chaos among their ranks. I then continued to dispatch foes with precise strikes amidst the fray, before unleashing my blade to clear the area. Finally, I activated my speed to escape, and if necessary, I would don my white attire to ensure my safety. In an instant, after my departure, the forest floor lay strewn with a multitude of lifeless bodies. At least 60 members of a 100-strong unit from the Dawn Legion had met their demise at my hands. A scene of utter carnage. Thunderblade assassin, you scoundrel. Dawn's Ember turned back, surveying the desolate clearing, veins bulging on his forehead. I care not who you are or what AI you represent. Damn you. From a distance, beneath a solitary maple tree, I furrowed my brow at his outburst. Shaking my head and murmuring to myself, is he truly this agitated? He claims to be the foremost pillar of the Dawn Legion, yet this is all he can muster. Beside me, a Fae chuckled heartily. I'm watching your battle live. You've got it all under control, my dear Ailey. Even the Dawn Legion falls before you. I laughed. It's primarily due to my trickster skills. Otherwise, I would have been vanquished long ago. Indeed, a Fae cackled. However, your current gameplay is remarkably sharp. Your skill execution flows like water. It seems that after adopting this hidden race, your prowess has significantly improved. Don't you agree? Perhaps I mused. It might be due to the upgraded game engine of Moonlight. I feel more in tune with the game, as if I am one with it. Some actions come to me almost instinctively. Ah, so you're putting on airs now, are you? A Fae laughed uproariously. Just like Dawn's Ember, lacking all decorum. How disgraceful. Chapter 34. Lin Shi. More than an hour later, after suffering a relentless series of ambushes from 400-man teams, the Dawn Legion, in utter desperation, decided to withdraw from the Waking Insect Forest. The Dawn could no longer bear such losses if this continued. It would severely hinder the guild's developmental pace in the early stages of Moonlight, placing it at a disadvantage against other first- and second-tier guilds. Nevertheless, while Dawn retreated, the number of players in the Waking Insect Forest surged. At this very moment, almost every player in Lingshan County had learned of the rare-level boss, the Thunderblade Assassin, spawning in the forest, which had nearly annihilated the Dawn Legion. Everyone was eager to step forward and slay the boss, seeking fame and fortune in Lingshan County. Beneath a gnarled ancient tree, cloaked by the leaves, I found it nearly impossible to be detected, even without stealth. At this moment, as I awaited the cooldown of my skills and slowly regained health, after an intense battle lasting nearly an hour and a half, my kill count was alarmingly high, and my total contribution had exceeded 8,000, surpassing the 10,000 mark. Yet, my health was dwindling, with less than 8 remaining. I had not brought any restorative skills, nor did I possess any gear with lifesteal attributes, leaving my recovery rate painfully slow, unable to keep pace with the depletion. Glancing ahead, I noticed 300-man teams in the southern positions, eagerly preparing for action, while another 100-man team lingered behind, waiting for an opportunity. Their numbers were concentrated. Yes, there they were. Boom. The sound of wind and cries descended from the sky, and with my swift strikes, I scattered this group in an instant. The remaining players were filled with shock. What ferocity is this? How could one possibly eliminate half a tanky paladin in a heartbeat? This is impossible. Oh heavens, flee. In that fleeting moment, I harvested the lives of 60 players. What a windfall. Straight ahead, a throng of players charged toward me. This was their prime opportunity to launch an assault against me, as the Wind's Call and Hunter's Edge skills had not yet cooled down. However, in such a situation, how could I allow them any chance? With a swift motion, I raised my hand, and instantly, my white cloak billowed behind me as I entered a state of strong concealment. Yet, at that very moment of successful stealth, a silver figure darted out from the dense forest, a petite swordswoman clad in exquisite dark green gear, wielding a light blue longsword with a swift grace. Her features were obscured by a pale white hood, yet she moved nimbly across the grass, closing in on me. This is not good. She can see me. A chill ran down my spine, and just then, a woman's voice resonated in my ear. Dawn's vision. With a swift motion beneath her feet, a brilliant light erupted, instantly illuminating the surroundings and revealing my figure. In that fleeting moment, she surged forward, her long sword igniting with a flicker of flame, striking with an unimaginable velocity, leaving me no chance to evade as it cleaved directly into my chest. A staggering damage of 358. Had my defenses been shattered? In an instant, a chill ran down my spine as I hastily halted my movement, swinging my arm to unleash a piercing skill aimed at her chest. Yet, her reaction was astonishingly swift and unexpected. With a powerful thrust of her battle boots, she darted to the left, narrowly evading my dagger, causing my strike to miss. Miss. This was dire. Behind me, a sharp clang resonated, and a flash of golden light flickered. The next moment, her combo skill struck my back, inflicting considerable pain as nearly 600 points of health vanished in an instant. Was she even human? I spun around. Hunter's Edge, with a series of sharp strikes. A wave of damage surged forth, and this time, she could not possibly evade. Just as she was about to be caught by Hunter's Edge, she suddenly angled her body, stabbing her longsword into the ground, narrowly avoiding 2 of my attacks, while the strongest second strike of Hunter's Edge was deflected by her blade. Sparks flew, leaving me utterly astonished. What kind of maneuver was this, managing to block my Hunter's Edge? Nevertheless, despite her successful defense, she still suffered a significant blow, losing nearly 70 of her health. I could sense her momentary shock. Had she not blocked, she might have been instantly defeated. Yet, in the next heartbeat, her sword unleashed a tempest as she charged at me once more, aiming a fierce strike at my neck. I refused to succumb to fate. I suddenly crouched, crossing my twin daggers, and with a thunderous clash, I successfully blocked her attack. Her strength was insufficient, and she was pushed back. However, her storm slash still managed to strip away another 200 points of my health, leaving me with less than 400 points, teetering on the brink of death. Perish. With a delicate raise of my hand, the winds howled ominously. Ah, she gasped, swiftly turning to activate her charge skill, creating enough distance to narrowly evade the onslaught of my wind's howl. Such remarkable reflexes. It was at this moment that I finally had the leisure to discern her name, Lin Shi Silver Dawn, level 2017, 1 dear, you. Silver Dawn. Could it be a hidden profession as well? I was momentarily taken aback, finally catching a glimpse of her visage just beneath her ID. The aftermath of our fierce battle had tousled her hair, revealing a pair of enchanting eyes and a flawlessly exquisite face, as if she could beguile all of existence. It was unfathomable that such a captivating creature harbored such lethal intent towards me. At that moment, her long hair was slightly disheveled, and her beautiful gaze was fixed intently upon me as she charged at me once more with her sword. Was she truly so reckless as to seek my demise? I had merely 400 points of health left. With a single combination of her skills, she could easily obliterate me. I could not afford to take any risks. Moreover, her dawn vision could pierce through my stealth, and with my health in such a precarious state, I was unworthy of challenging a player of her caliber. More critically, this woman was astute. She had likely been lying in wait for me for quite some time. Her intent to strike now indicated her determination to prevail, and she might possess further tactics. At this juncture, turning back would nearly equate to signing my own death warrant. Regrettably, the casting time for my dragon's decision skill was rather lengthy. She would undoubtedly be able to lock onto me. Otherwise, I could have swiftly turned and eliminated her. Alfei, I called out. Are you there? What is it? He replied. Enter the Awakening Grove immediately and share your coordinates with me. I'm on my way. I'm near your location, Coordinates 2781-37. Prepare your spells. Upon my demise, collect the loot at once and use a return scroll. Do you understand? Understood. With a sudden burst of speed bestowed by my sprint, I managed to create a slight distance between us. Just ahead, at the edge of the grove, I spotted Ah Fei's figure. Upon seeing me approach, his expression shifted from shock to a practiced demeanor as he unleashed a fireball spell, quickly followed by a gust of wind blade. However, his magical damage was insufficient to claim my life. Behind me, the sound of footsteps indicated Lin Shi had arrived. Her long sword enveloped in the prelude of a combo skill, a golden hexagram flickering ominously. Wait, Ah Fei exclaimed, his face paling as he froze in place. Lin Shi, how could you also? Strike me now, I shouted in fury. He hastily cast another fireball, and in that fleeting moment, my last fragment of health evaporated, causing me to collapse in a thunderous crash. As my body was enveloped in radiant light, destined to return to the wind and cloud platform, I distinctly observed a hint of disappointment upon Lin Shi's face. Her hand trembled around her sword as she watched Ah Fei swiftly collect the equipment dropped by the boss, before biting her silver teeth and turning away. Damn it! I slowly removed my helmet, beads of sweat trickling down my forehead. Although my encounter with her lasted only a brief few seconds, it felt like a formidable battle that left me drenched in perspiration. Beside me, Ah Fei also exited the game, removing his helmet with a complex expression that bore traces of infatuation, astonishment, and disbelief. Did you just see that? It was Lin Shi. He excitedly grasped my shoulders, shaking me with enthusiasm as he laughed heartily. Wow. I just spoke with the #1 beauty of the national server, Lin Shi, the strongest candidate in the sequence. Can you believe it? Look at your lack of ambition. She didn't even acknowledge you. I muttered under my breath. He remained utterly delighted. Ali, what exactly happened? Please tell me in detail. His words tumbled out in a disjointed manner. After a moment of contemplation, I replied solemnly. In my final moments of dwindling health, she suddenly appeared and used her dawn vision skill to dispel my invisibility. Then, with a series of maneuvers, I nearly got eliminated, but fortunately, my superior boss attributes allowed me to survive and find you. It was a close call. Indeed, quite a close call. He stared blankly, chuckling. In the end, she clearly had the opportunity to seize the boss's loot. Why didn't she take action? Do you think she might have taken a liking to me, found me handsome, and therefore hesitated? The likelihood of that seemed rather slim. Reluctantly, I replied, I can't say for certain. But had she chosen to strike, you would have had no chance to use your return scroll. Would you agree? Right. A top-tier swordsman's attack could have easily taken me out in an instant. He still wore an enamored expression, so she must have had some interest in me, right? Perhaps. I mused, furrowing my brow, however. I believe the most plausible explanation is that she harbors no animosity towards you. Being a renowned figure in the game, celebrated as the strongest candidate, would she truly engage in a duel with a stranger over a few pieces of equipment? That does make sense, he replied, looking disheartened. Yet, I would rather believe the former theory. Don't worry, opportunities abound. Let's see what I just acquired. Perhaps we can strike it rich. Hehehe, indeed. Let us inspect the spoils. Thus, the two of us exchanged knowing smiles, our eyes gleaming with a glint of avarice. Chapter 35, A Complaint Cradling the Round Helmet. Ah Fei pressed a button above, summoning the sprite with a smile. Hurry, let me see what treasures I acquired after defeating the boss. Player identity confirmed. Very well, master. The system sprite twirled gracefully in the holographic imaging space above the helmet, revealing a series of equipment. First, a sword materialized, glowing with a soft blue light. Its blade was straight and glimmering with a chilling sheen, while the hilt was intricately carved, indicating its exceptional quality. The accompanying data gradually appeared. Twilight Sword, rare level, attack, 40-65 strength, 20 stamina, 18 required level, 25 wow. I exclaimed, slapping my thigh. What a splendid item. A rare sword for level 25, undoubtedly one of the finest equipment at this stage. It would fetch a handsome price at the auction house in Linqin County. Indeed, Ah Fei's eyes sparkled. What a pity. Had I known earlier, I would have chosen to play a swordsman. With this sword, I could sweep through everything. Striding confidently in Linqin County. Dream on. Do you really think you deserve such a top-tier weapon? I laughed heartily. Ahead, a radiant glow emerged as the system sprite gracefully moved aside, unveiling another piece of equipment's attributes. Defensive military armor, Rare level. Type. Armor defense. 40 strength. 19 stamina. 18 required level. 25 another exceptional piece of equipment that enhances both strength and stamina. This armor is suitable for both swordsmen and paladins, undoubtedly ranking among the finest at this stage. I took a deep breath. Just the same. We'll have to sell it at the auction house. Neither of us can wear it. Let us make our first fortune in Lincoln County. Yes. Fei nodded. In the next moment, the attributes of the third piece of equipment leaped from the imaging device above the helmet. Scaled leggings. Fine level. Type. Leather armor defense. 28 agility. 18 stamina. 15 required level. 25 level 25 leather armor. This one suits you, Fei remarked, gazing at the deep green leggings with a smile. Should I keep it for you? Not necessary. I shook my head. The depreciation rate of equipment in the early game is astonishing. After today, this item will lose its value. In fact, within 12 hours, it will likely depreciate significantly. Moreover, I have no idea when I will be able to separate my spirit and arrive in Lincoln County. Just list it at the auction house. And remember to set the auction time for 2 hours. Don't make it too long or it will lose value. Understood. At that moment, the fourth loot dropped by the Thunder Assassin materialized, revealing a skill book of a delicate golden hue. As the book leaped forth, my gaze was irresistibly drawn to it. White Garment, S-Class skill book. Upon activation, it forces the user into a stealth state during combat, enhancing the damage of the first attack on a target to 200 of true damage, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Required level, 20. Required classes, Assassin, Shadow Walker, Phantom Walker. Finally, it has dropped. My eyes widened in astonishment. I knew that the skills temporarily held by the Wind and Cloud platform could indeed be obtained. After 3 consecutive attempts, fortune had finally smiled upon me and Fei. Exhilarating. Fei nodded. Shall I keep this book for you? Yes, it must be preserved in the warehouse. All right. He chuckled heartily. I will log on to sell some equipment. Please wait a moment. Where shall we go for lunch? Let us celebrate with something good. How about we go to the nearby mall for grilled fish? It has been ages since I last had it. Absolutely. I've been craving grilled fish for quite some time. I laughed. The last time I went, it was during my days of multiple partners. A few minutes later, after Fei logged on to sell his equipment and then logged off, he grabbed his phone and we set out together. Nearby, at a certain WBCF plaza. It was just past noon. The two of us rushed in like famished creatures, ordered a serving of grilled fish, and soon began devouring it. We polished off 2 large bowls of fried rice, leaving the nearby waitress in astonishment. After finishing, Fei wiped his mouth and pointed across the street, saying, I saw a magazine on the first issue of Phantom Moon over there. I heard it contains many unknown strategies. I'll go buy a copy. Let us go together. The magazine cost 40 renminbi, rather pricey, yet it was exquisitely packaged, complete with a Phantom Moon game monster pendant, a fire mouse, and a small skeletal warrior, both quite adorable. I eagerly tore it open to glance at the strategies inside. Indeed, there were several useful tips, but they were merely basic knowledge, lacking substantial content. Aside from that, there were some related gossip pieces, such as news about the Myth Guild being led by Chang Xingju after Fang Jek's disappearance, and after Li Xiaoao vanished. Lin Wanner and Dong Xingyu took charge of the guild, while the main forces of the Zhanlong Guild gradually faded away, ultimately leading to Yi Ming Qianqing becoming the leader of Zhanlong. This had little relevance to us, the low-tier players. Suddenly, while I was engrossed in the magazine, a voice from the escalator upstairs pierced through. Oh, Xiu, look quickly. Isn't that your ex-boyfriend? The voice was somewhat shrill, an unpleasant sound to the ears. As I lifted my gaze, I was met with the sight of a couple, hand in hand. The woman donned a fitted dress, her beauty a modest 7 out of 10, while the man exuded an air of a spoiled youth. Adorned with a hefty gold chain around his neck and a t-shirt emblazoned with a boyish motif, casting a scornful glance towards me and Fei. Luli? Wang Xiu paused, her surprise evident. What brings you to the Wuzhong district? Fei furrowed his brow. Is there a problem with me living with Ali? No problem at all, Wang Xiu replied with a faint smile, her lips curling with a hint of derision. Birds of a feather flock together. It's quite normal for unambitious men to congregate. Hey, I chuckled, interjecting, Wang Xiu, you may disparage me, but spare my brother. Just because I have a good temper doesn't mean he does. If he loses his cool and decides to teach you and your rather basic boyfriend a lesson, I won't be able to stop him. What did you say? Wang Xiu's expression turned to one of indignation. What's your issue? Fei stepped forward, pointing a finger at her. You're a shameless woman. Just days after being dismissed by the Destiny Group, you break up with him. What? Did you think he wouldn't be able to support you anymore? It has even been a few days since your split, and you're already with this loser. Clearly, before you broke up, you weren't exactly faithful to my brother, were you? Damn you. Wang Shiyu's face flushed crimson with fury. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Ugh. The man beside her could no longer contain himself, stepping forward and challenging, looking for trouble. I advanced alongside Ah Fei, calmly stating, "Who was it that first uttered birds of a feather? If you can't handle your own words, don't blame me. I don't even know who you are, but if you're itching for a fight, then come at us. We're not afraid of you." For a moment, he was taken aback. Although neither Ah Fei nor I were particularly muscular, we were both robust young men, especially Ah Fei, whose rugged charm attracted women. We exuded a presence that momentarily intimidated them. "Let us go," Wang Shiyu said, tugging at the man's arm. "We have level grinding to do this afternoon. There is no need to stoop to the level of these two nobodies." Humph. Her companion scoffed, casting a glance at the Phantom Moon magazine in my hand, his expression shifting to one of realization. Turning to Ah Fei, he sneered, "I know you. You're that August Weiyang, aren't you? And you're based in Linchin County. Just wait. I'll make you regret stepping out today." With that, they descended the stairs. Ah Fei, frowning, asked, "Ollie, are you all right?" I was taken aback. What could possibly be wrong with me? Seriously? He paused, astonished. Those two shameless individuals provocatively confronted you, and you're unaffected? After all, Wang Shiyu was once your girlfriend. You seem completely unfazed. I'm fine. I shook my head. For some reason, upon seeing her again, she feels utterly unrelated to me. There is simply no room left in my heart for anyone else. Are you unable to fit in with others? Whom does your heart harbor? I am uncertain. Damn. He appeared utterly speechless, then mischievously laughed and asked, "By the way, what progress have you made with Wang Shiyu? Have you won her over? If so, that scoundrel is reveling in a second-hand treasure, which is utterly amusing." "Ah Fei," I replied earnestly, "do not demean women, you scoundrel." "Ha ha ha. So what exactly is going on between you and Wang Shiyu?" "We were introduced by others, in truth. We've only known each other for 2 months, and our meetings have been infrequent. During our time together, we merely watched films, never even holding hands. Moreover, she often asked me to buy her various things, which began to irk me. Thankfully, she proposed breaking up first. Do you think I would care about her?" I chuckled. He stared at me in disbelief. "You truly are a heartless rake." "Rake, my foot. I'm heading back to level up." Upon returning to my abode, I barely had time to log in when my phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. The caller ID displayed the name Su Yao, causing me to pause momentarily. Su Yu was my colleague at Tianming Group, and she had been transferred from the technical department just before my dismissal. We hadn't been in touch since, so why was she calling now? I answered, saying, "Hi, Su Yao?" "Yes, Luli." Her sweet laughter resonated from the other end. And she said, "It's been a while, hasn't it? Did my call surprise you?" "Not really. What is the matter? If it's an invitation to dinner or a movie." "I'm currently busy with gaming." "Ahem, you're overthinking it. It's a work-related matter. Go ahead. I anticipated as much." "Haha." She chuckled and continued, "I am now working in the senior customer service department at Tianming Group. The matter I'm about to discuss involves certain confidential information. Let me put it this way. Every action you take in the game Moonlight is visible to us. Generally speaking, we have no authority to intervene in your acquisition of hidden races or the like, but you exploited a bug in the Fengyan platform boss, teaming up with your friend Bayue Weiyang to farm equipment, which has drawn the attention of the higher-ups. Most importantly, someone has lodged a complaint against you." "No way." I raised my eyebrows and said, "The boss I transformed into has slain numerous players with the Hunter's Edge. Many have complained, yet you all turned a blind eye. Why is it suddenly different now?" "Because this time is unique. It is a complaint from a holder of the honorary helmet, a candidate for the strongest sequence, which means we can no longer ignore it." My heart sank. It must be Lin Shi, right? I initially thought she was loyal for not killing Ah Fei, but unexpectedly she turned around and reported us. That girl is far from simple. Chapter 36, The Millennium Soul Refining Flower. Why so silent? Are you feeling guilty? Suyo chuckled. Impossible. I shook my head, confidently asserting, "Su Yao, when the Destiny Group developed the illusory moon, all the parameters were already established. I am merely adhering to the rules you delineated while playing the game. I have not transgressed any regulations, and you possess no grounds to take action against me. Furthermore, let us not forget that I am also a distinguished helmet owner. and it is highly probable that I will evolve into a candidate for the strongest sequence, ultimately entering the legendary sequence hall. Are you not concerned that I might file a complaint against you? Haha. Suyu was likely laughing uncontrollably on the other end of the line. You remain as audacious as ever. However, I have heard about the higher-ups gifting you the esteemed helmet. Fine, you may be considered a privileged user now, and my call is not intended to reprimand you. Then what is it for? I inquired. With a tone of resignation, she replied, what else could it be? I have temporarily suppressed the complaint this time. I merely wish to advise you, my little ancestor, to refrain from being too brazen. If that strongest sequence candidate continues to lodge complaints against you, or even makes this matter public on social platforms, I may not be able to protect you. I understand. I will proceed with caution. All right. Having assisted you in such a significant manner, do you not have any token of appreciation? When I find the time, I shall treat you to grilled fish. Fine. Although it lacks sincerity, at least it is a promise. I shall await your invitation. Now, I must level up. Goodbye, Suyao. After hanging up, Afei beside me widened his eyes, seemingly having caught most of the conversation. So, we have been reported, right? Indeed, if all goes as expected. It is Lin Shi who lodged the complaint. Damn. He slapped his thigh, exclaiming, morally, she could have killed me and taken my items, yet she refrained. According to the rules, she showed no mercy to a handsome guy like me and directly reported us. Such a woman, who is so clear-cut in her affections and aversions, truly deserves to be the only one I admire in my heart. I stared at him, speechless for a long while. What are you looking at? Do you still have any shame? Ha 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 ha, truly in love. What I need shame for? Matters of love are something you, a science-oriented guy, may never comprehend in this lifetime. Ha 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 ha. Get lost. I'm logging in. All right. A flash of white light flickered before my eyes. And as the character data was successfully read, I appeared gracefully on the wind and cloud platform, embodying the appearance I had just assumed after the trials. My figure was surrounded by flickering lightning, dispersing swiftly, and in an instant, I transformed from the formidable thunder assassin back to my original form, clad in leather armor. Wielding the serpent bone blade and the water pattern dagger, looking rather unremarkable. In the air, clouds and mist swirled around me, imbued with an ethereal aura. They swiftly coalesced into the figure of my venerable master, Ding Hong, who gazed at me with a benevolent smile, stroking his beard as he spoke. My dear apprentice, you have caused quite the upheaval in the Jingzhou woods of Linshan County. For this trial at the Fengyan platform, you have not brought shame upon your master. Now, it is time for you to devote yourself to your cultivation. Yes, master, I replied eagerly. By the way, he continued, your physical body, having been tempered through bloodshed and nurtured by the essence of your soul, has become quite solid. You are now qualified to refine your own primordial spirit. Go to the Qiankuan Pavilion and seek Elder Lin Fengyan. Inform him of your intention to cultivate your primordial spirit, and he will instruct you on the process. Thank you. Master, I exclaimed, filled with elation at the prospect of beginning my journey into the cultivation of the primordial spirit. Just then, a chime echoed in my ears. It seemed this was my first task received in the game Huanyu. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have obtained the main quest, Refine Primordial Spirit, S rank. Task details. Proceed to the Qiankuan Pavilion to learn the specific steps for refining the primordial spirit from Lin Fengyan. Off I went. My spirits lifted. I set out with my dagger in hand, taking the mountain path straight to the back mountains. As I passed the treasure pavilion, I contemplated entering to purchase some gear. I had just earned 14,000 contribution points, which should allow me to acquire a piece or two of rare blue equipment. However, I stifled the impulse to shop, deciding it prudent to collect my task first, as there might be further needs for contribution points ahead. Thus, I followed the mountain path until I arrived before a cluster of wooden huts. This architecture stood in stark contrast to the grandeur of the Fengyan platform and the cycle of rebirth, appearing quite dilapidated. The thatched cottages seemed on the verge of collapse, swaying precariously in the cold wind, yet they remained resilient, dancing in the breeze. As I ventured further, a blood-red barrier shimmered in the wind, revealing a restriction. Elder Lin Fengyan, I called out respectfully from outside. I have come on behalf of Master Ding Hong to receive a task. After a few moments, a shadowy figure emerged gracefully from the rustic hut, landing with a soft thud. It transformed into a formidable warrior wielding a war spear, his complexion ashen, devoid of any vitality. He resembled a mere puppet, his gaze vacant as he approached me, using the spear to part the corner of the barrier. Swiftly entering the barrier, I furrowed my brow and glanced at the towering figure before me. He continued to stare blankly ahead, entirely disregarding my presence. This was a corpse, an animated one, possessing formidable combat prowess. If my assumptions were correct, this was indeed the refined corpse my master had mentioned. Lin Fengyan must be a master of arcane arts. His prowess was evidently formidable. As I stepped forward and pushed open the door of the thatched cottage, I was greeted by an expansive vista unlike any I had ever encountered. A colossal hall loomed before me, its interior thick with rising steam. Where 7 or 8 enormous furnaces were busily boiling an unknown substance, filling the air with a stifling aroma. Lost in my thoughts, I suddenly heard a mechanical voice emanating from below. "Follow me." Looking down, I was astonished to see a small rabbit constructed of wood and steel, bouncing along and leading me deeper into the grand hall. Not far along our path, I heard a series of violent thuds from the sides of the enclosure. Within the cages, fearsome creatures belched fire and roared in fury, some even uttering human words. "Curse that wretched old man. Release us. We shall devour this accursed hall of crafting. It is the source of all evil." My heart raced as I realized I was in the presence of several level 70 bosses. I hastily moved on, wary of being caught in their jaws. Further ahead, a gigantic blood-red hexagram materialized before me. At the center of the formation sat an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, his visage aged and frail, resembling a man nearing the end of his days. Yet, an overwhelming aura of power radiated from him, quickening my heartbeat. Hovering above him, a name materialized: Master Craftsman Lin Fengyan, Legendary Boss. Level? Introduction. One of the few master craftsmen in the northern region. Lin Fengyan was once a renowned rune master in the imperial palace of the Xianyuan Empire. However, after incurring the wrath of a powerful figure, he was ultimately banished to the north, dying with resentment. After his death, he transformed into a wandering spirit and arrived at the Black Castle, becoming a master craftsman skilled in refining, corpse crafting, and rune engraving, highly esteemed. "Uncle Lin," I approached respectfully, bowing deeply. "My master has sent me to seek your wisdom on the matter of refining the primordial spirit." Lin Fengyan looked up at me, his eyes opening to reveal a profound brilliance. He chuckled. "Speaking of which, that old fellow has visited me for a drink in ages. He is probably engrossed in his so-called unparalleled combat techniques. After so many years, he still chases after power, without contemplating how much time he has left." I listened, bemused, as he rambled on. "Since you're here, I shall teach you how to refine the primordial spirit." With that, he raised his hand, and a beam of light materialized in the air, forming images of 2 precious items that spun gracefully. Millennium Soul Refining Flower, rare material. Immortal Sea Settling Stone, rare material. I stood in awe, gazing at the radiant treasures before me. "These are," I stammered, marveling at the 2 dazzling artifacts. "These are the 2 superior materials essential for refining the primordial spirit." Lin Fengyan gazed at me and remarked, "To become a paragon among cultivators, the refinement of the primordial spirit is an indispensable step. Almost everyone of considerable strength within the Black Castle has traversed this phase. Some require materials to assist them, while others manage to accomplish it solely through innate talent. As for you," a smile danced upon his lips as he continued, "my dear little one, to speak candidly, your aptitude is rather mediocre. To rely solely on your own strength to refine your primordial spirit is, quite frankly, nearly impossible." I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Are NPCs in this era truly so blunt as to induce such discomfort? "Master Uncle, what should I do?" I inquired, deciding to adopt a more humble demeanor since I was in need of assistance. He nodded gently and said, "The Millennium Soul Refining Flower, while somewhat rare, is not entirely absent. I have heard that the Treasure Pavilion recently acquired one. Seek out the Pavilion Master, Pang Dalong. He may possess it. Once you procure the Millennium Soul Refining Flower, I shall naturally guide you on how to obtain the immortal." "Understood. Thank you, Master Uncle." "Go," he replied. Upon turning to leave, I stepped out of the grand hall, and the outside world morphed once again into a quaint scene of wooden cottages. This was but an illusion, a testament to Lin Fengyan's remarkable abilities. Indeed, he is a most extraordinary individual. A few minutes later, I arrived at the Treasure Pavilion. As I stepped inside, a female undead attendant approached with a smile and inquired, "In the blazing heat of July, what do you seek?" "I wish to meet Master Uncle Pang Dalong." Having perused numerous Xianxian novels, such as Eternal Reincarnation, I was familiar with the distinctions between titles like Master Uncle and Master Senior. Generally, a Master S elder brother is referred to as Master Senior, while a Master S younger brother is called Master Uncle. However, in my heart, my master, the esteemed Ding Hong, stands as the greatest among the 5 pavilions outside the Black Castle. Thus I refer to all my contemporaries uniformly as Master Uncles, regardless of the titles. Chapter 37. The Immortal Town Sea Stone. Do you wish to see Elder Pang? The female attendant paused momentarily, then smiled. Very well. I shall convey your message. However, the elder is quite busy and may not be able to meet with you. That's all right. Just let him know that Master Lin Fengyan sent me. Understood. Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned with a smile. Please, follow me. Excellent. We navigated past the main hall and entered the rear courtyard of the treasure pavilion, where the presence of people was notably sparse. Only a few death cultivators, students of the treasure pavilion, wandered about, and their numbers were quite limited. In the grand hall of the rear courtyard, I encountered Pang Dalong, a man of considerable girth, weighing at least 300 pounds, seated on a chair that seemed on the verge of collapse beneath him. Is this truly a cultivator? I thought to myself, bewildered. However, the name Pang Dalong, master of the treasure pavilion, was inscribed above him, so I approached respectfully and said, Greetings, Master Pang. He detected a hint of peculiarity and smirked. You little rascal, did Lin Fengyan send you? Indeed, I nodded. I am about to cultivate my primordial spirit, and Master Lin instructed me to come here to exchange for a Millennium Soul Refining Flower. You seek the Millennium Soul Refining Flower? Pang Dalong's brows furrowed. Do you have any idea how rare such herbs are? With your current standing, I fear your contributions may not suffice for this exchange. Ha ha ha. I was left speechless. Master, could you please tell me how much contribution is needed for the Millennium Soul Refining Flower? He raised a single finger. 1,000? I inquired. No, tenfold. He grinned. 10,000. To obtain that Millennium Soul Refining Flower, one elder from Black City even lost an arm. Thus a substantial contribution is necessary for the exchange. 10,000. I understand. I promptly produced the identity token given to me by Ding Hong, which recorded my contribution points, and declared, I shall take that Millennium Soul Refining Flower. What? Pang Dalong stared at the token, his face turning ashen. You possess such a vast amount of contribution. Very well, someone, take him to retrieve the Millennium Soul Refining Flower. It is his. Thank you, Master. After deducting the 10,000 contribution points, I followed the female attendant to collect the treasure, all the while secretly relieved that I hadn't hastily purchased equipment at the treasure pavilion earlier, where I might not have had enough contributions to exchange for the Millennium Soul Refining Flower. Just as I was about to exit, Pang Dalong's calm voice drifted from behind. This child is extraordinary. With a start, I stumbled against the doorframe, overwhelmed by the game's intricacies. At the Qinquan Pavilion, a strand of white light ascended, transforming into the true form of the Millennium Soul Refining Flower, a herb of a deep iron hue, adorned with delicate white blossoms that radiated a sacred brilliance. Excellent. Lin Fengyan smiled and remarked, It appears you are indeed remarkable, capable of acquiring this precious soul refining flower from Brother Pang. Such an endeavor is not a trivial matter. Now, the next task is to gather the second material, the everlasting sea calming stone. Only upon obtaining this second material will you truly possess the qualifications to refine your primordial spirit. Where can I find the everlasting sea calming stone? I inquired. It is available in my Qinquan Pavilion, he replied. I nearly choked on my own breath. Master Uncle, why didn't you mention this earlier? He laughed heartily. Young one, although the everlasting sea calming stone is not an exceedingly rare treasure, it is still considered a superior material, and acquiring it is not as simple as it seems. Does Master Uncle also require contribution points for exchange? No, he shook his head. You must pass the trials of Qinquan Pavilion to become the rightful owner of the everlasting sea calming stone. What trials? The puppet trials, he said, a faint smile gracing his lips, which bore a slightly eerie quality. If you can successfully navigate through 10 gates guarded by puppets of varying levels, you will obtain the everlasting sea calming stone. Previously, all the young prodigies from the Black Castle acquired the sea calming stone through this method, and you must too. Do you wish to confirm your intention to proceed? Yes, I nodded decisively. I am ready to face the trials. Very well. He waved his sleeve, and suddenly, it was as if the vast universe unfurled within his robe, enveloping me in a realm that descended upon my head. In an instant, I found myself in a confined chamber, facing a puppet wielding a battle blade not far ahead. This puppet, primarily constructed of wood and clad in soft armor, possessed eyes that glimmered with a ghostly light. A level 21 puppet, its attributes were rather ordinary. A countdown to battle began to echo in my ears. 3, 2, 1. At the conclusion of the countdown, the puppet let out a furious roar, its blade slicing through the air towards my head. Too slow. I swiftly sidestepped, evading the attack while executing a series of skills that culminated in a devastating backstab, swiftly eliminating the level 21 puppet. After all, I was clad in exceptional equipment. Level cleared. Lin Fengnian's laughter rang out in the air. Now, prepare for the second trial. Before me, a new puppet materialized, this time a level 22. Its yellow wooden structure transformed into a robust redwood form, seemingly more resilient, with enhanced health and defense. This time, a single skill could not secure a swift victory. So I added a basic attack, finally defeating it, though I sustained a wound and lost 300 health points, still manageable. Subsequently, I progressed through the third, fourth trials, and so on, facing challenges that were not overly daunting. Soon, I reached the seventh trial. Swish. In this level, the puppet had already attained level 27, surpassing me by 3 levels. Not to mention, a complete set of skills, or even half a set, might not be sufficient to vanquish it. Thus, before the battle commenced, I lowered my body and entered a state of stealth. The innate advantage of an assassin lies in the art of ambush, and failing to exploit it would be a grave waste. As a result, a single ambush followed by a front assault led to the puppet's defeat once more. In the 8th level, the scenario was much the same, though I had already lost 40 of my health, and the pressure was mounting significantly. By the 9th level, as the puppet emerged anew, I was momentarily taken aback. It had transformed into a bronze-colored entity, its entire form forged from metallic bronze, with attributes considerably stronger than those of the previous level. I once again slipped into stealth mode. After a flurry of attacks, I ultimately triumphed with only 12 of my health remaining. This was dire. Gasping for breath, I beheld the newly spawned level 30 puppet ahead of me. My attributes had been thoroughly overwhelmed. This was a solid brass puppet clad in armor, wielding a gleaming short blade, its hollow gaze fixed upon me. Just as the countdown reached its conclusion, a swift slash came hurtling towards me, astonishingly able to pinpoint my location. This was bad. I hastily sidestepped. Yet the blade still grazed me, inflicting 400 damage. Quickly, I spun around, unleashing a lightning-fast dagger strike that pierced the air before the puppet, successfully landing a blow. I circled around, executed a basic attack, and then a backstab. 2 more damage bursts erupted, yet it was still insufficient. Its health was far too resilient. Just as I attempted to retreat, the brass puppet pivoted, unleashing a flurry of 3 consecutive strikes that reduced my health to a mere 3. This was perilous. I retreated urgently, disregarding everything else, and with a fierce shout, unleashed my most powerful technique. My right arm was enveloped in a torrent of golden dragon energy, and with a mighty palm strike, a thunderous roar echoed in my ears. Ancient runes erupted around me, and as I executed the strike, the indomitable essence of the dragon charged forth, crashing into the brass puppet. Dragon S Decimation. Boom. 2,872. This overwhelming blow obliterated its remaining health in an instant. I had won. Yet, I stood there, still shaken, realizing how close I had come to defeat. The destructive power of Dragon S Decimation felt somewhat peculiar, logically. An attack with 300 damage shouldn't have been capable of such devastation, especially since I was not in my white-clad state. How could I account for this nearly 3,000 points of damage? Perhaps Dragon S Decimation exerts a suppressive effect on certain NPCs? Who knows? Regardless, I had cleared the level. As the haze surrounding me dissipated, Lin Fengnian retracted his robe sleeves and smiled. Little one, you are indeed remarkable to have mastered such a formidable technique. No wonder that old fellow Ding Hong has refrained from taking disciples for years and chose you. Master, can I now possess the immortal sea-stabilizing stone? I inquired with a smile. Indeed, he replied. As he spread his palm, a fist-sized azure stone materialized above his hand, slowly rotating. Surrounded by shimmering light reminiscent of deep-sea ripples, exuding an eerie and formidable power. Indeed, this sea-calming stone is an extraordinary treasure, rivaling the status of the Millennium Soul Refining Flower. Having successfully completed 2 trials, you have acquired both the Millennium Soul Refining Flower and the Immortal Sea-Calming Stone. Now, journey to the ancient battlefield, where you will find Brother Zhang Xiaoshan, the guardian of the site. He will guide you to the places where souls can be collected. Oh, take this gourd with you. It possesses the ability to gather souls. Remember, return after collecting 1,000 souls. Do not succumb to greed, for the consequences will be yours to bear. He tossed a gourd my way, capped and entirely black, likely crafted specifically as a soul container. Putting aside my thoughts, I resolved to move forward. Additionally, Lin Fengyan rose behind me, his gaze fixed upon me as he said with a smile, "Little one, remember, never provoke Brother Zhang Xiaoshan. He is the only one in the outer 5 pavilions that even your master cannot contend with." I stood momentarily taken aback before nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you for the warning, Master Uncle. Go now." I tucked the black gourd into my satchel, confirming the presence of the Millennium Soul Refining Flower and the Immortal Sea Calming Stone before leaving the Qin Kuan Pavilion with satisfaction. I followed the mountain path outward. I was familiar with the map of the ancient battlefield, having glimpsed it during my earlier patrols of the Black City with Master Ding Hong, though I had only observed from a distance, too apprehensive to approach. After nearly 10 minutes, I arrived at the valley's entrance. "Kid, what brings you here?" A Death Knight, clutching a bloodied head, coldly inquired, "Are you another spy sent by the human race?" Chapter 38, The Leveling Ground. "You are the true spy of the human race," I bellowed, my voice echoing with fervor. "I am a direct disciple of Ding Heng from the Wind and Cloud platform." My tone was resolute, for it was essential to project strength. Otherwise, one might be subjected to ridicule. After all, the Death Knights merely represent a mid-tier force within the Black Castle. My status as an elder disciple undoubtedly grants me a slight edge over them. At least we are destined to embark on the path of death cultivation, while he will likely remain a mere Death Knight throughout his existence. Oh, he squinted, recognizing my affiliation with the Wind and Cloud platform. "What brings you to the ancient battlefield?" "On the command of Master Lin Fengyan, I am here to seek out Master Zhang Xiaoshan." "Oh, I see." His gaze turned cold as he tugged on the reins, stating, "Then follow me. I shall take you to meet the elder." "Thank you." Thus, I followed the Death Knight along a narrow, winding path. Just as we were about to traverse the desolate valley, the scenery abruptly opened up before us. Chilling winds brushed against my skin, sending shivers down my spine. The air was thick with a potent aura of death that made it difficult to breathe. At the entrance of the valley, atop a cluster of jagged stones, sat a figure. Silver strands of hair were elegantly arranged into a bun, and a tattered white robe adorned his form, reminiscent of a sage who had slumbered for eons. He sat motionless, clutching a black short staff, as if sensing my presence. He slowly opened his eyes that appeared to penetrate the very essence of the universe, deep and inscrutable. He glanced at me and smiled. "Master Lin sent you?" "Yes." I nodded. "Master Lin instructed me to find you. After I collect 1,000 souls, I shall depart from the ancient battlefield, ensuring I cause no disturbance." "I understand." He gestured toward a nearby low-lying area, saying, "You may collect souls there. Avoid venturing higher, where you may find yourself in peril." "Oh, thank you, Master." Following his indication, I looked toward the designated area, which lay at the outermost edge of the ancient battlefield map. The terrain was sunken and littered with debris. From a distance, I could see ancient war chariots scattered across the remnants of the battlefield, exuding an air of antiquity and bloodshed that sent a chill through me. The ancient battlefield was a site of prolonged conflict from the primordial era, where the human, demon, and divine races clashed in a relentless war. Behind me, Zhang Xiaoshan's voice resonated softly. "This low-lying area is home to the relics and souls of weaker human and demon beings. You may cultivate here, but be wary not to stray too far." "Yes, thank you for your guidance, Master." I nodded and turned to step into the valley. Ding. System prompt. Please be advised. You have entered the perilous map, ancient battlefield. Exercise caution. Here I come. I strode forward, and before my eyes lay the remnants of the battlefield. Battered war machines, skeletal steeds reduced to mere bones, the fallen bodies of human warriors, and a few grotesque demons adorned with horns and blood-red bones. The skeletons of these demonic soldiers were remarkably peculiar, their bizarre forms evoking vivid imagery. Upon closing my eyes, I could almost envision the cataclysmic bloodshed that had transpired here. Suddenly, upon a shattered sword, an apparition of a human soldier materialized, his hollow gaze and disheveled hair giving him an ethereal presence. His flesh was grotesquely decayed, resembling a specter as he approached me, brandishing the broken sword and murmuring, return my life, demon, return my life." I furrowed my brow as the attributes of this warrior emerged before me: battlefield wraith, rare grade monster, level 28 attack, 95, 220 defense, 105 health, 2. 750 skills. Cleave combo. Description: the wandering spirit of a human warrior from an ancient battlefield, condemned to roam eternally after meeting his demise in combat. His temperament having soured over millennia to a desire for annihilation. A level 28 monster with an attack power exceeding 200, impressive indeed. Its defense was slightly lower than mine, and the health was manageable. Overall, it was a fitting opponent for my current training, though the resource consumption might prove burdensome. Taking a deep breath, I swiftly advanced. Just before he could swing his broken sword, my water-patterned dagger shimmered as I executed a successful strike, stunning him in place. 302. With a deft maneuver, I slid behind him, unleashing the serpent-bone dagger that erupted in radiant light, delivering 2 successive blows that significantly diminished his health. 282. 560. I must admit, without the benefit of boss attributes, engaging this level 28 rare monster was somewhat taxing, especially since I had not brought any healing potions. I needed to ensure a damage-free kill, or else I would find myself in dire straits. It was only natural, considering I was merely a level 24 assassin. The challenge of soloing a level 28 rare monster was evident. In Linchin County, the mere rumor of a level 24 assassin defeating a level 28 rare creature would likely be met with disbelief. Activating my speed skill, I hastily retreated to create distance. As the cooldown of my strike ended, I launched another series of attacks, and after concluding my second set, I raised my hand to unleash a Dragon-S resolve. Boom. The powerful surge of dragon energy culminated in a decisive conclusion to the battle. With a wretched moan, the wraith collapsed to the ground, rewarding me with a generous 5,000 experience points and an impressive 28 copper coins, suggesting a bountiful yield. In that moment, I felt a surge of exhilaration. Could I finally train in the Black Castle area? Would it be sufficient to apply for trials in the ancient battlefield for future leveling? According to Zhang Shashan, these battlefield wraiths were merely the most basic of monsters. Deeper within lay higher-level foes, indicating that the ancient battlefield was indeed a treasure trove for leveling up. With a sense of delight, I twisted open the stopper of the black gourd, and in an instant, the soul of the battlefield specter transformed into a crimson glow. Soaring into the gourd, the mission promptly indicated that I had collected 1 soul. Onward, onward. Next, I exercised greater caution and advanced in a stealthy state. Directly ahead, a rusted battle axe suddenly trembled, and before I knew it, the figure of a bull-headed demon erupted from the axe with a ferocious roar. Covered in blood-red fur, wielding the battle axe, it bellowed, "Where are the humans? Where are they? I shall unleash a massacre." I appeared directly behind it, executing a standard attack followed by a backstab. Just as it turned around, I delivered a stunning blow and then repositioned myself behind it. By the time I had moved, my backstab had cooled down, allowing me to unleash another series of standard attacks and backstabs. I then activated my speed burst and retreated, employing a kite strategy to defeat the monster. When my stunning strike was ready again, I turned back and delivered a final series of blows, nearly achieving 3,000 points of damage. This intricate method of monster slaying, while cumbersome, represented the pinnacle of my current capabilities. After all, Dragon's Resolve was my ultimate skill. It was prudent to conserve it for critical moments. Thus, in the ancient battlefield, I faced off against these specters one by one, collecting souls while my experience and coins surged, propelling me into a rapid progression of growth. As a result, in less than half an hour, a cascade of light descended upon me, enveloping me in warmth, and I ascended to level 25. This pace of advancement was already formidable. However, it seemed I still lagged far behind the top player in the entire server. Hence, I inquired with a Faye outside of Faye, "What level is the top player at now?" "I don't know," he replied with a smile. "I can only view the rankings for Linchin County. Send me a screenshot." "Sure." A few moments later, a screenshot of the Linchin County level leaderboard arrived. 1. Lin Shi, level 28, Apprentice Swordsman 2. Feng Song Hai, level 28, Apprentice Swordsman 3. Wuxing He, level 27, Apprentice Elementalist 4. Shanbu Lao, level 27, Apprentice Archer 5. Pashao Jin, level 27, Apprentice Swordsman 6. Mingyu, level 26, Apprentice Archer 7. Pashaomia, level 26, Apprentice Assassin 8. Pashao Yuan, level 26, Apprentice Light Priest 9. Long Yuan Tian, level 26, Apprentice Elementalist 10. Shurjiao Nianhua, level 26, Apprentice Swordsman. Upon reviewing the rankings, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. The road ahead was long and fraught with challenges. I had not anticipated that two individuals in Linchin County had already reached level 28, and the server had only been live for a few days. One is Lin Shi, and the other is the renowned Feng Song Hai, the esteemed leader of the newly emerged elite guild, Wind Forest Fire Mountain. His name occupies a significant portion of the inaugural issue of the magazine Phantom Moon. It is said that he is the heir of the perfect swordsman, inheriting both the prowess and legacy of Wang Jian. In the latter stages of destiny, he led Wind Forest Fire Mountain to unprecedented heights, and now, with the entire guild transitioning to Phantom Moon, he has subtly begun to exude the aura of the #1 player in the national server. Especially as figures like Li Xiaoyao, Fang Guke, and Wang Jian fade into the background. To my surprise, I find myself assigned to Linchin County alongside him. As for the subsequent rankings, Mars River and Mountain Never Old are both veterans and core members of Wind Forest Fire Mountain, true elite players. Following them are members of Dawn and Long Meng's Long Yuan Tian. I am unfamiliar with Mingyu and Shijun Yanhua. Perhaps they are outs of some national server experts or simply new dark horses. In any case, if I wish to surpass the entire achievement system, I must first ascend to the pinnacle of Linchin County and then strive for the top rank in the national server. I cannot fathom how long this journey will take, nor can I ascertain whether it is attainable. Regardless, I shall focus on slaying monsters for now, at the very least. My current monster hunting and leveling pace is undeniably swift. Whether I can reach the first position remains to be seen, as that is beyond my control. Beside me, a Fei chuckles and inquires, "What? Do you still aspire to climb the level rankings?" I merely seek to inquire and broaden my horizons. Do not overthink it. Haha. I wager you lack the capability for that. Lin Shi and Feng Song Hai's leveling speed is astonishing. Akin to a group of prodigies, it's utterly inconceivable how they manage to level up. Let us focus on leveling diligently. Our goal in the Lake Legend is to amass wealth, not to dominate the world. Indeed, a clear objective. Well said. Chapter 39. The Formation of the Primordial Spirit at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A radiant beam of golden light descended from the heavens, heralding my ascension to level 26. Although defeating monsters of a higher level yields diminished experience points, the narrowing level disparity renders the effects of level suppression nearly negligible. With no need to run, I effortlessly engage the level 28 battlefield wraiths, significantly enhancing my monster slaying efficiency by at least 50%, thereby accelerating my leveling progress. Simultaneously, this served as a clarion call. I must not solely fixate on procuring equipment from the treasure pavilion, but rather, I need to invest in some restorative potions. Had I done so earlier, I would have already been in combat, perhaps amassing 1,000 battlefield souls by now. As evening approached, nearing 5:30, my experience had risen to 99 of level 26, with only a fraction needed to reach level 27. At that moment, the Black Gourd had successfully gathered 1,000 souls. Any further kills would exceed this number. Curiously, despite vanquishing 1,000 rare-grade monsters, not a single piece of equipment had dropped, not even a white-grade item. Could it be that the creatures of the ancient battlefield do not yield loot? This is indeed a possibility. Gazing at the distant remnants of swords and the ruins of ancient war chariots, I could not help but furrow my brow. Weighing my options, I resolved against further slaughter. I had promised Lin Fengyan that I would only slay 1,000. A commitment made must be honored. Thus, I turned away from the ancient battlefield and, from a distance, bowed respectfully to Zhang Xiaoshan, who sat upon a stone pedestal. "Master, I take my leave. Go forth, my child." He gestured with a wave of his hand, closing his eyes once more, enveloped in an aura of profound mystery. Upon returning to the Qianquan Pavilion, I found Lin Fengyan still seated at the center of the formation. He opened his eyes, casting a glance at my accomplishments, and smiled. "Little one, you are indeed exceptional. Your ability to resist the allure of temptation has allowed you to pass my trial. Go now to the Fengyan platform, where your master will guide you in the cultivation of your Qi and the shaping of your primordial spirit." Passed the trial? I was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed," he replied with a gentle smile. "Before your departure, I mentioned that you could only collect 1,000 souls, not a soul more, nor a soul less. In the past, those prodigies from the Black Castles were often insatiably greedy, bringing me even 2,000 souls. Their avarice rendered them incapable of honing their Dao hearts. You, however, are different. You honor your promises and understand the balance of gain and loss. The old Coot Ding Hung did not err in choosing you. Now, go forth and carve out your own fortune." Feeling a surge of gratitude, I bowed deeply. Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave. Go forth. Upon returning to the Fongan platform, as I ascended with the Millennium Soul Refining Flower, the Eternal Tranquility Stone, and the Black Gourd filled with 1,000 souls, Master Ding Heng's figure materialized in the air. With a graceful sweep of his long sleeves, he proclaimed, "Follow me. The time to refine your primordial spirit has arrived. Do not allow any disturbances." Yes, I promptly addressed the external world, saying, "Ah Fei, do not summon me for a meal. I am engrossed in the narrative of this game and cannot afford the slightest interruption." Understood, then I shall order takeout. When it arrives, I will fetch it, came the reply. As a gentle breeze enveloped me, a cave appeared before my eyes. Beyond the grand hall lay a lotus pond, where various ethereal blooms thrived, exuding a vibrant vitality, their spiritual essence wafting like smoke across the water's surface. A stone bridge led directly from the hall to the center of the pond, where an elegant and exquisite pavilion stood. "Go," Ding Heng gestured towards the distance, saying, "Enter the pavilion and refine your primordial spirit." "Yes," I responded, feeling a surge of excitement as I approached the pavilion, settling into a cross-legged position. I took a deep breath, inhaling the remarkably fresh air, which relaxed my entire being. At that moment, a golden icon indicating the commencement of my spirit cultivation appeared on the right side of the interface. Upon confirmation, the Millennium Soul Refining Flower and the Immortal Sea Calming Stone leapt out from my inventory, and I felt as though my consciousness had been abruptly withdrawn. The surrounding scenery seemed to shrink, and I was instantaneously detached from my physical form. In the blink of an eye, my body became somewhat translucent, hovering in midair. Above me was a sky adorned with drifting clouds, while below lay a vast expanse of wide ocean, its waves gently undulating. "Where am I?" I marveled in astonishment. "This is your inner world." Ding Heng's voice resonated in my ears. "You have now entered a state of inner cultivation. Now, open the soul-seeking gourd and release the souls contained within. The spiritual power they embody will be at your disposal. Refine these soulless entities, using them as nourishment to nurture your own spirit." Astonished, I had not anticipated the souls would be utilized in such a manner, so I inquired, "Master, these souls once possessed consciousness. Am I not, in essence, devouring them?" "I am pleased you can contemplate this," he replied earnestly. "However, the paths of existence are manifold. These souls have now faded into oblivion. Should you not refine them, they would dissipate on their own. Yet, if you do refine them, they will become a part of your myriad paths, enriching your heart of Tao, merging with your essence. When the day comes for your demise, these paths will descend with you, nourishing all of creation." A wave of confusion washed over me, while I found his reasoning somewhat tenuous. I acknowledged that my master's words invariably held truth. "You impudent rascal, hasten to cultivate and cease this needless chatter." Ding Heng, a figure of great repute and ethereal bearing, was momentarily taken aback by my jest, his indignation manifesting in a flurry of exasperated expressions and exclamations. Thus, I retrieved the black gourd suspended at my waist, gently removing the stopper. At the instant the stopper was lifted, countless blue souls surged forth from the gourd, swirling around me. In that fleeting moment, my spirit felt a profound sense of fulfillment, akin to the sensation of consuming 10 hamburgers at once, nearly bursting from the sheer abundance. "What are you waiting for? Refine them," Ding Heng urged. "Very well." With a resolute determination, I slowly extended my arms, allowing the innate power within me to operate autonomously, flowing seamlessly through my being. A wisp of ethereal energy coursed through my body, ultimately manifesting in my palms as a swirling mist of white, voraciously consuming and refining the souls that lingered around me. Suddenly, as these souls were transmuted, I experienced an unprecedented clarity of consciousness, as if my mental state had never been so pristine. This game is remarkably powerful. While I was engaged in the refinement of these souls, the ancient soul refining flower above me was simultaneously disintegrating, channeling its formidable energy into my essence to solidify my soul's strength. Meanwhile, tumultuous waves surged beneath me, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as towering waves, over 1,000 meters high, crashed towards me. What is happening? I was momentarily taken aback. After all, I am merely a player, not a genuine cultivator. Is this a divine tribulation? No, in immortal cultivation novels, it is always described as thunder tribulation. Could it be that I am an unparalleled genius? Enough with the days. Ding Heng's voice echoed in my mind. Your soul's capabilities are continuously amplifying. This is the backlash of your energy sea. Immediately employ the sea suppressing stone to counteract it. The ancient soul refining flower is meant to assist in your soul's refinement, while the immortal sea suppressing stone is designed to mitigate the backlash from your energy sea. Utilize both forces simultaneously, and how could the refinement of your primordial spirit possibly fail? Understood, Master. With a surge of determination, I extended my left hand, seizing the immortal sea suppressing stone and hurling it downward. Instantly, the terrifying waves towering nearly 1,000 meters were effortlessly dispersed by the might of the stone, unable to engulf me. At that moment, this stone transcended its seemingly unremarkable appearance, embodying the essence of a divine stabilizing stone. Thus, this process continued for nearly an hour, as 1,000 souls approached completion in their refinement. During this time, I distinctly felt my mental prowess swell beyond measure. As if I had never been so lucid in my entire life, my mind seemingly reshaped, my vision clearer than ever, akin to a rebirth. At last, it is accomplished. I heard Ding Heng's voice resonate in my ears. As I shifted my perspective to behold myself, I was astonished. I appeared as though I were a true Azura, my form exuding an unparalleled elegance. A pair of deep crimson horns emanated an aura of both righteousness and malevolence. My eyes glimmered with a sanguine light. My short hair danced in the air, and dark tendrils of energy enveloped me, resembling a descending demonic deity. Indeed, Ding Heng remarked nonchalantly, it is the power of the Azura bloodline. The initial inquiry by Lord Yunyu was not mistaken. I furrowed my brow, about to speak, when a sudden pain struck at my brow, and in an instant, my soul felt as though it were being cleaved apart. In the next moment, I was abruptly split into two. Crack. Like an apple forcibly severed in half, my inner world gave rise to two versions of myself. One is a formidable figure, exuding a fierce aura as a being of the Shura, while the other is an ostensibly unremarkable man of the human race, in stark contrast to the Shura's true form. The other physique appears exceedingly mundane, though somewhat handsome, yet it is utterly overshadowed by the overwhelming presence of the former. I was taken aback, pointing at this inconspicuous man who bore an uncanny resemblance to myself. Is this truly my primordial spirit? Or could it be mine? Ding Heng replied with a hint of annoyance. Enough. The training is complete. I shall now send you out of the cave. Refine your skills at your own pace. Yes, Master. In the next moment, I exited the inner world, my soul instantly returning to my corporeal body, and was subsequently dispatched from the cave, finding myself atop the wind and cloud platform. At that moment, I appeared somewhat dashing. The dual horns of the Shura lineage radiated a formidable energy, my visage striking yet icy, with the Shura mark at my brow gleaming ominously. My entire being was enveloped by swirling black currents, resembling a true demonic deity. However, wait a moment. I soon realized that one of my horns appeared to be broken. The left horn was merely a fragment, and the remaining piece bore numerous fissures, resembling a horn that had been forcibly snapped off, although I presented the image of a fearsome demon. A closer inspection of the horn revealed the semblance of a being recently vanquished. At that moment, two consecutive chimes echoed in my ears, igniting a fervent excitement within me. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the Shura bloodline. Earning rewards. Insight 3, Charisma 10, Initial Attack Power 100, Initial Defense Power 80, Initial Agility 100. Initial Spiritual Power 80, Soul Star Awakening 10. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the main quest, Refine the Primordial Spirit. S rank. Earning rewards. Experience points 2. For million. Charisma 1, contribution points 5,000, gold 50, and received an additional reward. Frostwind knee pads, rare level. Chapter 40, Beloved Disciple, Attribute Leap. At the moment the Azura bloodline officially awakened, my initial attributes such as attack power, defense, agility, and spiritual energy experienced a remarkable enhancement. Furthermore, my comprehension increased by 3 points, soaring to an astonishing 97. Additionally, both my charm and soul star attributes each rose by 10 points, the purpose of which remains unclear. However, the completion of the main quest yielded tangible rewards, including an additional pair of blue leg armor. I promptly opened my inventory, and indeed, a pair of leg armor lay quietly within. The Frostwind knee guards, rare level. Type, leather armor defense, 40 strength, 21 agility, 20 bonus. Increases the user's defense by 3 required level, 28. This is undoubtedly an exquisite piece of equipment, not only doubling my strength, but also boasting an impressive agility of 41 points. Its inherent defense reaches 40 points, rivaling that of armor of the same level. Most importantly, the additional 3 defense elevates this armor's status significantly. With my current defense at 240, this alone translates to a boost of 7 points. And such proportionate enhancements grow increasingly potent as I progress. With a swift motion, I replaced my original sturdy leg armor with the Frostwind knee guards, instantly boosting my attributes and significantly enhancing my combat capabilities. July Fire, Undead Assassin, level 28 attack, 251, 327 defense, 266, 3 health, 3, 520 critical hit, 2, 6 comprehension, 97 charm, 11 soul star, 10 contribution, 26, 892 combat power, 476 compared to my previous attribute of merely 100 in attack power. I had undergone a complete transformation. My combat power nearly doubled. It could be said that my current attributes could easily overpower my former self, without exaggeration. I could take on 3 of my past selves. A wave of satisfaction washed over me. At this moment, I turned inward once more to observe my inner world, where 10 celestial stars glimmered faintly in the sky above my energy sea, gently swaying. Although I remain uncertain of the utility of these awakened soul stars, I shall leave them be for now. My hidden Azura bloodline certainly grants me advantages over ordinary players, and I shall gradually uncover its potential. Then, I revisited my personal panel and, at last, noticed a small crimson button adjacent to my character's image that allows for the switching of my primordial spirit. Upon gently confirming my selection, my body began to metamorphose. My exquisite armor vanished, my striking Azura visage dissipated, and the surrounding dark aura evaporated, replaced by the image of an unassuming human male clad in simple garments. Is this truly my primordial spirit form? How utterly mundane. Ding. System notification, please note. This is your first time switching your primordial spirit identity. Please name this alternate identity. Name it? I found myself momentarily taken aback. Must I create a new ID? Thus, I reaffirmed my chosen name, July Flowing Fire. Ding. The system prompted. This ID has already been taken. It cannot be used. Am I unable to use my original ID? Confusion enveloped me as I gazed at my unremarkable appearance. Upon inspecting my attributes, I found the level unassigned and the attribute panel filled with the lowest values, rendering me indistinguishable from a novice. How utterly unimpressive. It seemed I would have to navigate the world as my Shura identity. This human identity's sole purpose appeared to be visiting the human capital to retrieve items from a fae. With this thought, I hastily opened my inventory. Relieved to find the contents unchanged, the 2 identities shared the same inventory. I proceeded to input this identity's ID, one younger brother. Ding. The system announced, congratulations. The ID one younger brother has been successfully created. Immediately, a line of green text appeared above my head, and in that moment, it felt even more fittingly juvenile. Taking a deep breath, it was time to switch back. Confirming the switch once more, a tremendous force surged within me, and in the next instant, the figure of one younger brother vanished from the spot. A black beam of light struck the ground with a thunderous sound as the Shura identity descended from above. Kneeling on one knee, dual daggers swirling around me, black energy spiraling incessantly. I was taken aback, my complexion pale. This entrance was astonishingly impressive. How many admirers would this captivate? Just as I reveled in my own allure, a sudden pounding of my heart alerted me. The perceptive powers of Shura sensed an overwhelming force approaching swiftly from behind. As I turned, a stunning figure rushed towards me, none other than Yunyu, the master of the blood pool and one of the inner 3 divisions. Her enchanting visage, a beauty that could captivate all, drew near. She inhaled deeply, her expression turning to one of satisfaction as she remarked, "Humph, indeed, the sin of a bloodline thought to be extinct since ancient times. Has the Shura clan returned to the mortal realm? How intriguing." Her gaze fell upon the broken horn atop my head, momentarily rendering her speechless. What was this? Was it due to a mixed bloodline, insufficient to qualify as a pure-blooded Shura? Or perhaps, I had yet to fully regress to my ancestral form? Suspended in midair, she began to touch and sniff, examining my Shura horns. I felt a wave of embarrassment as I faced her, with her alluring form almost spilling from the confines of her gown, nearly brushing against me. A sense of confusion washed over me. Since she wished to study, I would allow her to do so for a while. After all, resistance was futile. Minutes later, Yunyu gracefully descended, her captivating eyes fixed upon me as she stated, "Young man, Your name is July Flowing Fire, the multiple consecutive champion of the Fengyan platform, and a disciple of Ding Heng, is it not? Indeed, my lady, I replied. With a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, she said, once you have grown strong enough, come find me in the blood pool. I have decided to take you as my disciple. What? I was momentarily taken aback and immediately shook my head, exclaiming, no, Ding Heng is my master, and I shall never betray my sect. Is that so? A cold smile appeared on her face as she retorted, then I shall kill your master Ding Heng, leaving you with no concerns. You. My anger flared. And at that moment, clouds began to swirl in the air, transforming into the figure of Ding Heng, who looked down upon us and said, Lady Yunyu, why must you frighten him? Old man Ding, I am glad you chose to show yourself. Yunyu crossed her arms, floating gracefully in midair. Her elongated and proud figure resembling that of a queen as she addressed Ding Heng, this little one may possess the pure-blooded heritage of Ashura. Thus following me would present a more promising future than following your tutelage. Would you not agree? I am not vying for your disciple. I merely wish to cultivate a true talent for the Black City. Do you not think so? Sigh. Ding Heng let out a long sigh, his gaze turning toward me. Little one, she speaks the truth. In the entirety of the Black Castle, Lady Yunyu's power is likely second only to that of Prince Wang. Indeed, training under her would be more advantageous than under my guidance. In the future, she may very well become your master. However, it matters not, for you are not yet strong enough, and there remains much for your master to impart. I nodded, yes. Master. Yunyu then smiled enchanting. Gliding forward as if petting a small kitten, she gently tousled the short hair between my horns and said, future precious disciple, your master will await your strengthening in the blood pool. Farewell. With that, she floated away, disappearing into the wind. I turned to Ding Heng, master. You have treated me so well. I truly do not wish to leave you. Ding Heng wore an expression of detachment, stroking his beard as he smiled. Yet a master cannot become a stumbling block on your path of cultivation. Thus, when it is time to part ways, one must do so. You will always be my master, I replied. His body trembled slightly, and he nodded in acknowledgement before dissipating into the wind. I frowned. Although my journey had only just begun, Ding Heng had been extraordinarily kind to me as his disciple. He was the best NPC I had encountered since entering Illusion Moon, and this kindness must be remembered. Enough of that. Time to get down to business. I turned to survey my surroundings. Spotting a death knight from the wind and cloud platform galloping towards me, I hurried forward and shouted, Hey, good sir, may I ask you something? He swiftly halted his steed, dismounted, and knelt on one knee, saying, Young master, please inquire. When did I become the young master? I was utterly bewildered, my voice faltering as I said, I would like to ask how to reach the human territory of Linshan County from our Black Castle. Linshan County? He wore a look of astonishment. Young master, permit me to speak candidly. Linshan County is a city within the far eastern province of the Xianyuan Empire, guarded by the legendary Bahuang Marquis with a formidable military presence. Not to mention you. Even the elders would hesitate to wander under the watchful eye of the Bahuang Marquis. Your journey there may indeed invite peril. I am merely inquiring about how to reach it, I replied. Ah, well, he inhaled deeply. You could traverse through the northern mountains, which would take approximately 2 months on foot. Should you ride a horse, you might arrive in about a month. 2 months? I exclaimed in shock. Is there no teleportation array? There is indeed, he pondered for a moment. Within the Qiankuan Pavilion, there exists a teleportation array that can transport you directly to a desolate array within Linshan County. This serves as a passage for high-ranking cultivators from the Black Castle to the human territories. However, the cost is rather steep. A single teleportation requires a substantial amount of gold coins. If you possess ample funds, it may be worth considering. Understood, I nodded. Thank you. You flatter me, young master. A Fei. I called out to a Fei outside. I am devising a plan to meet you in Linshan County. Do not stray too far while leveling up, lest our timing be off. Rest assured, I am currently leveling up outside. My blue potions are nearly exhausted, and I shall likely return to the city shortly. Hurry, so we can dine together. The food is nearly cold. Got it. After exchanging a scroll for the return to the Black Castle at the Treasure Pavilion, I headed straight for the Qiankuan Pavilion. Perhaps due to my previous visit, the guards of the Qiankuan Pavilion readily opened the barrier for me. Guided by them, I arrived at the teleportation array, which indeed offered a passage to Linshan County. However, the cost for a single teleportation was an astonishing 10 G. How exorbitant. Fortunately, I had received a reward of 50G for completing an S-level main quest. Otherwise, I would have been unable to afford the journey. Chapter 41. A fresh start in an instant. A brilliant white light enveloped my entire being, and I felt as though every cell in my body was being torn apart. In the blink of an eye, my form was pulled into the transference tunnel. After a brief passage of several seconds, I once again sensed the weight of my body. Now standing amidst a desolate and withered landscape. Upon raising my gaze, I beheld towering trees shrouded in morning mist. Behind me, several bare black stone pillars were rapidly losing their luminous glow. These were the very stones of the transference array that had brought me here, entwined with vines and adorned with moss. Without a careful inspection, one could hardly discern them as a transference array, which explained how they had remained unnoticed by humanity for so long. Stepping away from the transference array, I inhaled deeply, finally arriving in the realm designated for players. Upon opening the large map, I noticed that I was still a short distance from Lincoln County, requiring approximately a 10-minute walk. Thus, I grasped my dagger and promptly embarked on my journey, simultaneously informing Ah Fei outside. Let us meet at the eastern square of Lincoln County in 10 minutes. Really? Can you enter the city? Indeed, I have separated another aspect of my human identity. Great. See you in 10 minutes. Not long after, I heard the sounds of combat ahead. A player's squad was engaged and leveling up. I chose not to interfere, instead slipping into stealth mode and advancing slowly through the shadows, nearing the eastern city gate of Lincoln County. Shortly thereafter, I emerged from the dense forest, revealing a broad clearing where a magnificent structure loomed ahead. This will suffice. Concealed by the thicket, I switched identities, and in an instant, the proud and defiant figure of the Shura began to transform, ultimately becoming an ordinary young man of the human race, clad in simple cloth attire, devoid of any equipment. Nonchalantly, I stepped out from the clearing, taking just a few strides before entering the safety zone. At the moment I crossed the city gate, an epic chime rang in my ears, accompanied by the system's narrative. In order to resist the onslaught of the alien demon legion, the wise and valiant Dragon Marshal Emperor has tirelessly expanded the northern territories over several decades, engaging in thousands of battles against the alien demons. Ultimately, he established the Far East Province in the frigid northern wastelands. For decades, the military strength of the Far East Province has steadily increased, eventually becoming one of the 4 great provinces of the Xianyuan Empire. Lincoln County, a bastion that has withstood the ravages of war, has reportedly endured over 300 battles. Ultimately, under the leadership of Baron Lin Huang, one of the 12 barons of the empire, the valiant warriors of humanity fought courageously, expelling the alien demon legion from the borders, thereby allowing this easternmost county of the empire to remain steadfast against the looming threat of the blood-soaked royal court of the alien demons. Young warrior, welcome to Lincoln County. Here begins your journey to forge an epic chapter in history. I wish you the best of luck. A smile graced my lips as I was pleasantly surprised to discover the historical introduction to this city upon my first entry. The planning team truly exhibited ingenuity. Consequently, as I gazed upon this ancient city once more, I felt its profound heritage resonate within me. This city, guarded by the illustrious 8 Desolations Marquis, stood at the forefront of the conflict between humanity and the otherworldly demon legion, a captivating narrative indeed. I made my way directly to the Eastgate Plaza, where the atmosphere was vibrant beyond measure. Merchants hawked their wares, equipment, potions, and miscellaneous goods, while others called out to form parties for quests, seeking adventurers to join them in the Yellowhorn Forest to slay venomous bees, specifically requesting a light priest with a level above 22 and mana below 4,000. They beckoned for a frontline fighter to challenge the forest tiger, demanding a swordsman or paladin of level 24 or higher, while warning those inadequately equipped to refrain from joining. In another corner, a group sought members to tackle large bats in the mossy caves, needing 2 damage dealers to face 23-level monsters, noting that the 26-level rare ones were not for the faint of heart. What a delightful gaming atmosphere. I couldn't help but feel the allure of teamwork within the game, yearning to join a party and embark on a joyful leveling journey. Yet, upon reflection, I realized I might indeed be the noob they spoke of, and perhaps it was best to continue enjoying my journey as a Shura assassin. "Ollie, I'm at East Plaza. Why don't I see you?" came a voice from outside. "Oh, really?" I checked the game and soon spotted a familiar figure not far ahead, draped in a robe and wielding a jade green staff. He craned his neck to look around, his gaze lingering on some attractive female players, nearly drooling in admiration. With a bemused expression, I approached, activating voice chat within the game. Afe. Wait, what? Afe blinked in surprise, his demeanor shifting entirely as he beheld my appearance. Ali? Indeed. Can you believe it? This is another identity forged by my primordial spirit. Impressive, isn't it? I chuckled heartily. Seriously? How is my little brother like this now? Is this a different persona? He exclaimed, clearly flabbergasted. Yes, indeed. Now, let us proceed to the warehouse manager. All my goods are stored there. All right. We walked side by side to the warehouse, where Afe engaged in conversation with the NPC. Shortly after, he presented me with a trade option. In an instant, the trading panel materialized, revealing a book titled White Garb and another named Bloodsucking Blade on his side. With this, I had acquired the skills of stealth and life drain. What a splendid success. However, I still couldn't learn them just yet. If these tomes were inscribed to my human account, it would be a considerable loss. How are you planning to return? Afe inquired. I purchased a return scroll over there, I replied with a smile. But there is no rush. I want to explore Linshin County first. It would be a shame to waste the 10G teleportation fee without thoroughly investigating the area. What? Did you just say the teleportation fee is 10G? Afe's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, what of it? Are you aware of the current market price for gold in online transactions? What is the price? 100. That 10G you possess is equivalent to 1,000 renminbi, my friend. I was astounded. Is it truly worth that much? Perhaps it is due to the fact that players at this stage have little opportunity to undertake S-rank main quests. Thus they are unable to amass a significant amount of gold. My task of refining the essence felt like a shortcut. And so I solemnly proposed, do not depart just yet. After I finish my errands, I shall give you the remaining gold to sell. Why don't you sell it yourself? My identity is rather unique. Maintaining an air of mystery is essential, you know? You must be joking. Thus, Afe accompanied me as I wandered through the square of Linshin County, perusing the various player stalls, then glancing at the auction house. Eventually, my gaze settled upon a piece of light blue leather armor. Merman's Chainmail, rare, type, leather armor defense, 48 agility, 22 stamina, 20 special effect, tenacity. Increases the user's health cap by 200 points required level. 28 auction buyout price, 25G. Goodness. As I beheld this Merman's Chainmail, I could hardly contain my drool. Its defense was evidently impressive, reaching 48 points, and compared to other armors of the same level, it was certainly not inferior. Furthermore, it provided boosts to both agility and stamina, which were precisely what I needed, in addition to an extraordinary effect that increased the health cap by 200 points. This armor was a true gem at this stage. Afe, noticing my expression, appeared deeply concerned. You can't possibly be considering this level 28 blue gear, can you? 25G is exorbitant. It's unnecessary. Why spend 2,500 on a piece of equipment? Get lost, you wouldn't understand. I retorted, saying, do you think I am thriving over there? Without gear to bolster my attributes, I can be defeated in an instant. This investment is absolutely worthwhile. Well, I am buying it. Very well. He sighed, a look of pity on his face. With a snap, 25G vanished, leaving me with merely 15G in my inventory. I then took out 5G to hand off Afe. I must retain 10G for my next teleportation, so you may sell this 5G as you see fit. Even 500 is acceptable. He quickly accepted the gold and smiled. By the way, I have sold all the previous earnings, totaling 6,340 renminbi. Along with the various other items, our profits over the past few days are nearing 10,000. As per our usual arrangement, we shall split it evenly. Shall I transfer it to you via WeChat? Yes, please do. I find myself utterly destitute at the moment. Indeed. Subsequently, I ceased my aimless wandering and decisively shattered the return scroll of the Black Castle. In an instant, enveloped by a surge of dark energy, I vanished from Linshin County, only to reappear within the teleportation array of the Black Castle. Upon switching back to my Azure identity, I donned the Fishman chainmail with a satisfying clink. A robust sensation emanating from my chest, and my attributes surged with newfound ferocity. July's Fiery Flow, Undead Assassin, level, 28 attack, 255, 332 defense, 293, 3, health, 3. 920 critical hit, 2, 71 insight, 97 charm, 11 soul stars, 10 contribution, 26, 892 combat power, 492 with such attributes. I could practically stride through the current challenges unhindered. I then proceeded to learn the skills of the white garb and the blood-sucking blade, and directly made my way to the treasure pavilion. With over 20,000 contribution points at my disposal, I intended to exchange for some items and commence leveling up. Furthermore, the majority of my skills were still merely at level 2, necessitating upgrades. Ideally, I sought to achieve level 3 proficiency in all skills before reaching level 30, as the level of one's skills often determines the outcome of encounters. At the treasure pavilion, I was no longer looked down upon. Instead, many death cultivators cast envious glances at my azure appearance, and some undead maidens even regarded me with shy curiosity, their gazes somewhat unsettling. Approaching the counter, I perused the potions available for my level. There were not many options for a level 28, only the level 2 health potion, which restored 50 health points per second for a duration of 7 seconds, meaning a single potion could recuperate a total of 350 health points. It was a decent choice as well, being economical at a mere 2 contribution points per potion. I exchanged for 2,000 bottles. Next, I was determined to level up rapidly and challenge for the top rank in the entire server. Chapter 42. The Beastmaster returns to the Fengyan platform. Master. Within the clouds, the figure of Ding Hung materialized. What is it? May I venture to the ancient battlefield for training? I inquired. Not permissible. Why? I was taken aback. The ancient battlefield harbors immense opportunities and treasures, traditionally regarded as a forbidden zone belonging to the Black Castle, vigilantly guarded by the formidable elder Zhang Xiaoshan. Every practitioner from the Black Castle must obtain approval to enter the ancient battlefield, and there are limitations for each individual. You have exhausted your quota with your last manifestation of the primordial spirit. You must wait a while longer. I wore a look of resignation. Is that so you may continue meditating and practicing? He advised. Very well. I turned to leave the Fengyan platform, realizing that the ancient battlefield was beyond my reach. Was I to be compelled to venture outside the Black Castle to level up? Yet, the monsters beyond the Black Castle may not be suitable for my training. At that moment, a low growl erupted from the nearby dense forest, followed by a figure lunging towards me, its sharp claws glinting ominously in the air. A surprise attack. I swiftly crouched down, raising my left dagger to block the assault. With a clang, I thwarted the claw strike, then swept my right dagger through the air, the hilt striking heavily against the assailant's abdomen, sending it skidding back several meters. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the infernal lion, Erdan. I was taken aback. Why are you attacking me? With a stern expression, he replied, no wonder you have consistently claimed the title of champion on the Fengyan platform. July Flowing Fire. You managed to fend off my ambush. You truly are remarkable. Faced with this overly dramatic infernal lion, I felt a vein throb on my forehead. Once you're done with your theatrics, be off. I'm not in a good mood today. He laughed heartily. What is troubling you? Thus, I recounted the situation regarding the ancient battlefield. As I finished my tale, Erdan narrowed his eyes and said with a grin, actually, if you genuinely wish to enter the ancient battlefield, it is not entirely impossible. Oh, I felt a surge of excitement. Pray tell, how can I gain entry? There are 2 methods to access the ancient battlefield. The first is through the main entrance, requiring the approval of the guardian Zhang Xiaoshan. But that old codger is inflexible, making it nearly impossible. The second method is through a side entrance. Hundreds of years ago, a disturbance of vengeful spirits occurred within the ancient battlefield, breaching an ancient seal of the Black Castle. Unable to repair it, the elders dispatched powerful spirit beasts to guard this gap. In this generation, the guardian spirit beast is a near pure-blood infernal lion, reputed to be a quasi-holy beast. As he spoke, he puffed out his chest with pride. Quasi-holy beast. What does that have to do with you? I couldn't help but retort. He stared wide-eyed at me. It may not concern me. But the crux of the matter is that this guardian spirit beast is the current clan leader of the infernal lion lineage, and he happens to be my second uncle. Second uncle, my expression shifted dramatically. Second uncle is truly formidable. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around the sturdy shoulders of his companion and chuckled. Erdan, do me a favor and let me enter the ancient battlefield. I truly need to hone my skills there. It's essential. With a sideways glance, he retorted. Didn't someone just say this has nothing to do with me? No. I laughed heartily. You are the crux of this matter. You are an indispensable figure. Well, that is more like it, he said with a haughty demeanor. Wait for me a moment. I shall sneak into second uncle's abode and procure a token for entering the ancient battlefield. But if things go awry, you must not reveal that I was the thief. What if you get caught? I queried. Fear not. My second aunt dotes on me. I was raised on her milk. Erdan is indeed a formidable character. And with a roar, he vanished along the mountain path. In less than 10 minutes, he returned, clutching a bronze token, his expression grave. Remember, in the sweltering heat of July, I am taking this risk because I consider you a friend. If our scheme is uncovered, you must not betray me. You have Elder Ding from the Wind and Cloud platform to protect you. I do not. Understood, don't worry, I said, grasping the token. Feeling an immediate sense of assurance. Guided by Erdan, I followed the mountain range to a gap where the brilliance of the barrier surged, energy seemingly dissipating, creating a fierce wind that relentlessly blew towards the outside. This was indeed the breach in the protective barrier. I am leaving. Take care. With a swift turn, Erdan disappeared into the thicket. I inhaled deeply, knowing that some actions were necessary. A horse that does not graze at night does not grow fat. If I continued to adhere strictly to my training regimen, I would likely never complete the second item in my achievement manual. The bitter wind howled as I advanced step by step through the mountain gap, dual daggers in hand. As I reached the midpoint, my heart began to pound fiercely. I sensed a tremendous aura had locked onto me, rendering me momentarily immobile. Young man, what do you intend to do? A deep voice resonated from above. Upon looking up, I beheld a robust middle-aged man seated on the hillside, wielding a battle axe, with the faint silhouette of a golden lion king emerging behind him. The overwhelming presence exuded a regal disdain for the world, nearly suffocating me. However, a scarlet collar encircled his neck, anchoring him to the mountainside. Was he sealed here? A chill ran down my spine. Though a quasi-sacred beast, he was imprisoned by a figure of great authority from the Black Castle. One could only imagine the strength of the individual who had sealed him. Furthermore, considering that the Infernal Lion clan held a certain status within the Black Castle, entrusted with the grave responsibility of guarding the ancient battlefield, it also indicated a lack of complete trust from the Black Castle towards the Infernal Lion clan. Otherwise, they would not have confined their chieftain in such a manner. As I gazed upon the middle-aged man, a tremor coursed through my heart. Though I displayed an exterior of calm composure, while internally I was in a state of disarray, I retrieved a bronze token and tossed it directly to him, declaring my intent to enter the ancient battlefield for training. Oh, he caught the token, inhaled its essence, and let out a disdainful snort, muttering about that wretched youth. He then raised his gaze towards me. Proceed, young one, but be forewarned that this is not the domain governed by Zhang Xiaoshan. The ancient war spirits are exceedingly volatile. Should you encounter peril, exit immediately. Otherwise, if you meet your demise, the consequences are yours to bear. Understood. Thank you, esteemed elder. I bowed respectfully and promptly soared into the breach of the barrier ahead, stepping into the ancient battlefield. The battlefield was tumultuous, with fierce winds howling and bolts of lightning wreaking havoc across the sky. Behind me lay the sole entrance to this realm. As I advanced a bit further, the winds ceased abruptly. Before me lay a desolate expanse, littered with corpses and scattered remnants of weaponry, as if time had stilled. The ground was barren of grass, with numerous war chariots and armor long since obliterated by the eons. With a subtle shift, I entered stealth mode, exercising caution. Just ahead, the open ground was riddled with crimson and gold arrows, each tip pulsating with mysterious energy, clearly inscribed with intricate runes. Beneath the arrows lay a multitude of corpses, some gripping shields, which were pierced by arrows, evoking the echoes of a battle that transpired eons ago, as if the scene were being reenacted. Wraiths began to rise from the remains, transforming into hollow-eyed specters. However, within my line of sight, these entities uniformly bore levels far beyond my own. This was unacceptable. Engaging them would not be a matter of gaining experience, but rather of falling victim to their might. I swiftly shifted to the right, evading Zhang Xiaoshan's vicinity. After traversing a short distance, I encountered a valley teeming with the remains of wild beasts, leopards, ferocious tigers, and even some humanoids grasping staffs, their bones etched with obscure patterns. They seemed to be a cadre of warriors capable of commanding feral beasts in battle. Subsequently, their spirits ascended one by one, and this time, they were ripe for training. Beastmaster Wraith, Rare Level Monster, Level 33 Attack, 125300 Defense, 145 Health, 3,250 Skills, Fierce Assault, Ambush, Whip Strike. Description: the wandering souls of the Beastmaster clan, who perished on the battlefield and can never return home, have grown increasingly savage over millennia, harboring a desire to obliterate all. They were merely 5 levels above me, fitting snugly within the limits of my capacity to slay higher-level adversaries. With ample experience at stake and their attributes not overwhelmingly superior, The danger was considerably diminished. I crouched low and swiftly crept behind a Beastmaster Wraith, unleashing a backstab attack. 582. 822. I was significantly overwhelmed. This time, the experience was far more comfortable compared to my previous visit to the ancient battlefield for level grinding. Last time, my attacks only dealt 2 or 300 damage. But this time, the numbers were considerably higher. As the Beastmaster's lingering spirit turned to lash out with its whip, I swiftly executed a powerful strike, followed by a series of normal attacks and a backstab. 602. 1724. A critical hit on the backstab. It was an instant kill. To my astonishment, the Beastmaster's lingering spirit dropped a silver coin along with several copper coins, and remarkably, it also yielded a piece of chest armor. Upon inspection, I discovered it was a white armor, merely suitable for selling to a vendor of little use, yet it indicated that my current endeavor had the potential to yield equipment. A stark contrast to my prior experience. Could it be that the previous task involved slaying only quest-related monsters? That is indeed a possibility. Regardless, the experience points and drop rates are exceptionally high. This place has become my paradise. Roar. Nearby, a Beastmaster was driving a skeletal leopard towards me. Both figures radiating a blood-red glow, coalescing into their original forms, appearing quite formidable. However, I harbored no fears and unleashed a dragon's palm strike, surprisingly pushing the Beastmaster back slightly. Then, I executed another combination of powerful strikes and a backstab, effortlessly vanquishing it. The experience bar flickered, a testament to the perfection of this leveling environment. Chapter 43, Level 35, Rare Boss. For the glory of the Adel tribe. Accompanied by a fierce roar. 3 Beastmasters awakened, accompanied by a wolf and a bear, charging towards me. The Beastmasters and their beasts were one entity, sharing health, thus counting as 3 units. However, facing an onslaught from 3 rare-level creatures, each at level 33, demanded my utmost attention. I sank my body and entered a stealth state. In an instant, as they rushed towards me, I raised my hand and executed a stunning blow on one of the Beastmasters. Swiftly, I maneuvered to evade 2 lethal attacks. And with a flick of my dagger, I struck the foremost Beastmaster, leaving him dazed. I then repositioned myself and unleashed a backstab as I launched a normal attack. In that moment, I was struck by the 3rd Beastmaster, but fortunately, my defense was a robust 300 points, mitigating the damage to a mere 500 health points. Continuing my evasive tactics, I dispatched the 1st Beastmaster with a flurry of normal attacks. Immediately, I activated the blood-sucking blade, and my form vanished in an instant. When I reappeared, the brilliance of my backstab illuminated the rear of the 2nd Beastmaster. 2784. 835. I must say, the 200 true damage following the blood-sucking blade was astonishing. Furthermore, the blood-sucking blade restored 835 health points, allowing me to unleash another series of attacks, ultimately dispatching the 2nd Beastmaster. The 3rd, still incapacitated by the stunning blow, posed no challenge as I capitalized on the blood-sucking blade's effect to deliver a relentless barrage, finishing him off. Upon defeating the 3rd Beastmaster, my health was fully restored. The healing effect of the blood-sucking blade was truly a match made in heaven. Just as the 3rd Beastmaster collapsed, its body erupted into a shower of blood. And beneath the shattered remains, a dagger radiating a faint blue light fell to the ground, causing my heart to race. Could it be that fortuitous? Had I truly obtained a blue dagger? I swiftly bent down to retrieve it, my heartbeat quickening with excitement. Beastmaster's Blade, Rare Level, Attack, 3658 Agility, 23 Strength, 22 Required Level, 30. These attributes surpassed my current weapon, the Snakebone Dagger. And the water pattern dagger in my left hand was no comparison at all. Regrettably, it required level 30, and while I still had some distance to cover, I was confident I would reach that milestone today. I promptly stowed the Beastmaster's blade in my inventory and continued to slay more monsters. As I significantly gained experience points, I summoned my system sprite. With a graceful sweep, her enchanting figure danced in the wind, halting before me. She smiled and said, "Master, what is your command for summoning the little book? What determines the drop rate of monsters?" I inquired. She blinked her eyes and replied, "It is determined by the monster's inherent drop rate, along with the player's charm value enhancement." As I gazed upon my charm value of 11, I playfully inquired, "Little book, how much has my charm value of 11 enhanced my monster slaying drop rate?" She pursed her lips and replied with a smile, "That's hidden data. Even Little Book is unaware." Very well. I summoned my little secretary once more and diligently resumed my leveling efforts. I also took the opportunity to ask Ah Fei. Learning that the highest-ranked player in Linchen County had already reached level 30. Their leveling speed was astonishingly rapid, but fortunately, I was keeping pace. After more than an hour, accompanied by a cascade of radiant light, I had ascended to level 29. I resolved to continue striving until I reached level 30. Subsequently, the remnants of beast tamers dropped several pieces of equipment, yet they were all sturdy and fine-grade green items, with no sign of rare blue equipment. This was quite understandable. Blue items were inherently rare, with a low drop rate, especially from ordinary monsters, likely at a mere 1 in 10,000. To procure a level 30 blue dagger today felt like an extraordinary stroke of luck. At precisely midnight, a second golden shower of light descended, and I finally reached level 30. In that very moment, the ancient bracelet on my wrist, which had long been silent, suddenly emanated a shimmering glow, accompanied by a melodious chime that danced through my ears. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, your ancient bracelet has evolved. Evolved? I was overjoyed and promptly inspected the equipment. Indeed, the attributes and tier of the bracelet had improved. Ancient bracelet, ultra rare, defense, 65 agility, 42 strength, 40 traits, evolvable trait, no level restriction trait, provides 200 inventory slots special effect, bound to owner ultra rare. I meticulously verified multiple times to confirm that the bracelet's tier was indeed ultra rare and not merely rare. The name of the equipment was a deep blue rather than a pale hue, suggesting that it might be the first ultra rare item in the entire server. Its attributes were overwhelmingly powerful, with agility and strength bonuses totaling a staggering 82 points. At this stage, the pinnacle of rare equipment offered only a dual bonus of 40 points, making this a significant enhancement. Even more astonishing was the provision of 200 inventory slots, rivaling that of a divine artifact. After examining the new attributes of the ancient bracelet and recalling how it had previously assisted me in comprehending the dragon decision skill, I couldn't help but feel that this wrist adornment was shrouded in mystery, utterly inscrutable. Furthermore, I had acquired it, along with the Shura secret tome and the complete achievement manual, upon my initial entry into the game, and I still couldn't fathom why I had obtained these unique items. Could it be that I am the chosen one? Contemplating this, I found no clarity, so I decided to set aside such musings. Invincibility was what truly mattered. Thus, I retrieved the Beastmaster's blade from the package, equipping it in place of the previous water pattern dagger. With the enhancement provided by the ancient bracelet, my attributes ascended to a new echelon. July Flowing Fire, Undead Assassin, level 30 attack, 339, 442 defense, 355, 3 health, 4120 critical hit rate, 3 31 insight, 97 charisma, 11 soul star, 10 contribution, 24892 combat power, 622. At this moment, it is no exaggeration to proclaim that my attributes could indeed sweep across the battlefield. My offensive and defensive capabilities are nearly invincible at this stage. My health bar is sufficiently robust, and with my continuous focus on agility, my critical hit rate has inadvertently accumulated to 331 in future battles. This critical hit rate may very well prove to be the decisive factor. I felt quite elated. The speed at which I vanquished monsters had significantly increased, allowing me to forego healing entirely, even enabling me to face the onslaught of 45 Beastmaster remnants single-handedly. Ding! A message arrived from my friend August Wutian, accompanied by a voice message from Ah Fei. Ali, can you receive this message? Indeed. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, your human account ID appears dimmed and shows you as offline. How can you still receive messages? It seems the messaging system is shared. Incredible. He chuckled. It's already midnight. How about we go out for barbecue? I'm famished. I glanced at my experience bar and replied, no, I must continue leveling up. Ah Fei. You go eat. Just bring me back some grilled buns and lamb skewers. All right, then I want to go either. I'll order takeout. Call me when you're done leveling up, and we can eat together. Aren't you going to bed early tonight? You've stayed up late. How can I not? He laughed heartily. As good brothers, we must stand united. More importantly, you probably want to level up too, right? What level are you now? I inquired. Level 28. Isn't that acceptable? He grinned. I paused for a moment. Indeed, that is quite impressive. I didn't expect you to level up so swiftly. Ah Fei, you seem different. You've only been this devoted to women before. Who would have thought you would take this game so seriously? His tone turned solemn as he replied, Ali, old Han is no longer with us. Now, you are my only brother left. If I cannot take our shared journey seriously, then my life would truly lack meaning. Why the sudden sentimentality, you scoundrel? I teased. Damn, I finally gathered a bit of emotion. And you just wrecked it. See Nin. Get lost. I'm going to level up. Ha ha ha. I'm off to level up as well. Thus, I practiced relentlessly until the clock struck 2 in the morning. At that moment, my experience points had escalated to 30 levels and 97%. However, the achievement system remained silent, devoid of any notifications of accomplishments. Strangely enough, both Lin Shi and Feng Songhai from Linqing County had also reached level 30. Could it be that the top player in the entire server had already attained level 32? That seemed utterly outrageous. Suddenly, a cacophony of anguished souls erupted ahead, their piercing wails resonating sharply in the air. As if startled, they were swept away in a frenzy, and roughly a dozen beast tamers' spirits coalesced into a swirling mass. When the luminous effects gradually dissipated, a formidable creature emerged, wielding a long-handled battle axe. Its limbs were robust, muscles bulging, while its lower half was astonishingly that of a giant crab, adorned with menacing pincers and 8 stout legs, exuding an air of undeniable authority as it gazed at me. Foolish mortal, your demise is nigh. It bellowed, you should not have ventured here, nor dared to provoke the spirits of the Adel tribe. Now, prepare to meet your end. I stumbled back several steps, astonished to find myself facing a boss. This sensation was profoundly peculiar. I had once embodied the role of a boss myself. Yet now, I was to engage one? As fortune would have it, boss encounters yield substantial experience points. Perhaps this could propel me to the pinnacle of the server's rankings. Raising my gaze, I swiftly assessed the boss's attributes. Beast Tamer Chief, Rare Level Boss, Level 35 Attack, 450, 650 Defense, 300 Health, 50. 000 Skills, Cross/, Feral Roar, Stampede of Beasts. Description: the Beast Tamer Chief, one of the leaders of the Beast Tamer clan, once the chieftain of an ancient tribe. After the annihilation of his clan on the ancient battlefield, his vengeful spirit seeks countless opportunities to return to the realm of mortals. A level 35 rare boss. My body sank slightly as I entered a state of stealth, a faint smile gracing my lips. Alas, this creature's attributes pale in comparison to my own when I was a boss. Chapter 44, The Champion of the Realm. Cunning Demon, prepare to meet your end. He abruptly twirled his battle axe, flames swirling around him, and growled. This time, the Adel tribe shall never know defeat again. With a swift motion, a glimmer of cold light cleaved through the air, delivering a powerful backstab to the Beastmaster's leader. 567. 1029. The damage was commendable, indicating that I could indeed contend with the boss. In the fleeting moment after landing the backstab, I rapidly retreated, anticipating the boss's reaction, just as I had envisioned. The boss adhered to the combat mechanics, immediately turning upon being ambushed and swinging his axe in my direction. Whoosh! A blaze encircled the serpent bone blade as the pattern of the impale skill materialized on the boss's forehead, successfully stunning him. He was merely 5 levels above me, resulting in minimal level suppression, thus enhancing the accuracy of control skills like Impale. Upon succeeding with Impale, I deftly maneuvered my body to the side, tracing a semicircle to position myself behind the boss. I could not comprehend why, but ever since entering Moonlight, my movement and control felt almost divinely inspired, markedly superior to my previous capabilities. Basic attack, backstab, another series of skills unleashed, and in an instant, the serpent bone blade vanished from my grasp, replaced by a hand imbued with golden energy. Ancient, esoteric inscriptions flowed in the wind as the roar of a dragon surged forth, culminating in a mighty strike that landed squarely upon the boss, who had yet to complete his turn. Dragon's Judgment. 2562. The moment the blow was struck, the Beastmaster's leader completed his turn with significantly greater speed, his axe sweeping fiercely, unleashing a horizontal slash that crashed into my left dagger. 806. Such formidable damage. Before I could retreat, the boss let out another furious roar, a blood-red radiance erupting beneath him, forming an AoE shockwave that swept across, instantly reducing my health by another 1,000. In the blink of an eye, I was down to 50 health. This was dire. Another set of damage would likely spell my doom. In a flash, my energy restored to a sufficient level to employ the white garment, and with a swift movement, I vanished into the wind. While employing the stealth, I hastily consumed a health potion, retreating several dozen meters to create distance from the boss, allowing myself ample time for energy recovery. The recent onslaught, comprising 2 sets of skills and a dragon's judgment, had entirely depleted my 100 points of energy. At this juncture, even if I faced skill cooldowns, engaging in a direct confrontation was unwise, as skills could not be executed without energy. "Come forth, you cowardly wretches!" the boss bellowed in fury, his axe cleaving through the air with relentless aggression. I concealed myself within the void, observing as my energy swiftly replenished. Without delay, I surged forward, activating the blood-sucking blade skill as I advanced, for it was imperative to initiate lifesteal. Otherwise, I might soon succumb to lethal damage. Once the lifesteal activated, I executed a ferocious backstab against the boss from behind, dealing a staggering 2,906 damage. The subsequent strike inflicted 871 damage. The damage amplification from behind the white-clad figure was extraordinary, instantly severing a substantial portion of the boss's vitality while simultaneously restoring a significant amount of my own health. Following this, I unleashed another basic attack, retreating swiftly as I anticipated the boss's turning moment, combining it with a jab. Then executing a flawless series of basic attacks and backstabs, masterfully controlling the rhythm of the battle. After this flurry of assaults, the boss's health plummeted to 78. While I had fully restored my vitality, just as the boss was about to launch an offensive, I activated the sprint skill, leveraging the boost in movement speed to evade damage and await the restoration of my energy. Alas, as an assassin, I must maintain distance from warriors. Engaging them up close would deplete my energy and disrupt my rhythm, inevitably leading to my downfall. For in terms of resilience, an equally matched assassin can never withstand the might of a warrior. As I dashed away, I glanced at the cooldown of my skills. The cooldown for the white-clad skill was 60 seconds, and I resolved to conserve it in anticipation of the boss unleashing the third Beast Rampage skill. Thus, in a corner of the ancient battlefield, I engaged the Beastmaster leader, employing a strategy of jabs, basic attacks, backstabs, and kiting to gradually wear down the boss's health. Although I faced continuous assaults and teetered on the brink of death, my positioning and skillful maneuvers consistently turned peril into safety. After approximately 90 seconds of combat, the Beastmaster leader's health was nearly exhausted. With a thunderous roar, he became engulfed in a crimson aura, flames swirling around him, resembling a massive crab nearly scorched by fire. Brandishing his battle axe high, he bellowed, "You wretched fool, you have utterly enraged me. Come forth and feel the ferocity of the wild. Tremble before the roars of the beasts as the Beast Rampage commences." In an instant, a blood-red hexagram erupted from beneath his feet, followed by a cacophony of beastly roars as a multitude of creatures appeared behind him: tigers, leopards, elephants, wild bears, and even the imposing mammoths. Their numbers were overwhelming, enveloping an area of approximately 50 yards, rendering it an unavoidable AoE nuclear strike. Alarm surged through me, and I quickly retreated while raising my hand. The moment the sprint skill activated, I simultaneously unleashed the white-clad skill, fervently hoping for its priority to be sufficiently high to mitigate some damage. A second later, as I had anticipated, the white-clad skill seemed to possess a mechanism for 100 damage avoidance during its activation. Though brief, lasting only about 12 seconds. It allowed me to evade several charges from the beast horde while my form shimmered in a semi-transparent retreat. Just as a wild bear sent me tumbling with a powerful swipe, I rolled and scrambled out of the attack zone of the Beast Rampage. What a close call. Gazing at the distant stampede of beasts, I still felt a lingering sense of dread. I quickly consumed a health potion and, upon exiting combat mode, stealthily re-entered the shadows, still benefiting from the residual attack bonus granted by my white attire. Moments later, the cacophony of the stampeding beasts came to an abrupt halt. The boss, wielding a battle axe, stood resolutely upon the battlefield, bellowing, "Cunning demon, emerge, you coward." I cautiously approached and unleashed a flurry of deft maneuvers from behind, dealing thousands of damage with a backstab that obliterated the last remnants of the Beastmaster's health. Alas, how could I perish in such a manner? With a roar of defiance, he gradually succumbed, and with a resounding crash, a plethora of gold coins and equipment erupted forth. At that moment, a golden rain showered down upon me from the heavens, and finally, I ascended to level 31. Even more exhilarating was the realization that I was the first player to achieve this milestone, immediately followed by notifications of completed achievements within the comprehensive achievement system. But first, I must examine the spoils of the boss before delving into the achievements. Upon inspection, the boss had dropped a total of 17 gold coins, not an insignificant amount, but neither exorbitant. For players at this stage, it was certainly a windfall. As for the equipment, 3 items were revealed: a uniquely designed light blue staff resembling a serpent, a dull gray armor that appeared far from extraordinary, and a light blue ring that quickened my heartbeat. I first examined the staff as I brushed my hand across it. The attributes materialized before my eyes, and it did not disappoint. Serpent Staff, Rare, Spirit Attack, 4065 Spirit Power, 21 Stamina, 20 Bonus. Increases the user's Spirit Attack power by 2 required level. 30 not bad at all. I shall keep it for Ah Fei, who should reach level 30 by tomorrow. For a considerable period ahead, this Serpent Staff will serve him well. Next, I turned my attention to the Misty Armor. Although it initially appeared lackluster, the attributes revealed before me took me by surprise. I had misjudged it. Beastmaster Battle Armor, Rare, Type, Armor Defense, 54 Strength, 22 Stamina, 21 Bonus. Increases the user's defense by 3 required level. 30. This was an exceptional piece of armor, undoubtedly among the finest available at present. As a level 30 blue equipment, it would surely attract the attention of top-tier players like Lin Shi and Feng Songhai, who are currently leading at this stage. I could place it on the auction house in Linchin County, where it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. At last, my gaze settled upon the delicate azure ring, a rare artifact within the realm of Phantom Moon. In this universe, rings and necklaces represent the most elusive category of treasures. Thus, this marked the first ring I had ever acquired. During my previous visit to Linchin County, I had observed many individuals adorned in splendid gear. Yet their necks and fingers remained conspicuously bare, a testament to the rarity of equipment for these 2 specific locations. As I lowered my eyes to the ring, it radiated a luminous blue glow, seemingly forged from steel, with a decorative horn embellishment atop it that exuded a faint aura of menace. As I reached out to caress it, its attributes gracefully revealed themselves. Horn ring, rare level, strength, 24 agility, 22 special effect, critical hit rate 0. 2 additional, increases the user's attack power by 3 required level, 30. How splendid. I slapped my thigh in delight, for this ring appeared to be tailor-made for me. The primary attributes, strength and agility, both suited my character. Strength could be converted into attack power, while agility, a unique attribute, could enhance attack speed, critical hits, defense, and movement speed, all invaluable qualities that render one nearly invincible when accumulated. Moreover, I was pleasantly surprised to find a 0.2 critical hit bonus, an essential trait for an assassin. I had not anticipated that blue equipment would begin to offer critical effects. Although it seemed modest, it was certainly better than nothing. Furthermore, the additional 3 boosts to overall attack power ensured that every attribute of this ring was advantageous. Truly, a blessing from the heavens. With a decisive motion, I equipped the ring. The equipment interface featured 2 slots for rings, and 1 remained vacant. Patience was key. As the horn ring shimmered with a cerulean brilliance upon my finger, I felt a surge of strength permeate through me, a tangible indication of the enhancement in my attributes. It was a remarkably authentic sensation. Chapter 45. The Poetry and Wine of Youth. With a sigh of relief, I realized that my gear had almost fully taken shape. 1 ultra-rare item, 5 rare items, and 2 fine items. Such an impressive array of equipment is sure to leave many in awe. It is foreseeable that during the next trial at the Wind and Cloud platform, I shall once again carve a path through my adversaries with ease. A surge of ambition filled my heart as I opened the complete achievement system. In that instant, my entire being was drawn into a realm that reached towards the heavens. Gazing upwards, I beheld swirling clouds and a massive vortex enveloping the sky, with ethereal sounds resonating softly, evoking a sense of tranquility and clarity. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on completing the 2nd achievement of the complete achievement system, Transcendence. Reward: 2 charm, 50 gold, and an additional reward, Cloak of Slaughter, ultra rare. Ultra rare? I could scarcely believe my eyes. Hastily, I opened my inventory, and indeed, a cloak shimmering with a blood-red hue lay quietly within. This was an ultra-rare cloak, and fortuitously, I had yet to equip a cloak. Eagerly, I pulled it out and glanced at its attributes, my heart swelling with joy. Cloak of Slaughter, ultra-rare, defense, 85 agility, 42 strength, 40 special effect, evasion 20 bonus, increases user's attack power by 5 bonus, increases user's defense power by 5 required level, 30 truly. This deep blue ultra-rare equipment exceeded 80 points in dual attributes, and the additional percentage boosts were also dual enhanced. This was undoubtedly the most formidable piece of gear I possessed thus far. With a swift confirmation, a tattered blood-red half-cloak billowed behind me, exuding an aura of chilling menace. Embodying the essence of a wandering assassin. Paired with my Shura persona, it created a perfect harmony that would make any onlooker wary of my presence. Challenger. In the air. The hollow and profound voice of the Elder resonated once more. You have completed 2 full achievement challenges. Now, the 3rd challenge awaits. Wealth. To acquire 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold? I was momentarily taken aback. How could this be possible? At this stage, a single gold piece could be sold for 100 renminbi. Thus, 10,000 would equate to 1,000,000 RMB. Given my current predicament, this task seemed insurmountable. It appeared that this achievement would not be swiftly attained. I would have to wait for a period until the in-game currency depreciated. For now, I would set this aside and take my time. In the next moment, I was transported out of the complete achievement systems realm, reappearing in the ancient battlefield. However, training was no longer an option. As several pieces of my equipment had exhausted their durability, all marked in red, continuing to fight would jeopardize the attributes granted by my gear, and I risked being swiftly defeated by the monsters. Moreover, having already completed the achievement for the highest level, it was wise to cease my endeavors. Thus, I sheathed my twin daggers and retraced my steps. As I approached the gap in the barrier, the leader of the Hellish Lion clan lay languidly on the hillside. A collar around his neck, his arms cradled behind his head. He glanced at me and remarked, "Leaving so soon, young one?" "Indeed," I replied, nodding respectfully. "Thank you, esteemed elder." "No need for thanks," he raised an eyebrow and continued, "Your actions amount to a theft of opportunity. If that old curmudgeon Zhang Shashan discovers this, he will surely not let you off lightly. Therefore, you must keep all that transpires here to yourself." "Understood. Thank you." I turned to leave and, as I ascended the mountain path, immediately contacted A Fei. "A Fei, I have some items to consign for you, along with some gold coins. When will you return to the city? I'll head back after finishing off this group of monsters." "What about you?" "I'll come right over. Let's meet at our usual spot." "Okay." After hastily repairing my equipment, I made my way to the teleportation array at Qian Kuan Pavilion. Once the transfer was complete, I dashed towards Linshan County, deliberately avoiding crowds. It was only when I reached the outskirts of Linshan County that I switched to my human account, donning a simple outfit, and strode confidently into the city. Just then, a face suddenly erupted in expletives beside me. "Damn, what a pack of dogs. What's wrong, Fei?" I was PKD, lost a level, and my exquisite gloves were dropped. Damn it. Who did this? I frowned. The guy ranked 10th on the leaderboard. Oh. I quickly opened the rankings for Linshan County, and indeed, the 10th place belonged to a high-level assassin named Shurjiao Nianhua. Ali. You should go consign the items yourself. Don't come here. They are camping the corpse. Camping the corpse? My gaze turned icy. Then don't revive in the city. Wait for me. I want to see who the Shurjiao Nianhua is, so audacious to engage in PK near Linshan County. Don't come. There are many of them. And one of them is someone you know. Who? I asked, my tone calm. Just a familiar face, in the eastern part of the city. Within the Huaxiang Forest, coordinates 189, 4772. Those coordinates are right at the city gate. Damn. I turned and walked towards the city exit, saying coolly, wait for me. I want to see who I know that would dare to kill you. All right, prepare yourself mentally. Not long after exiting the city, as I dashed into a thicket, I quickly switched identities. With a thunderous crack, a black radiance descended from the heavens, shaking the earth around me. The sure assassin had arrived in Linshan County. I then entered stealth mode, twin daggers in hand, advancing forward. As I penetrated a small clearing in the woods, I spotted a group of individuals ahead. On the ground lay a lifeless body. It was Ah Fei. Nearby stood 4 individuals, a swordsman, an archer, an elemental mage, and a light priest. The swordsman, known as Shurjiao Nianhua, bore a familiar visage and demeanor. The archer and the mage appeared to be young, around 25 years of age, while the light priest, clad in a flowing white robe and possessing striking features, was unmistakably my ex-girlfriend, Wang Shiyu. Thus, it was clear that Shurjiao Nianhua was her new boyfriend, the affluent individual we had encountered at the mall. However, the choice of such a name within the game seemed rather pretentious. With a foot planted on Ah Fei's head, Shi Jianhua proclaimed, "Ah, August Weiyang, is it? I know you haven't resurrected in the city yet. Surely, you can hear my voice. Last time, you were quite arrogant, weren't you? Why the silence now? Lying there like a dead dog before me? Why not spring up and take a bite?" Ha. Beside him, the archer, known as Wei Wuxianxi, chuckled. He's already a dead dog. How can he jump? Even if he did, I could simply shoot him again and prepare a pot of dog meat stew. Hush, interjected the elemental mage, Feng Hua Shizhong, with a laugh. Such a cute little dog. How could we possibly stew him? I propose we slice him for a hot pot instead. Laughter erupted among the group. Meanwhile, Wang Shiyu frowned, saying, "Ah Fei, don't blame me for being harsh. Blame yourself for publicly insulting us with Luli yesterday. Today, you've lost a level. This is merely a consequence of your own misdeeds. No one else is to blame." "Damn it." Ah Fei roared in my ear. "This BTCH instigated things yesterday. This is truly infuriating." I nodded. "Keep it down. I'm about to take action." "All right. Help me eliminate them. My spirit has already departed. Save the archer for last. He's the one who took me down. I want to resurrect and deal with him myself." "Understood." I took a deep breath. If I didn't avenge Ah Fei today, what kind of man would I be? At that moment, I had stealthily approached Shi Jianhua from behind. Observing his level of 29, I furrowed my brow. This level of swordsman was already formidable, boasting substantial health. As strength is a swordsman's primary attribute, it would also contribute a modest amount to their health. A well-equipped level 29 swordsman would possess health exceeding 5,000. Thus, I had to strike decisively. If I hesitated, it would grant Wang Shiyu the opportunity to heal him. I resolved to employ unconventional means. After waiting silently for approximately 30 seconds, Shi Jianhua finally turned, facing the elemental mage. This was my chance. I stealthily moved behind him and struck. Normal attack. Backstab. Someone is ambushing. Shi Jianhua shouted as he swiftly turned around. Before he could complete his turn, I had already activated my white-clad skill. A flowing white robe swept past, and my figure vanished into the wind. Immediately, I extended my left hand, and a golden dragon surged forth. Its magnificent form swelling as golden inscriptions cascaded around me like a shower of light, accompanied by the resounding roars of dragons. With a mighty strike directed at the poetic years, I unleashed the dragon's decisive blow. Furthermore, this was the dragon's decisive blow following the white robe, amplifying its true damage to 200. Coupled with the inherent damage of the dragon's decisive blow, this resulted in a staggering six-fold true damage. 6,612. 8,184. After two muffled groans, both poetic years and elegant verses were obliterated in an instant. Goodness! The lone archer was taken aback, hastily retreating. But I swiftly advanced with a leap, brandishing a dagger to stun him in place. I spared his life, activated my speed, and turned to dash towards Wang Shiyu. "Ah? You." She gazed at my sure identity, her face drained of color. At that moment, my displayed ID was obscured, leaving her perplexed. "What do you want?" "Enough with the idle chatter. Perish, you wretch." I crossed my twin daggers, and with a resounding strike, I shattered her form. Then surged towards the lone archer, granting him no chance to escape. A swift dual dagger assault left him severely wounded. As I commanded, "Ah Fei, revive." With a flash, a rain of light cascaded down, and Ah Fei resurrected on the spot, casting a fireball that obliterated the archer's body. "Delightful," he chuckled coldly. "The thrill of vengeance is truly exhilarating." I collected the spoils and used a town return scroll. "Don't hold back," I remarked. "Understood." Ultimately, poetic years yielded a pair of exquisite leg armor, while the others dropped nothing of note. After Ah Fei returned to the town, I once again entered stealth mode. Approached the city's forefront, switched to my human identity, and continued my ostentatious progress, wearing an innocuous smile. As a result, players gathered on the East Bridge could not help but spit in disdain, exclaiming, "What a pathetic noob, blissfully unaware of his own shortcomings." Chapter 46, A Bold Declaration at East City Gate Square. After transferring my equipment and gold to Ah Fei, he promptly proceeded to put them up for sale. While I lingered nearby for a while, "Ali, the delivery has arrived. I'll log off in 5 minutes to eat," he remarked. "Understood," I nodded. Today's progress in the game had been relatively smooth, and I had exerted considerable effort. I felt no regrets. However, just a few minutes later, Ah Fei spoke again. "Ali, there is something I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" "There is someone interested in the Beastmaster's armor." What do you think would be a suitable price? Is someone looking to buy it? Should we avoid the auction house? Yes. Who wants to buy it? Let us assess their worth before confirming the price. He chuckled. An old acquaintance, a priestess named Dawn's Edge, quite beautiful. Oh no. You can't sell it cheaply just because she's pretty. I exclaimed. I fear I might lose my composure, which is why I sought your counsel. If I were to decide alone, it would probably sell for a mere few hundred. Absolutely not. The Beastmaster's armor is currently the pinnacle of armor. They are likely purchasing it for a boss raid, and we cannot undervalue it. All right, let us negotiate the price discreetly by the Grand Hall entrance. You can eavesdrop and then give me your thoughts? Sure. I swaggered over, adopting a model-like gait, and indeed, Afei and Dawn's Edge were engaged in conversation at the entrance. I plopped down nearby, pretending to bask in the sun. What is the highest price you can offer? Afei inquired with a grin. Please provide a sincere offer. This armor is the top-tier equipment at present, and it's certainly one T like a market. We're all reasonable people here. I understand, Dawn's Edge replied with a faint smile. I am well aware of the current value of this armor. Yet it remains merely transitional gear, and the period of transition may only last a few days. Thus, the price must reflect a significant discount. Therefore, I can offer 2,000 renminbi for a direct transaction. 2,000? Afei chuckled. That doesn't seem quite right. Is that all a top-tier armor is worth? Beautiful Miss Yuan. Don't think I'm unaware. Your guild, Dawn, has been preparing to tackle the boss in the Blue Ghostwoods these past few days. Without the substantial defensive boost from this armor, do you believe your raid will go smoothly? Dawn's Edge was momentarily speechless. Afei laughed. I'm merely stating facts. Your guild, Dawn, is reportedly investing over $1 million to compete for the title of the foremost guild in Linchin County. Are you truly concerned about such a trivial amount? Remember, if the front line can't withstand the assault, the raid is likely to fail. Particularly against a boss like the Thunder Assassin, where you would undoubtedly face ruin. The final remark pierced through the heart of Dawn's pain. Her delicate visage betraying a seriousness as she declared, at most, let's settle for 3,000. I promptly informed Afei, the asking price is 5,000. No less than 5,000. Afei immediately retorted, that is utterly outrageous. Dawn's brows furrowed in discontent. How about 4,000? I have already shown ample goodwill. If you continue to inflate the price, this transaction may very well fall through. I urged Afei, hold your ground. All right, Afei replied, beautiful Yuan, let us agree on 5,000. Truth be told, this equipment is not mine. It belongs to a friend who entrusted me to sell it, insisting on a minimum of 5,000. To slash it to 4,000 is quite unreasonable. Then, for 1,500? Dawn bit her crimson lip, on the verge of despair. I nodded eagerly. Afei, it's a deal. Excellent, a deal. Afei laughed heartily as he retrieved the Beastmaster's armor. Dawn appeared resigned, fully aware that she had likely overstepped the price, yet still willing to part with her money. She proceeded to conduct the notarized transaction online with Afei, and in the next moment, 4,500 was in Afei's pocket, with 2,250 destined for my WeChat. I felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of newfound wealth. You're quite ruthless. Dawn cast a resentful glance at Afei before walking away. Where several members of the Dawn Legion awaited her, Afei turned to me and remarked, this girl, she is actually quite remarkable, skilled in the game, gentle, and beautiful. It's a pity she is reportedly already taken. Otherwise, you'd have no chance, I retorted with a hint of annoyance. Must you fall for every pretty face? There are countless beautiful women. Do you think you can win them all over? When fate arrives, one must seize it tightly. I care not for the outcome. Creating precious memories, free of regrets, is what truly matters, he mused dreamily. Spare me. Save your insipid lines for some gullible girl. I find them utterly distasteful, I replied, somewhat exasperated. Ha ha ha. You, with your lack of emotional intelligence, are so straightforward it makes me want to hit you. At that moment, a group of approximately a dozen individuals emerged in the distance, among them a few familiar faces, Shizhou Nianhua, Fenghua Shizhang, and Wang Shiyu. August is not yet over. Shizhou Nianhua frowned. What was that thing that just attacked us? What on earth is going on? Did you summon it? Why should I be concerned? Afei replied lazily. A boss-level entity suddenly spawned on the map and took you down. What does that have to do with me? Don't play innocent. The boss reduced me to a sliver of health, only for you to swoop in for the kill. What is the meaning of this? Please don't treat us like fools. Wei Ming Shinx's gaze was icy. In the waning days of August, a confrontation ensued. Apologize immediately and return the equipment that I, lousy, had bestowed upon you. If you comply, I can ensure your survival in Lynchon County. Otherwise, you shall find no refuge here, one party declared. The reply was dismissive. The equipment is irretrievable. It has already been put up for sale. With a cold smile, the other retorted, I am curious to see what you intend to do. What can you do? Came the response. You need not return it. But you shall remain confined within the safety zone. Do not dare venture outside the city, for I assure you that should you do so, your demise will be inevitable. Test me if you wish. Why would I leave the city? The retort was fierce. I am logging off to rest. Nearby, Wang Shiyu smirked. Is this all your ability amounts to? Indeed. My skills may pale in comparison to yours, you green tea BTCH. Farewell. With that, the individual logged off. Ollie, I am logging off to eat. Today as quest ends here, he announced. Understood. I kept my back turned to them, wishing to remain unrecognized by Wang Shiyu. My current character appeared too juvenile. Should I be identified, I would surely be mocked. I dared not transform within the city, for should the demon of destruction manifest, the NPC guards would swiftly dismantle me. My allegiance lay with the Black Castle, openly opposed to the territories of the Xinyuan Empire. In my demonic form, the guards of Lynchon County would bear crimson names, necessitating utmost caution. Upon entering the Great Hall, I shattered a city return scroll, and instantly, magical forces enveloped me, transporting me back to the Black Castle. After returning, I promptly logged off. After removing my helmet, I found myself ravenous. I devoured food alongside of Phi, feasting voraciously. Barbecued delicacies in one hand and beer in the other, reminiscent of the duality of reflections and years gone by. As we ate, Phi remarked, I'm somewhat irked. I've been demoted a level. Tomorrow, reaching level 30 might be a challenge, and I may not be able to wield that level 30 rare staff you mentioned. Do not fret. With diligent leveling, reaching level 30 is feasible. After all, mages level up swiftly. He nodded in agreement. By the way, the group led by Sergio Nianhua has vowed to confront me. I wonder if they will truly prevent me from leaving the city. Perhaps you could remain in Lynchon County to assist me in dealing with them? How could I do that? I raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't that hinder my own progress? Do not worry too much. Threats about keeping someone within the safety zone are often mere bravado. They lack the manpower to vigilantly guard the city gates all day. Besides, you can always exit through a different gate and level up in a new area. It won't be easy for them to track your location. He took a deep breath and said, I just researched Sergio Nianhua. He recently settled in Suzhou and founded a guild called Dream as a steed during the latter stages of destiny. He has gathered quite a following. And while his strength may not rival that of Dawn, it is formidable nonetheless. Is that so? I was taken aback. Is it really him? Indeed. He chuckled heartily. Although the individual known as Poetry and Wine possesses rather mediocre abilities, his family is quite affluent. I have heard that they run a mining business. You must now comprehend why Wang Shiyu chose to part ways with you. She has allied herself with someone of considerable means. I found myself momentarily speechless. It matters not. I never truly cherished her. If she wishes to pursue her desires, how could I stand in her way? Furthermore, had I not quarreled with my father, what difference would it make if his family owned a mine? He cast a sidelong glance at me. Today, my young brother, Ali spoke with such vigor that I nearly mistook you for the son of Jack Ma. Go away, ha ha ha. After satisfying our appetites, we washed up and retired for the night. Lying in bed, I found myself less drowsy than anticipated. As I breathed in and out, gazing at the ceiling, I reflected on the experiences of the past years, and a sense of heaviness descended upon my mind. Memories from yesteryears began to blur. Yet the essence within me flowed rhythmically with each breath, my pores wide open, greedily absorbing the air of the night. Recently, it seemed not only had my spirit faltered, but my body had also begun to feel rather peculiar. The following day, I awoke early, feeling invigorated. Sitting up, I stretched lazily, only to hear a cacophony of pops and cracks from my joints. My muscles felt imbued with strength, which left me somewhat perplexed. It struck me as odd. I had not engaged in any fitness regimen for quite some time, yet I felt as though I had undergone a metamorphosis. Lowering my gaze to my hands, I observed the clear patterns etched upon them, brimming with vitality. These hands are truly beautiful. An exquisite pair of hands, without a doubt. Chapter 47. Tripled attributes. In the early morning, at a street-side breakfast stall, I savored a bowl of spicy soup accompanied by 2 golden fried dough sticks. With each bite of the crispy dough, followed by a slurp of the rich broth, the exquisite taste was simply unparalleled. Although both Afei and I hail from Jiangnan, our culinary preferences surprisingly leaned towards the flavors of northern Jiangsu and Henan, particularly when it came to breakfast. The delicacies favored by the people of Suzhou and Wuxi held little appeal for us. They were simply too sweet. "What are your plans for today?" Afei inquired, munching on a fried dough stick. "Same as usual, leveling up," I replied. "Has the Fengyan platform reset?" "It should be soon, once we finish our meal. I suspect the trials will commence before long. I noticed a 2-hour countdown when I stepped downstairs just now. Then we ought to prepare." He chuckled, casting a glance at a group of students around us, before lowering his voice conspiratorially. "It seems like we might strike it rich this morning. Your boss level must have increased significantly, hasn't he? Perhaps it has even reached the ultra-rare category. Who knows?" I grinned. "Whatever it may be, this morning will undoubtedly be filled with carnage. Indeed, a morning of slaughter." As we reveled in our conversation, 2 students at the adjacent table, indulging in sesame cakes, whispered amongst themselves, "Look at those 2 fools. They clearly don't know what they're doing, claiming it will be a morning of slaughter. As if defeating a monster could truly excite them. It's utterly hilarious." Afei and I exchanged a glance, our expressions darkening with the urge to prove them wrong. By around 8 in the morning, we logged in. With a flash of white light, I found myself back on the Fengyan platform. A glance at the countdown in the upper right corner revealed 20 minutes remaining. There was no rush, so I swiftly made my way to the treasure pavilion. With over 20,000 contribution points in hand, I felt akin to a person carrying a vast fortune, anxious to spend. At the treasure pavilion, the morning mist enveloped the surroundings, with a steady stream of figures traversing the mountain path before the pavilion. There were cultivators inhaling the morning fog and graceful maidens practicing swordplay amidst the clouds. However, after spending considerable time in the dark castle, I had grown accustomed to the sight. None of those maidens appeared normal, either revealing their hearts or lacking limbs. None could pique my interest. If one were to speak of beauty, the owner of the blood pool, Yunyu, would undoubtedly reign supreme, but she was an exalted figure, beyond my reach. In the sweltering heat of July, a one-armed maiden attendant greeted me with a radiant smile. "I'll browse myself," I replied politely. She smiled in return, then I shan't intrude. As I perused the inventory list within the treasure pavilion, I observed an increasing array of goods corresponding to the progression of the game. Notably, the equipment section had begun to showcase rare level 55 purple gear, boasting formidable attributes. Regrettably, my level and contribution points fell short. Each piece of purple equipment required hundreds of thousands of contribution points for exchange, a cost that would undoubtedly rise with market fluctuations. In essence, there are no free lunches in this realm. Acquiring top-tier gear necessitates a substantial investment of time and effort to amass contribution points. The wind and cloud platform trials could be considered a shortcut, yet I still found it overwhelming. The prices for high-grade materials, skill books, and equipment in the treasure pavilion were exorbitant, merely a viewing experience. Soon, my gaze settled upon a pale purple skill book, and I found myself unable to look away. Indeed, this was the item I had been seeking, an exceptional find. Annihilation, S-rank skill book, consumes 30 energy points, ignores 50 of the target's defense, and enhances the user's critical hit rate by 30, inflicting 250 attack damage to a single target. The critical hit enhancement dissipates after the attack, with a cooldown of 12 seconds. Required profession, assassin. Required level, 30. Contribution points needed for exchange, 10,000. This was it, Annihilation. I took a deep breath. At last, a skill capable of passively increasing my critical hit rate had emerged. Currently, my critical hit rate languished at a meager 4, with rare glimpses of yellow damage numbers while battling. However, with Annihilation, everything would change. A 30 increase would elevate my rate to 34, a significant boost. I could expect a critical hit approximately once every 3 uses of Annihilation, resulting in explosive damage output. With 10,000 contribution points at stake, there was no room for hesitation. I proceeded with the exchange. Snap! In the next moment, the pale purple skill book materialized in my hands. One could argue that exchanging 10,000 contribution points for such a skill book was an exceptional bargain. I learned the skill immediately. The image of Annihilation manifested as a purple dagger slicing through the air. At the moment of completion, I felt a surge of anticipation and unleashed the Annihilation skill upon an empty space before me. Whoosh! A wisp of purple flame appeared on the serpent bone dagger, swiftly cleaving the air and leaving behind a scene of desolation in the wind. The skill's effects were impressive, and the damage output was substantial. When paired with the white garment, it could potentially deliver my highest single target output at this stage, dealing 500 true damage in an instant. With a critical hit, that damage would soar to an astonishing tenfold, truly fearsome. In that moment, as I gazed at my skill bar, a wave of satisfaction washed over me. Should I embark on the Wind and Cloud platform trials now, equipped with Dragon's Decision, White Garment, Annihilation, and Bloodsucking Blade, I could select 3 additional formidable skills. My arsenal would likely overwhelm the elite experts of Lynchon County. Just then, a notification chimed in my ear. The Wind and Cloud platform trials have commenced. Do you confirm your participation? Without a moment's thought, I declared my intent to join. With a swift motion, my form was whisked away by a fierce gust of wind, materializing beside the Fongyan platform. Surrounding me, the youthful cultivators of the Black City emerged, each one brimming with confidence and an air of superiority, seemingly dismissive of all around them. However, upon noticing my presence, a particular group of individuals displayed unmistakable hostility, caution, and gravity in their gazes. They understood that I was the reigning champion. Only by vanquishing me could one claim the title of the sole prodigy on the Fongyan platform. Yet, such a feat was exceedingly difficult. The young disciples from the outer 5 pavilions had been thoroughly bested by me in succession, leaving me with the inclination to raise an eyebrow and proclaim, "Who else dares?" July. The robust figure of Erden donned a shimmering armor this time. Stepping forward and lowering his voice with a grin, "How has your training in the ancient battlefield gone?" "Remarkably well, thank you, Erden," I replied. He sighed. "If you ever need assistance again, I remain at your service." "Indeed, I appreciate it, brother." I expressed my gratitude. His eyes glistened with emotion. "July, do you truly consider me a brother? You treat me so kindly." Naturally, I nodded. Although I regarded Erden as an NPC, he had indeed been quite supportive. "Deserving of the title brother." "Very well." He slapped my shoulder with a hearty gesture. "From now on, we are brothers." I felt my body sink under the weight of his hand, nearly buckling to the ground. After all, I was merely an assassin, while he was a full-fledged warrior. Moreover, he was a boss, and I had yet to acquire any boss attributes. Ahem. He chuckled awkwardly. "I hadn't anticipated that you would appear so feeble before obtaining the divine power of the Fongyan platform." "Silence," I retorted, exasperated. "Soon, on the Fongyan platform, you shall witness my true strength." Haha. At that moment, a radiant light descended from the heavens, coalescing before me into a selectable skill list, just as it always had. Among the options, besides Hunting Blade and Wind's Whisper, there was a new skill called Blood Blade, which allowed for a 150 attack on the target with a 70 chance to induce a state of paralysis, rendering them unable to utilize active skills. This skill was quite advantageous, essentially providing a 70 chance for a silence effect, definitely a worthy addition. Thus, I proceeded to exchange points, adding Hunting Blade, Wind's Whisper, and Blood Blade to my repertoire. I fervently hoped to unleash either Hunting Blade or Wind's Whisper, as I desperately needed these AoE skills to aid in my leveling efforts. The duel on the Fongyan platform was about to commence. Ding. System notification. Please be aware that due to your attributes exceeding the maximum limit, the boss attributes for this trial on the Fongyan platform will be tripled. A chime resonated in my ears, and I was momentarily taken aback. My boss attributes had indeed diminished, now reduced to a mere threefold. Could it be that my current attributes had grown so formidable that they were disrupting the game balance, prompting the system to passively weaken me? Upon reflection, it seems rather reasonable. My current attack power has reached an astonishing 542. Should it multiply 7-fold, I would possess an overwhelming 3,800 attack power. A mere touch could obliterate a fully equipped high-level paladin, and it would be astonishing if players did not report me. Nevertheless, even with my attributes tripled, my combat prowess remains extraordinarily formidable. July Flowing Fire, Undead Assassin, Level 31 Attack, 1203-16268, Defense 1358, Health 12660, Critical Hit 4, 18 Insight, 97 Charisma, 13 Soul Star, 10 Contribution, 10892 Combat Power, 2532. Both my attack and defense have reached unprecedented levels, and I have recently acquired an abundance of exceptional equipment. With a defense of 1350, it is unlikely that anyone in Lynchon County could breach my defenses. Present-day players. Even the most elite swordsmen fully invested in their attributes may only achieve an attack power of 600 to 700, without armor-piercing capabilities or true damage effects. Their strikes against me would scarcely exceed double digits. However, with this tripling of attributes, my health becomes a concern, as it stands at a mere 10,000, somewhat inadequate. To be frank, this time, I embody a boss characterized by devastating attack power, yet possessing a rather fragile constitution. In the sky, the clouds coalesced into the figure of my master, Ding Heng, who stood with his hands clasped behind him, announcing calmly, "The battle at Fenggan platform commences." A group of proud members from the outer 5 pavilions were invigorated. This time, we must bring glory to our sect. Defeating July Flowing Fire and seizing the throne of the arena is imperative. Indeed, I am destined to achieve great feats in this realm of reincarnation. The crowd roared, their gazes toward me ablaze with martial spirit and fervor. I casually perched on a stone pillar at the edge of Fengyan platform, brandishing my twin daggers, and declared, "Select your strongest among you, and then you may challenge me," implicitly suggesting, all present are but trifles. Chapter 48, The Exile and Light of This. Allow me to take the initiative. Among the crowd, a striking figure ascended the stage with grace. Adorned with resplendent dragon horns and clad in exquisite armor draped with a sheer white robe, he appeared ethereal. Indeed, it was Long Elan, an exceptional practitioner from the realm of reincarnation, a master with the bloodline of a half-dragon, a prominent figure within the 5 pavilions. The Infernal Lion, with a resounding clash. Long Elan unsheathed his steel sword, its light swirling as it pointed directly at Erdan below. "Last time, I underestimated you and fell to your hands. This time, let us begin with you. Is that so?" Erdan chuckled heartily, yet his gaze radiated immense confidence. In a swift motion, he leapt onto the stage to stand before Long Elan, calmly stating, "Long Elan, you rely on your half-dragon bloodline to humiliate my Infernal Lion clan repeatedly. This time, I shall ensure you are silenced once and for all." Seeking death, Long Elan bellowed, launching into action. With a sweep of his sword, fierce beams of light descended from above, enveloping Erdan in a formidable array. Indeed, Long Elan was a prodigy, his attacks were relentless, and the Dragon's Might sword technique was awe-inspiring. This time, he seemed significantly stronger than before, delivering a barrage of strikes that left Erdan struggling to counter. With a swift slash, a beam of sword light pierced through Erdan's shoulder armor, leaving a gash from which blood erupted. "Ha! Is your strength truly limited to this? It is widely rumored that you have been in seclusion. Is this the result of your retreat? You would have been better off not secluding yourself, you worthless fool." Long Elan continued his relentless assault while hurling scornful taunts. Yet, Erdan responded not with anger but with laughter. Suddenly retreating several steps, he rooted himself to the ground. In the wind, he swayed, arms outstretched, as crimson energy surged from his being. In that instant, a wave of dread washed over me. A power capable of threatening my very existence was awakening within Erdan. In the blink of an eye, his form became shrouded in a bloody aura. "Begone!" With a radiant iron fist, he clashed against the blade, sending Long Elan's sword flying with a resounding clang. Advancing a step, he seized Long Elan by the neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air. "This is the result of my seclusion. Do you see it now?" Erdan sneered. You actually awakened the first tier of the Infernal Lion's bloodline blood fury. Your bloodline has begun to regress to its ancestral roots. Long Elan's face was a portrait of shock, his veins bulging with intensity. "Now you understand." But it is too late. Erdan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, instantly swelling Long Elan's cheek. "You pretty boy. I've heard many beauties from the realm of reincarnation are smitten with you. Today, I shall make your handsome face even more exquisite." With a series of sharp slaps, he struck again and again, the sound echoing like thunder. "Infernal Lion, you have gone too far." Below, Xia Buhui roared in anger. "What is this? Do you wish to join the fray?" Suddenly, Erdan hurled the severely weakened Long Elan off the stage and proclaimed, "Come. Allow me to experience the might of the strongest necromancer of the younger generation in the realm of reincarnation." "As you wish." Xia Buhui leapt onto the stage, his staff swirling, causing the ground to tremble. From the depths of the earth, blood-soaked skeletal claws emerged, firmly grasping the infernal Mad Lion. With a growl, Erdan roared, his bloodlust surging like a formidable Olaf unleashing a devastating attack. He disregarded the binding spell and soared through the air, delivering a crushing blow to Xia Buhui's chest. The impact reverberated, inflicting a staggering 17,892 damage. In an instant, Xiaobu Hui's form shattered into fragments, swept away by the fierce winds of the Fengdian platform. Could he truly have been defeated in a single strike? Today, Erdan displayed remarkable strength. I inhaled deeply. Who else dares to challenge? On the stage, Erdan's gaze was resolute as he surveyed a group of young prodigies from the outer 5 pavilions, exuding an aura of a true king. This day marked the establishment of Erdan's reputation. One after another, challengers stepped onto the stage, but none posed a threat. After awakening the first bloodline of the infernal Mad Lion, Erdan's offensive power, defensive capabilities, and speed had all surged dramatically, rendering the other disciples utterly powerless. Ultimately, only 3 individuals remained around the Fengdian platform: Erdan on the stage, myself below, and Lei Ling, a renowned disciple of the esteemed master Zhuang Huaishui from the realm of reincarnation. At this moment, Lei Ling ascended the stage silently and stated calmly, "Infernal Mad Lion, I will count to 3. You had better leave, or I shall have to send you down myself." "To hell with that," Erdan growled. His body enveloped in blood energy as he lunged forward. Lei Ling's gaze sharpened, and lightning crackled around him as he declared, "In that case, I shall not hold back." He unleashed a thunderous roar, summoning an unrelenting storm of thunder and swirling dark clouds. Countless bolts of lightning rained down upon him, as if he were enduring a divine retribution. Yet these ferocious strikes were summoned by his own command, forcing the charging infernal Mad Lion to retreat. Simultaneously, strands of lightning coalesced in his right hand, forming a colossal lightning sword nearly 2 meters long. "This," Erdan's voice trembled. "You can actually condense a lightning sword now?" "Indeed," Lei Ling replied with a slight smirk. "Now, will you concede?" "I would rather not," Erdan roared defiantly. "July, keep your eyes wide open. I hope you can discover the flaw in the lightning sword." With that, he let out a furious shout and charged forward. Lei Ling's gaze turned icy as the radiance of his sword erupted, sending Erdan reeling, his health plummeting significantly. He retreated swiftly, and at the moment of Erdan's second assault, another overwhelming strike of lightning surged forth. The second blow, a torrent of lightning, left Erdan in a state of near defeat, and by the time the third strike came, Erdan was already on his knees. A tempest swept away the form of Erdan, his reluctant voice carried by the wind. "July, you must defeat him. Otherwise, in the land of reincarnation, we, the young disciples of the other 4 factions, will be forced to act at their behest." I furrowed my brow and leaped onto the wind and cloud platform. With a swift motion, I entered a state of stealth. "July, the time has finally come for you." The glint of malice shone in Lei Ling's eyes as he remarked with a sardonic smile, "Alas, this is the wind and cloud platform, protected by the rebirth barrier. There is no opportunity to annihilate you. However, I can still defeat you. Come forth. Your clumsy hiding techniques cannot escape my keen perception. Now, reveal yourself." He charged forward, directly facing me, raising his lightning-infused sword to strike with precision. Just as he swung down, I rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding the thunderous blow that crashed onto the platform. I then lunged forward, the serpent-bone dagger flashing as my piercing strike connected with Lei Ling's face. 2024. At this moment, my attack power was indeed explosive. Observing him in a daze, I offered a subtle smile. "Did you think the infernal lion would be so easily struck? My apologies, for I have discerned your weakness from his failure. Though your sword is powerful, your control is lacking. Your agility is woefully insufficient, leading to your straightforward assaults. You seek death," he bellowed, sweeping his sword in a furious arc. I swiftly sidestepped in the direction of his blade, darting behind him to deliver a series of backstab attacks. 1998. 3672. I will bring your demise. With less than 70 of his health remaining, Lei Ling was now utterly enraged. He swept his sword in a circular motion, executing a perfect angle of attack that left no room for evasion. However, just as the sword approached, I activated my white garment. Whoosh! The brilliance of my white cloak illuminated my form as I entered a brief state of complete damage avoidance, allowing the sword to merely graze past me without inflicting any harm. I then seized the opportunity to unleash the newly learned skill, Annihilation. Swoosh! A violet flame surged forth, cutting a gash across Lei Ling's chest. Damage began to dissipate, and he was left aghast as he watched his body succumb to the process of annihilation. A terrifying damage notification erupting from above, 29,780. This strike had resulted in a critical hit, instantly obliterating this level 35 boss. Tenfold true damage, how exhilarating. The white garment annihilation truly proved to be a divine skill combination, immensely powerful. In the air, swirling clouds coalesced into the visage of my master, Ding Heng. Humph. You are indeed worthy of being my disciple. No matter how formidable the opponent, you consistently emerge victorious with ease. I nodded with a smile. Thank you, master. Go forth. Your trial is about to commence. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. A crimson beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping my form. Instantly, I felt invigorated, letting out a pained groan as waves of sanguine radiance swirled around me. My body began to expand, soaring from a height of nearly 6 feet to over 8. Meanwhile, my visage became shrouded in a chaotic glow, obscuring my features. My physique elongated and became gaunt, hunched forward, clad in formidable leather armor, with a blood-red scarf tied around my neck, billowing behind me like a cape. This appearance, compared to that of Ashura, exuded less righteousness and more malevolence, unmistakably resembling that of a formidable antagonist. The hunch of my stature suggested an unhealthy skeletal development, clearly marking me as no benevolent figure. Nevertheless, I radiated an imposing presence, instantly recognizable as formidable. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have transformed into Exile LV-35, Ultra Rare Level Boss. Please select the town you wish to descend upon. Without hesitation, I chose Linchin County. In the next moment, my form was enveloped by a blinding light, propelling me into a transitory tunnel. With a resounding crash, accompanied by a myriad of fiery streaks striking the earth, I found myself standing on a map of Linchin County. A chime echoed in my ears. The battle was about to commence. Ding. System announcement. Attention, players. Exile LV-35, Ultra Rare Level Boss, has descended upon the Exiled Lands map of Linchin County, bringing treasures. All valiant warriors are summoned to slay it, to protect our Xianyuan Empire from malevolent forces. Chapter 49. Terror Defense. Here it is, the Exiled Lands. Around me lay a desolate and solitary environment, filled with wastelands and barren woodlands. The monsters before me were a group of human traders, ragged and disheveled, their forms enveloped in a crimson glow. They were known as the Exiles, a rare level 35 foe, and it seemed I, the Exile, was their leader. Hey, you lot? I stepped forward, attempting to communicate, but the Exiles remained silent, their gazes vacant and unresponsive. Clearly, they were beyond command. Nevertheless, it mattered little. I had not intended to rely on these minions. With my explosive attributes, I could likely manage everything on my own. Then, a deep, resonant voice echoed in my ears. The Exiled Lands, a forbidden zone in the far eastern province of the Xianyuan Empire, is home to a group of irredeemable villains. They have committed unpardonable crimes, destined to end their lives in this forsaken place, amidst brigands, thieves, and murderers, individuals burdened with immense guilt, incapable of redemption. For young adventurers, once entering the Exiled Lands, anyone here could potentially become your enemy. I furrowed my brow, and at that moment, the nearest bald giant suddenly lifted his head, anger and ferocity blazing in his eyes. He growled, I refuse to die here in vain. I shall fight my way back home and eliminate those who have wronged me. With that, he raised his arm, a broken blade glinting coldly, and swung it down towards my head. He dares to strike me? I was taken aback. Indeed, anyone could become my adversary. I swiftly dashed forward, crossing my daggers. With 3 swift strikes, I unleashed a flurry of attacks that erupted in a shower of crimson, dealing 5,000 damage and instantly vanquishing the level 35 foe. The experience bar flickered slightly. Excellent. It seemed I could still gain levels here. He has come. He has come. Those who seek my life have arrived. Around me, the exiles emitted terrified cries, and then, as if driven mad, they charged toward me, seeking death. I raised my hand, summoning a tempest, and unleashed the hunter's edge, clearing the woodland of foes. Though their attributes were decent, their defenses and attack power paled in comparison to those of players of the same level. Facing a god of slaughter like me, they stood no chance. Once the area was cleared, I stepped back, sinking into the desolate woods. What transpired? Ahead, I could hear the voices of players. A group of 10 had entered the Exiled Lands. At the forefront stood a level 30 paladin, wielding a heavy shield and steel sword, adorned in gear emanating a vibrant green glow. In this stage, such individuals were quite rare, and he ranked among the top 100 in Linchin County, impressive indeed. He strode at the forefront, burdened by a heavy shield, surveying the ground littered with the uncollected remnants of the exiled. He picked up a sturdy gauntlet and remarked, strange. The monsters have been vanquished, yet the equipment and silver coins remain untouched. How peculiar. A skilled archer behind him chimed in. What is so strange about it? It's likely that another team has already passed through here. We must hurry, lest the boss be claimed by someone else. Even if another group cleared the monsters, would they truly leave behind level 30 sturdy gear? The paladin maintained a calm gaze, asserting, who possesses such audacity in the entire Lynchon County? Not even the Dawn Legion could manage it. Could it be the wind, forest, fire, and mountain faction? Who knows? Regardless, time is of the essence. Let us proceed swiftly. Indeed. The paladin nodded, instructing, everyone, gather the silver coins from the ground. We cannot afford to waste them. Then we shall venture into the exiled land to confront that exile, dispatching him with utmost speed. Our collective combat power has surpassed 400. If we coordinate effectively, we may defeat the level 35 ultra-rare boss without sustaining any losses. Let us give it our all. Understood. Excitement danced upon the faces of the group. I, too, smiled lightly as I emerged from behind a tree, approaching the paladin directly. Seizing the moment before he could move, I launched an attack. My basic strike delivering an astonishing damage output of 1782, 3022. Though it wasn't a critical hit, it nonetheless reduced the paladin to a mere fraction of his health in an instant. What? He gasped in shock, barely turning around when my dual daggers unleashed a wave of terrifying damage, 3 deadly flashes piercing through his form. Blade of the Hunter. Successful kill. Simultaneously, I dispatched 2 players behind him. Goodness. The archer staggered back in astonishment, exclaiming, the Exile. It's the Exile. He is a stealth-type boss, and was that the Blade of the Hunter just now? What kind of monstrous entity have we encountered? I lunged forward, my dual daggers swirling in a frenzy, swiftly eliminating 2 more players. The archer raised his bow, unleashing 2 consecutive skills. Inferno Arrow, a display of formidable might, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. The first strike of the Inferno Arrow, combined with 3 rapid-fire shots, ricocheted off my chest plate, rendering it ineffective. For damage, numbers erupted in succession: 52, 17, 18, 21. I nearly burst into laughter, wondering if my 1350 defense was simply too ruthless, as even a level 29 archer couldn't breach it. Others would fare no better. Such meager damage. The archer rubbed his eyes, scarcely able to believe his sight. Oh no. Another archer retreated swiftly, exclaiming, we can't even inflict damage. How do we proceed? The captain has been slain. What are we to do? Run. A throng of individuals fled in panic. Yet escape was futile. My agility points had tripled, nearing an impressive 1200, enabling an astonishing speed of movement. With a single bound, I closed the distance, dispatching the ranged players of this small squad back to their city in mere moments. Within 10 seconds, the ground lay littered with corpses, none having managed to flee. Upon glancing down, I noticed a plethora of potions, silver coins, and even 2 pieces of equipment strewn about, but alas, I was unable to collect them. Wait. Am I truly unable to gather these? I could switch to my human account. My heart surged with joy as I attempted the switch, only to be met with the cold, unyielding voice of the system. In the state of the Wind and Cloud platform trial, switching to a spiritual avatar is prohibited. The attempt was in vain, and despair settled in. Ollie. Outside, I heard a Faye's voice. The exile in the exiled lands is you, isn't it? Indeed. Approach and level up in the vicinity, I replied. Be cautious, he continued. You just wiped out a small team, and upon their return to Lynchon County, they have begun to spread the word that the exile from the exiled lands is none other than the Thunder Assassin, the dog god of Shirley Slope. Since you possess stealth and ambush skills, many of the large guilds in Lynchon County are now organizing forces to take you down. Why bother? They are merely courting death. I chuckled. What can we do? He sighed. Who can blame you for your notoriety? From Choyue Village to Lynchon County, you have instilled fear in the players of this region. Whoever manages to defeat you will earn fame and fortune. After all, who doesn't desire recognition in the game? Even if they are aware of the slim odds, they will still come forth, driven by the allure of fame. You cannot fathom the fervor of the female players once one garners a reputation. I had no desire to ponder such matters. As I settled onto the gnarled trunk of an ancient tree and entered stealth mode, I languidly remarked, very well, I shall prepare for slaughter. Focus on your leveling, and maintain contact until the final moments. I hope this time you can procure the Hunter's Edge or the Wind's Whisper for me. Make it happen. Understood. I shall do my utmost. Shortly thereafter, the sound of rustling footsteps emanated from beyond the forest, followed by a large group entering the exiled lands. Leading the charge was a familiar figure clad in dark green armor, wielding a gleaming heavy shield and a pale blue longsword. Boasting an impressive level of 30, none other than the legendary Lu Taihan, the leader of Longyin Mountain. That rascal has resurfaced. Lu Taihan's face was grim as he declared, "This time, we of Longyin Mountain cannot afford to fail. We must eradicate this exile and avenge our past disgrace, proving to all players in Linshan County that we are not to be trifled with." Indeed, Li Laoshuan nodded. Captain Lu speaks wisely. Beside him, Wang Yuzu gripped a light blue longsword, his brows furrowed in concern. It may not be so simple. The intelligence we just received from those who fell indicates that the boss possesses extraordinarily high attack power, capable of instantly eliminating any class that isn't heavily armored. Furthermore, its defense surpasses that of a typical archer, with the Inferno Arrow boasting an attack power of 417, only managing to inflict a mere 52 points of health. We must exercise utmost caution. Humph. Lu Taihan cast a disdainful glance at him and replied, "You are far too cautious. Trust me this time, we will be just fine." Think back to previous encounters. Has any boss in this scenario ever faced us head-on? It has always relied on ambush tactics. This time, we need only withstand its initial onslaught. And then the rest will be manageable. Even if I fall, you must ensure its defeat to bring glory to our Dragon Hidden Mountain Guild. Understood. A look of exhilaration spread across the faces of the group. This time, the Dragon Hidden Mountain Guild was fully mobilized, with nearly 200 members. The majority being players between levels 27 and 30. One can only imagine the immense contribution points to be gained from vanquishing this group, likely approaching 2,000. Moreover, the experience points promise to be substantial, a lucrative endeavor indeed. Form up. Lu Taihan suddenly raised his sword, commanding, once the boss appears. The swordsman will charge in sequence to stun it. Assassins, do not hesitate. Approach stealthily and strike at its core. As long as we can maintain control, victory will be assured. Understood, boss. Chapter 50. The struggle for survival begins. The 200-strong contingents from Longyin Mountain unfurled across the Forsaken Land like two well-organized military regiments, advancing gradually while dispatching the exiled individuals they encountered along the way. "What is the situation outside?" A Fei inquired. "I heard that the people from Longyin Mountain have passed through." "Indeed," I nodded, a smile gracing my lips. "But it matters not. The individuals from Longyin Mountain are nothing but a bunch of ineffectual miscreants, devoid of any real power." Ineffectual miscreants. A Fei chuckled heartily. "That holds some truth. Let the slaughter commence. It is time for me to level up." Agreed. At that moment, I leapt from the tree, adhering to my usual strategy, capture the leader before all else. I stealthily approached Lu Tiejian, intent on eliminating him swiftly. "Captain Lu, be cautious." Zhang Huahua, the light priest, urged from the rear of the crowd. "Have no fear, Huahua," Lu Tiejian replied with unwavering confidence. "This time, I come prepared. My shield, breastplate, leg guards, and boots are either imbued with fixed health or proportional health bonuses. Coupled with my balanced allocation of health and strength points, my total health approaches 9,000. No matter how formidable this boss may be, he cannot possibly eliminate me in one blow. All light priests, listen closely. Designate me as the target. The moment I am attacked, you must immediately unleash your healing spells. If we withstand the initial ambush, victory shall be ours." Understood. The light priests nodded in unison. Assassin Pan Toabe, brandishing dual daggers, bowed and chuckled. "Captain Lu's leadership is truly commendable." Lu Tiejian laughed heartily, and I too found amusement in the scene. Having positioned myself behind Lu Tiejian, I felt compelled to teach him a lesson for his bravado. Thus, while still in stealth mode, I struck with a backstab, only managing to deplete 30 of his health. Indeed, high-tier heavy armor had its merits. However, in an instant, my white robe of annihilation unleashed its assault. 12,920. A grand damage figure floated into view. While it did not result in a critical hit, it was more than sufficient to eliminate Lu Tiejian. "Heal." Lu Tiejian began to shout, but his voice faltered as the serpent bone blade, shimmering with annihilating light, sliced through his throat. In a heartbeat, his body began to disintegrate, transforming into a flash of white light that darted toward Linshan County, thus meeting his demise. "Oh no, Captain Lu has been vanquished," Wang Yuzu exclaimed in shock, urgently commanding. "Charge! Charge! Assassins, engage him! Ranged attackers, open fire! We must not allow him to escape." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Wang Yuzu surged forward without hesitation. As I slipped on the parched grass, I deftly maneuvered sideways, evading the charge and strikes of a throng of adversaries. With a swift pivot, I unleashed a lethal strike, instantly dispatching Wang Yaozu. Following this, I spread my palm towards Zhang Huahua, Li Laoshuan, and other ranged players, unleashing a devastating gale that decimated a cluster of foes. Indeed, the prowess of Longyin Mountain proved utterly ineffectual and feeble. However, unlike previous encounters, they did not retreat. Every member surged forward in a frenzy. Even an underleveled assassin named Pan Tuabe, who valiantly advanced, his dagger cleaving through the air as he executed a strike. Alas, the disparity in levels rendered his attack futile. As the moment his strike landed upon me, it registered as a miss. At that moment, my level and attributes overwhelmingly surpassed theirs, rendering their control skills nearly ineffective, perhaps even below a mere 5 accuracy. The carnage commenced. My dual daggers whirled amidst the chaos, striking relentlessly as the enemy crumbled before my onslaught. Coupled with my lethal strikes in the ravaging AV skills, it felt as though I traversed an uninhabited domain. While their attacks were indeed valid, especially those from elemental mages, a high-tier mage's wind blade could still inflict a significant 100 points of damage upon me when concentrated fire was unleashed. Nevertheless, as I activated the blood-sucking blade, I simultaneously charged forth while replenishing my health. In the blink of an eye, my vitality was restored to full, augmented further by continual potions, maintaining my health above 70. This time, the experience of sustaining damage felt markedly less burdensome. Within a mere 5 minutes, the ranks of Longyin Mountain dwindled, leaving fewer than 20 survivors, each with a pallid visage. At the rear of the throng stood an earnest-looking elemental mage named Tang Jishur, gripping his staff and casting spells. Yet unable to turn the tide, his complexion ashen. It's over. The boss's healing effect is overwhelmingly potent. We are destined for annihilation. How disheartening. Still, some from Longyin Mountain continued their futile charge toward demise. I, however, reveled in reaping my contributions, my dual daggers dancing through the air, dispatching adversaries with ease. At that moment, I noticed a disturbance in the distant thicket, heralding the arrival of a new group, their faces unfamiliar. Save for one swordsman at the forefront who seemed somewhat recognizable, none other than Shizhou Nianhua, the new boyfriend of Wang Shiyu. The man from a wealthy family I had recently dispatched outside the gates of Linchin County. Boss, should we advance? Feng Shizhang, clutching his staff, called out with a distant smile. The people of Longyin Mountain are nearing their breaking point. Patience, Shizhou Nianhua raised a hand, grinning. Although this group is woefully inept, they still serve a purpose. Let them expend their resources and draw out the boss's skills before we take over. Even if they are worthless, one must utilize resources to their fullest potential. At this, Tang Jishur abruptly turned, bellowing, Shizhou Nianhua, who do you think you are to insult us of Longyin Mountain in such a manner? What, is it forbidden to speak the truth? In the vibrant years of poetry and wine, with a flick of my brow, I observed the pitiful state of my adversaries. Are they not utterly incompetent? You. Tang Jishur's face turned a ghastly shade of green, overwhelmed with rage. At that moment, I had just dispatched the final assassin, known as Yuzahua. With a swift stride, I approached Tang Jishur, and upon witnessing his anger and resentment, I felt a twinge of sympathy. Thus, the ethereal, serpentine dagger did not descend upon him. Instead, I gestured towards the thicket beside us. You won't kill me? Tang Jishur stammered in disbelief. I could only nod in response. Very well. He seized his staff and fled, becoming the sole survivor of Longyin Mountain. What does this mean? The gaze of Shizhou Nianhua turned cold as he remarked. The boss actually spared him? Indeed. Wang Shiyu frowned and said, it has long been rumored that the boss possessing the Hunter's Edge skill is a programmed entity. It seems this is indeed the case. This AI is remarkably advanced, choosing not to eliminate the last soul of Longyin Mountain. What could its intentions be? Wei Wuxinshao's eyes narrowed. Could it be that it wishes for Tang Jishur to survive and witness our spectacle of dreams? Such arrogance. Shizhou Nianhua gripped his sword tightly, commanding, brothers, let us seize this day as the first step toward our dreams. Let us vanquish this exile and earn our renown in Linchin County. Charge forth, unleash your unbridled might. Shizhou Nianhua's combat style was ferocious. He led the charge, surprisingly at the forefront, initiating a charge skill aimed directly at my position. Whoosh. As he charged, his sword shimmered with radiant hues, exclaiming, die, you cur. But I watched intently. Just as Shizhou Nianhua launched his charge, I slipped and executed a sidestep, effortlessly evading the stun effect. Such maneuvers may appear simple, yet achieving a perfect execution is a feat reserved for only the most elite players. I was diligently on my way to that level. With a swift flick of my dagger, I descended upon Shi Junyanhua at the very moment he missed, executing a stunning strike. "You wish to humiliate me?" he uttered, his face pale with despair. I burst into laughter, spinning to position myself behind him, unleashing a backstab that yielded a critical hit. Two terrifying damage numbers soared into view: 1,782, 6,024. Shi Junyanhua, a fully invested swordsman, could not possibly withstand such devastation, even with the finest equipment. His health maxed out at 5,000. He crumpled to the ground, his body weak, face etched with disbelief and resentment. "Oh no." Fenghua Shizhang gasped in horror. "This boss's skills are formidable. Focus your fire and eliminate him swiftly." As I swiftly turned, I charged directly towards Fenghua Shizhang. While my body endured the relentless barrage of various skills, I activated the Blood Blade effect. My dual daggers, stained with crimson, whirled through the crowd, resulting in a cacophony of decapitated foes. The players were utterly overwhelmed, and in an instant, I found myself before Fenghua Shizhang, dispatching him with two swift strikes. Immediately after, I sidestepped a few meters, unleashing the Hunter's Blade upon three elemental mages. "This is dire." At the back of the throng, Wei Wuxianxi's face turned ashen as he exclaimed, "He is deliberately targeting our mages. How can this boss possess such remarkable AI?" Following this encounter, "I must report this boss to the Destiny Company. It is infuriating." Others echoed his sentiment. "Quickly focus fire. Let us eliminate him." Within the crowd, Wang Xiyu gritted her teeth, asserting, "With over 300 of us, I refuse to believe we cannot bring down a level 35 ultra-rare boss. Focus fire, do not falter." With the death of Shi Junyanhua, it appeared that Wang Xiyu and Wei Wuxianxi had ascended to the highest echelons of this guild. Meanwhile, not far off, Tang Jishir sat upon a fallen tree, arms crossed beneath his chin. His weathered face bore the marks of time, reminiscent of an aged elder observing the carnage on the battlefield. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Dreaming of glory? Just look at your pitiful struggle for survival. It seems you are not as formidable as you believed." This statement was overheard by those who aspired to glory, igniting a flush of embarrassment upon their faces, as the same words were returned to them, revealing the profound impact they wielded. Chapter 51. The Everlasting Mountain. The sound of daggers whistling through the air filled the battlefield, where severed heads rolled and blood stained the exiled land. Although there were more individuals from the Dream as a Steed faction, possessing superior equipment and levels compared to Longyin Mountain, their command faltered after the fall of the illustrious Shi Junyanhua. Their tactical cohesion devolved into chaos, leading me to perceive them as no more formidable than Longyin Mountain. Thus, I charged through, mercilessly annihilating the nearly 300 members of Dream as a Steed. In the end, Wang Xiyu and a cadre of light priests retreated, their faces etched with panic. You, she stammered, observing me approach with dual daggers in hand, her voice trembling. "Why did you spare that mage, but refuse us mercy?" In a swift motion, I lunged forward, my serpent bone dagger transforming into a radiant beam that pierced her chest. Blood sprayed forth as she fell instantly, and I proceeded to harvest the remaining light priests, ensuring none escaped. I harbored no favorable impressions of the Dream as a Steed guild, my initial perception tarnished by Wang Xiyu and her paramour. Silence enveloped the forest once more, leaving behind a glimmering array of potions, silver coins, and equipment. Not far off, Tang Jishir rose, staff in hand, gazing at me with trepidation. What should I do? Are you going to kill me?" "Regardless, thank you." I gestured towards the horizon. He quickly grasped my intent. "Understood. I shall depart." "I shall depart." With that, he hurriedly fled, having resolved to spare his life. I saw no reason to rescind my decision, for my contribution points were sufficient. "Is it settled?" came a voice from beside me, belonging to a Fey. "Indeed." I nodded with a smile. Both Longyin Mountain and Dream as a Steed have been dealt with. Quite satisfying. He laughed heartily. "What about Wang Xiyu? Did you eliminate her?" "With my most powerful single-target damage skill," I replied. 666666666, he chuckled, then added, "I've uncovered some information regarding the Shi Junyanhua. His real name is Wang Zhan. His father is a director of a mining company, indeed a wealthy heir. He resides near Jinji Lake in the park, notorious as a playboy, frequenting nightclubs and high-end parties. Beyond that, he is an avid gamer, having prepared diligently before the launch of Huan Yue, intent on establishing a financial empire in the southern server of the national game. Your use of idioms is quite commendable, I remarked, my lips twitching. So he hails from the Jinji Lake area. It's apparent he is affluent, far surpassing our humble status. He laughed heartily. Come now, let us not inflate others' egos at the expense of our own. We are not without merit, soon enough. We shall be among the middle class. By the way, I inquired with a smile, have you caught wind of any plans from the Dawn Legion to eliminate me? None. He pondered for a moment and replied, didn't T-Dawn Alliance purchase a level 30 blue armor from us last time? It was specifically for tackling the boss. As luck would have it, the timing of your respawn coincides with their boss raid, so it is certain that the Dawn Guild will not be present today. Moreover, to speak frankly, Dawn's leader is a shrewd individual. Even without a scheduling conflict, he may not dare to show up. Both Dragon Hidden Mountain and Dream as a Horse have faced defeat, so how much strength can Dawn possibly possess? Last time, they rallied numerous smaller guilds, yet ultimately failed to conquer the Thunderblade Assassin. It is even more unlikely this time. I chuckled heartily indeed. After a brief interval, a large group emerged from the jungle, familiar faces among them. The players bore the suffix of Dragon Alliance beneath their IDs. At the forefront stood a level 30 elemental mage wielding a blue staff, his countenance brimming with arrogance. It was none other than the Dragon Alliance's leader, Dragon Resent Heaven. With a profound gaze directed ahead, he declared, we have arrived at the coordinates. This is the place, correct? Yes, affirmed the sharpshooter, Dragon Entering Sea, nodding. It was here that Dragon Hidden Mountain and Dream as a Horse were annihilated. Humph, a bunch of worthless trash, Dragon Resent Heaven remarked nonchalantly. A mere level 35 boss sent them fleeing in terror, tarnishing the dignity of all level 30 players. All brothers of Dragon Alliance, heed my command. Tanks to the front, damage dealers to the rear. Bards, prepare your buffs immediately. We must ensure that everyone in the front line receives maximum enhancement. This time, we are determined to seize victory and capture the exile. Yes, guild leader. The group responded in unison, nodding vigorously. Subsequently, a multitude of bard players began to unleash their skills. The sounds of strings and pipa resonated through the crowd as wisps of green energy, symbolizing buffs, coalesced around them, instantly elevating their collective might. However, they were still lacking in skill. Before they could fully complete their buffs, I dashed forward, the wind howling as I controlled the battlefield with lethal precision, wreaking havoc among the throngs. Exile, you. Dragon Resent Heaven had not yet processed the situation when I closed the distance with a swift charge, his face a mask of shock. Farewell. My words barely escaped as a low growl emanated from my lips, and the obliteration skill swept through, instantly vanquishing Dragon Resent Heaven. Although he was of a higher level and equipped well, as a mage, his health certainly did not exceed 3,000 points. A single obliteration was sufficient to obliterate him without the need for the super move of White-Clad Obliteration. With Dragon Resent Heaven's demise, chaos engulfed the entire Dragon Alliance. Dragon Entering Sea found himself incapable of commanding the vast throng of 400, plunging them into disarray, with various charges and strikes erupting chaotically. Meanwhile, I maneuvered fluidly through the crowd, tracing Z-shaped paths beneath my feet, repeatedly closing in on the enemy mages and dispatching them, all the while minimizing the damage I sustained. Simultaneously, I began to meticulously manage my health, only activating the blood-sucking blade when my vitality dipped to a mere 20. By maintaining this precarious balance, I succeeded in eliminating a significant portion of the Dragon Alliance players, causing the remaining members to scatter in fear, retreating hastily from the exiled lands. I, however, remained begrudgingly hidden, perched atop a tree, counting my contributions. Ali, a voice from beside me, that of a Fae, grew serious. Those who were defeated in the Dragon Alliance have returned with news, claiming you are on the brink of collapse, with your health lingering around 20. What is the matter? Are your supplies insufficient? No, it's intentional. Intentional? Yes. I fear that if they perceive me as too formidable, others may hesitate to join, thus depriving me of valuable points. His laughter erupted. Ha! That is quite cunning of you. I responded with exasperation. This is strategy, psychological warfare. You wouldn't comprehend. Roll along. Stop embellishing yourself. Just as I had anticipated, despite the Dragon Alliance's defeat, they returned with a crucial piece of intelligence. The boss was remarkably vulnerable, with health just over 10,000. Consequently, throngs of players flooded into the exiled lands once more, leaving me hardly a moment to rest. For nearly an hour, I was engulfed in relentless slaughter, my twin daggers stained crimson. 40 minutes later, with a swift motion of the snake-bone blade, I dispatched yet another assassin and stood quietly amidst the carnage, surrounded by corpses and scattered loot, none daring to claim it. Taking a deep breath, I noted that there were only 20 minutes left until the trial at the Fengyan platform concluded. It was time to summon a Fei to collect the spoils. A Fei, prepare to come over. Approach my coordinates, I instructed. Understood, he replied in a grave tone. Be cautious. My previous teammates mentioned seeing members of Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain in the exiled lands. It seems they have turned their sights on you. Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain? Indeed, he said, his voice heavy with concern. This is no jest. Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain is the premier guild on the national server. After the majority of the core members of the Dragon Alliance announced their withdrawal, they are the only guild capable of rivaling the mythical guild. Their leader, Feng Songhai, is one of the most formidable players in the realm. Is Feng Songhai coming to eliminate me? Not quite, he chuckled lightly. It's Shanzhong Bulo who has taken issue with you. He believes your portrayal as a boss in Linshan County is excessively brazen, especially after you annihilated numerous guilds such as Longing Mountain, Dream as a Steed, and the Dragon Alliance. Thus, Shanzhong Bulo has brought a contingent from Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain with the intention of eradicating you. Just a single contingent? I raised an eyebrow. Yes, a contingent of 200. It remains to be seen whether you can withstand them. Do not concern yourself with my affairs. Proceed to the designated location, eliminate the minor foes, and prepare the return scrolls. This is your task. All right, I am about to commence. Best of luck. Not far away, several small teams of players were gathering. Yet none dared to venture into the exiled lands, seemingly awaiting something. Moments later, a group parted the crowd and entered the forest. Each member adorned with a crest of cross swords behind their IDs, the emblem of the premier guild, Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain. At the forefront of the throng was a level 31 sharpshooter, appearing quite youthful, yet possessing a formidable level. Shan Bulo, apprentice marksman, level 31 affiliated team, Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain. Shan Bulo, one of the 4 core members of Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain, is a renowned individual within this guild. It is said that his prowess in archery is remarkably formidable, rivaling the legendary figures such as the Purgatory Dawn and Lin Xiaowu, the Dragon Slayer. At this moment, he leads a principal assault team from Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain to challenge me. The formation unfurled, advancing steadily. Shan Bulo extended his hand and instructed, advance. I shall refrain from engaging in battle this time, remaining at the heart of the formation to command. Lao Lin, you shall take the lead, remain vigilant against sudden attacks, and apply all necessary buffs. Understood. Beside him, a level 31 paladin named Lin Songyin nodded, yet another notable figure. Lin Songyin, a member of Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain, serves as the guild's chief knight, excelling in close combat and damage absorption. It is impressive that he has also chosen to participate in this endeavor. Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain has dispatched 2 elders to confront me. Truly, they are extending a considerable courtesy. Chapter 52. No second chances have the members of Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain arrived? A Fei inquired, his voice low. They have, right in front of us. Be cautious before we proceed, he warned gravely. I have just acquired first-hand information. As of 9 a.m., Shan Bulo has upgraded his gear to 3 blue items and 6 green items. It is rumored that his spiritual attack has surpassed 500 points, making him exceptionally formidable in combat. Additionally, accompanying Shan Bulo is Lin Songyin, the foremost tank of Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain. As of this morning, Lin Songyin's total health has exceeded 10,000, with a defense rating surpassing 600 points, truly terrifying. Furthermore, he has mastered the skills Rock Armor and Just Provocation, posing a significant threat to you. Rock Armor, Just Provocation. I narrowed my eyes, fully aware of the implications of these abilities. It seems prudent to keep a close watch on these 2 titans from Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain. Rest assured. I can handle it, I replied. That's good to hear. I will wait for you at the designated coordinates. Understood. The gentle breeze rustled through the foliage, creating a symphony of whispers. Hidden in the void, I remained patiently vigilant, my sights firmly set on Shan Bulo. It was imperative to neutralize this archer, whose physical penetration capabilities were alarmingly potent. Otherwise, my life could very well be at stake. Amidst the throng, Shan Bulo stood at the center, while Lin Songyan ventured ahead, occasionally glancing back in vigilance, clearly wary of a potential ambush. But could they truly guard against me? With barely audible footsteps, I paused behind a maple tree. As the members of Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain split to either side, forced to navigate around the obstruction, Sean Bulow's trajectory was directly aligned with the tree, and the success of my ambush hinged on this moment. Suddenly, Sean Bulow, bow in hand, moved forward with a keen awareness. Abruptly, he drew his bow and unleashed a rapid barrage of arrows towards the space behind the maple tree. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp projectiles whizzed perilously close to me, sending beads of sweat cascading down my forehead. Fortunately, I stood a couple of meters away from the tree. Otherwise, I might have been struck. Remarkable. Such acute awareness and skill from a frontline mage. Maintain utmost vigilance, Sean Bulow commanded as he moved with the crowd. I sense he is nearby. Why do you feel that way, Chief? Inquired a young swordsman tasked with guarding him. Because I can feel the hairs on my neck standing on end, Sean Bulow replied, his voice calm. Who knows if that's true? Less chatter. Stay alert to your surroundings. Understood. At that moment, Sean Bulow, under the protection of several swordsmen, drew remarkably close to the maple tree. Changing direction, he began to circle around it. Unbeknownst to him, I silently approached, my footsteps as soft as if treading on cotton, making not a whisper of sound. As Sean Bulow passed by, I abruptly accelerated, darting between the two swordsmen, and unleashed my twin daggers in a swift offensive. Basic attack. Backstab. 1829. 3311. In an instant, Sean Bulow let out a pained gasp and collapsed to the ground. Despite being the top marksman of Lynching County, he could not withstand my flurry of strikes. After all, the vitality of a marksman is inherently low, rendering them vulnerable before the emergence of purple gear, easily susceptible to my onslaught. Oh no. Around me, a cascade of golden light surged. The moment Sean Bulow was eliminated, at least 5 level 30 swordsmen launched a series of combo skills against me, their radiant strikes merging into a brilliant display of coordinated aggression. This level of teamwork was unervingly seamless, leaving me reluctant to employ my white attire, for even a fleeting use would shatter my stealth state. The Hunter's Blade. 3 beams of fierce light pierced through the crowd, and then I raised my hand, unleashing a resonant cry. A pale golden tempest erupted upon the earth. And as the wind and crane call skill activated, those surrounding me were swiftly annihilated. Yet, amidst the chaos, a figure sliced through the air toward me, an overwhelming force causing me to spiral into a state of disorientation. Boom. 115. It was a charge skill. Before me appeared the furious visage of Lin Songyan. As the disorientation concluded, his long sword shimmered with brilliance, delivering a punishing strike. Simultaneously, just as my dizziness was about to fade, he uttered a low growl, and a provocative emblem materialized above his head, just as provocation. In the next heartbeat, I found myself once again deprived of the ability to act, compelled to instinctively deliver a basic attack against him. Lin Songyan's body sank, his shield raised defiantly in front of him, exuding an aura of unwavering stability. A series of gray-yellow rock formations enveloped him, forming a stone armor defense that significantly mitigated damage, resulting in my basic attack inflicting less than 1,000 points of health. Concentrate fire. Lin Songyan commanded, swinging his sword while issuing a low shout. 2 rounds of attack. Eliminate this exile. All around, arrows and spells rained down upon me. And in a mere 10 seconds, my health plummeted to below 30. What kind of overwhelming attack output was this? Such a team was utterly terrifying. No wonder Sean Bulow dared to challenge me, the designated boss. However, I was fortunate to have mastered the white attire skill. Whoosh. Behind me, the white robe swept past, granting me a precious 2 seconds of invulnerability against all damage, while simultaneously activating the Bloodsucker Blade skill. In a fleeting moment, I maneuvered past Lin Songyan, successfully circling behind him, and unleashed the Beastmaster's blade, erupting with a dazzling brilliance to strike his back with the Annihilation skill. 21,880. 6,564. A critical strike landed successfully, dealing tenfold damage and instantly restoring 6,000 health points, significantly improving my vitality. Although Lin Songyan was reputed as a tank, he could not withstand the lethal onslaught from the white-clad Annihilator. With a soft whimper, he collapsed, lifeless. I raised my hand and unleashed a powerful attack aimed at the most densely packed area of enemies. Dragon's Decimation. A golden palm imprint thundered forth, reflecting images of ancient golden inscriptions in the surrounding air. accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar echoing through the void. The power of this strike was nothing short of terrifying, inflicting 300 attack damage within a 10-yard fan-shaped radius, resulting in a near-total annihilation of my foes. Following this blow, my health bar was completely replenished. Yet, before I could revel in my triumph, I was struck again, this time by a level 30 swordsman who charged and stunned me. Immediately, several more swordsmen surged forward, unleashing a flurry of heavy strikes. Nearby, several martial artists advanced, delivering a brutal combination of explosive punches that inflicted considerable pain. Coupled with the concentrated fire from distant elemental mages and archers, my health plummeted once more, dropping below 50. The ferocity of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain team was truly formidable. As I broke free from the stun, I swiftly activated my sprint skill, my twin daggers whirling as I carved a bloody path through the crowd, ultimately escaping with less than 4 of my health remaining. Afei, we need to execute the plan ahead of schedule, I declared firmly. Huh? No? Afei replied, momentarily taken aback. Yes, be ready. I will stealthily approach shortly. Understood. The Forsaken's speed was already remarkable, and with the added boost from sprint, I swiftly distanced myself from the players. After a few moments, I successfully disengaged from combat, crouched down, and re-entered stealth mode. Behind me, the wind, forest, fire, and mountain team charged furiously. Where did he go? How did he vanish again? It's infuriating. He just eliminated our mountain leader and Lin leader and then slipped away? This boss is indeed the one from the lore, exceptionally cunning and treacherous. Is it possible that today, wind, forest, fire, and mountain will suffer such a significant loss? Amidst the crowd's outcries of indignation, I quietly made my exit, heading straight towards Afei's location. 1 minute later, in a clearing within the jungle, Afei stood alone, grasping his staff. I dashed into his 40-yard range and urged, strike quickly. Right. Afei raised his staff, unleashing a barrage of spells, Fireball, Windblade, and Rock Spike. Each attack erupted in succession, causing my already meager health to dwindle rapidly. Having always feared the output of mages, Afei, now at a competent level, displayed formidable power in less than half a minute. He was on the verge of completing his casting. Oomph. At that moment, a faint sound emerged from the dense forest behind, and a breathtaking silver figure stepped forth, draped in a cloak of creamy white adorned with crimson maple leaves. She wore exquisite armor that shimmered in hues of pale blue and deep green, accentuating her graceful curves. The sight of her flawless form ignited a fervor within. And beneath the cloak, her long lashes fluttered, revealing a pair of enchanting eyes reminiscent of a starry night, imbued with a serene smile. Is this how you exploit the game's glitches? You, Lin Shi, how did you end up here? I was taken aback. I have been watching you for quite some time, Lin Shi replied coldly, her gaze fixed on me. You have gone too far, taking advantage of the rules for your own gain. Do you not feel the slightest shame? Her words struck a chord, and I felt an unexpected pang of guilt. What business is it of yours? I retorted, though my words belied my true feelings. My voice emerged as a low, guttural growl, likely incomprehensible to her. Just then, another blade of wind from Afei pierced through my heart, draining the last remnants of my vitality. I am sorry. This time, Afei acted with remarkable bravado, stepping forward to claim the equipment before shattering the return scroll. Whoosh. I reappeared at the Fengyan platform and inquired, Afei, did you manage to return successfully? Did she interfere? No, she let me go, Afei replied solemnly. However, she warned that it would not happen again. Next time, she will dismantle our nefarious scheme. If the officials do not intervene, she shall take it upon herself to rectify the situation, ensuring we face the consequences we deserve. We shall discuss it later, I muttered, feeling disgruntled. This girl is exceedingly formidable, indeed. But I suspect the reason she spared us is that she has taken a liking to me. What do you think? Perhaps so, if that thought brings you joy. Chapter 53. The Villain's Confession. Quickly logging off. Hurry and take a look. Beside me, Afei had also logged off, prompting me to urge, quickly. Check what I've obtained. Is there anything I desire? All right. Afei, cradling his helmet, summoned the system sprite, and together we began to share the spoils from the boss. The first item revealed was a deep blue spear, radiating an imposing brilliance. Its blade tinged with a faint sanguine hue, as if it had just witnessed a massacre. The attributes materialized beside it. Berserker's Spear, ultra rare, attack, 65-85 strength, 43 stamina, 40 effect, lifesteal 1. 5 in melee combat bonus, Increases the user's attack power by 4 required level, 32 required class. Paladin, good heavens. A Fae and I were simultaneously rendered speechless. Utterly astonished that the first piece of equipment was such an exquisite spear, an ultra-rare item for level 32, with attributes that were simply unparalleled. The lifesteal property was particularly enticing. I remarked, if only it were a dagger. Don't be ridiculous. A Fae chuckled heartily. If this were a dagger and you claimed it, what would happen to everyone else? Ha. Next, the second piece of equipment dropped, revealing a helmet crafted from leather, imbued with a subtle crimson hue. The attributes appeared gracefully. Elf's Little Helmet, rare, type, leather armor defense, 50 agility, 25 stamina, 23 bonus, increases the user's defense by 2 required level, 32. I can use this helmet. I'll keep it, I declared. Indeed, a Fae replied with a grin, then shifted his gaze to the next item, which was a rectangular shield, emanating a deep blue glow. The surface of the shield was adorned with a regal purple flower, and the attributes emerged above, leaving both a Fae and me in awe. Guardian's Shield, ultra rare, defense, 145 block, 10 strength, 46 stamina, 44 effect, resilience. Increases the user's health by 800 points bonus. Increases the user's defense by 5 required level, 32 required class. Paladin, good heavens, an ultra rare, top tier shield? A Fae exclaimed. His expression won a bewilderment. Indeed, I nodded. It is truly exceptional, invincible. With the Berserker's Spear, this combination will undoubtedly dominate at this stage. We are invincible. Ha. We've struck it rich. A Fae laughed uncontrollably. Should I list it on the auction house? Yes. Wait a moment, let us see if there is anything else. Oh. Before my words could fully escape my lips, a pale blue skill book floated gracefully into view, causing my heart to nearly cease its rhythmic beating. At last, the skill book I had longed for made its appearance. How splendid. Edge of the Hunter, S-grade skill book unleashes 3 strikes upon the adversary. The damage of the first strike correlates with attack power, the second with agility, and the third with critical hit chance. It has a cooldown of 12 seconds and requires level 30, along with the professions of Assassin or Shadow Walker. I must keep this. I nearly burst into laughter and said, A Fae, log in. Wait for me at Eastgate Square. Let us complete our transaction before dining. All right. The two of us joyfully logged in once more. With a swift flash, my character loaded successfully, reappearing on the wind and cloud platform, surrounded by an ethereal mist imbued with spiritual energy. Before me materialized Ding Hong, his visage warm and benevolent. Smiling as he spoke, the trial on the wind and cloud platform has been remarkably successful. Word has reached us that the adventurers from other realms in Linshan County have been thoroughly defeated by you. Truly, you are a worthy disciple of mine, little one. When you grow a tad stronger, I shall bestow upon you a grand opportunity. At that time, you need only, Master, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. We shall converse later. I interjected, leaping from the wind and cloud platform and dashing towards the teleportation array. The sound of Ding Heng's amused yet proud laughter followed me on the wind. Upon reaching the teleportation array, I swiftly exchanged 10 gold for a rapid transport to the wilderness near Linshan County, then entered stealth mode, hastening towards my destination. As customary, I transformed into my human guise within a secluded grove devoid of onlookers, and proceeded into the city like a younger brother. Around me, many were engaged in leveling up, yet none perceived me as a novice, their interest in PKs entirely absent. Thus, I entered Linshan County with unparalleled safety. In the East City Gate Square, a Fae stood joyfully beside the auction house NPC, staff in hand, eagerly awaiting my arrival. We stood like covert agents, flanking the NPC without uttering a word directly. Let us maintain our distance, so as not to attract attention, I cautioned. Indeed, he nodded, lowering his voice. Your alternate character is so youthful. Should anyone recognize you as the designated man, escaping Linshan County would be an insurmountable challenge. Even a trip to the restroom could spell doom. We don't need to use the restroom in the game, I replied. Come on, I merely jest. Let us proceed with the trade. Very well. I opened the trading panel, and in the next moment, the elven helmet and edge of the hunter were exchanged between us. With a flourish. Skill acquisition successful, edge of the hunter now resided in my skill bar, evoking a profound sense of return, as it had long been destined to be mine. Only delayed in its emergence. Immediately after, I equipped the elven helmet, having amassed a considerable number of kills in the preceding battle, which resulted in a significant surge in experience points. elevating my level to 32. Furthermore, my contribution points saw a remarkable increase, instilling in me a sense of imminent wealth. July Fire, Undead Assassin, level 32 attack, 412,557, 8, defense, 481, 10, health, 4420 critical hit, 4, 48 wisdom, 97 charm, 13 soul star, 10 contribution points, for 2006 combat power, 872 splendid. With 40,000 contribution points, I can indulge myself later. So, shall I put the ultra-rare shield and spear up for auction? I inquired. Yes, do it, he replied, glancing at the time. I mused that it was nearly time for a meal. Where shall we dine for lunch? The sauerkraut fish downstairs is ready. Let us keep it simple and order some beer to celebrate today's successful endeavor. Agreed. Subsequently, I strolled around the square for a while, but found nothing of interest. Instead, Ah Fei, standing nearby, remarked gravely, Ollie, someone is interested in the shield and spear, and they want to purchase them as a bundle. Can you guess who it is? Could it be someone from Dawn again? I inquired with a chuckle. No, he laughed heartily, adding, Dawn's Yuan indeed messaged me, inquiring about my identity and whether I was backed by a formidable studio team, given such high-level equipment. However, she did not express intent to buy, presumably because they recognize the value of these items and are hesitant to invest. And how did you respond? I claimed to be an equipment dealer. Haha. That explanation is quite reasonable. But who is the prospective buyer? Wishingha. Wishingha? I was taken aback. Indeed, Ah Fei replied with a subtle smile. He is the youngest among the 4 kings of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, yet the most astute, often referred to as the strategist of the group. It is surprising that he has approached me directly. What are your thoughts? Bundle the 2 items for sale? Absolutely. I smiled, stating, let's bundle them for a flat price of 20,000. If sold separately, they will be 15,000 each. Tell him there is no room for negotiation. Wind, forest, fire, and mountain are affluent and can afford it. Understood. Before long, a notification chimed, signaling that my WeChat account had received 10,000. Transaction successful? Haha. Did you not receive the transfer notice? I did, haha. Let us head downstairs for a meal. Let us add another dish to celebrate today. Very well. In the restaurant downstairs, a small private room awaited us, air conditioning set to a comfortable chill. A lovely waitress took my order. Why must we sit in a private room today? I asked, grinning. Isn't it the same as dining in the main hall? Not at all, Ah Fei replied, puffing out his chest with a smile. How could it possibly be the same? This morning, we struck a significant business deal. So much so that even those from Fenglin Huishan reached out to us. Our social standings have transformed entirely. I felt a tingle of apprehension. What difference could it possibly make, you fool? Ha ha ha. In any case, let us indulge a little. Shall we have some beer? Very well, let us drink. Shortly thereafter, the dishes arrived: sour fish, spicy rabbit pieces, and several other delicacies paired with beer, instantly enveloping me in a state of comfort. I find myself increasingly enamored with this tranquil and pleasant lifestyle, far more agreeable than my previous role in the technology department of Tianming Group. Devoid of the pressures and oppression. This is what living truly entails. Ollie, I have a rather immature suggestion, Ah Fei suddenly remarked with seriousness. What suggestion? I inquired, lifting my gaze. Why don't you level up your human character? Perhaps a paladin or a swordsman. That way, we could level up together in the future. Otherwise, you always resort to the same old Fengyun platform, and wandering along the night roads too often can lead to unforeseen troubles, don't you think? Are you wary of Linshi, Ah Fei? I asked with a smile. He twitched his lips. To say I'm not wary would be a lie. Her prowess speaks for itself. She's one of the top swordsmen in the national server and a candidate for the strongest sequence. Honestly, we cannot afford to offend someone like her, especially since she has taken an interest in us. Every time you transform into a boss, she will undoubtedly find me lurking nearby. As long as she keeps her eyes on me, it could jeopardize our plans. By the way, you're genuinely afraid of her, I remarked with a smirk. Damn it. He took a sip of beer and retorted, You're not afraid of her? Do you really think you could defeat her with your strength? I chuckled awkwardly and replied, That is precisely my intention. What? He exclaimed, astonished. I raised an eyebrow and said, Ah Fei, what we are doing may indeed be somewhat unscrupulous. But have we violated any game rules? No, my identity as a Shura assassin allows me to exist as I wish. No one can slay me while I'm in the Fengyun state unless I permit it. However, I wish to share my spoils with my brothers. What is wrong with that? Why should Lin Shi stand in judgment over us, branding us as despicable? What gives her the moral high ground? Is she a White Lotus? Are you implying that in the next Feng Yun trial, our plan should extend beyond merely acquiring boss loot? I want Lin Shi to understand the consequences of crossing the legends of Taihu. Eliminate her? Precisely. Find a way to take her down. Damn it. A face suddenly became invigorated, his face flushed with excitement as he shouted in the private room. Taking down the goddess. Just thinking about it fills me with exhilaration. Ha 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 ha, let us do it. Chapter 54. The certificate of class change for the inscription master. In the afternoon, I returned to work and resumed my online activities. My character, a human, appeared in Linchin County, which held little significance for me. I swiftly flew into the Grand Hall, and in the woods behind it, I shattered a return scroll. Instantly, enveloped in a cloud of black smoke, I soared away, finding myself in the Black Castle in the blink of an eye. I then proceeded to the Treasure Pavilion to see if there were any exquisite items available. The Treasure Pavilion was bustling with activity. Oh, the July Fire. You've arrived. A staff member recognized me. It seemed that after numerous trials at the Wind and Cloud platform, my standing in the Black Castle had significantly risen. I was no longer the insignificant little skeleton warrior that others dismissed. Nodding in acknowledgement, I stepped inside and perused the shelves of treasures. However, I found nothing suitable for my needs and couldn't help but chuckle. It appears that the Treasure Pavilion has lost its allure lately. What's this? A bald-headed undead approached me with a grin. July Fire. It seems it's time for you to witness the true depth of our Treasure Pavilion. Come. Behold what it means to possess wealth that rivals nations. With a flourish, a new interface blossomed before me, accompanied by the chime of bells. Ding. System notification, congratulations. You have triggered Rare Refresh. Rare Refresh? I was bewildered, yet the interface before me was undeniably distinct from previous ones, framed in golden silk. Within it were only 4 items. Shield of Kings, legendary orange equipment, requires 50 million contribution points for exchange. Titan Ring, primordial red equipment, requires 10 billion contribution points for exchange. Dragon King Battle Blade, legendary orange equipment, requires 80 million contribution points for exchange. Certificate of class change for Inscription Master, legendary. A certificate for the hidden class of Inscription Master, requires 500,000 contribution points for exchange. Staring at the marvels before me, I was momentarily speechless, donning a flattering smile as I remarked, "Esteemed sir, it seems our Treasure Pavilion is indeed remarkable, possessing such high-caliber treasures." Indeed, he beamed with pride. Thus, as practitioners of the Black Castle, we must never underestimate ourselves. While our strength may not rival that of the Foreign Demon Legion or the Crimson Royal Court, we are unique in our own right. It is not easy for them to challenge us. As long as each of us in the Black Castle perseveres, we too can stand resilient in this realm of the undead. I nodded, dismissing thoughts of the 2 orange equipment pieces due to their exorbitant contribution point requirements, which I could scarcely hope to attain in a year of labor. The red equipment was even more unattainable. The primordial grade gear was not yet unlocked. And with a requirement of 10 billion contribution points, it was beyond my reach for a decade. Only the certificate of class change for Inscription Master seemed somewhat feasible. Esteemed one, I said with a sheepish grin, about that certificate for the Inscription Master. He wore an expression of pride, patting his bald head as he laughed. Being a rune master is indeed an extraordinary profession. It is said that only those with exceptional talent can attain this status. Among the cultivators of the Xianyuan Empire, it is rare to find even one rune master among 10,000. Anyone who can wield the power to inscribe runes, even as an apprentice, is regarded as a treasure. Thus, the value of this rune master certification is far beyond your imagination. I nodded eagerly. You speak truly, but what is the origin of this certification? Taking a deep breath, he replied, legend has it that long ago, a prodigious swordsman emerged from our Black Castle, achieving the realm of Sword Saint by the age of 40. However, as he practiced the path of death, he was shunned by society. Yet, there existed a mysterious rune master within the Xianyuan Empire, of unimaginable stature, who became a friend of our Sword Saint. Ultimately, he penned a letter, and any young cultivator bearing this letter to the Rune Masters Guild of the human race would be treated with honor and welcomed as a rune master. Alas, through the years, this letter has wandered, never finding its rightful owner. What abilities does a rune master possess that commands such respect? I inquired. Instantly, he regarded me with disdain, chuckling. A rune master naturally inscribes runes. In other words, ordinary equipment, once inscribed with runes, transforms into sentient gear, enhancing its capabilities and even bestowing unexpected unique attributes. A single rune can be worth a fortune. My heart trembled with awe. That's impressive. Will I still be able to see this certification here in the future? Indeed, as long as no one exchanges it, he assured. Thank you very much. As I exited the treasure pavilion, I felt a profound shock, as if I had inadvertently triggered a hidden storyline. Logically, I had frequented the treasure pavilion countless times before, yet I had never encountered this Rune Master certification until now. Thus, my next course of action would be to diligently earn contributions to exchange for the Rune Master certification at the earliest opportunity. As for its purpose, it would undoubtedly benefit a Fae. I had already attained a hidden profession, rendering it unnecessary for me, but for a Fae, as a mage, enhancing his spirit power and transitioning to a Rune Master would be ideal. I then called out, a Fae. If there's a hidden magical profession available for you to transition into, would you be interested? One that promises great wealth. Of course, he exclaimed, spitting words in excitement. I've wandered for half my life, looked down upon everywhere, all because of poverty. If there's a hidden profession that can bring in substantial wealth, who wouldn't want to take it? What is the opportunity, Ali? I'm not certain yet. I just wanted to gauge your interest. I smiled. If you're willing, I'll take the plunge and see if I can acquire it, but don't hold your hopes too high. I can't guarantee anything. Haha. As long as there's a chance, that's enough. Just focus on your efforts. Indeed, it is now time to diligently cultivate and earn contributions. Once again, I returned to the Fengyan platform, gazing respectfully at the sea of clouds above, and called out, Master, are you there? Indeed, came the response as the swirling mist coalesced into his form, who smiled and said, Little one, what is it that you seek? I require a substantial amount of contributions. Might you guide me on how to achieve this? Well, I furrowed my brow and replied, there are many places in Black City that offer work. Yet the rate of earning contributions is typically quite slow, especially in the outer 5 pavilions. In truth, there are nearly no opportunities to earn contributions quickly, aside from the trials at our Fengyan platform. However, the Fengyan platform trials are not perpetually open. Are there any alternatives? Perhaps the land of reincarnation, he suggested with a smile. Yet, I fear that the old ghost of Zhuang Huaishui may harbor ulterior motives. Should you return to work there, I worry you might face persecution once more. Not to worry, I believe I can protect myself. Confidence is commendable, but one must not be blindly so. He waved his sleeve and added with a smile, Very well, I shall dispatch 2 elders from the Fengyan platform to accompany you. While you work, they will conceal themselves nearby to ensure your protection. Should Zhuang Huaishui plot again, the prowess of these elders will surely thwart his designs. Very well. At that moment, dark clouds swirled above, and 2 figures materialized from the sky, descending gracefully. They were 2 esteemed elders of the Fengyan platform, clad in black cloaks that obscured their faces, revealing only their formidable gazes. They approached in unison, clasped their fists, and addressed me. Young master, shall we depart? I nodded appreciatively and bowed. I am grateful to both of you, esteemed elders. Upon arriving in the land of reincarnation, after stating my purpose, Zhuang Huaishui cast a penetrating glance at the 2 Fengyan platform elders trailing behind me and said nonchalantly, Since the illustrious July flowing fire of the Fengyan platform is willing to assist in clearing the furnace ashes and contribute to the castle, I shall not impede your efforts. The pile of soul refining furnaces over there has not been tended to for over 10 millennia. It harbors opportunities as well as great dangers. If you are willing, July flowing fire, then proceed. One of the Fengyan platform elders frowned. Have not these soul refining furnaces been sealed for many years? Indeed, Zhuang Huaishui replied. However, the number of human adventurers has been increasing, leading to a heightened demand for the soul refining furnaces. The demonic army has already sent word, blaming our Black Castle for the insufficient conversion of souls. Thus, I have reopened several furnaces and requested the Qianquan Pavilion to fabricate more new soul refining furnaces. Yet, their workload is immense, so we must also utilize these long-dormant furnaces. Young master, be cautious. One elder communicated telepathically. There may be hidden dangers within these soul-refining furnaces. If you are truly determined to enter, exercise utmost caution. Understood. Having witnessed the commotion within the soul-refining furnaces before, I smiled and assured, Rest easy, elders. As long as no external forces interfere, I can manage any troubles that arise within the furnaces myself. Excellent. Stepping forward, I opened the door of a soul-refining furnace, and immediately an eerie aura swirled within, palpable to the naked eye. Taking a deep breath, I leaped inside, and the door closed behind me with an automatic thud. This furnace had not been ignited for countless years, to the extent that the ashes inside had nearly been washed away, leaving behind a disarray of remnants, the majority of which were unburned remains. The lingering souls within those remnants, untouched for so many years, hinted at their formidable power. I approached and began my work. With a single kick, I shattered a massive skull, sending shards soaring like starlight into the air. In an instant, I was met with a furious roar as an ancient beast materialized before me, a level 36 ultra-rare monster. I attacked fiercely, unleashing a series of skills, piercing strikes, stealthy backstabs, and the annihilation of my foes. In one fluid motion, I dispatched it effortlessly. The ancient beast transformed into a stream of experience points that surged into my mind, while my contribution score significantly increased. The experience and contributions yielded by the soul-refining furnace surpassed those found in the outside world by at least 50%, which explained why my master, Ding Heng, had highly recommended this place for accruing contributions. However, the heap of debris before me instilled a sense of unease. I could not shake the feeling that the contents of this furnace were far from ordinary. Chapter 55. Guardian Zhang Kai. A roar echoed as yet another unknown colossal beast's remnant soul was annihilated, transforming into specks of luminous brilliance that soared into the heavens. While I, having labored in the furnace for nearly 2 hours, began to feel a twinge of fatigue. However, upon witnessing my contribution points surge by nearly 20,000, I felt that this endeavor was indeed worthwhile. Moreover, my experience points had risen to 32 levels and 97%, with a few more slain remnants. I would surely ascend to level 33. In any case, one's level in the game is of utmost importance, a matter not to be taken lightly. At that moment, accompanied by a thunderous clatter, a massive beast bone disintegrated into radiant light, revealing a heap of debris below. As the wreckage continued to crumble, a dark iron box emerged, its surface marred by rust, nearly indecipherable. The moment my gaze fell upon the box, my heart raced violently, instinctively sensing that this object was anything but ordinary. As I approached, the rust encrusted around the box began to flake away, revealing swirling blood-red patterns of a barrier. With a resounding crash, a portion of the space ahead erupted, and a colossal, blood-colored figure ascended into the sky, transforming into a formidable warrior standing beside the iron box. At last, someone has triggered your presence. This warrior donned deep crimson armor, exuding an intimidating aura. His head was crowned with a fearsome blood-red horned helmet, and he wielded a long sword. His countenance was terrifying, skin stretched over bones, pallid beyond measure, resembling a once mighty being resurrected from ages past. His lifeless eyes fixated on me as he casually seated himself upon the box, speaking in a detached tone. "Youngster of the future, this opportunity is beyond your reach. Depart, and I shall spare your life." I furrowed my brow, and shortly thereafter, his attributes appeared before me, revealing Guardian Zhang Kai, super rare level boss, level 36 attack, 750, 1000 defense, 500 health, 120,000 skills, thunder strike, single blow, sword heart, dominance. Description: Guardian. An ancient title from the court of the primordial Qing Huang Empire, Zhang Kai was originally a master of swordplay at the emperor's side. He valiantly fought for the survival of the ancient empire at the borders. During a chaotic upheaval, he escaped the besieged imperial city with the empire's treasured relic, only to be ensnared in a cataclysmic event, the treasure lost to the mortal realm. Yet, Zhang Kai's lingering soul has never abandoned its duty, steadfastly guarding this celestial treasure. A level 36 super rare boss? A chill crept over me. I had truly encountered a formidable opponent. Not only was Zhang Kai's attack terrifying, but his health also reached a staggering 120,000, placing him leagues above the beast master leader I had previously faced. This situation was beginning to seem rather troublesome. This is not good. The voice of the elder of Fengyun Tower echoed outside. A formidable force of death has suddenly emerged from the furnace. With the strength of the young master of July's flowing fire, it may be impossible to withstand. Open the furnace door immediately. That is out of the question. Zhuang Huaishui replied coldly. This soul-refining furnace has been sealed since ancient times, for no less than 5,000 years. Who can know how many remnants of souls are concealed within? Inside the furnace, these remnants are bound by the barrier, allowing them to exert less than 10% of their power. However, now that the remnants have been triggered and awakened, should the furnace door be opened, the ancient vengeful spirits would wreak havoc upon the disciples of Black City. Who would bear the responsibility for that? But the young master. There's no need for further discussion, Zhuang Huaishui stated coolly. Since July's flowing fire has voluntarily entered the soul refining furnace to confront the remnants, he must be mentally prepared for all outcomes. Elder Feng, if you force the opening of the furnace at this critical moment, I will immediately report you to the city lord, and you will not escape the consequences. Humph. Elder Feng let out a cold snort. In that case, let it be as it may. My young master of Fengyan Tower will not allow you to witness a mere spectacle. Is that so? We shall see. Listening to the voices outside, a sense of unease settled in my heart. Although my attributes were notably robust at this moment, they could not compare to the ancient guardian before me. Moreover, this was under the condition that his power was suppressed by the barrier by over 90%. Otherwise, with his mastery of the sword, he could likely eliminate me in an instant. I felt trapped in a precarious situation. The ancient guardian was an exceedingly rare boss. Not defeating him would leave me dissatisfied. Furthermore, the box he was seated upon was undoubtedly a treasure. Anything guarded by a boss-level remnant could not be trivial. Regardless, I had to take the plunge. What could be the worst outcome? Death. To me, this ancient guardian was merely a standard boss, and without an accompanying annihilation-level target. I had nothing to fear. Young man, the ancient guardian raised an eyebrow, looking at me coldly. Have you made your decision? Do you dare challenge me and covet the treasures of my Qinhuang Empire? Indeed, I stepped forward, smiling. Predecessor, you have long since passed away. Even the Qinhuang Empire has ceased to exist. What meaning does it hold for you to guard the treasures? It would be better to find peace, allowing your soul to escape the torment of the mortal realm. He let out a hearty laugh. Little one, if you truly possess the strength to defeat me, I shall gladly grant you the opportunity. But do you have that capability? How can I know without trying? Before his words had fully settled, I felt my body sink and vanished into the space of the soul-refining furnace. To confront a boss of this caliber, I needed to launch a surprise attack first, striving to inflict as much damage as possible. Otherwise, with my attributes, I might not withstand his onslaught. Good lad, you have guts. He suddenly rose, gripping his sword, and with a swift leap, he covered nearly 10 meters, almost instantly arriving at my previous location, and shouted, "Thunderstrike." Suddenly, a torrent of fierce lightning erupted from his feet, engulfing the surroundings with an overwhelming assault. Fortunately, I had retreated several meters, narrowly evading his onslaught. Humph. Not bad. He let out a cold snort, gripping his sword firmly as he stood resolutely at the center of the soul-refining furnace. I moved silently, concealing myself within the void, and arrived directly behind him, unleashing a backstab with my basic attack. The brilliance of the serpent bone blade radiated forth, and in an instant, 2 damage numbers splashed above his head, 223, 372. This is troubling. My attack power seems insufficient to breach his defenses. Hey, seeking death. The ancient court guard uttered a low growl, swiftly completing a turn. His sword, imbued with an incredibly sharp aura, descended upon me. In that fleeting moment, my heart nearly ceased. The intensity of the impending strike loomed ominously. I could not afford to take that blow. Otherwise, I might not survive. Yet, the strike was alarmingly swift. In the blink of an eye, I raised my beast-taming blade, deflecting it against his long sword with a resonant clang. It felt as though I had collided with a mountain. The force was insurmountable. However, leveraging the tremendous recoil, my body immediately shifted to the right, my battle boots carving a visible path across the ground. Boom. Miss. Behind me, the boss's strike skill missed its target. Although I could not fully parry it, I managed to evade through a contest of strength and technique. A sense of shock and awe filled my mind, and I silently rejoiced. It was said that the engine of Illusory Moon had been upgraded, and it indeed appeared so. The combat in the game was becoming increasingly lifelike. No skill was utterly unavoidable, and beyond the confines of game rules, technique and speed became paramount. Indeed, the prowess of a skilled player capable of slaying 10 or even 100 foes was no longer a mere fantasy. With a swift turn of my body, I charged toward the boss, striking with a jab that stunned him. Following that, I executed a series of basic attack backstabs. Just a second later, as the boss managed to land a blow that drained 800 of my health, my skill, Hunter's Edge erupted, inflicting a staggering 3,000 damage upon him. Hunter's Edge truly packs a punch. You cunning little brat, meet your demise. The ancient court guard, infuriated by my evasion of his repeated strikes, unleashed a tremendous roar. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed, bloodlight surged, and his power erupted like a furnace. Golden text floated around him, asserting his dominance. Ding. Battle alert. Please note. Guard Zhang Kai, ultra-rare level boss, has activated the skill Domineering Presence, increasing movement speed by 100, attack speed by 100, ignoring collision effects, and eliminating all attack skill wind-ups for 7 seconds. Boom. A fierce sword descended from the heavens, unleashing a devastating blow that struck down upon me. In that instant, a searing sensation coursed through my shoulder, and I lost 1,200 health points in a heartbeat. There was no escape. My adversary surged forward with no need for preparation, unleashing a torrent of lightning-infused skills, and another sword struck down upon me. I could not endure any further damage. In a fleeting moment, I activated the white garment skill, a flash of white cloth enveloping me, and I vanished within its folds. The 2 seconds of guaranteed evasion rendered the lightning strike harmless, allowing me to retreat swiftly, my heart racing, desperate to avoid the onslaught of my opponent's relentless assault. Lest I seek my own demise. Come out, you wretch. The ancient court guardian roared into the vast emptiness, swinging his sword to unleash waves of slicing energy. Yet, it was futile. I had concealed myself in the crevice of the soul-refining furnace under the protection of the white garment skill, rendering me undetectable. I glanced at my energy levels, awaiting their replenishment. My next strike would undoubtedly be one of annihilation, capable of inflicting significant damage upon the boss while simultaneously restoring a portion of my own health. This ancient court guardian could easily deplete half of my health with a single combo of skills, thus, I needed to engage in a battle of wits and courage. For defeat was inevitable otherwise. Humph, the essence of the July flowing fire is waning. Outside, I heard Zhuang Huaishui's mocking laughter. Elder Feng. Elder Yun, it seems this young man has perished within. I have heard that the soul-refining furnace harbors a remnant spirit from ancient times. Even I would not dare allow my most esteemed disciples to enter such a furnace. Who would have thought that the illustrious July flowing fire, hailed as the pinnacle of the outer 5 pavilions, would also succumb? Chapter 56. The Blood Pendant Nonsense. Elder Feng exclaimed sternly. The young master will surely be safe. Is that so? We shall see. Zhuang Huaishui retorted with a chilling, disdainful laugh that evoked a deep sense of loathing. Within the soul-refining furnace, my fury ignited. I was resolute in my determination not to concede defeat. I must vanquish this ancient remnant soul, even if not for myself. I owed it to Fengen Platform and my esteemed master to avenge our honor. Zhuang Huaishui was utterly despicable, and it was imperative that I delivered a resounding blow to his pride. With a barely audible rustling sound, I sprang into action once more. Veiled by the effects of my white attire, I stealthily approached the ancient court guard from behind. Taking a deep breath, I silently activated the blood-sucking blade skill. Instantly, a faint crimson glow enveloped both the serpent bone blade and the beast master blade, granting them a 30 lifesteal effect. Without delay, I unleashed the annihilation skill, delivering a powerful strike to the back of the ancient court guard. Swish. The annihilation effect manifested as the armor on his back disintegrated, a manifestation of his defenses being shattered. In an instant, terrifying damage numbers soared into view, true damage that disregarded defenses, simultaneously triggering a critical hit. 18,290, 5,487. In a flash, I unleashed another skill, executing a backstab alongside my basic attack before he could even turn around. I followed up with a sequence of Hunter's Edge strikes, wielding my dual daggers with unparalleled speed, landing rapid, decisive blows upon the boss. The blood-sucking blade's effect lasted only 5 seconds, a fleeting window that constituted my golden opportunity to unleash relentless assaults, allowing me to recuperate most of the health I had expended. After executing a flurry of attacks, I deftly retreated. Employing the same tactic, just as the boss struck, I once again utilized the deflection from my left dagger to sidestep the impending damage. Fortunately, the ancient court guard's attack was straightforward. Had he altered his angle mid-strike, my evasive maneuver would likely have failed. After a chaotic onslaught, I activated my white attire once more, vanishing into the void. By this point, the boss's health had dwindled to below 60. It became evident that the single target damage of the white attire's annihilation was extraordinarily potent, Most ordinary bosses could scarcely withstand it. Brat, come forth and meet your demise. Within the soul-refining furnace, the ancient court guard prepared to attack, a sword heart materializing upon his chest, inscribed with various Taoist markings. This ancient court guard had cultivated for millennia, undeniably a formidable figure. However, his flaw lay in his blind loyalty. Perhaps the very reason he could not transcend the shackles before him. As I observed his rampage within the soul-refining furnace, I found myself ensnared in a different train of thought. Just moments ago, as I unleashed the annihilation attack of the White Garment, I observed that its cooldown initiated directly from 25 seconds. This revelation implies that the cooldown is not calculated from the cessation of the previous skill effect, but rather from the moment the skill is activated. Consequently, this means that after entering the potent stealth state of the White Garment for 60 seconds, one can inflict damage upon the target and subsequently re-enter the White Garment instantaneously, triggering another instance of double true damage. What does this entail? Indeed, a dual White Garment attack strategy. Within a mere 5 seconds, one can execute 2 consecutive true damage strikes with the White Garment, the first in conjunction with Annihilation, and the second potentially paired with Dragon's Decision. This undoubtedly results in cataclysmic damage output. One must ponder who could withstand such an onslaught. With this thought, a sly smile crept upon my lips as I resolved to test the efficacy of the dual White Garment strategy against the ancient court guard before me. After a full minute of anticipation, though I remained in stealth, the icon for the White Garment glimmered once more, indicating its cooldown had concluded. At that moment, the boss had only regained less than 10 of its health, currently standing at 67, with the prior battle's achievements still intact. I lunged forward, stealthily maneuvering behind the boss, and promptly unleashed the skill Annihilation. With a swish, the serpent bone blade sliced through the air, striking the boss's back with the Annihilation effect. Fortune smiled upon me as a critical hit ensued, inflicting nearly 20,000 damage. Amidst its thunderous roar, I activated the White Garment effect once more. In an instant, the white robe flickered, evading the boss's thunderous strike. With 2 formidable attack skills unleashed simultaneously, I leapt into the air, my right hand outstretched, delivering a resounding palm strike to the boss's forehead. In the void, the sound of a dragon's roar resonated, while golden ancient script materialized and swirled around me. That immensely powerful palm crashed upon the boss's brow, instantly transforming into a golden dragon surge, piercing through the boss's cranium and dealing 10,000 damage. In that fleeting second, I unleashed a torrent of damage. Activating my speed, I swiftly retreated. My energy depleted, I required time to recover before unleashing further skills. As I prudently consumed health potions, the boss's health plummeted to 39. In that moment, confidence surged within me. Despite the ancient court guard's ferocity and relentless attacks, I felt assured of my victory, bolstered by my formidable stealth. Thus, I awaited the cooldown of the White Garment before re-engaging. After a brief skirmish, the boss activated its domineering skill once more. And without hesitation, the White Garment taught it a lesson. After multiple drawn-out encounters with the boss, its health finally dwindled to nothing. In a final strike of White Garment Annihilation, it collapsed, yielding a bounty of equipment and gold. With a flash, the rain of light descended upon me, heralding my ascension in level, while the boss's lifeless form radiated an ethereal glow, suggesting the narrative was not yet complete. Moments later, a fleeting shadow ascended from the lifeless body, transforming its once withered visage into that of a vibrant and sanguine youth. He gazed down at me with a smile, saying, "Little one, although you have slain me, I must express my gratitude. Thank you for liberating me from years of obsession. The treasures within the box are the national treasures of my Qighuang Empire. I hope you will use them wisely and for noble purposes, rather than allowing them to be sullied by malevolence. Farewell." With those words, he lifted his gaze towards the heavens, a look of contentment and warmth gracing his features. As his form dissipated into a cascade of shimmering light, carried away by the wind, I, meanwhile, stood before the equipment strewn upon the ground, my heart brimming with excitement. I hurried forward and collected the coins, 84 gold pieces in total. Truly, an exceptionally generous reward from such a rare boss. Additionally, 3 pieces of equipment had dropped: a resplendent deep blue longsword, a suit of armor adorned with dragon engravings, and a necklace exuding an air of majesty. In that instant, a thought struck me. A necklace? Setting that aside for the moment, I turned my attention to the longsword's attributes. Cradling it in my hands, I felt a robust and profound power surging through my palms. With a swift motion, the weapon's properties revealed themselves, confirming it was indeed a remarkable treasure. Deep blue sword, ultra rare, attack, 75-90 strength, 44 agility, 42 special effect, 1. 5 lifesteal and melee combat bonus. Increases user's attack power by 5 required level. 34 Its attack power surpassed that of my previous bloodthirsty gun, with both strength and agility enhancements, making it ideal for swordplay enthusiasts who prioritize both attack and speed. Coupled with the 1. 5 lifesteal effect, it is fair to assert that the value of this sword far exceeds that of the bloodthirsty gun. After all, the deep blue sword boasts an attack of 7,590, while the bloodthirsty gun stands at 6,585. Though the difference may seem modest, 10 points at the lower end and 5 at the upper, such distinctions are monumental for players striving for peak attributes. For them, every point counts. Even a single point of attack must be meticulously calculated. Taking a deep breath, I placed the deep blue sword into my inventory, utilizing the 200 slots afforded by the ancient bracelet. This storage space is shrouded in secrecy, meaning it cannot be lost unless the ancient bracelet itself is destroyed. The key feature of the bracelet is its unremovable and indestructible nature, ensuring absolute security for the items it contains. Suppressing my excitement, I continued to observe the armor adorned with dragon motifs. As I held it, a profound sense of solidity coursed through me, akin to grasping a colossal boulder. A gentle sweep of my hand revealed its attributes, which did not disappoint. Dragon Scale Chainmail, ultra rare, type, armor defense, 105 strength, 46 stamina, 42 special effects, tenacity, increasing the user's health by 900 points additional, enhances the user's defense by 5 required level. 34 The value of this armor is unlikely to be less than that of the Guardian's shield. After all, at this stage, ultra-rare armor for level 34 is scarce, with demand far exceeding supply. This piece can be worn by both swordsmen and paladins, granting it a versatility that far surpasses that of the exclusive paladin shield. I continued, stowing it in the ancient bracelet storage space, before picking up the final piece of equipment. It was a necklace, its entirety seemingly stained with blood, its name emblazoned in deep blue. The pendant was an octagonal gemstone exuding an air of authority. A mere touch revealed its attributes before me, and I was filled with exhilaration. Astonishingly, it was something I could utilize. Bloodthirst pendant, ultra rare, strength, 45 agility, 43 special effect, critical hit rate 0. 3 special effect, melee lifesteal 1. 5 additional, increases the user's attack power by 6 required level, 34 with a combined strength and agility of 88 points. Particularly notable were the dual special effects, critical hit and lifesteal. This was undeniably an extraordinary necklace. If I were to unveil its attributes, it would undoubtedly drive countless players into a frenzy. Moreover, this necklace, enhancing both strength and agility, could be worn not only by swordsmen and paladins but also by assassins like myself. The strength it bestowed upon me was far from wasted, and combined with its dual effects, it represented a flawless embodiment of attributes. With a soft thud, I placed the Bloodthirst pendant into my inventory. Though I was currently at level 33, I only needed a fraction more to reach level 34, so there was no need for haste. At that moment, my gaze fell upon the iron box. With the departure of the ancient court guard, Zhang Kai, the lid of the box had become slightly ajar. Could the treasures within be yearning for the light of day? My heart raced uncontrollably, and my hands trembled slightly as I lifted the lid of the box. Immediately, a radiant glow erupted from within, and a scroll floated gracefully into my grasp, as though it had already chosen its master. As I looked down, the imagery on the scroll unfolded like a world before my eyes. Endless oceans and majestic mountains, exuding an ancient and profound essence. I gasped as I beheld the scenes within, nearly breathless. Chapter 57. The map of all realms. With a gentle sweep of my hand, the attributes of the scroll unfurled, leaving me in awe. The map of all realms. Level 1 artifact, an ancient scroll imbued with the power of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, capable of absorbing the wielder's strength for continual refinement. Currently, it can absorb damage once, requiring level 30. A novel concept emerged: artifacts. Such items had never existed in the Destiny game before. According to the description, it seemed distinct from conventional equipment, necessitating active use to manifest its effects. This map of all realms, could it truly shield me from a single instance of harm? Furthermore, as a level 1 artifact. Could it also evolve? A thrill coursed through me as I promptly summoned the system sprite. In an instant, a beautiful little secretary materialized, her delicate legs slightly bent as she hovered before me. Smiling and inquiring, "Master, what is it that you wish to summon me for? What are the specifications of the artifact, little book?" I asked. She gazed at the map of all realms in my hand, and a stream of data flickered in her eyes. "Since you have acquired an artifact, the artifact system has been unlocked." Indeed, a new category of artifacts has been added to Phantom Moon. Players can cultivate their own artifacts to aid in combat. Once you obtain an artifact and bind it with your blood, it will siphon a small portion of your experience to facilitate its own upgrade. The higher the artifact's level, the greater its power. "Is there no distinction in ranks for artifacts?" I inquired. She fixed her enchanting gaze upon the map of all realms, shaking her head with a smile. "There are no classifications, but each artifact's power and function may vary. You need not worry. I can sense that this artifact you possess is extraordinarily formidable." "I see. Thank you, little book." With a nod, she gracefully floated into my system space, vanishing from view. Now, it was time for the blood binding. I raised my hand, pricked my finger, and let a drop of blood fall upon the artifact. In an instant, a golden radiance burst forth. After merging with my blood, the map of all realms expanded significantly. As if the world within was on the verge of revealing itself, ancient mountains and vast oceans, all encapsulated within this small scroll. My heart felt as if it resonated with the artifact, expanding in tandem. This was remarkable. On the operational interface, beneath the skill bar, a new artifact section appeared, displaying only the icon of the map of all realms. I decided to activate it and see its effects. The map of all realms seemed to possess a spirit of its own, instantly materializing before me to absorb the next instance of damage. The world within the scroll began to sway gently, eager to encompass all between heaven and earth. Everything before my eyes appeared so vivid. I felt as though it was truly unfolding. Upon acquiring the map of the 4 seas and 8 desolations, I found myself utterly uncomposed, standing in place, astonished by the profound impact the game's design had on me. Previously, during my involvement in the development of Phantom Moon, my engagement was solely with data, and my focus remained fixed on numerical metrics, devoid of any participation in the conceptualization or planning of the game. In retrospect, I now realize that the colleagues I once criticized in the planning department were unjustly maligned. They truly possessed a wealth of insight. As I perused the treasure inventory, I noted that the map of the 4 seas and 8 desolations had entered a cool-down phase, necessitating approximately 1 minute before it could be utilized again. The ability to resist damage once with this artifact is remarkable. Nevertheless, I resolved to prioritize leveling up. I proceeded to clear the last remnants of debris from the soul refining furnace. Upon engaging in battle with the lingering souls and achieving victory, I noticed a 10 reduction in experience points, which was subsequently converted into experience for the map of the 4 seas and 8 desolations. The scroll shimmered brilliantly as the experience was refined into personal advancement. It appeared that the cost of cultivating the artifact was a deceleration in my leveling speed. However, this investment was undoubtedly worthwhile, as the power bestowed by a single artifact often surpassed that of an entire piece of equipment. Thus, I hastened my leveling efforts. And within 10 minutes, I had eradicated the remaining lingering souls in the soul refining furnace, elevating my experience to 67 of level 33. At this juncture, I could still hear the voice of a death knight outside. "Master Steward, there has been no activity in the soul refining furnace for quite some time. Is it possible that July's flame has perished within? Perhaps I should open the furnace door and investigate?" "Impossible," Elder Feng interjected solemnly. "The young master could never perish within. Do not speak such nonsense." "Ha ha ha," Zhuang Huaishui laughed heartily. "Elder Feng, do not be so hasty. This is merely conjecture. No one truly knows if July's flame is capable of vanquishing the ancient lingering souls. What if, in my opinion, since there has been no significant activity for a considerable period, we should open the furnace door and release the seal, although it may be late. It is only right to recover July's flame's remains." Elder Yun was rendered speechless with indignation. At that moment, I forcefully kicked open the furnace door from the inside, casting a cold glance at Zhuang Huaishui, and remarked, "Master Steward, I fear this time you shall be disappointed. The so-called ancient lingering souls were no match for me. I have purified them effortlessly. Meanwhile, your proud disciples, so intimidated by such a feeble ancient soul that they dared not step into this soul-refining furnace, truly demonstrate their weakness. Ha ha ha. Elder Feng exhaled in relief, unable to contain his laughter. Indeed, our young master speaks the truth. Such a weak fragment of an ancient soul has frightened your numerous distinguished disciples. It is often said that the disciples of the Cycle Land constitute the majority in the outer 5 pavilions, yet ultimately, none can inherit the legacy. It seems this claim holds true. Ha 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 ha. You. Zhuang Huaishui's face turned ashen, rendered speechless with fury. Elder Yun stroked his beard and chuckled. Among the many disciples of the cycle of rebirth, there are prodigies like Lei Ling, gifted with exceptional bloodlines, as well as inheritors like Long Alan, who possess ancient lineage. Yet, astonishingly, none have emerged as a successor surpassing our young master. In my humble opinion, the overseer might consider selecting a few outstanding talents from the cycle of rebirth to send to the Fengyan platform. Brother Feng and I would be more than willing to impart our knowledge, ensuring that the cycle of rebirth does not become devoid of successors. Ahahaha. The 2 venerable elders of the Fengyan platform certainly indulged in enough mockery. Zhuang Huaishui's complexion had turned completely ashen, but his eyes darted around, finally landing on me. He remarked, July Flowing Fire, I have heard that the ancient remnant soul sealed within the soul-refining furnace guards a rare treasure. It appears. Since you have defeated this remnant soul, the treasure must now be in your possession, correct? I was well aware of the adage that possessing a treasure could bring misfortune. I immediately raised my hands in surrender and replied, I merely purified the remnant soul and did not encounter any treasure. Is the overseer speaking the truth? What a pity. Perhaps I should search the furnace again? There's no need. Zhuang Huaishui waved his hand dismissively. The practitioners of the cycle of rebirth will naturally re-examine the furnace. So you need not trouble yourself. It seemed he had not yet given up hope. I smiled slightly and said, the task of clearing this furnace has concluded. But I have yet to fully stretch my abilities. Overseer, may I clean another soul-refining furnace? Certainly. Zhuang Huaishui, filled with frustration, could only swallow his discontent and pointed to another soul-refining furnace nearby. This furnace has also gone unattended for many years, though the remnant soul within is rather formidable, and ordinary disciples would not dare to challenge it. Since you, July Flowing Fire, possess such confidence, then proceed. I nodded in acknowledgement. Young master, be cautious. Elder Feng warned. I smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Having previously faced the remnant souls within the furnace without fear, and now equipped with the treasure of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, I felt even more undaunted. The treasure's ability to withstand a powerful attack may seem modest at first glance, yet when employed, it often defuses lethal strikes, its efficacy beyond imagination. With a creak, the door of the second soul-refining furnace swung open, and a corner of the sealing mechanism on the furnace wall slowly parted. I leaped inside, and the door behind me closed automatically. The 2 esteemed elders remained stationed outside, while Zhuang Huaishui let out a cold laugh. This kid, July Flowing Fire, although exceptionally gifted and powerful, is overly confident. Does he not fear encountering something unsavory after challenging 2 remnant souls in succession? Elder Feng replied with a scoff. You and I practice the rules of death. Are we to fear ghosts? His words rendered Zhuang Huaishui speechless. With unwavering focus, I stepped into the soul refinement furnace, commencing the arduous task of clearing the heaps of debris. Instantly, the stubborn lingering souls hidden among the bones emerged one by one. Their overwhelming resentment and formidable strength rendered them impervious to the furnace's refining process, necessitating human intervention to vanquish them before forcibly guiding them towards transcendence. The journey of leveling up had recommenced. Outside, I heard a phase voice. Has the countdown for the wind and cloud platform trial begun? Not yet, I replied, shaking my head. Why are you in such a rush? He chuckled heartily. I'm not in a hurry. I merely wanted to inform you that I've reached level 30 and acquired the serpent staff. Ha ha ha. I'm on fire right now. Just boasting, are we? I smirked. Your level is still too low. Level 30 is insufficient. You should hasten your progress. The highest level in Linshan County must have already reached level 35, right? Indeed. Both Lin Shi and Feng Song Hai have already attained level 35. How swift. I furrowed my brow, realizing I was still striving for level 34 while they had already surpassed it. It seemed I had squandered too much time pursuing the storyline. Whereas they had been relentlessly hunting monsters, accruing experience points at an incomparably superior rate. Nevertheless, it mattered little. When I eventually encountered the top players of Linchin County, I would most likely do so in the guise of a formidable boss, with attributes capable of overwhelming them in an instant, leaving me with little to fear. Chapter 58. Peculiar Phenomena. 2 hours later, the remnants in the second soul refining furnace were also thoroughly cleaned. With a clang, as another ferocious spirit collapsed, a cascade of golden light rained down from the heavens, bestowing an upgrade, reaching level 34. I promptly adorned myself with the Blood Fiend pendant I had acquired not long ago, and instantly, a crimson mark appeared on my neck, pulsating with searing and formidable energy. Upon reviewing my attributes, I noted a significant enhancement in my combat prowess. July's Fiery Flow, Undead Assassin, level 34 attack, for 75632, 14, defense, for 187, 10, health, 4620 critical hit, 5, 31 lifesteal, 1, 5 insight, 97 charm, 13 soulstar, 10 contribution, 80430 combat power, 1032. My combat power had surpassed 1,000, and my critical hit rate had risen to 531. No longer considered low. Thus, it would not be uncommon for me to land critical strikes in the future. This exemplifies the advantage of an assassin focusing on agility, enhancing the 3 pivotal attributes of attack, defense, and critical hit. Aside from archers, no other profession relies so heavily on agility. At that moment, the interface in the upper right corner flickered, announcing the upcoming Wind and Cloud Platform Challenge commencing in 3 hours. The countdown for the Wind and Cloud Platform trial has begun, I noted. Just in time. I could log off for a meal and return right as it was about to start. With that, I opened the furnace door from the inside, and with a creak, emerged, leaving behind an empty furnace, now thoroughly cleansed. Outside, Zhuang Huaishui cast a glance at the vacant soul refining furnace, his expression darkening. His disciples were also engaged in the task of cleaning the furnace, yet none dared to challenge those furnaces. However, I had decisively vanquished the ferocious spirits within 2 of them, thus eclipsing all disciples in the cycle of rebirth. Truly worthy of being the young master of the Wind and Cloud Platform, Elder Feng exclaimed, stroking his beard with a smile. Since the cleaning task is complete, shall we return to the Wind and Cloud Platform? It will soon be reopening. Very well. Ignoring Zhuang Huaishui, I followed the 2 elders back to the Wind and Cloud Platform. Upon seeing it, they floated away, their forms dissolving into wisps of smoke in the wind. Returning to their respective abodes, their protective duty fulfilled, and it was time for them to resume their cultivation. Amidst the breeze, a wisp of cloud coalesced into the figure of my master, Ding Heng, tall and ethereal, standing gracefully in the wind, remarking, "It appears that the trials in the cycle of rebirth went rather smoothly." "Indeed, master," I replied with a smile. "I am grateful for the accompaniment of the 2 elders. Otherwise, it may not have gone as seamlessly. Do not worry. Whenever you venture into the cycle of rebirth for trials in the future, the 2 elders will accompany you again. You are my only direct disciple and the sole legitimate heir of the Wind and Cloud Platform at present. Your status warrants such careful attention." "Thank you, master." He suddenly spoke with a serious tone, as the heir of the Fengyan Platform. While the outer 5 pavilions may ostensibly permit unrestricted access, the rivalry and strife among them have never ceased, particularly among the outstanding young disciples of the cycle of rebirth. Each one desires to eliminate you. For the time being, you should refrain from wandering about and follow me. In recent days, your master has prepared a cave abundant in spiritual energy for your cultivation. Oh, I must express my gratitude to my master then. I chuckled, not expecting to acquire my own little abode at Fengyan Platform so swiftly. Following Ding Heng, we navigated around the Fengyan Platform and directly arrived at the rear mountains, where dense forests and towering ancient trees flourished. Along the mountainside, waterfalls cascaded like silk, with spiritual wood covering the ground, and a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped every step along the path. Beneath the towering trees, several caves emerged before my eyes, their barriers faintly visible, serving as residences for the disciples of the Fengyan Platform. The cliffside stood sharp as a blade, and at the end of this path brimming with spiritual energy, a cave appeared, seemingly larger than those of the other disciples, nestled beside a nearby waterfall, shrouded in spiritual mist. This truly resembled a seaside residence. Ding Heng pointed, "That is your cave." He then spoke solemnly, "From this day forth, Chi Yuel Yohua shall reside here among the disciples of the Fengyan Platform." You must refrain from internal conflicts and live harmoniously, preserving the esteemed reputation of the Fengyan platform. Come forth and greet him. Yes, Elder. One by one, stone doors opened, and the esteemed disciples of the Fengyan platform emerged from the multitude of caves. I had only encountered a few of them, as most were entrenched in years of secluded cultivation. Some donned dark robes, exuding an aura of death, while others bore ancient bloodlines. Each clasped their fists in greetings. Senior Brother Chiyue. I was taken aback, although I had arrived at the Fengyan platform relatively late. My formidable prowess had somehow earned me the position of the Grand Senior Brother. Thus, I reciprocated the greeting. Greetings, fellow disciples. I felt somewhat out of place. Yet the illusion was so convincingly crafted that it made everything seem genuinely unfolding, leading me to immerse myself in the scenario without feeling particularly strange. Ding Hang smiled with satisfaction. Very well, return to your respective cultivation. A great change is imminent. As a member of Heiqing, the Fengyan platform shall exert all efforts to protect our city when calamity strikes. Yes, Elder. Without overthinking, I proceeded towards my very own cave. As I approached the barrier, a wisp of spiritual consciousness flew forth, confirming my identity. Ding. System prompt. Life imprint confirmed. Entry into the cave is permitted. So that is how it is, a safety measure. I chuckled lightly, brandishing my twin daggers as I approached. The stone door of the cave transformed into a shimmering ripple, allowing me to pass through effortlessly. Upon entering the cave, I was taken aback. It appeared to be merely a small cavern, yet within lay a hidden paradise. This cave harbored its own world, with a grand palace nestled at the foot of the mountain. One side faced the mountain, absorbing the abundant spiritual energy cascading down from the summit, while the other bordered a serene lake, its surface shimmering with azure waves and blooming lotus flowers, exuding an indescribable elegance. This place was exquisite, akin to having reserved a VIP suite in a game. I found myself before the grand hall, taking a few steps forward. I noticed a large cauldron standing within, emitting a delightful fragrance from the burning incense. The spiritual energy from the mountain converged into a misty sea, enveloping the air with a refreshing ambience. Unable to resist, I seated myself cross-legged on the steps, and a prompt appeared beside me indicating the option to cultivate. Upon confirming, I felt an immediate shift into a transcendent state. My internal meridians and breath seemed to materialize before my eyes, as the energy reservoir in my dantian felt empty, eagerly absorbing the external spiritual energy. In that moment, every pore of my body opened, drawing in the ethereal essence that swirled within my energy reservoir, transforming it into a vast golden furnace that continuously refined the energy, making it purer and integrating it into my blood vessels, harmonizing with the flow through my body's meridians. Ding. System notification. Cultivation successful. Experience points gained. 16,000. Currently, the amount of experience points gained has increased with my level. Although it pales in comparison to the speed of leveling up through defeating monsters, it is nonetheless better than nothing. Most importantly, each time a breath of energy was refined from the reservoir and circulated throughout my body, I felt an unparalleled sense of comfort and warmth. Akin to having just received a soothing massage, the sensation of unimpeded circulation was simply exquisite. Thus, I continued to cultivate quietly as the trial at Fengyan platform was approaching. And there was no point in leveling up now. Moreover, the leveling requirements in Black City were excessively demanding. Entering the ancient battlefield for training required qualifications that I surely lacked at the moment. I felt it would be inappropriate to trouble Erdan again. So I settled for meditative practice. Albeit the experience points were scant, they were better than nothing. Before I knew it, I had cultivated for over an hour. Ali. I'm logging off to eat, came a voice from outside. It was a Faye. All right, I'll be right there. As I awakened from my meditation and opened my eyes, I saw wisps of seemingly sentient energy swirling around me, imparting an extraordinary sense of comfort. Looking down, my skin appeared to shimmer as if energy flowed beneath the surface. I clenched my fist gently, feeling a surge of newfound strength. Xiaoshu, log off. I summoned the system sprite and successfully logged off. Phew. As I removed the helmet, I sighed with relief, only to find a Faye had already gone to the restroom, the sound of running water echoing from the other side. As I steadied myself against the sofa in preparation to rise, an inexplicable sensation suddenly coursed through my hand, which gripped the armrest. It felt as though my fingers were not in direct contact with the fabric. Momentarily taken aback, I retracted my hand, and in that fleeting instant, I perceived a wisp of energy gently flowing across the back of my hand, elusive yet tangible, as it seamlessly penetrated my skin. What was happening? Was it merely an illusion? Stunned, I stood frozen, my heart pounding with astonishment. I decided to experiment, akin to a character honing their skills in a game. Drawing a deep breath, I felt every pore on my body open, welcoming the external energy within. Indeed, I could sense a thread of vitality coursing through my meridians, ultimately settling in my lower abdomen. Upon completion of this exercise, I discerned a subtle enhancement in my physical strength, a palpable surge of power within my muscles. I was momentarily taken aback. "Ollie?" I was jolted from my reverie as Ah Fei returned, playfully tapping my shoulder. "Aren't you coming downstairs for dinner? What are you doing just sitting here? Dinner? Oh yes, dinner. Right, let's head downstairs." I chuckled. "Have you gotten so lost in the storyline of the Black Castle that you've become daft?" He wore a grin. I smiled faintly in return. "That is indeed a possibility. Let us make haste to dine, for soon the trial at Fongan platform will commence, and our next plan shall be set in motion." "What plan?" "To hunt Linshi." "Damn, I almost forgot such a crucial matter," he exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Let us go eat." Chapter 59. Engraved grade weapon downstairs, on the bustling commercial street. I sat across from a Fei at a noodle stall, each with a bowl of stir-fried noodles with beef and vegetables. Wasn't it promised that our social status would elevate? I gazed at the noodles before me, somewhat speechless. A Fei laughed heartily. "Elevate my foot. Didn't we agree on a swift resolution? What could be faster than this fast food? Haha, let us eat quickly. After finishing, I'll log on for a bit to slay some monsters." I'm nearly at level 31. My leveling speed today is impressive. Isn't it? Already 31? That's quick, I exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "Of course," A Fei replied earnestly. "With a level 30 blue staff in hand, could it not be fast?" At that moment, a nearby player, with a bushy beard, sprayed soda from his mouth and turned to A Fei. "Dude, you already have a level 30 blue staff? Indeed, impressive, right?" A Fei beamed with pride. "That's incredible." The bearded player gave a thumbs up. "I'm still using a level 20 sturdy staff without any magical attack enhancements. Leveling feels so arduous. Today, I might only reach level 25 at most." "Take your time. There's no rush in leveling up." A Fei feigned the demeanor of a seasoned gamer, drawing the attention of several noodle-eating players. Only I knew what a wolf in sheep's clothing he truly was, so I kept my head down and continued eating. "Hey, you're also in Linchin County, right? How about adding each other as friends when we log on later?" The bearded player asked. "Sure. I'm called August Twilight," I replied. "What?" The player was taken aback. "You are the August Twilight who has consecutively slain the designated bosses? Wow, I'm in awe." A Fei wore a smug expression. I kicked him under the table, signaling him to keep a low profile. He quickly cleared his throat twice, then hastily finished his noodles and soup before returning to our community. "I accidentally let it slip earlier," A Fei admitted. Inhaling the fragrance of osmanthus, I chuckled and said, "You know our dealings aren't exactly legitimate. Be cautious and keep a low profile. After all, in Linchin County, we are the center of attention. If we draw too much notice, it could lead to trouble in both the game and in reality." A Fei looked taken aback. Could it really be that serious? Regardless, it's best to avoid drawing attention, offending others, and quietly amassing wealth, I advised. "Yes, you are right. I was careless." He clasped his fists and said, "Your foolish brother acknowledges his mistake. There's no need for you to feel overly guilty." "I blame you, you know," I retorted playfully, laughter erupting between us. Upon returning to my residence, I logged into the game. Swish. My character reappeared within the cave. However, having devoured my noodles too swiftly, I realized there was still an hour before the trial at Fongan platform commenced. Thus, I seized the time to continue meditating in front of the main hall of the cave, breathing in and out repeatedly. It seemed that the cultivation of breath could sustain a player's life within the game. The essence and the laws were the foundation of all cultivation. After nearly 50 minutes, the atmosphere within me grew increasingly formidable, yet the game panel displayed no discernible changes, which left me in a state of perplexity. Could it be that the sensation of becoming stronger was merely a figment of my imagination? Or is it possible that this game harbors some secret, waiting for players to uncover and explore? Thus, I emerged from my cave and made my way to the Fongan platform. "Greetings, Senior Brother July." Along the way, a young specter wielding a broadsword saluted me with a respectful gesture. I quickly returned the courtesy, smiling, "Greetings, Junior Brother." As we passed each other, he returned to the cave while I ascended the Fongan platform and called out, Master, are you present? Indeed. Ding Heng's voice materialized amidst the clouds, accompanied by a smile. Little one, I see a myriad of questions clouding your face. What troubles you? Master. I hesitated, pausing for several seconds before continuing. While I was cultivating my chi, I sensed a newfound strength within me. Moreover, not only in this world, but in another realm. I too felt as though my body had undergone some transformation. What could this mean? Is there a shared mystery between these two worlds? He was momentarily taken aback. Remaining silent for a considerable time before responding, your inquiry is beyond my capacity to answer. Why? Surely you must know something. Even if I did, it cannot be divulged to you. He regarded me gently and continued, for this involves a certain forbidden power, one that we cultivators dare not touch. Should such causality be disturbed, it could not only jeopardize our paths, but also entangle us with the great Tao, ultimately leading to our destruction. I fell silent. He smiled softly. Little one, let me pose a question. Is this change, in your perspective, beneficial or detrimental? I was momentarily stunned. I suppose it is good. If it is indeed good, then why seek the root of it? Should you not allow nature to take its course, allowing it to unfold as it will? His warm smile radiated an indescribable comfort. My heart felt at ease, although Master had said little. He had imparted the essence of the answer. There would come a day when all would become clear and fall into place. Thus, I nodded with a smile, Master. I understand. Thank you. Very well. Do strive in the upcoming battle at the Fengyan platform. Yes. Shortly thereafter, several young disciples from the Black Castle arrived at the Fengyan platform, preparing for the trial. A few minutes later, Erdan also appeared, exuding an astonishing aura. As a member of the Infernal Lion clan, he was oblivious to the concept of restraint, his gaze disdainful, as he regarded no one but me. In addition, a spectral swordsman named Xiao Jian, cradling a black runic sword, approached with a profound gaze. Xiao Jian, it appears you have acquired a new weapon. I remarked with a smile. He immediately donned a look of exasperation, losing his previous solemnity. July, did you not also replace your twin daggers? Your sword seems rather extraordinary. I commented. Hey. He chuckled enigmatically. This is a weapon personally forged for me by my master, endowed with the power of inscriptions. Inscriptions level weapon? For a moment, the surrounding young disciples from Black City were taken aback, their eyes glistening with envy as they gazed upon him. I, too, was momentarily stunned. Who is your master? Such prowess. His expression conveyed a desire to perish. You still do not know which pavilion I belong to? Indeed. Which pavilion do you hail from? I come from the Treasure Pavilion, apprenticed under the esteemed pavilion master, Pang Dalong. Oh, so you are a disciple of that portly master uncle. What is wrong with you, little Jiajian? Your complexion looks rather pallid. Nearby, the Infernal Lion burst into hearty laughter. Little Jiajian. Since you have acquired such an impressive weapon, why not let us two engage in a battle right away? I too wish to witness the might of an inscribed weapon. Little Jiajian's face turned ashen. You fool, it seems you truly do not comprehend the concept of conserving strength. Why do you always wish to be the first to rush onto the stage? If one possesses strength, why conserve it? Erdan retorted solemnly. I could only shake my head in disbelief. Little Jiajian, just get used to it. He has always been this way. At that moment, the skills available for selection descended from above once more, and surprisingly, there were only two options, Wind's Whisper and Godslayer Blade. It appeared that the system's repertoire of skills had been nearly exhausted. Consequently, the sole remaining option was Wind's Whisper. Regrettably, I had no choice but to select both. In the next instant, Erdan charged onto the wind and cloud platform, pointing a finger at little Jiajian and barking, Come on, little Jiajian, let us settle the score. Fool. The undead swordsman remarked with a look of disbelief, then leaped onto the platform, unsheathing his long sword with a resounding clang. Instantly, the golden patterns on the blade erupted into brilliance. This was truly remarkable. Begin. Erdan roared, spreading his palms. Streams of crimson energy swirled around him, coalescing into formidable claws belonging to the Infernal Lion at his fingertips. These claws could withstand even the sharpest of blades. This was no exaggeration. However, just as Erdan charged forward, little Jiajian let out a low cry, unleashing 3 beams of sword light that clashed resoundingly with his claws. Boom. The sword's radiance surged, forcefully repelling Erdan, who now bore several streaks of blood upon his fingers, the crimson aura swirling around him. With a cold glint in his eyes, he remarked, Indeed. Inscribed weapons are formidable, But let us see how even the mightiest of divine weapons fare against my unparalleled bloodline. As his bloodline ability erupted, a torrent of crimson light descended upon Erden, enveloping him in its fierce brilliance. He charged relentlessly, his claws colliding with little Jiajian's blade time and again until, ultimately, he swatted little Jiajian's longsword away, casting it off the wind and cloud platform. In terms of raw strength, it seemed the Infernal Lion was indeed the superior force. Subsequently, the battle lost all suspense. One by one, the young practitioners from the Black Castle were summoned to the stage, only to be hurled away by Erdan. Eventually, Lei Ling took the stage and managed to secure a slight victory over Erdan. However, Lei Ling's prowess paled in comparison to mine. After delivering a thorough beating, I sent Lei Ling flying off the stage. Thus, the disciples from the cycle of reincarnation who participated in the Fengyun platform met their demise once more. And I once again claimed the title of champion. Amidst the buzzing wind, the visage of my master, Ding Heng, materialized, stroking his beard with a smile. Indeed, my disciple Ding Heng is the strongest. Young one, congratulations on once again seizing the first place on the Fengyun platform. Your trials are about to commence anew. I hope you remain humble and steadfast, achieving immortal feats to bring glory to our sect. Master, I shall not disappoint you. I know you won't. In the next moment, a radiant golden light descended from the heavens, striking me with unwavering intensity, as if some unknown force were eroding my very being. Instantly, golden radiance enveloped me, my body ablaze, as though I were on the verge of evaporation. It felt as if demonic blood coursed through my veins. My twin horns vanished, replaced by a pair of fearsome demon horns, while my handsome visage morphed into one of striking intensity, with blood-red eyes and dark patterns emerging across my form. My physique swelled nearly to double its size, towering majestically, a blood-red cloak billowing behind me, wielding twin short swords, exuding a charm that seemed to defy the heavens. Chapter 60, An Unfathomable Bonding. System notification. Congratulations, you have transformed into Blade of Gods and Demons LV-38, ultra-rare level boss. Please select the town you wish to descend upon. A ringing sound brushed past my ears. This boss was not only striking in appearance, but bore a name that exuded dominance, Blade of Gods and Demons. At first glance, it evoked an ambiguous aura of righteousness and malevolence. Indeed, its form resembled that of a demon god, interwoven with strands of golden, sacred patterns, blurring the line between divine and demonic. Without hesitation, I confirmed my choice, Linchin County, where a Fey awaited. Whoosh! The instant my confirmation was complete, a gale enveloped me, propelling my form through the air, traversing thousands of miles in an instant. I descended, shrouded in the aura of demonic blood, crashing into a dense thicket. Simultaneously, a ringing echoed in my ears. Ding! System announcement. Attention, players. Blade of Gods and Demons LV-38, ultra-rare level boss, has arrived in Linchin County's demonic forest map, bearing treasures. Brave warriors, prepare to slay it and rid the Xianyuan Empire of evil. The demonic forest? I raised my gaze and observed the desolate land before me. Nearby, several horned demonic spirits drifted aimlessly, each a level 38 ultra-rare monster, with a slim chance of dropping deep blue equipment. Yet, the current player levels were rather low, leaving only a handful capable of confronting such formidable foes. Thus, the forest lay in silence, interrupted only by the mournful sounds of the demons. With no other sounds to be heard, you lot, I called out to the demonic spirits ahead, my voice low and commanding, kneel before me. Instantly, they appeared bewildered before complying, kneeling before me, their voices carried by the wind. We pay our respects, my lord. Rise, it's all well now. I nodded, a sense of satisfaction swelling within me. It seemed this map allowed me to command lesser monsters. The demonic forest was originally a spawning ground for the Blade of Gods and Demons boss, yet this time, the essence of my soul infused its form. After the initial spawn, any subsequent manifestations of the blade would likely emerge as foolish brutes. The demonic forest? Blade of Gods and Demons? A Fey inquired. Indeed. I smiled faintly. Be cautious and discreet as you step outside. Do not draw too much attention to yourself this time. Our target is solely Lin Shi. I have no interest in anyone else. Understood. A Fey replied, focusing intently on our journey. As I sank into the depths of this infernal forest, I glanced at my attributes. The boss enhancement remained a mere threefold. July's Scorching Fire. Ultra-rare level boss. Level 38 attack. 14, 251. 896, 14, defense, 1, 461, 10, health, 13, 860 critical hit, 5, 31 lifesteal, 1, 5 insight, 97 charisma, 13 soul star, 10 contribution, 80, 430 combat power, 3, 096. Health remains my most significant vulnerability. A rogue's frailty is an immutable truth. Even with enhancements, my health barely exceeds 14,000, which implies that I possess only marginally more vitality than the formidable tank player Lin Songyan I previously encountered. Should I fall under a barrage of attacks, it is highly probable that I would be instantaneously eliminated by a cadre of top-tier players. With the progression of the game, players have enhanced their attack power and levels, especially with unique attributes. Some have acquired gear that bypasses defenses, while others have obtained skills that deal true damage. Collectively, these factors could assuredly eliminate me within 10 seconds, sealing the fate of my endeavor as perilous. I not only bear the expectations of a Fei but also those of my master, Ding Heng, and the indomitable spirit of my own resolve. This time, I must proceed with utmost caution. There can be no missteps, otherwise, I risk total annihilation. However, despite my meager health, my attack and defense are remarkably formidable, particularly my attack, with a true attack ceiling reaching to 161, unrivaled across the server. Coupled with critical hits and agility that confer defensive bypass, my regular attacks can dispatch players in an instant without need for additional strikes. Lost in thought, I noticed figures approaching from afar, ruthlessly dispatching 38-level demon remnants. Here they come. A level 33 paladin player was the first to charge into the thicket, casting a sweeping gaze around and declaring, "Only ordinary monsters here. Where's the boss? It might not be in this area." A level 33 archer, gripping a battle bow, furrowed his brow and summoned the large map with a flick of his hand. After examining it, he remarked, "The demon forest is rather expansive. Should we split up to search?" "No, absolutely not," the paladin retorted, visibly irked. "There are fewer than 100 of us in total. If we disperse our strength, we may not even be able to defeat the boss when we encounter it. Let's concentrate our forces and tackle it together, starting with the minions. I fear we might run out of time." The boss's respawn is announced citywide. It is said that the Dawn and Dragon Alliance guilds are on high alert, and it appears that the Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain Guild has just returned from vanquishing a 38-level ultra-rare boss in the southern city map. Their morale at an all-time high. If we hesitate any longer, we may miss our opportunity. What should we do? The paladin's brow furrowed, and the group that followed him hesitated, each one uncertain. Emerging from the void, I brandished my dual swords with a subtle smile and declared in a voice both profound and fearsome, "In that case, allow me to assist you in making a decision." The paladin gasped in astonishment. This is a conversational boss with remarkably advanced AI. It can't possibly be. Could it be the one from the lore? The sharpshooter turned pale. No, it can't be. In the next instant, I charged forward, my swords dancing wildly as I delivered a lethal strike to the heavily armored player ahead. Blade of the Hunter. Golden letters surged forth, and in that heartbeat, the paladin's complexion turned a sickly green. By the gods, it truly is the boss from the lore. This is disastrous. I warned you not to approach, yet you insisted. Now look what you've done. Our comrades are doomed. Attack. His health is low. Let's eliminate him swiftly. The sharpshooter, ever the dreamer, unleashed a flurry of arrows alongside an explosive shot. Alas, my health was a mere 200, scarcely worthy of concern, while my Blade of the Hunter dealt a staggering total of 9,000 damage, yielding a 1.5 health recovery, an impressive 140 points restored. Kill. I wielded my swords, transforming into a harbinger of death amidst the chaos, my hand outstretched as the winds howled through the fleeing throng. Not a single foe escaped. All were annihilated. The damage from my attack was dictated by my agility, rendering this skill in my hands explosively devastating, truly fearsome. Let us settle this, the paladin bellowed as he charged forward. Although I was engaged in a fierce slaughter, my focus remained razor-sharp, with every maneuver executed with utmost precision. In an instant, I sidestepped the paladin's charge, and with a sweeping obliteration skill, I erased him from existence. Then, with a swift leap, I hunted down the sharpshooter, leading to the team's utter collapse. In less than 2 minutes, the battle was concluded. Aside from a few cunning assassins who slipped away, the opposing forces were entirely vanquished. This time, with numerous players exceeding level 30, the rate of contribution gained was significantly heightened. From a team of fewer than 100, I received a remarkable 1,000 in contributions, and it was likely to increase further. Ollie, you have revealed yourself. Outside, Ah-Fei chuckled. The person you just defeated has already posted on the forum in Linshan County, claiming that the Blade of the Hunter is the thunderous assassin and the exile. You are once again in the spotlight. Is that so? After slipping into stealth, I concealed myself once more among the trees, leisurely opening the forum. Indeed, there was a prominent post, highlighted in red, from the very individual I had just vanquished. Hot topic. The boss from the lore has re-emerged. Coordinates. Demonwoods. The Blade of the Hunter is it? And it wields the Blade of the Hunter as well, boasting exceedingly high AI. Poster. Your liver emperor. Furthermore, he attached a screenshot of my relentless rampage, which immediately attracted considerable attention. Within mere minutes, there were thousands of replies, all expressing intentions to form a team and conquer me. However, the number of those truly daring enough to confront me is likely scarce. Linshan County is one of the many newly opened county-level cities in the national server S Novice Village, currently accommodating at least several million players. Yet, few have the audacity to challenge me. Otherwise, I would have long been overwhelmed. At that moment, my gaze caught a glimpse of a highlighted post, astonishingly authored by a player named Tang Jishur from Longing Mountain. I remember him. He was the one I once aided, but merely sent away unharmed. Seeing his post now made my cheeks flush with embarrassment. Fiery, my unfathomable connection with the boss. Author, Tang Jishur. Content, just now. A group led by Shijun Yinhua insulted us at Longing Mountain. Yet, the boss, as per the game's lore, unexpectedly came to my aid, vanquishing the rogues from Shijun Yinhua and even signaling for my safe escape. This must be fate. I feel that the AI of this boss is remarkably advanced, giving me a sense of familiarity as if we were old friends. Perhaps this is our destined battle. As the saying goes, bonds form and dissolve. We shall meet again in this martial world, dear boss. This is utterly humiliating, isn't it? Below, a throng of replies ensued, some mocking, others bursting into laughter. In any case, the post was filled with mirth, liberating everyone, albeit briefly, from the terror of being obliterated by the boss. I hastily closed the forum, taking a deep breath, fearing that continuing to read would blind me. At that moment, a group stormed into the Demon Grove. Though a small guild, they managed to gather a considerable number of level 30 players. Perfect. These individuals were essentially offering me contribution points. Thus, I graciously accepted. With a swift motion, I melded into the shadows, akin to a demon poised to dance and slay in the eternal night. Chapter 61. An oath not to return before long. The distant sound of hurried footsteps echoed, heralding the arrival of a familiar group, the Dragon Alliance. This time the leader, Long Yuantian, appeared more cautious, wielding his staff as he walked at the back of the crowd, flanked by a cadre of swordsmen and paladins, their expressions vigilant. He declared, "We have arrived at the coordinates of the previous battle." "Indeed," replied the sharpshooter Long Rahai, raising his hand and gesturing forward. "Brothers, let us scout every position in this area. We must not overlook anything. This time, we have brought a force of 300. We shall not return until we vanquish this designated boss." Yes, the Dragon Alliance players rallied, raising their weapons in unison. We vow not to return until the unyielding boss is defeated. The collective spirit of the group was palpable. The front line of swordsmen and paladins began to disperse, advancing cautiously, while the rear ranks of mages and archers unleashed a barrage of spells, striking the open ground of the demon forest in an attempt to force me out. However, I knew this would be quite a challenge, as I was capable of movement. Perched upon a tree, I observed them with an indifferent gaze. While the Dragon Alliance was indeed stronger than the Hidden Dragon Mountain, they paled in comparison to the likes of the Dawn Guild. Their overall execution and organization were lacking significantly. Given the current state of the Dragon Alliance, it was highly improbable for them to eliminate me. Instead, they would unwittingly provide me with a plethora of points, further enhancing my contributions. With resolve, I leaped down from the tree and charged into the fray without a moment's hesitation. Raising my hand, I summoned a tempestuous wind that enveloped Long Yuantian and Long Rahai. In an instant, the two core players fell silent amidst the cacophony of the wind and storm. The initial seconds of the gale claimed them swiftly. "Trouble. The leader has been slain," gasped the Dragon Alliance players in shock. "Charge. Focus fire to eliminate the boss and avenge our leader," a squad leader shouted passionately. In the next moment, players surged from all directions. I couldn't help but chuckle, my blade sweeping through the throng, with a swift motion of my fingers. The air was distorted by an overwhelming force, golden ancient script materializing before me. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated, and a palm imbued with draconic energy surged forth, manifesting as a golden imprint that tore through the sky. This strike, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, carried an astonishing momentum. Those caught in its gust were like leaves in a tempest, easily obliterated in an instant. The ensuing battle can only be described as a massacre. The Dragon Alliance struggled to mount a sustained offensive, while I wielded my twin daggers, wreaking havoc among them as if in a realm devoid of opposition. It was not until I had decimated more than half of their 300 members that they began to retreat like a receding tide, unable to pursue them further, allowing their escape. The Dragon Alliance has been defeated? Outside, a Fae remarked, I witnessed many members of the Dragon Alliance fleeing from the Demon Forest. Indeed, they were no match for me, I replied with a hearty laugh. A Fae chuckled softly and remarked, it is merely that you are no match for me here. In fact, many individuals in Lingshan County aspire to join the Dragon Alliance, yet they are met with reluctance. The Dragon Alliance boasts a considerable membership and an abundance of strategic activities. Over the past 2 days, they have vanquished several formidable bosses, and numerous skilled lone players have sought to join in hopes of acquiring some equipment, only to be rebuffed by Long Yuantian. Rejected indeed? I was taken aback. The Dragon Alliance lacks ambition. How so? Isn't the Dragon Alliance's aim to directly challenge the top guilds of the national server? Each of those premier guilds actively recruits talented individuals from across the land, especially those lone players of considerable skill. Many core experts in various guilds were once lone players. Were I the leader of the Dragon Alliance, I would prioritize attracting talent and nurturing them gradually, fostering goodwill and unity, thus paving the way to becoming a top-tier guild. A Fae was astonished. You've certainly evolved in this regard over the years. If you were to assume the role of leader, you could undoubtedly rally a substantial following. Come now, I laughed heartily. With my laid-back disposition, I could hardly be a leader. I wouldn't even wish to be the captain of a 10-man team. Ha ha. I feel the same. His voice suddenly faltered. Ali, be cautious. I see members of Dawn approaching from a distance, and there are many of them. They likely intend to take action against you. Dawn? I raised my brows. Yes, and there are also individuals from Longin Mountain. It's puzzling why Longin Mountain has allied with Dawn. Who can say? Perhaps Dawn lacks sufficient numbers and has sought to bolster their ranks with Longin Mountain. That seems plausible. Longin Mountain is merely cannon fodder in this scenario. Indeed, I once again melded into the void, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. Within mere minutes, a large contingent entered the Demon Forest. At the forefront were the members of Dawn, numbering nearly 500, while to their right stood approximately 300 from Longin Mountain. To the left, several lesser-known guilds formed a team of about 300 as well. So, over 1,100 individuals have arrived? I furrowed my brow. This would not be easy to handle, particularly with Dawn's members. I had witnessed their teamwork and combat prowess, which could undoubtedly eliminate me in an instant. Caution was paramount this time. Russell. Dawn Jean had reached level 34, clad in a set of advanced armor adorned in pale blue and dark green. Wielding a blue longsword, he led the team with a furrowed brow. The blade of gods and demons, the person designated in the lore, to bring ruin upon the Dragon Alliance. It must indeed be him. This time, regardless of who he is, we must capture him. Indeed. Nearby, the president of Longin Mountain, Lu Taihan, clenched his fist and declared, no matter how formidable his abilities may be, we must ensure he has no means of escape. From the left flank, several guild leaders nodded in agreement. Are we ready to commence? Yes, we are. As Dawn's Ember raised an eyebrow, she lifted her long sword, pointing it directly at the vacant space ahead. Advance in search formation. Everyone, maintain a safe distance from your comrades. Once the boss appears, melee players should charge in, execute their strikes, and utilize control skills to restrain it. We must concentrate our firepower with utmost intensity and spare no effort to bring it down. Indeed, Lu Taihan replied. Ember, should we succeed in defeating it, you must honor your promise and allow us from Dragon Hidden Mountain to select one piece of loot from the boss's spoils first. Rest assured, Dawn's Ember assured him. I shall remember. Beside them, Dawn S. just expressed his impatience with a derisive laugh. Lu Taihan, you truly are a simpleton. We have yet to even lay eyes on the boss, and you're already scheming over the loot? Lu Taihan replied with a hint of indifference. I merely wish to avoid embarrassment later. After all, was it not you from Dawn who sought assistance from us at Dragon Hidden Mountain? You. Dawn's dust was poised to retort, but Dawn's ember interjected sternly, "Cease the bickering. Let us first eliminate the boss. Why are you still so impulsive after all these years?" "Boss, my apologies." Dawn's dust gritted his teeth. "Let us begin." "Yes, let us commence." A group of adventurers swiftly ventured into the dense forest, launching a chaotic barrage of attacks from all directions. As they passed through, the demon soul creatures were swept away. Arrows whirled and fireballs wreaked havoc as flames erupted from the previously tranquil woods. Observing their advance, I gauged the height and promptly ascended the trees, climbing until I evaded the attacks from the mages and archers, finally pausing to watch them intently. My gaze remained fixed on Dawn's ember. The very soul of the Dawn Legion, he had to be eliminated first. Fortuitously, as Dawn's ember, sword in hand, cautiously made his way below me, I seized the moment to act. With a swift motion, accompanied by the fluttering of withered leaves, I descended from above, landing precisely behind Dawn's ember. Who? Dawn's ember's vigilance was remarkable. He abruptly drew his sword and turned, but it was already too late. At that moment, he was within my attack range. I unleashed a flurry of strikes with my dual daggers, executing a devastating blow. The damage numbers erupted: 1,926, 8,804, 2,567, 4,780, 3,782. The dense array of damage figures appeared in succession as my skill triggered a critical hit. Thus, in the instant of my strike, Dawn's ember was effectively vanquished. After all, as a swordsman, his total health barely reached a maximum of 7,000 points, while the blade's brilliance shone through the crowd behind him, claiming 2 lives in an instant and severely wounding another. Kill. The twin short swords danced gracefully, swiftly eliminating the player weakened by the hunter's blade. I then transformed into a spiraling windmill, relentlessly reaping lives amidst the crowd. At that moment, my energy reserves were nearly depleted, preventing me from continuing to wield my skills. Each assassin begins with an energy pool of 100 points, which gradually replenishes over time. My thrust consumed 20 points of energy, while both Obliteration and Hunter's Blade each required 30 points. In truth, after dispatching the Dawn's ashes, I was left with merely 20 points of energy. Fortunately, the White Garb skill demands only 10 points, a remarkably low requirement, allowing me to retain a reserve of 10 points for the White Garb, ensuring my own escape route. Charge. Focus fire. Although Dawn's ashes had fallen, the Dawn Legion remained formidable. The remaining members were not significantly affected. Under the command of the now vanquished Dawn, a cohort of swordsmen and paladins surged forward, accompanied by the thunderous sound of countless approaching assassins. I maneuvered through the throng, executing a rapid Z-pattern movement, using the bodies of opposing players to position myself advantageously. Whenever an enemy charged, they collided with their own allies, leaving no opportunity to stun me. The mechanics of the charge skill do not allow for passing through allies, thus with strategic positioning, I thrived even amidst the densely packed crowd. Dash, engage. My speed surged, and my attack rate escalated. Bloodthirsty Blade, activate. I began to siphon life. In an instant, the striking and menacing form of the demon blade flashed like a revolving lantern among the masses, leaving a trail of fallen corpses in its wake. When my energy was sufficient, I unleashed a devastating wind and crane, delivering a resounding blow to my foes. Chapter 62. The Challenge of Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain. Is this still a human being? Not far away, a small assassin wielding dual daggers looked bewildered, witnessing his comrades being slaughtered around him, yet feeling utterly powerless. Gritting his teeth, he remarked, his skills not to mention the boss segment. At the very least, this must be the caliber of a top-tier player in the national server. Come on, don't hesitate. Everyone is fighting. Someone shouted. Charge. Over at Dragon Hidden Mountain, Lu Taihan led a group rushing forward, his eyes gleaming with awe and murderous intent. He growled, "Brothers, the Dawn's forces can't hold on any longer. Let us seize the opportunity and take him down in one fell swoop." Get out of the way. Dawn's dust, brandishing a heavy shield, forcefully repelled Lu Taihan and his men, his gaze ablaze with battle spirit. Our offensive hasn't finished yet. Why are you butting in? Unbelievable. What do you take me for? Lu Taihan raised his long sword to strike. However, he was swiftly turned into a pincushion by a cadre of archers behind Dawn's dust, retreating with diminished health. In fact, several players from Dragon Hidden Mountain had already been slain. Indeed, although the two sides had ostensibly allied, their cooperation was merely superficial. Dawn's fate, Her beautiful eyes filled with remorse addressed the friends from Dragon Hidden Mountain. I apologize. Dawn Dust has a rather volatile temper. Please allow us to finish our wave of attacks before you engage, all right? Too much. Wang Yaozu sneered. Tang Jishir, wielding a staff, added. Since the lovely fate has spoken, let us hold off for now, we'll strike later. Lu Taihan, furious and gritting his teeth, appeared ready to erupt, but was restrained by Wang Yaozu and Pan to obey. Captain Lu, a moment of patience can prevent a larger misstep. Calm down. On another front. With a swift sweep of his sword, Dawn Dust erupted with joy upon being successfully struck by a high-level assassin. Charge. Quickly capitalize on the stun effect. Backline. Follow up with firepower. Nearby, several brawlers unleashed their punches upon the foe. In the next moment, a few high-level paladins collided with me, one of whom fortuitously triggered a stun effect once more. After their assault, they turned to retreat. Immediately, 3 brawlers soared forward, their punches landing with unabashed ferocity, inflicting damage of 200 to 300. This was nothing compared to the onslaught from the mages in the back line, with dense rock spikes and fireballs erupting around me, causing my health to plummet from 90 to a mere 30 in less than 5 seconds. It's here. Prepare to meet your end. Dawn Dust soared in, initiating a close-range charge. Boom. Oh no, I was stunned again, my vision swirling in confusion. Once more, spells erupted upon me, and my health dwindled down to a fragile 7. Ha ha ha, he has finished. Dawn Dust, while cleaving with his sword, bellowed, all forces, concentrate fire. Let us finish him off. This despicable boss has toyed with us long enough. It's time to reclaim our honor. The faces of the crowd flushed crimson. Yet, at that moment, as the boss, I possessed a remarkable immunity to control-type skills. What would typically stun me for a second was reduced to a mere 0.75 seconds. In the next instant, I regained my mobility and, with fervent mental commands, summoned the white robe. With a swift motion, I donned the robe, entering a state of evasion that rendered me impervious to all damage. My thoughts were not of retreat, but of vengeance. Consequently, I refrained from activating the blood-sucking blade state, allowing the dagger in my right hand to vanish. My fingers spread wide, golden dragon patterns spiraled around me, and the very fabric of space contorted under an overwhelming force. Ancient golden inscriptions materialized in the air, as if a colossal dragon was awakening from the abyss within me. With a single palm strike, I unleashed a cataclysmic blow. Dragon S Resolve. Boom. The sheer power of my strike was unparalleled. This was the dragon's resolve following the white robe. The magnitude of its attack was unimaginable. In an instant, amidst the roar of the dragon, the elite players of Dawn, including the renowned Dawn Dust, were swept away like withered grass before a tempest, their health bars depleting entirely. Yet, under the effect of the blood-sucking blade, my health was instantly restored from a mere 3 to a full 100. The slaughter continued unabated. I did not evade but charged through the throngs. This time, bereft of Dawn Dust's command and having lost numerous high-level paladins and swordsmen, the opposition found it exceedingly difficult to stun me. In just a few minutes, the 500-member Dawn team had been utterly exhausted. Ultimately, Dawn Yuan, with a face of reluctance, gazed at my remaining 17 health and, gritting her silver teeth, commanded a retreat. It seemed she understood that the 17 was merely a bait I had laid out. Dragon Hidden Mountain, advance. Lu Taihan swiftly hooked in, leading the players of Dragon Hidden Mountain into a fierce onslaught against me, and I met them head-on. After all, contributions were to be had, and I would seize every opportunity. Thus, I wielded my twin daggers, splattering blood in the chaos. The warriors of Dragon Hidden Mountain were indeed earnest. Once Dawn retreated, they quickly became the protagonists of the battlefield. Li Laoshuan and Tang Jishir unleashed a barrage of ranged attacks, swiftly lowering my health to below 10. Now was the moment. Lu Taihan, with a face full of arrogance, laughed boisterously. No matter what kind of boss you are in this setting, today I shall devour you. He swung his sword fiercely, a force to be reckoned with. I, however, secretly chuckled. The instant Lu Taihan charged towards me, I activated both the blood-sucking blade and Dragon S Resolve skills. Boom. Once more, a golden palm imprint erupted among the crowd, and in an instant, my health was fully restored. I lunged forward, delivering an obliteration strike that sliced through the already weakened Lu Taihan's form, cleaving him in twain as effortlessly as a blade through parchment, reducing him to mere ash. As I recoiled in shock, Wang Yuzu hastily withdrew with his sword, his face etched with disbelief. I warned you all that the boss possesses an instantaneous full health recovery skill, Yet you insisted on pressing forward regardless. What now? Captain Liu has fallen. Must we meet the same fate? Li Laoxuan, while deftly loosing arrows, spoke gravely. We must exploit his cooldown. Such a healing ability undoubtedly has a cooldown period. If we can eliminate him before it resets, we stand a chance. I have observed that this boss's total health does not exceed 20,000. If we maintain a continuous stun, we can dispatch him swiftly. Forward, do not hesitate. A throng surged forward once more, and the remaining players from the smaller guilds, no longer spectators, rushed in, eager to claim the final blow on the boss and achieve fame. However, their aspirations were misguided. The cooldown for the blood-draining blade was a mere 60 seconds. Whether it was Long Ju or by Yi Yanmi, both were sufficient to restore my health instantaneously. Thus, I weaved through the crowd, evading unnecessary damage while dispatching enemies with increasing ease, treating them as mere practice targets. 10 minutes later, the ground was littered with corpses. The enemy had been decimated, leaving only a handful to flee in disarray. Even Tang Jisher, with whom I shared a complicated bond, fell prey to my singular strike. Silencing any lingering thoughts of him, I could no longer entertain such musings. They left me feeling unwell, an unsettling sensation that I wished to dispel. In this battle, approximately 900 foes were vanquished, yielding nearly 14,000 contribution points, primarily from the members of Dawn, whose higher levels and combat prowess resulted in greater rewards upon defeat. The Dragon Hidden Mountain faction also contributed significantly, though not as much as Dawn. The grass was strewn with the spoils of battle, equipment, and potions lay scattered. Though many had been collected by the opponents, at least over 100 gleaming items still shimmered enticingly on the ground. If only Ah Fei were an assassin, I could let him gather the boss's loot to sell back in Linchin County. Surely our actions would send ripples through the local equipment market. Alas, Ah Fei was merely a novice mage, easily bullied. Dawn has suffered another defeat. I heard Ah Fei's laughter echoing nearby. Damn it. Dawn once proclaimed its ambition to rival the top guilds. Yet here they are, falling at your hands more than once. Ali, you are truly ruthless. I bet the likes of Don Jin and Don Shun are seething with rage. I sighed, what can I do? I didn't invite them to come and hunt me. Did I? He laughed heartily for a moment before adopting a serious tone. By the way, Ali, don't be too optimistic. We still face a significant risk of defeat. Can you guess which guild is currently gathering at the eastern city gate of Linchin County, preparing to annihilate you? Who? I asked, momentarily taken aback. Could it be Yi Mengwei Ma? Let us not even mention that group of novices. They are utterly inept. Of course not. He smiled cryptically. Wind, forest, fire, mountain. I furrowed my brow. Has this top guild finally succumbed to boredom? Indeed. He chuckled softly and remarked, last time, you defeated the esteemed elders, Mountain Everlasting and Forest Pine Rock, of Wind, Forest, Fire, Mountain. Do you truly believe they would let that slide? This time, Wind Songhai has personally gathered a group to confront you, so I feel my presence here is nearly unnecessary. Before long, you may find yourself defeated, unless... Should we take action in advance? No, I shook my head. I have yet to earn enough contribution points. I cannot depart so easily. Wind, forest, fire. Mountain shall remain as they are. When water comes, we shall bury it. When the soldiers arrive, we shall block them. I refuse to believe that the people of wind, forest, fire, mountain are invincible deities. Are you challenging wind, forest, fire, mountain? No, they are merely delivering themselves to humiliation. Very well, I have faith in you. Good luck. Though such sentiments were expressed, should wind, forest, fire, mountain indeed arrive, it would necessitate thorough preparation. After all, they are not to be compared to Dawn. And Wind Songhai's prowess is certainly not on par with that of Dawn's ashes. He is a candidate for the strongest sequence, a talent rivaling the likes of Li Xiaoyao and Feng Guke.